Volume 3. Chapter 201, Corvus Constellation. Chapter 201, Corvus Constellation. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DeAndre.
Facing King Kong approaching like a pressurizing small mountain, Bing's poker face was still indifferent, only the two brush stroke-shaped thick eyebrows, and the pair of small eyes squinted. The rest earlier had allowed him and Tiger to recover from their fatigue, and it was a practice that he had brought with him since the army era.
With accordance to a long journey, rest is more important than the speed of travel.
By restraining the use of his physical strength on traveling, it allowed him to be in a battle state at any point in time, and to Bing, it was instinct. Facing the aggressive King Kong that was approaching, he was not fearful at all. If it was another normal martial artist, maybe they would be suspicious. Why would the opponent suddenly rush out? But to Bing, who had countless of experience before, he did not hesitate at all. In the next moment, he struck back. Sky Tiger's figure disappeared in an instant, and King Kong immediately released an instinctual move. At that moment, Sky Tiger's body leaned over, like blue lightning, in a moment appearing at King Kong's ribs.
So fast.
Liu Yaji's heart jumped, his face turned ugly.
Once an expert makes a move, anyone would know.
Liu Yaji was confident of his own abilities, and was naturally not a weakling. His eye power was stronger than ordinary people.
He met a strong opponent.
Liu Yaji's change was extremely fast. King Kong's momentum did not change. His left knee flew up like a huge rock, whistling through the air.
Bing's poker face remained calm, as if he had already anticipated that the knee was approaching.
King Kong's legs were so shockingly thick, this knee knock was pushed with a lot of energy. If it connected even by a bit, it could instantly break an arm or a leg. Liu Yaji was skillful with King Kong to the bones. This type of brand new mechanical weapon, they had spent countless blood, sweat and tears to research, a masterpiece that merged a star spirit beast and the power of blood meridians. Blood meridian weapons were strong, and was not something humans could match, and King Kong was even a well-known figure. When they were already trialing with blood meridian weapons, King Kong was not the strongest mechanical weapon, but its power was something that nothing could match up to. The power that King Kong displayed, whoever had seen it, would always be overwhelmed with shock. As long as he got one strike, no matter how strong the mechanical weapon, they would also lose their fighting strength.
The opponent actually did not dodge.
Ridicule appeared in Liu Yaji's eyes. He could almost imagine it. This beautiful mechanical weapon would soon collapse, and those feathers would burst with a loud bang.
After trying it out on so many mechanical weapons, it always resulted in the same thing.
King Kong's knee attack brought forth a big shadow, engulfing the sky blue mechanical weapon.
Liu Yaji's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good, it was a shadow.
Just at this time, a burst of acute pain came from behind, and King Kong's huge figure involuntarily fell forward. Liu Yaji was overwhelmed with shock at this moment, was unable to reverse the situation, and took the opportunity to roll forward.
Chi.
3 consecutive strikes struck towards King Kong's rolling body, entering the soil, causing 3 soil pillars to raise up. Bing was slightly surprised. The attacks he did should have caused injury, but he did not expect that the opponent would be fine. It seems like the weird mechanical weapon still had some wonders. Liu Yaji, who had just barely picked up his life from Hell's Gate, his face was full of fear and was deathly white. That exchange just now, he barely made it out alive. If not for him luckily adding more weight to the back for defense, that exchange just now, he definitely would not be able to block. Facing such an expert, to not be able to defend one move, meant death. Just at this time, a few shouts came from far away. Liu Yaji's attention was shaken. His partners were here. King Kong released a low growl, giving his companions the direction. Liu Yaji, who set his heart to it, his fear all disappeared. The most important thing to do now was to lock the opponent in place. He growled again and pounced towards the Sky Tiger.
How could Bing not find out from such a huge commotion?
But his poker face was still as calm as water. Even those tiny eyes did not have the slightest fluctuation. To be calm and steady, even under the most anxious situation, Bing was actually a good example of this. He was always cold and steady. Sky Tiger brought about a series of destructive shadows. King Kong brought about a violent wind, both flashing in and out.
Pa.
Sky Tiger's attacks all directly hit onto King Kong's body, breaking down all the hair. But Liu Yaji clenched his teeth and held on. He had already made the decision to borrow King Kong's strong defense, to sacrifice himself while holding onto the opponent. Bing saw through Liu Yaji's intention. The battle experience between the two parties are simply not on the same level. King Kong, with its thick hide, had an astonishing level of defense, its muscles much stronger through intensification, much stronger and durable than normal metals. Without thinking, Bing changed his fist to a palm, slicing down as a palm blade.
Chie!
A blue light flashed across. King Kong's body had a blade wound, and some blood splurted out. Bing was finally surprised. King Kong's defense level caused him to be shocked. Sky Tiger's slicing attack was extremely powerful, and can easily break open all the thick and coarse-skinned star spirit beasts, but he did not think that it would actually only leave a shallow wound on King Kong. Although he was surprised, but Bing did not even stop, and while King Kong was roaring, he turned one round and appeared at King Kong's dead angle. Chi. Blue lights flashed across like blades. Every blue light would be followed by blood splurting out. Bing was like a patient artist, slowly adding red marks across King Kong's body. In the blink of an eye, King Kong, which had a stature of a small mountain, was filled with big and small wounds, fresh blood flowing everywhere. It was a terrifying scene. When Liu Yi's companions came rushing in, and seeing the entire scene, they were utterly shocked. The organization had spent a lot of energy on Blood Meridian's weapons. From 5 years ago, the organization had started the initiative to groom mechanical martial artists. After spending countless amounts of money and energy, they had finally groomed up a powerful mechanical martial artist. These few years, the mechanical martial artists did not have strong power. But when the organization casually chose one of theirs to be placed outside, they would definitely be the peak standards. And Liu Yi was able to use King Kong, which proves that, amongst the geniuses in the organization, he was quite outstanding. If not, the organization would definitely not allow him to be the controller of King Kong and waste a powerful mechanical weapon on a lousy machine engineer. But this was an expert recognized by the organization, and he was actually being pressured to death by another mechanical martial artist. If the opponent was a martial artist, everyone would not be surprised, but what they were surprised was that the opponent was also a mechanical martial artist. Every constellation had experts, and no matter how strong Liu Yi was to them, they did not dare recognize the fact that they could be stronger than those true real martial artists. Even if they think that their Blood Meridian's weapons would be the strongest mechanical weapons now, they would definitely not fight with those heroes. Mechanical martial artists were just a sub-branch of the entire group of martial artists, and they still had this knowledge. But the opponent was actually a fellow mechanical martial artist. In the world of mechanical martial artists, in this fight, Liu Yi had already lost. Liu Yi was an expert in the organization, and King Kong was also one of the strongest mechanical weapons. But seeing King Kong bleeding profusely everywhere, none of them could believe their own eyes. What a strong martial artist! Such a strong mechanical weapon! King Kong's pace had already begun to become clumsy. Blood Meridian weapons and Blood Meridians were closely related. After a large amount of blood loss, it had caused King Kong's power to plummet. Damn it! Liu Yi did not think that he would actually be beaten to this stage. Even though he knew the opponent was much stronger than him, but as a prideful person, he still felt ashamed. Stop him! Liu Yi's rageful shout resonated across the entire field, and all of those companions who were rushing for support woke up from their daze and all entered the battle. Bing looked at the back in front of him, who was covered in crisscrosses of bruises. Until now, this was Liu Yi's biggest mistake. As long as he gave one more blade, he could kill him perfectly. But Bing was not overzealous. The wings on Sky Tiger's back opened up. In the middle of the circle that he was surrounded in, his entire being soared upwards, swaying continuously in midair, stopping the people's idea of encircling him. Originally he was trapped, but Bing had simply tore a hole in their trap, rushed out of their circle, shook his sleeves, and he left. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. There was actually such a strong mechanical martial artist in this world? Watching Sky Tiger's blue back, no one dared to give chase. Tian was called out by the coachman. Master, we have already stepped into the territory of Corvus Constellation. The coachman said respectfully. So fast. Tian was puzzled. He was already tortured to the point that he wished to die from the training. His head was full of anvils, the densely packed limitless number of anvils. He was always improving, until he broke through to 20 anvils a day. The improvement was tremendous, but the degree of exhaustion was linear to his improvements. Every day Tian was only awake for half the time. The remaining time, he was actually groggy and could only clench his teeth and persevere through. Collapsing, fainting were all common to him. But under Tian's stubborn perseverance, he did not waste any day. Such toughness and willpower caused even Ghost Claw to be surprised. To grind 20 anvils a day, adding on the time delay of Starry Door, in a day outside, Tian could demolish 80 anvils. And in a month, that was 2,400 anvils. This speed was already very astonishing. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw suddenly seemed attainable. The coachman hesitated for a while, and said, Master, Corvus Constellation is not very peaceful. Not very peaceful? Tian was still muddle-headed. Yes, Master. The coachman explained, Corvus Constellation produces sword masters, but this place does not have a strong ruler, so it has caused a large amount of drifting sword masters. These drifters are extremely poor, and do not have places to stay. In the day they are swordsmen for hire, in the dark they actually rob and burglar, and do all sorts of bad things.
Corvus Constellation Sword Master's reputation isn't good. Tang Tian slowly recovered and woke up, slightly surprised. Doesn't that mean Corvus Constellation is very messy? Yes, Master. The coachman reminded, although the drifters do not dare think of any ideas on this silver carriage, but some powerful drifters might see us as fresh meat. Tang Tian broke the coachman's words, as his gaze was fixed to the front, pouting. Seems like some of them already sees us as fresh meat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Fire Crow Amplification. Chapter 202, Fire Crow Amplification. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DeAndre. 5 gray-clothed swordsmen, looking like a flock of gray crows, were raiding towards the silver carriage. These 5 gray-clothed swordsmen had a cold expression, their eyes blazing red, wielding gray-colored long swords. In their red pupils, Tang Tian could clearly see greed, surprise and passion. Those who are guilty, my spear will pierce through. A gentle voice suddenly sounded out from the side. Tang Tian turned to look and saw Ling Su. Tang Tian was surprised. Ling Su, who was in front of him, was unusually calm. His orange eyes did not show his daily anger and violence. It was like he changed into another person. The golden threads, white-robed Ling Su, held his spear vertically straight up, but did not give any sort of threatening feeling, but on the other hand caused people to feel exceptionally tranquil, like a still storm. This brat. Under Tang Tian's surprised gaze, Ling Su, who was holding the spear in his right hand, suddenly stepped onto the protective fence at the side of the carriage. His handsome face under the sunlight was gentle and tranquil. Shua, he stepped onto the fence and flew out of the carriage. His silver hair flying in the sky, he was like a snow-white bird, rushing towards the 5 gray-clothed swordsmen. The 5 of them scattered out into formation, 2 of them at the front, the other 3 behind in a proportionate distance, from left, right, and top flew towards Ling Su. In midair, Ling Su gazed at the 5 men pouncing towards him, not moving an inch. The 5 of them waved their gray swords, every sword lighting up with a red flame. The swords all sounded out at the same time, 5 flat flaming rays extending out from the sword, like 5 flaming crows giving rise to 5 rays of fire columns, whistling towards Ling Su. Corvus Constellations, Fire Crow Sword. The 5 of them released their sword arts at the same time, in perfect coordination. The 5 rays of fire crow swords all cried out at the same time. It was actually quite spectacular. Woo woo woo, the swords kept on ringing. The 5 of them continued brandishing their fire crow sword rays. One after another the fire crow sword rays were like rain, all rushing towards Ling Su at different timings. Ling Su seemed to be oblivious, standing there motionless majestically. The whole sky seemed to be filled with fire crows whistling, occupying his entire vision. It was impossible for him to dodge. The 5 gray-clothed swordsmen exposed a hard-to-restrain joy. The opponent actually dared to stay still. Never did we expect to meet such an arrogant, thus stupid enemy. The 5 of them came from a sword village, together since young. The 5 of them got accepted by a teacher. The 5 of them were compatible and connected to each other well, and the fire crow sword was not too high a sword technique for them to learn, but the 5 of them instead researched a combined assault technique. Adding that the 5 of them had similar standards, when the combined fire crows joined together, their might became exponentially strong. The silver carriage was surprisingly extravagant. One look and anyone could tell that the owner was from a rich family. Once the carriage entered Corvus Constellation, it was like a rock dropping into a calm river, inducing countless ripples. Who knew how many people eyed it, but most of them did not have the power to take action. The 5 of them had hesitated and discussed for a very long time, before deciding to take action and investigate. If they did manage to get it, it was a ticket to earn a lot of money. As it goes without saying, the brightness of the carriage was already sufficient to be sold for a large sum of money. When Ling Su flew out of the carriage, the 5 of them thought they met a strong enemy. But following that, after seeing Ling Su's character, they immediately recognized it as a good opportunity. Without hesitating, the 5 of them released their killing technique. The gray sword in all their hands all rotated into circles, as they shouted out loudly, "Kill!" Seeing the whole sky lit up with the fire crow sword rays, they all suddenly disappeared, changing into a huge fire red sword form, that changed into a gigantic fierce fire crow, rushing towards Ling Su. Fire Crow Amplification. The fire crow's terrifying figure, entire body flaming up, its sword intent flowing out, its fierceness was enveloping the entire field. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Even when he was in the carriage, he was able to feel the fierce and violent qi that approached. The hot qi wave caused the surrounding air temperature to rise exponentially. The 5 of them had average power, but this technique, which combined their powers, was definitely a Heaven's Road grade martial artist's power. The flame reflected on Ling Su's handsome face, and his entire silver hair, that tranquil and calm face, appeared to be rippling. The angry flames were coming out from his orange pupils, started rippling outwards, spreading across his entire face. The tranquil and peacefulness was torn apart, the storm boomed out, the orange-colored eyes igniting with rage.
In just a short time, Tian witnessed Ling Su's entire transformation from being calm to becoming enraged.
Kill! The bellow was like thunder, thundering out into the entire sky.
The silver spear in Ling Su's hand disappeared, at the same time pointed sea spear blossomed in the sky. The woo-woo sword sounds were being suppressed by the laceration sounds. The fire crows crashed into the pointed sea spears. A dot of dazzling flame lit up on the fire crows' bodies. It was like the fierce violent fire crows woke up, and the pointed sea spears that appeared in front of the fierce fire crows looked very weak. Following that, a regiment of flames suddenly lit up from the fire crow, rising and falling in succession. It was incomparably concentrated. The 5 of them had already set their hearts to it, although it looked like the flames were concentrated, and looked extremely scary, but they could feel that the damage received by the fire crow was not strong. As long as they could go through the layers of the pointed sea spears, then the opponent had no more protection. The 5 of them made quick decisions. The grey swords in their hands continued to move about differently, one after another. Rays of fire crow sword rays continued entering the gigantic fire crow body, and the gigantic fire crow's slightly dimmed body immediately lit up again, the power increasing sharply.
Chi chi chi. The lacerating sounds were like souls that had not dispersed, continuously lingering in everybody's ear.
The pointed sea spears was like a rising sea tide that did not stop. The bright fire, apparently lighting up on the gigantic fire crow, was so concentrated that it caused people's heart to palpitate. Their faces congealed. The attacks that the gigantic fire crow was receiving was rapidly growing stronger. They had no choice but to increase their waving sword speed, increasing the concentration of the fire crow sword intent, causing a flock of fire crows to enter the gigantic fire crow's body. What caused everyone to be surprised was that the gigantic fire crow body was actually slowly getting dimmer. No matter how much fire crow sword rays entered, it was slowly becoming dimmer. The 5 swords started waving faster and faster. The change in rhythm was completely not in their control, as the enormous pressure forced them to only continue increasing the speed of their swords waving. Their faces quickly became pale. Initially, they thought that the pointed sea spears was weak, but unexpectedly tough and resilient. The gigantic fire crow was like a star spirit beast that was caught in a net. No matter how it tried to struggle, it was unable to get out of it. The speed that the spear tip was showing was constantly rising, and the pressure applied on the 5 men was consistently rising as well. The 5 of them were already ashen-faced. They had plenty of fighting experiences, and they knew they had already lost the momentum, as it was entirely controlled by the opponent. The layers from the sea of spear tips in their eyes was not very profound. It could be said that this battle did not have secrets. The battle between the both sides was the battle of numbers, who could release the higher number. When the 5 of them lost the momentum lead, it meant that the amount of spears that the opponent was releasing was more than the 5 of them altogether.
That's not possible.
All 5 of their faces were shocked beyond belief. For this, fire crow amplification, they had specially trained their hand speed to release a high quantity of hits, and the speed of them 5 releasing the fire crow swords exceeded the norms for the fire crow sword at least 2 times. But the opponent was actually releasing so fast that it exceeded the total of the 5 of them. If not for them personally experiencing it, they would have definitely not believed it. In this way they were completely locked in a stalemate. In any chance that they started to sink, they had no way to redeem themselves. The chances of victory was already tilting to their opponent. The gigantic fire crow was slowly dimming, becoming very dark.
Bang!
The gigantic fire crow exploded into a puff of fire rain. The 5 of them all groaned, their faces overwhelmed with shock. But they were unable to react, and the vast pointed sea spears swallowed all 5 of them.
Retracting his spear, the sky full of pointed sea spears immediately disappeared, and the anger in Ling Su's eyes slowly retracted. He once again recovered his tranquility. Quietly standing in the air, his gaze slowly swept the surroundings. Not saying anything, he turned and floated back to the carriage. The silver hair and silver spear, he was extremely good looking. He tiptoed lightly and landed on the floor of the carriage, his silver hair floating along. Wah, little Su, you have improved by a great deal.
Tian opened his eyes wide, but followed to ask, but why did you not use what do you call that Justice Orange Corpiers? Tian, it is supposed to be Justice Origin Corpiers, but he called it, which was one book decent Pierce.
He mixed it up. I'll change it to sound like an English mistake.
His footsteps stopped, expression froze, the corner of his eyes started twitching.
Justice Orange Corpiers, remain calm, do not lower yourself and bicker with this trash.
That Justice Orange Corpiers is actually rather strong, have you forgotten? Tian rubbed his chin, his face serious. If you forgot about it, then that's a real pity.
It was a powerful technique. But it is okay, think hard about it, maybe you can remember it. Wah, watch my Justice Orange Corpiers. Tang Tian started dancing with his hands.
Ling Su's face was like dark clouds gathering, becoming blacker and blacker.
Remain calm, remain, not anymore.
Ling Su violently roared without any warning into Tang Tian's ears, in which Tang Tian did not make it in time to prepare, withdrew himself.
Shut up. You asshole. You're doing this on purpose. You're definitely doing it on purpose.
Ling Su was thoroughly enraged. He grabbed his silver spear, pang pang pang, he banged it on his chest, and thundered, "Come, let's fight.
It you don't know today, it'll be me."
Hey.
Tang Tian looked at Ling Su in astonishment, innocently saying, "Why? I'm complimenting you." Tang Tian went closer to him looking concerned. "Little Su, did you overexert yourself recently? Even your brain is fried?" "Oh no, don't tell me because of that, you forgot about the Justice Orange Corps Pierce, dot."
Ling Su felt his entire body blazing up. He had already exploded out, and all his silver hair was standing on their ends. He waved the silver spear and pointed at Tang Tian. You.
Come, let us have a good fight."
Tang Tian became increasingly sure of his own judgment, his face full of sympathy looking at Ling Su. He shook his head. "No fighting, no fighting. Little Su, when you're sick you need to go cure yourself. If it goes down this way, it will be very dangerous.
Let me tell you, the brain is very important.
Don't worry, I won't give up on you. Corvus Constellation definitely has a powerful doctor."
Brain, sick.
Ling Su felt that he was going crazy, and bellowed, "Shut up.
Let's fight."
The sympathy in Tang Tian's eyes grew even more. As he shook his head, he said seriously, "Little Su, although your brain is not good, I won't look down on you.
I am a loyal brother." Dot.
Ling Su roared in extreme anger. It was like surging thunders, from very far away, people spying from them, and the shadows trembled in fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 203, A Storm. Chapter 203, A Storm. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DeAndre. To Tang Tian and Ling Su, the episode on the road was nothing worth their attention.
But those drifting swordsmen spying from the dark were all intimidated by Ling Su. Ling Su's methods did not appear to be very clever, but he had displayed his power thoroughly.
This kind of pure power instead caused people to fear.
Every single one of the drifting swordsmen who watched the fight, only one phrase entered their minds: Heaven's Road Grade Martial Artist. The 5 men who were wiped out by Ling Su were famous martial artists, the 5 Kui Tigers. Their names struck a chord in all the drifting swordsmen's hearts. Their combined power was comparable to Heaven's Road Grade martial artists. To be able to wipe them out, Ling Su had displayed a very powerful strength, and made people suspect that Ling Su was a Heaven's Road Grade martial artist.
Heaven's Road Grade martial artists possessed very strong deterrent force in Corvus Constellation, even along the roads at night.
But at the same time it attracted a few strong martial artists' attention. What Tang Tian could not even expect was at the other side, Bing was also attracting a storm. Lu Yaji's face was dark, and the companions at his side tactfully kept quiet. Lu Yaji was interrogated for an entire 2 hours. The matter was actually blown big. The organization was already established for over 1,000 years. This organization that was formed by machine engineers possessed a long history. From the very day that it was created, they were already thinking of ways and creating a path to revive the era of mechanical weapons. Finally, they had successfully merged the Star Spirit Beasts and Blood Meridian's power to create a different type of mechanical weapon. This brand new mechanical weapon was hailed as the Blood Meridian's weapon. Although it was a different type, it was much stronger. After hibernating for so many years, the organization was waiting to amaze the world with this one single brilliant and aggressive feat, and shake the world. They did not expect that at this important juncture, the whole organization's higher-ups would be the ones greatly shaken. King Kong was the most outstanding mechanical weapon of the organization, and Lu Yaji was an expert of the organization, but he was actually defeated by another mechanical martial artist. Seems like the opponent's mechanical weapon was actually equally outstanding, or maybe actually even more. They were so shocked they wanted to know. We need to investigate thoroughly. We must definitely investigate it thoroughly. It is impossible that this mechanical weapon just sprouted out of nowhere. Behind it there must be machine engineers. We need to look for this machine engineer and all of its related influences. No matter the cost. One of the elders said. All the elders in their seats had a gloomy expression. If this machine engineer was just one person it would be easy to handle, but if the opponent was also a powerhouse influence, to them, it meant that they had a strong competitor. All the powerful mechanical martial artists from the organization were all sent out. Following the target direction, they pursued and gave chase. It was reported that there were traces of the opponent up ahead. Bing shot a glance out at a distant place, a cold intent flitting past his eyes.
I have played enough, it's time to go back.
Bing's tone of voice was very lazy. In his eyes, the group of people chasing him were 100% a group of beginners. He had brought them round and round in a big circle, to the point that even he did not know where he was. Never did I think that there would still be people who could create such weird mechanical weapons. Bing's face was filled with disgust, but it really is ugly. Born in the Southern Cross Army, Bing loathed blood meridian weapons, although there was no reason, in his eyes, it was an abomination. But looking at this, the golden era of the mechanical martial artists is about to start. Bing muttered to himself, seems like I need to grab little Tang to train, and cannot let him be taken by Ghost Claw completely. With that person's attitude, it shouldn't be that difficult, right? Definitely so.
Bing irresponsibly thought of this decision.
In the past he did not wish for Tian to put too much focus on the mechanical weapons because he felt that it was already their downfall, that was a generation worth of mistakes going down the wrong path. But after this period of time of interacting with Sky Tiger and meeting the King Kong, it made him realize that the new era of mechanics was about to come. These new mechanical weapons, compared to his generation, were much stronger. He did not know where this route will end. But as long as there was a bit of hope, how could he give up? Bing was spirited. Suddenly he regained his senses, that poker face that was full of style starting to laugh to himself. Seeing how poor they were now, to let Sai Lei create a mechanical weapon, who knew how long it would take.
Hearing noises coming from afar, Bing stopped daydreaming, looked at the little black dots in the distance and could not help grinning. He had purposely brought these people, and walked the wrong direction. Regarding the distance to Three Spirit City, he was unsure of how far it was. These people would definitely not think that, in the spirit region, he could casually enter the martial spirit chamber entrance. In the spirit region, the link between the spirit general and the owner was extremely intimate. Bing realized, in the spirit region, no matter how far it was, he could clearly feel Tang Tian and the martial spirit chamber entrance's location. What led him to be most surprised was that he could go back to the entrance of the martial spirit chamber. After all, he was just a spirit general.
Bing could not say if he was happy or sad, and simply just sighed. His figure would gradually become diluted, and eventually disappear.
Bing's return did not surprise Tang Tian, as he was focused on grinding the anvils.
Bing slowly strolled to Ghost Claw's side. Seems like he improved a lot. Over this period of time, he had mastered it.
If you talk about real time, there is still half a month.
Ghost Claw's gaze never left Tang Tian's body one bit, but Bing could tell from his voice that there was inexplicable joy and emotion that could not be hidden.
His speed is rather fast.
Bing shot a glance at Tang Tian and was surprised.
He has been working hard.
Ghost Claw said coldly. Really makes people anticipative how powerful this person will become. Bing was also very anticipative. If Tang Tian could complete learning the Grandmaster grade Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, matching with the Peacock armor, his power should be amplified multiple folds. Ghost Claw did not say anything, and simply fixed his gaze on the figure gasping for breath amidst the sparks. Ghost Claw did not have a disciple in his life, and the young man in front of him was the man whom he had decided to throw all his heart's blood and sweat and tears into. Tang Tian was completely immersed in training, although his 10 fingers colors did not change much, but inside his body, the meridians connecting to his 10 fingers were steadier by a full 5 times. The transformation was not only in his 10 fingers, regardless if it was his fists or palms now, the power was much greater than before. This was the main reason why he was putting so much effort in. If he completed grinding the 10,000 anvils, then the meridians in his shoulders, how much stronger would it become? Tang Tian was looking forward to it. The 5 Koi Tiger brothers have been killed. The person who spoke was tall, dressed in a black swordmaster robes. His face had a frivolous smile.
5 tigers?
Are they worth it? The person who spoke did not even lift his head, but in his tone of voice, it was filled with disdain, expressed without consideration. He was carefully grinding his sword, once in a while taking it up onto his hand, checking out the sword spine. The black-clothed swordsman was extremely familiar with his friend's character, and laughed without making a sound, and continued, they were killed by one person.
One person?
The man grinding the sword stopped moving. And they were using the Fire Crow amplification. Initially they thought they could win, who knew the opponent's hand was much faster than them, and wasted them.
The swordsman dressed in black stretched his back and said. Using his hand speed, he killed 5 of them? One person?
The man grinding his sword was stirred. And that person uses a spear. The black-clothed swordsman yawned. He should be Heaven's Road grade. Maybe he isn't, but he isn't far from it. A different color flit crossed the man grinding the sword's eyes, his expression maintaining calm. You came to look for me. It wasn't to tell me all this, right?
Ha ha. It's still you who understands me.
The black-clothed swordsman laughed out loud. It'll be Teacher Mo's birthday soon, we two poor turtles have nothing to give.
I saw that the carriage was not too bad, Silver Heavenly Steed, if we gift it to Teacher Mo, it would mean something. The man grinding the sword frowned. What plans do you have with Teacher Mo?
The black-clothed swordsman who was found out was embarrassed. I heard that in Teacher Mo's hands is a silver-ranked Piscus Austrinus sword. I have been eyeing it for a long time. Since Teacher Mo cannot use it, the silver-ranked Heavenly Steed car, so majestic, I am thinking that Teacher Mo would definitely be willing to exchange it.
The opponent is a heavens-grade martial artist.
The man grinding his sword reminded him.
That is why I came to look for you, right? He laughed, and he quickly continued, also, if we really cannot beat them, we can still run.
The man grinding thought for a while, and said, don't rush. 5 Gui Tiger brothers were from the Gua family sword village. The Gua family clan are rude and unreasonable. How will they leave the matter like that? I remember that the 5 Gui Tiger brothers' teacher, it should be Guodong.
Guodong. The cheeky expression on the black-clothed swordsman instantly disappeared, his expression becoming heavier. Then that is a problem. That's right.
The man grinding nodded his head. He is a Heaven's Road grade martial artist that has always been ranked inside the top 10,000. He has stayed in the Gua village for 5 years, and yet his ranking hasn't dropped out. This person is too strong. The black-clothed swordsman nodded his head in agreement. In all the Heaven's Road grade martial artists, to be able to be in the top 10,000, they were the true experts. Those who had just entered Heaven's Road grade had no ranking. Only if you continued to fight, discover new shipping routes etc., could your ranking gradually rise. Heaven Road rankings were jointly formulated by the two great constellations Cepheus and Cassiopeia constellation, and they had a complicated computing method. Cepheus and Cassiopeia constellation had exceptionally strong martial artists, but stood aloof from all the worldly matters. They collaborated with a few heavenly bodies to create the immortal martial library. Going through successive generations of operations, all these immortal martial libraries had already opened in various constellations and planets of Heaven Road. No one knew of the beginning of the Heaven's Road rankings, even the current authorities, who had already been through 700 plus years of development. All the generations of Cepheus and Cassiopeia had always maintained a neutral standpoint, and never participated in any fight for power.
So the rankings also received many people's trust.
So the 5 Gui Tiger brothers were his students. The man in black sighed, then they are in deep trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 204, Stone Gravel Beast. Chapter 204, Stone Gravel Beast. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and Da Andre. Tang Tian opened his eyes, feeling that his body was full of energy. He had an awesome sleep. After consistently training for 7 days straight, he would fall into a deep and beautiful sleep. Physical power could be recovered by meditating, but the fatigue and tiredness in the mind and heart could not be removed. That is where sleep, which is extremely outstanding in removing that, comes in. Also, after a long duration of high-intensity training, where the meridians were being toughened up, it would leave behind some hidden injuries, thus sleep would enable true power to heal those hidden injuries. Even the strongest experts, after a period of time, needed to sleep. Looking at the ceiling, Tang Tian's thoughts started to drift. It was a brand new day. Shua, both of his shoulders lifted up. Tang Tian, who was lying on the bed, shouted, Tang Tian, you can do it. After shouting, he nimbly got out of bed. After washing up, he headed towards the carriage head. Walking to it, he could see the handsome silver heavenly steed. This heavenly steed was not real, and was created by using the true power from star rocks. The silver heavenly steed pulled the silver carriage, going through the clouds at a very fast speed. Tang Tian looked at the scenery below him flying past very quickly. The carriage had a layer of true power, preventing wind from blowing in. Yet another pile of cotton clouds flew past. It was extremely interesting. Tang Tian was puzzled. After sitting for so many days, did he only find out how interesting the feeling of riding was? The silver heavenly steed carriage, compared to all the other carriages he had sat on before, was much more high class. Whether it was comparing altitude or speed, it was much more outstanding. Master. The coachman noticed Tang Tian, and immediately bowed. Tang Tian snickered, this carriage is good, right? Extremely great. The coachman could not resist to praise, as expected of the silver heavenly steed, it is my first time riding such a high-class carriage, and it feels too great, Ha 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 ha. Tang Tian was extremely happy, and bent his waist while laughing. But master. The coachman said. We need to find a place to stop for a while to restock our water and food. The ones we are carrying on the carriage are depleting and are not sufficient. Are there any cities nearby? Tang Tian asked. There aren't.
The coachman was experienced and immediately gave another suggestion, but to replenish food and water, we can just find a sword village.
Sword village?
It was the first time Tang Tian heard of that noun.
The coachman said, Corvus Constellation is very desolate and also very barren.
This place practically doesn't have any produce, also the water and food is very little, so there are very little cities, the most are the villages. Corvus Constellation's villages are mostly sword villages.
Who knows why Corvus Constellation is not suitable to cultivate produce? Then where do they get their food from? Tang Tian was unsure.
Most of it is bought from caravans from outside.
The coachman explained.
They need to use Corvus gold to exchange for food.
Corvus gold? What is that? Tang Tian was even more curious.
Corvus Constellation has a very peculiar star spirit beast, all the locals call it the stone gravel beast. Stone gravel beast loves to swallow all types of sand and stone, and their insides would always leave a huge amount of metal lumps, and only Corvus Constellation has these metal lumps, so everyone calls it Corvus gold. All the traders from outside love to collect Corvus gold, so everyone uses it to exchange for food.
Such a weird place. Tang Tian was surprised. Suddenly he noticed that there was movements below. Hey, what is that?
Below was a village, and was currently facing an intense battle.
Not good. The coachman's face changed. Those are stone gravel beasts.
They are surrounding the village.
God, how are there so many of them?
Unless there is a stone gravel beast king.
Are those stone gravel beasts? Tang Tian's eyes widened as he curiously sized them up.
The stone gravel beasts had a huge stature, with a head and 4 limbs, roughly 4 to 5 meters tall, some were even tall enough to hit 7 meters. Their bodies were completely formed by a mixture of gravel and stone, their appearance was ugly. Although they were not nimble, but their movements were not slow either, and they released powerful amounts of strength. Their fists were an entire piece of huge rock, one punch could certainly shake mountains and cause the earth to splash. All the villagers below were retreating step by step. The stone gravel beasts are all quite stupid, and will definitely not form up to attack this way. There must be a stone gravel beast king.
The coachman's face was one of panic and fear.
Tang Tian felt that the coachman was right, the stone gravel beasts were pouring in like a waterfall, numbered close to 1,000. The defense of the village was already heavily damaged, and the imminent crisis was falling upon them. Such a large-scale attack, there is probably a king beast that was leading the charge. But Tang Tian's gaze kept on sweeping about on the stone gravel beasts, but did not find any trace of the king beast. And the villagers below were not going to make it anymore, there were faint indicators of collapsing.
Little Su, come out! Tang Tian shouted, stepping onto the protective fence, his peacock feathers opening up.
He was very excited. After grinding for so many days, the dull and tedious taste made him want to puke. Looking at the exciting battlefield below, Tang Tian could feel his blood meridians boiling, his fighting intent surging. Stepping on the protective fence, Tang Tian stretched out his arms and leaped outwards. Xiacheng stabbed his sword into the stone gravel beast in front of him, true power bubbling out. Pong! The stone gravel beast's body had another huge deep hole. The stone gravel beast's body became sluggish, the light in its eyes dimming, turning into a pile of sand and stone. Xiacheng could not bother wiping of his sweat. He noticed his little sister in danger. He stepped forward with true chi bursting out. His body was like lightning, in a flash appearing on the stone gravel beast, the long sword in his hand stabbing into the body. The sword tip touched onto a hard and solid texture. A strict look appeared in Xiacheng's eyes, his true power bursting forth.
Bang!
A deep and crude hole appeared on the stone gravel beast, and it instantly turned into sand and stones.
Brother!
Xia Wan was out of breath, perspiration dripping down. The hand holding onto the sword was shivering. Her face was quite pale.
Go to the back.
Xiacheng instructed her. His little sister was still a girl, her body was weaker, and in this kind of battle, to persevere until now is totally risking her life. Seeing smoke coming out from the village, Xiacheng's eyes flashed pain. He had forgotten how many stone gravel beasts he had killed, but all the stone gravel beasts in front of him were still packed and numerous in number, like a tide with no end.
Is it the end of our sword village today?
Suddenly, Xiacheng quivered. One of the beasts had entered his vision. The arm, which was as thick as a water bucket, suddenly smashed towards Xia Wan.
Damn it!
Xiacheng's eyes immediately became bloodshot. Without thinking, he and his sword flew, a red ray of light flashing through. The stone gravel beast stood frozen in its spot, a big hole appearing in its chest. Xiacheng was out of breath, his true power was almost fully exhausted, and the village did not seem to be able to hold up anymore. He clenched his teeth, turned and told Xia Wan, "Tell second uncle, to tell the whole village to fall back to the mountains." Xiacheng stopped talking, his eyes widening.
That was...
Tang Tian was like a meteor flying down, the strong winds blowing onto his face were like knives, and the scenery below him enlarging very quickly due to his velocity. His fighting intent was increasing.
Seeing that he was reaching the ground, he bellowed, "Peacock!"
The peacock wings behind his back opened up. Tang Tian's speed instantly turned sluggish, he could only feel a very strong force on his back, his body stopped in midair.
Borrowing the power from the wings, Tang Tian's legs stomped onto the ground heavily. Bang! The astonishing chi resonated outwards, the floor around his legs formed cracks that etched out like spider webs.
He instantly jumped into the mess of stone gravel beasts, instantly being surrounded. The surrounding stone gravel beasts all roared in rage, waving their big stone heads, they rushed towards Tang Tian.
Tang Tian did not want to be outdone, and roared out loudly as well, taking the initiative to attack. Zi la la!
Dazzling sparks blossomed in the air, Tang Tian's 5 fingers were like hooks, in a flash penetrating into the stone gravel beast's body.
Dawn!
The exploding sound was like a soft thunder, coming out from the stone gravel beast's stomach. The stone gravel beast's body suddenly exploded, and all the stone and sand was like rain falling down.
Xia Chang and Xia Wen stared blankly at that scene, they momentarily forgot that they were still in the battlefield.
To kill a stone gravel beast in one strike was not impressive, Xia Chang could do it too. But to do that, to directly cause the stone gravel beast to explode, Xia Chang speculated that he was absolutely unable to do that. They were fighting the stone gravel beasts every day, so they knew the characteristics of these beasts from head to toe. They were not hard to kill, as long as the spirit nucleus in their body was destroyed, they would die and transform into sand and stone. But their bodies were much tougher than what people thought. All the sand and stone forming together, gelled together by a type of bizarre sticky liquid, to explode their entire body was extremely difficult. Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw, although it had not reached the Grandmaster grade yet, but it was rather mature already. Another stone gravel beast raised its right shoulder, its stone fist smashing down towards Tang Tian.
Tang Tian did not have any intention to dodge, without retreating, he brazenly entered the beast's bosom. Boom!
The stone fist crashed into the sand behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian's 5 fingers brought along dazzling sparks, fiercely piercing into the stone gravel beast's chest.
Bang! Dot!
The stone gravel beast in front of him suddenly exploded. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was originally a firm and fierce known claw technique, and Tang Tian's current Fire Scythe Ghost Claw had not reached that state yet. Every claw of his would unnaturally use all his strength. This meant that his control over the strength of using it was still far off. But this fault, to be used here, was perfect. Tang Tian was like a fierce tiger killing its way in a herd of sheep, his figure was faintly discernible in the brilliant and dazzling sparks, every claw was like a terrifying heavy hammer. There was not one stone gravel beast that could block his attacks. Just then a low thunderous sound was heard, the stone gravel and the sparks were mixed up in the rain. Tang Tian suddenly went forward, sweeping everything before him, his power was like a devastation on rotten and dried up twigs.
Dang!
Tang Tian's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was blocked by a stone gravel beast. The sparks flew everywhere, and Tang Tian and that gravel spirit beast both retreated simultaneously. This stone gravel beast in front of Tang Tian was different from all the rest, its figure was roughly the same as a normal human, its eyes were 2 brown sparkling and translucent rocks, its body had a mixture of sparkly metal pieces of gravel inside. Its figure was not obese at all, but possessed some sort of inconceivable sense of beauty. When Xie Chang saw that stone gravel beast, he shouted out in surprise, "Stone Gravel Beast King. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 205, A Real Martial Artist. Chapter 205, A Real Martial Artist. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DeAndre.
Tang Tian stared at the stone gravel beast in front of him, his expression congealing. The stone gravel beast king was actually permeating a dangerous chi. 18 multiplier folds of intuition led Tang Tian to have a sharp sense of danger, much more than a normal person. Ever since he landed down until now, the normal stone gravel beasts were like vegetables and fruits in his hands, and not one of them gave off a dangerous chi to him. Seems like this was a powerful fellow.
Tang Tian's eyes showed excitement, the fighting intent in his chest was exploding out.
To be able to exchange fists with such a powerful beast always made Tang Tian excited. Without thinking, Tang Tian released power from his legs, his body squatting down, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he pounced straight towards the stone gravel beast king. The 5 fingers by his side clawed through the air, on his fingertips suddenly releasing out rays of light due to heat. The rays of light suddenly grew, crackle, sparks blossomed out of Tang Tian's fingertips, suddenly burning and dazzling. His shadow was like the wind, bringing forth a beautiful line of sparks. A brilliant light flashed across the stone gravel beast king's brown translucent eyes, and it raised its right fist. The dark metal palm of the right fist, in Tang Tian's eyes, was crystal clear.
Tang Tian's pupils contracted, the entire metal palm.
The stone gravel beast king's fists were actually completely metal. The black metal palm was covered with bright minute metals, looking like the stars in the night sky. It was mysterious and beautiful. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw and the stone gravel beast king's fists inevitably crashed.
Boom! Countless sparks suddenly exploded from Tang Tian's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. It was like fireworks.
While the earth affinity true power that was surging from the stone gravel beast king fists erupted out, the solid ground rippled like fluid water, spreading out in a circle. Tang Tian's fingers were immediately numb. The Shuring Earth Affinity True Power contained a large amount of force. Tang Tian felt like he was going against a heavy hammer. But the opponent did not have it great too. Tang Tian's extremely dangerous and explosive Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was infused with the sharp crane energy. The claw technique itself had sharp and acute attacks that could penetrate almost anything. With this claw, the stone gravel beast king's body gave way. Tang Tian yelled out. His claw was so fast it created images, using speed to fight with speed. Ding ding ding. It was like metal claws consistently hitting onto the heavy hammer until it became red. Every hit would induce sparks. It was so concentrated that it could cause people to not be able to breathe. The sparks enveloped the both of them. Xia Qing and Xia Wan could only see two figures fighting in the sparks. Just at this time, Ling Su came killing in. When Tang Tian shouted for him, he was immersed in training, and his entire body was still wet from perspiration. Ling Su glanced around, the silver spear in his hands like a venomous dragon coming out from its cave. So, the sound of the long spear breaking through the air. Ling Su had wandered alone for a very long time, and his experiences in battle were immense, although it was his first time meeting stone gravel beasts, but after a while, he had grasped the big rock's weaknesses. His figure was vigorous, flying forward like lightning. Every spear would hit an enemy. The spear technique was meant for killing in battlefields like these. He was like a killing god. Wherever he went, the enemies would suffer a crushing defeat. So powerful. Xiaowan watched in a daze, her eyes were attracted and stuck to Ling Su. The spear was like a meteor, red like a raging inferno, the silver hair draping over his shoulders, the white robe with gold threads. Such a good-looking young man. Once he came out, he had already attracted Xiaowan's gaze over. Ling Su followed along the sword village mud wall and killed all around. After a few bouts, the pressure on the collapsing mud wall was lessened. Xia Qing's expression was stunned, his gaze was more stuck onto Tang Tian's fight with the stone gravel beast king. One human, one beast, the scene was extremely intoxicating and excitingly fiery. Even those stone gravel beasts that were unafraid of death, all made way, and formed a circle arena, and those who were inattentive, were immediately killed.
Tang Tian was extremely happy fighting.
He did not hold back. In truth, with his current attainments with Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, he had no choice but to go all out. Every strike used a lot of energy, and the tempo of the fight was so quick that he purely relied on instincts. But, it was really exhilarating. Tang Tian could not wait to look up to the sky to shout. He was already tortured for so many days grinding anvils, such a tedious and dull training, day after day.
The fighting intent that was kept in control could completely erupt now.
Ghost Claw did not teach Tang Tian any Fire Scythe Ghost Claw techniques, and Tang Tian only knew how to use the air to produce sparks. But Tang Tian was not the least bit afraid because of that, but instead all sorts of techniques and movements flowed into his head. He was completely relying on his intuition, and this led him to release fluid movements. The violent sparks became difficult to fathom. The stone gravel beast king only felt the pressure on it rapidly increasing. Suddenly, a sharp and powerful long shrill sounded out from far away. The hiss was ear-piercing, causing Tang Tian's mood to stop abruptly. The stone gravel beast king's eyes suddenly released a light, and hurriedly retreated. Without looking at Tang Tian, it flew out far.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
All the stone gravel beasts were like a tide that retreated, leaving the entire floor full of sand and stone. The ground trembled, the momentum was extremely powerful. Even Tang Tian and Ling Su were surprised by the sudden powerful whistle, but neither of them gave chase. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the stone gravel beast king, as it quickly disappeared. Ling Su heaved a sigh of relief, his entire silver hair was drenched with perspiration. He was originally running out of physical strength. After the crazy killing, he was so tired that he was panting. They are retreating. The stone gravel beasts are retreating. The villagers' celebratory shouts exploded, and a smiling expression appeared on his lips. This feeling was really great. Suddenly, a tender-looking hand passed over a handkerchief.
Thank you.
The girl's voice was gentle like water, with a hint of shyness. Ling Su was surprised. He raised his head, and a delicate and pretty face entered his eyes. Upon contact with Ling Su's gaze, Xia Wan panicked, stuffed the handkerchief into Ling Su's hands, and ran away. Ling Su was puzzled. He looked at the snow-white handkerchief, then looked at his drenched hair.
Such a small piece, even if I wipe, it's useless.
Ling Su's heart thought of that, and randomly flushed the handkerchief into his pocket. He decided that he would definitely enjoy a good bath later. He turned to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was actually still looking at the direction that the stone gravel beast king left in, and seemingly out of character.
Ling Su took his spear, walked over to Tang Tian. Hey, what are you looking at? My body cannot move already.
Tang Tian's expression looked like he was holding back his defecation. Just now he had fought to the point that he ignored his body, and Tang Tian completely let go. While he fought, he could not feel anything, but once it was over, Tang Tian realized that although it was enjoyable, but it caused his body to still have some degree of injury. His muscles were tensed up like metal, he could not make them relax. He looked like a statue standing straight there, not moving an inch. Ling Su was stunned, but burst out in laughter. Ha 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 ha. He patted Tang Tian's shoulders, and said with his heart, the scenery here is rather good, you can slowly enjoy it yourself.
Hey hey hey. Little Su, how can you be like that? Hey hey hey. You asshole.
Ling Su turned and walked away from Tang Tian's scoldings. After walking for 10 meters, Xiacheng, who was blocking his way forward, earnestly said, please do not disturb him, he is currently thinking of something important.
Upon hearing that, Xiacheng quickly nodded his head. Okay.
Xiacheng immediately informed the villagers not to go near Tang Tian to disturb him. Suddenly, a big wind blew by, and bean-sized raindrops started falling down. The blink of an eye, it had transformed into a downpour.
Pitiful Tang Tian was immediately drenched. Little Su, you're dead. Tang Tian clenched his teeth as he scolded in the rain.
100 meters away in a pavilion, Ling Su smiled as he accepted a cup of hot tea from Xia Wan, leisurely sipping on it. Just finished with a hot bath, and changing into a set of new dry clothes, drinking the hot tea, it was an unspeakable comfort and enjoyment.
Xiacheng looked at the lone figure standing in the rain, admiration in his eyes. He said, Senior Tang is really someone with a persevering martial heart. Under the rain, he can comprehend selflessness, he is really my model. The rain was heavy, the vast and boundless sky and earth, 100 meters away, the figure in the downpour, became somewhat indistinct. If not for their powerful eye power, it would be very hard to see. Ling Su was controlling his laughter to the point of cramping in his stomach, but his face maintained a straight face. Yes, that's right, he's that kind of person. His heart is pure on the martial Tao, who advocates bitterness and hardship. When you guys are preparing food for him, remember it must definitely be meager, and there must not be oil or meat. Half a steamed bun, a bowl of cold water, should be sufficient. It was a rare opportunity to turn it against Tang Tian. Even Ling Su felt that he was going overboard. These kinds of bad things, isn't it Bing who does this? It really is. Different environment provides different influences. Xiacheng was moved, so that's the way to sharpen willpower. His will is so firm and persistent, such strength, and he can still be self-disciplined to do such hardships. He really is amazing. Ling Su's face pitted him. No choice, this was his choice of Tao road. Just at this time, Xiaowan noticed that the figure in the rain was moving, and exclaimed, Master Tang is moving. Xiacheng immediately looked over. As expected, the lonesome figure in the rain was shivering, and at the same time clumsily walking over. Plop, Tang Tian, who was in the rain, fell. At this time Tang Tian seemed to be in a very difficult situation, but in Xiacheng's eyes, it was a determined hardship and benevolent person, who gave up life pleasures, a lonely martial artist figure. It was so clear, so imposing. A real martial artist. Xiacheng muttered to himself, his eyes filled with passion and worship. He immediately regained his senses, and quickly ordered, Sister, hurry, go prepare some food. Remember, half a steamed bun, and a bowl of cold water. Xia Wan nodded, and immediately went to prepare. In the rain, Tang Tian kept staggering along. Over the distance he fell a few times, his body was wet and full of dirt. This was a real martial artist. Xiacheng's heart was indescribably moved. When Tang Tian rushed to the pavilion, he sat on the stone bench, gasping for breath with all his might. He had used all his energy on the fire scythe Ghost Claw. To continue with such high intensity of battle, to the current Tang Tian, it was beyond his power. Tang Tian then realized, no wonder Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was a rank 7 martial technique. All the muscles in his body were trembling, the meridians in his body were completely covered in internal injuries. He would have to spend a few days to fully recover. Even the muscles on his face sustained different degrees of injuries. He stared fiercely at Ling Su, both eyes spewing fire. But because the muscles on his face were injured, his current expression was extremely foolish. Masters, please eat. Xiacheng respectfully said. Eat. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Good, wait for this brother to eat full, and then we will settle this. Tang Tian was so excited as he set his gaze on the food plate in front of him. It was magnificent and exceptionally bulky, and Xiacheng respectfully opened up the box. 1 bowl of cold water, half a steamed bun. Tang Tian's eyes stared straight at that.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 206, Sword Order. Chapter 206, Sword Order. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre.
Pitiful Tang Tian did not have the strength to cause trouble for Ling Su. He spent an entire 3 days lying on the bed, before recovering and waking up. This deeply reminded him, with his current true power, he had no control over activating Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, his body was not able to take it. He then thought about it. Ghost Claw might look old and frail, but contained in it was a surprising amount of power. As Tang Tian climbed out of bed, he walked out of the room, he saw the messy sword village, and could not help but be speechless. A lone mountain sat behind the village, casting a sad feeling, as though the entire sword village was shrouded with a layer of sorrow. It had already been 3 days since the shaking battle, and to the villagers, it was not the end. Many of the houses hung black armbands, and Tang Tian knew that represented that the family had a death of a family member. Everyone still had lingering sorrow on their faces, but at the moment, they did not care about the pain and suffering, but strived to work with all their might. The mud wall that protected the village had multiple gaps, and the villagers needed to quickly fix up the wall, so the next time the stone grabble beasts came, it could prevent them from coming in. When Tang Tian found Xie Cheng, he was half naked, carrying some gigantic logs, and continuously ramping up the wall. Tang Tian's arrival caused many movements of the villagers, and quickly someone went to inform Xie Cheng.
Xie Cheng immediately jumped down, and feeling slightly embarrassed, "Master, why are you here? This place is too dirty." I'm not some kind of master, just call me Tian." Tang Tian slightly blushed, and curiously asked, "You guys are building the wall, to defend against the stone grabble beasts?" "No."
Xie Cheng smiled bitterly. Usually the stone grabble beasts will not come to attack the village, they are very stupid. The wall is to protect against some other wild beasts.
Then that time? Tang Tian was taken aback.
That was a stone grabble beast king. Xie Cheng's face darkened, but filled with worry. The stone grabble beast king is rarely seen. I never expected that this place would have one. Without the beast king, the stone grabble beasts are a group of stupid animals. With the beast king, they are extremely dangerous.
But luckily Master came out to take action, if not, the village would have been devastated. Ha ha.
It was a very slight effort.
You don't have to harp on it.
Tang Tian's both hands grasped his waist as he laughed out loud, his face yet showing a satisfied look. Xie Cheng slapped his forehead. "Oh right, Master, please follow me."
Xie Cheng brought Tang Tian along to a warehouse. He opened it, and gratefully said, "These are all the Corvus gold that we collected the last time, all these are Master's spoils of war. The village is too poor, and have nothing to thank Master, I am really."
When Xie Cheng reached here, his face was flushed red. When a Heaven's Road grade martial artist took action, it was usually 100,000 star coins, and that was the market price. From the start, Tang Tian did not even think of receiving any remuneration, but he could see that the village was extremely poor, all the houses were somewhat dilapidated.
His gaze landed on the small pile of gold in the warehouse, and excitedly shouted, "This is Corvus gold?"
Corvus gold were varied sizes of small, round and plump metals. The entire gray surface had golden patches. When holding it, it was extremely light.
Such a light metal. Xie Cheng looked at Tang Tian's expression, and knew it was his first time interacting with the Corvus gold, and laughed out as he introduced, "N. Corvus gold is rather useless for us locals, and practically all bought by the caravan traders.
I heard that the mechanical engineers like them, so we use them to exchange for food. Out of all this Corvus gold, the quality is not that bad. If Master has a mechanical engineer friend, maybe all this would be useful. If they are sold, I'm not too sure how much money it is worth."
Mechanical engineer? Tang Tian immediately thought of Sai Lei, and happily said, "Just nice, I have a mechanical engineer friend, then I will take all of it. It was originally yours to begin with."
Xie Cheng corrected him, but truthfully.
Don't mention it. Tang Tian was suddenly curious, "Why are you all not changing places?"
"I've seen the surrounding terrain, it is rather flat and difficult to defend, and it seems to not be connected to the major roads."
"Why not move to the mountain behind? I have seen the mountain terrain, it is steep, easy to defend and hard to attack."
Xie Cheng sighed, "It is a long story.
We are of the Xie family, and are guardian swordsmen." Guardian swordsman? Tang Tian was stunned, it was his first time hearing that saying.
Xie Cheng laughed bitterly, "It has to do with the mountain Master just mentioned."
"That steep mountain peak?"
Tang Tian was astounded. The mountain peak was a lonely erected peak, and extremely steep, like a sword pointing to the heavens.
"Yes."
Xie Cheng continued explaining, "That mountain peak is called Stone Sword Peak. Since our ancestors' time, it has been passed down. The mountain is suppressing a treasured sword with powerful history. And my Xia family's life mission is to look after this treasured sword.
Sounds really powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up.
Xia Qing's face that had gone through hardships expressed a helpless laugh, but truthfully, no one had ever seen what treasured sword there was. Since young I had always gone up the mountain to find it, and have dug 3 meters down, but did not find even a trace of our ancestors. Our ancestors also did not have anyone who has seen the sword, so we suspect this duty that has been passed down could be fake.
So because of this, you guys never shifted? Tang Tian could not stop himself and said. The smile on Xia Qing's face became even more bitter, although he clearly agreed.
Just at this time, a villager staggered in suddenly. Big brother Qing, not good.
Not good. What's the matter? Xia Qing's eyes became as sharp as a sword. Are the stone gravel beasts back? No, not that.
The villager ran anxiously, and was gasping for breath, but continued, sword order.
Big brother Cheng, look at this sword order. Sword order? Xia Qing eyes darkened.
It was a silver sword printed card, on top of it one word was written Gua.
Gua family sword order. Xia Qing's face changed, as he muttered to himself, who would want to aggravate that demon Guodong?
He injected true power into the sword order, and a ray of light shot out from it. Inside the light was an expensive-looking silver carriage, a silver-haired young man and a sloppy-looking youngster inside the carriage. The faces of Xia Qing and the other villager changed, their gaze looked towards Tang Tian.
Isn't that me and little Su?
Tang Tian pointed at the little people inside the ray of light, his eyes lighting up, he was filling with joy. Just at this time, a fierce voice filled with killing intent suddenly erupted from the sword order. Anyone who sees this car or people, report to the Gua family quickly. If there is anyone who tries to hide these people, I will decimate the entire village, even the chickens and dogs will not live. The villagers' faces turned pale white, and on Xia Qing's face was utter fear. The ray of light from the sword order dissipated, and dropped back into Xia Qing's hands.
Tang Tian, who was originally curious, after hearing those words, he frowned and unhappily asked, who is that bastard? He sure is arrogant. Fire Crow Headsman, the Gua family village sword master Guodong.
Xia Qing's face slowly recovered its color, but in his eyes was still the lingering fear.
Tang Tian was confused. I've never heard of him.
Guodong became famous very early on, roughly 10 years ago, he became a heavens-grade martial artist. Xia Qing bit his lips, and 7 years ago, his name rushed into the Heavens Road list of 10,000 names. From then on, he never dropped out from the Heaven Road list, and he is currently ranked 9,928.
Heaven Road list? Tang Tian's eyes lit up, he was filled with curiosity. What is that? A ranking list for experts.
Seeing Tang Tian's expression, Xia Qing knew he was not faking it, but in his heart he was curious. Master's strength is so powerful, how can he not know such general knowledge? He still patiently explained, yes, the Heaven Road list is a list of the current strongest, but there are only the names of the Heavens Road grade martial artists are allowed to go up. The Heaven Road list was created by the collaboration of the Cepheus and Cassiopeia constellations, after going through the collective information from the immortal martial libraries, based on the realm, martial technique, fighting successes, they create the list.
Hurry, take a look, is there me? Upon hearing such a fun thing, Tang Tian was once again excited. Master has to go by the immortal martial news specially created at the immortal martial library first, then you will know.
Xia Qing continued introducing, on it there is much news regarding the Heavens Road, any experts that passed away, which aristocratic family or which genius from what constellation did something big recently, everything is introduced on it.
If Master wants to understand more about Heaven Road, the immortal martial news is the right choice. Where can two find an immortal martial library? Tang Tian's heart was itching, he had recently seen his own power growing, and should have entered the Heavens Road grade. Doesn't that mean his own name can appear to the whole world? Whoa, if that's the case, there isn't anything that's better. Who cares about Guodong? Oh, who is he? Some small fry ranked almost 10,000, and he still dares to talk big? Humph.
Xia Qing shook his head, our village is too remote, there's no immortal martial library. If Master wants to purchase the immortal martial news, you have to go to the big city. I haven't been there for very long and haven't taken notice of such things already. Xia Qing's heart sighed. In the past, he was also filled with a lot of willpower, a wild heart that yearns to grow, but reality hit him, he was only an ordinary person, and was far from being a genius. The Heaven Road list was the battlefield for the geniuses, and it had nothing to do with him. He was just a poor boy from a poor sword village in a poor mountain valley. Only people like Master could be hooked onto the immortal martial news, Xia Qing's heart envied. Listening to Xia Qing's words, Tang Tian was lost, but suddenly he thought of something. Don't I have the honorable martial plate? Who knew if they sold it there? The honorable martial plate sold all kinds of bizarre things, and had left a deep impression on Tang Tian. Thinking about it, Tang Tian immediately bade farewell to Xie Qing, rushed back to his room, and immediately injected true power into the honorable martial plate. He hadn't used the honorable martial plate for very long. If not for training, it would be battles. What honorable martial group? He had already thrown it to the back of his head. He had accumulated lots of credits in the honorable martial plate. Every month he had a fixed amount of points earned, collected until now. It must be a big sum. Currently he had no thoughts of caring about anything else, and immediately searched for whether it sold the immortal martial news. Who knew? There were very few people selling it, and the price was relatively cheap.
Without thinking twice, Tang Tian bought the latest edition.
The martial artists of Honorable Martial Group would frequently be at desolated open areas or mountains, and at those places it was impossible to purchase the immortal martial news. And although the price of delivery was slightly expensive, but to the rich people, it was nothing. Tang Tian was a poor soul, but at this point of time the immortal martial news was too exciting for him to care. Very quickly, a drafted Cepheus and Cassiopeia constellation blue card appeared inside Tang Tian's honorable martial plate.
The sky blue card was very pretty. Tang Tian impatiently injected true power into the card. What ranking was he?
It caused people to be so curious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 207, Immortal Martial News. Chapter 207, Immortal Martial News. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DeAndre. Oh my.
Tang Tian's mouth was wide open, looking at the words pouring out like waterfall. His eyes became blurred. Inside such a small card, the amount of news accumulated inside was beyond Tang Tian's imagination. Tang Tian did not know that the power combined from the two great constellations to obtain the immortal martial news was the most powerful and authoritative news in the whole of Heaven's Road. The huge amount of news daily would be gathered in all the constellations and all the planets. Countless amounts of manpower would filter them, seek for proof. All the information accumulated would naturally grow so huge. Under the countless generations of experiences of the two great constellations, immortal martial news had become the strongest news report under the sky. Just by relying on this formidable and huge collective information capability, immortal martial slowly became a power colossus contending in the 13 constellations of the ecliptic plane. Heaven's Road list became the most powerful list in everyone's heart. For the sake of being on the list, countless people had drawn blood. In many people's eyes, the vast Heaven Road, the immortal martial news had every single name, and computed every single one of them.
But to Tang Tian, it was the worst news ever.
He effortfully struggled through the surprising huge amount of news, and finally found the Heaven Road list. His emotions were stirred, and began to search in it. Very quickly, he found Guodong, his rank 9928 in the column. After that he began to look for his own name, but he came up empty-handed. The entire list actually did not have his name. Tang Tian immediately found the Heaven Road notice of potential martial artists. Oh, his name might be there. After all, his reputation was not prominent yet.
I have to look carefully, and not miss my name.
Seriously, a genius like me should be the important target to take note of. Tang Tian's lips continued reading down the list, his gaze sweeping back and forth, not letting go of any word. He turned the waiting list upside down and flipped it over inside out, but was still unable to find his own name.
Tang Tian's face was ugly. This group of people don't know their stuff. I am a brilliant expert, and they actually don't recognize me. The standard they look at seems to be too limited. Tang Tian was prepared to throw the immortal martial news away, when suddenly his eyes glanced upon a name, and he shuddered. Shangguan Qianhui, ranked 9563. Qianhui. Tang Tian's emotions was stirred. He actually found Qianhui's name here.
Tang Tian became crazy, as he began frantically searching for any other news that had Qianhui in it. Finally, in a corner, there was a piece of small news. Shangguan Qianhui, treasure, immortal constellation crown, to be confirmed. For Cepheus constellation-related treasures, the standard has been fully recovered, and the immortal constellation crown is currently gradually recovering. Only these few short sentences, but it was as if Tang Tian found treasure. He greedily reread the sentences word for word many times. Although he always believed that Qianhui was absolutely fine, but after seeing news of her today, his heart was filled with joy.
But Qianhui was ranked 9563.
Qianhui had actually made her way into the top 10,000 names.
This damn broken news actually didn't have my name in it. It is so blind. Tang Tian snorted. I must definitely catch up to her. His body was filled with energy. A smiling expression filled with determination appeared on his face. Today's training shall have an increase in intensity. Godlike young man, go go go. What do we do?
The villager who reported to Xie Qing looked at him, his eyes exposing fear. They all knew what kind of person Wudong was. Wudong was cold and ruthless, and was numb to killing.
He actually sent out a sword order with even the phrase "even the chicken and dogs will not live," that.
On the field, just by thinking about it caused the villager to shiver all over although he was not cold, both his legs involuntarily trembling.
Xie Qing on the other hand, calmed down, and said with a soft voice, "Do not make noise, for now, nobody is allowed to leave the village.
Once the villager heard Xie Qing's words, the fear in his eyes grew thicker, the desire to speak instantly disappeared.
Xie Qing calmly said, "If not for Master, we would have already died. People who have come back from the dead, even if we have to die, it would be the same as before.
As guardian swordsmen, to violate righteousness and justice, we would have thrown away all of our ancestors' faces." Upon hearing the phrase guardian swordsman, the fear in the villager's eyes slowly disappeared, and the shivering in his legs stopped. His gaze became more fierce. "Brother Chang is right, no matter what, we cannot disgrace those words." Xie Qing nodded, the desire to kill appeared in his eyes. "At most we will give it our all. Our Xie family sword village still holds our swords."
The
villager nodded his head. "I will pass down the instructions." Just as he walked out for a while, he suddenly rushed back with a pale expression. "Brother Qing, Guolin has brought a few people and are heading in the direction of our village."
Guolin. Xie Qing's face changed, and he said softly, "Go and think of ways to hold them back for a while." "Okay."
The village did not dare delay, and rushed out. Xie Qing immediately rushed towards Tang Tian's direction. At the heavenly steed carriage, Xie Qing only found the coachman. He quickly asked, "Are the two masters in?"
The coachman replied, "The two masters are in closed-door training."
"Closed doors?" Xie Qing exclaimed, his face becoming as white as paper. To close doors at this time, were dead. Just at this time, footsteps suddenly came out from behind. Xie Qing turned to look, his face changed. Guolin had brought a few people and were angrily storming in. At the front of the group, it was the villager he just sent out, hands and legs tied out, whole body full of injuries, blood flowing out of his mouth. Xie Qing's face instantly turned dark, killing intent in his eyes. "Guolin, you dare to make a move on my Xie family's sword village people?" Guolin's gaze turned to the silver carriage, his face exposing a joyful look, but immediately turned black again, and laughed evilly. "Xie Qing, how dare you? You dare to openly go against the sword order, your entire Xie family will be buried because of you." Xie Qing knew the day would definitely be disastrous. The killing intent in him surged out. He suddenly brandished out his sword. The ringing of the sword could be heard from far away. Following that, more sword ringing sounds came out, as all the Xie family villagers all took out their swords and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, the villagers had surrounded Guolin and his men tightly. Especially after seeing their fellow villager being harmed to the point of bleeding, all their eyes were red.
Guolin's face changed. "Xie Qing, you want to die? Our ancestor knows that we are here today at the Xie family sword village." He immediately faced the other villagers, and shouted, "All of you don't be deceived by Xie Qing. Our ancestor's sword order stated very clearly, those who dare to hide the fugitives, the entire village will perish. If all of you know how to be tactful now, I will treat it as nothing happened. If my ancestor really gets angry, what happened to the Yun village that year, it will fall on all of you too." The villagers went into an uproar. The Yun village that year was a flourishing place, and everyone was prosperous. But after coming in contact with the enraged Guodong, the outcome was devastation, and the current Yun village was left with weeds and ruins. Guolin looked at the villagers' fearful faces, and felt that everything was going his way, and laughed coldly. "Xie Qing had the intent to shelter the fugitives. Whoever brings down Xie Qing, not only will we let bygones be bygones, we will even reward you with your hard work. I will personally report to the ancestor of the good deed, and that person will be heavily rewarded." He understood the villagers' morality. All these people were weak and selfish, and were the easiest to be scared. Guolin's lips expressed a sneer. He wanted Xie Qing to see, at the most crucial point, nothing was more important than their own lives. The entire place was quiet. Guolin's mouth, which was sneering, gradually turned stiff. His heart felt something was amiss, and said gravely, "Do you all want to die with him? You all better think clearly, your families, do not be rash." Suddenly, a cold laugh sounded out. Xie Qing's face expressed ridicule, and it was very offending to Guolin's eyes. "I will count to 3, whoever does not make a move, that person shall die." Guolin's heart was even more worried, causing him to rage out, "Under my ancestor's sword, no one had ever lived to." Xie Qing shook his head. His state of mind had become calm again, and said, "Our Xie family sword village, our protectors for 700 years, and our guardian swordsmen. We can die, we can perish. But we will never ever do any injustice or ingratitude. We will not throw our ancestors' face forever, like how the swords in our hands will never bend. Guardian Swordsman.
Guo Lin's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered the stories about guardian swordsmen. He had always thought that the story was fake, never did he think that this group of Xia family was the real guardian swordsman. His expression changed abruptly. That's right, even if the Xia family falls, we cannot have thrown our faces and meet our ancestors.
We are guardian swordsmen. What is the Guo family?
The villagers one by one shouted out. The fear on their faces was gone, and what replaced it was a form of pride, as though the slumbering pride had awoken after a long time. Everyone could feel their blood boil, and involuntarily tightened their grips on their long swords. Xia Qing's heart darkened. This issue with the Guo family sword village, if one side does not die, there will never be rest. But, even when there was no retreat, his heart was instead calm. Everything he said was not some trap, but it was his true felt thoughts. The Xia family, the guardian protectors, what they were protecting was not the fabled treasured sword, but they were protecting the sword that was in their hearts. His heart and mind was calm and still. Xia Qing seemed like he had comprehended something. The boundary around him stagnated for a very long time, and a flash of understanding went past him. He suddenly understood the intention. The sword in his hand seemed to reply to him, and was lightly trembling, making a buzzing sound. All the other villagers were attracted to the buzzing sound of Xia Qing's sword. The entire place immediately quietened down. The long sword buzzing became even more distinct.
Guardian Heartsword.
That is the cry of the Guardian Heartsword. Brother Chang actually learned the cry of the Guardian Heartsword. Heavens, cry of the Guardian Heartsword. The quiet Xia family villagers suddenly burst out, all of their faces expressing ecstasy. But Xia Qing's face was still calm, his heart was indescribably peaceful, and he could feel the long sword in his hand in his peaceful heart, releasing an unexplainable resonance. Cry of the Guardian Heartsword, the sign of attaining the next level of the Guardian Sword limit. Xia family had lost the cry of the Guardian Heartsword for 300 years, until today, it had appeared in Xia Qing's hands. No one was afraid anymore, no one was fearful anymore. The strength of the Xia family had faded for far too long, but the Xia family had a saying that was passed down, and every member of the Xia family was familiar with it. The cry of the Guardian Heartsword, the Xia member will break through the heavens. It had been 300 years, the Xia family finally had someone who had mastered the cry of the Guardian Heartsword.
Every single one of them was brimming with an indescribable happiness, so much so that everyone forgot about Guo Lin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 208, Cry of the Guardian Heartsword. Chapter 208, Cry of the Guardian Heartsword. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DeAndre.
Guo Lin was scared foolish. Until now, he could not understand the situation, why the Xia villagers were not afraid of him. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound appeared from far away.
Everyone quietened down, but Guo Lin's heart was thumping. Did the ancestor come?
Just at this time, a villager staggered in, his face full of fear. The stone gravel beasts.
The stone gravel beasts are here.
Without finishing his words, the rumbling sound that was coming closer caused the floor to shake like a sieve. Before everyone could react, they heard a boom sound. The incomplete wall was instantly broken. Some of the stone gravel beasts the size of hills had broken in and rushed into the village. The stone gravel beasts were like a tide rushing in, causing everyone's hair to stand. Xia Qing's eyes turned red, and shouted, "All the men of the Xia family get into positions."
Xia Wan, bring the rest of the people, and retreat to the mountain.
Is this the end? Our Xia family sword village which had existed for 700 years, is this the end of our line? Xia Qing's heart was filled with sorrow, but he knew it was not the time to feel the sorrow. His sword aimed at Guo Lin, and said, "You will go and fight with us. If you guys can leave, I will spare you." Guo Lin's face was pale, the color of white reaching down to his legs, but the cold sword tip of Xia Qing that was pointed at his throat actually woke him up. As his face fluctuated, he clenched his teeth. Okay. His heart had set his resolve. If he was able to live through this, the Xia family will not be spared. The Xia family sword village, all the men who were able to wield swords, had red in their eyes, as they howled and swung towards the stone gravel beasts. Seeing the amount of stone gravel beasts that covered mountains and plains like a big tide, flowing into the village, a black-robed lady's face behind a mask exposed astonishment. Beside her was a blind old man, seated on a wheelchair, and a middle-aged man standing behind and pushing the wheelchair. The old man was frail and skinny, blinded. On his knee was an old-fashioned arrow.
Is the Xia village broken through yet?
The old man suddenly asked, his voice hoarse and dried out. It was disgusting to listen to. Quivering, she immediately replied, "The wall has already been broken, and the stone gravel beasts are entering."
"I hope your information is correct,"
the old man said indifferently. The lady's face changed, an intangible pressure caused her to gasp for breath. She tried her best to expose a smile. "Blind senior, relax, the news from Onyx Soul Horse are never wrong. If Tang Tian saw this black-robed lady, he would definitely recognize her. She was the Onyx Soul Horse Jing Hao and him had met before.
I heard you found the Lyra treasury?
The old man suddenly asked. The black-robed lady hatefully replied, such a pity we met the people from Honorable Martial Group, and gave it up.
Upon thinking of the encounter, her mood became extremely bad.
She had spent countless of resources and energy to finally find a lead on the Lyra treasure, but in the end she was cheated by those two assholes.
Honorable Martial Group?
The old man said indifferently, you wanted to snatch up everything alone, don't blame it on others. The lady in black kept quiet.
Relax, if we are really able to find that sword, then that drop of blood is yours.
The old man said coldly, for your little sister to have you as an older sister, she is lucky. The lady in black had her entire figure shake, her eyes suddenly becoming wide, angrily said, you run to check on me?
Why shouldn't I?
The old man retorted.
The black-clothed lady was mute, she tightly bit her lips until they became white.
Why use the stone grabble beasts? The old man was oblivious to her anger, and asked directly. The black-clothed lady was quiet for a while, and explained, the stone grabble beasts are Earth Affinity Star Spirit beasts, and can advance forward without obstruction, although they are quite slow. Wherever it cannot go near, it is where the treasured sword is. She continued explaining, after a few hundred years, the surrounding soil around the treasured sword will have a change in affinity due to the power of the sword, and the stone grabble beasts are unable to go near it. Such an ingenious method. The old man complimented indifferently. The black-robed lady bit her lips, and suddenly said, this is Guodong's territory.
I know him.
The old man nodded, the hollow eye cavity was like a void hole, and his unpleasant voice sounded like it drifted into nothingness as well, Fire Crow headsman.
Kiki.
When he suddenly made that weird nose kiki, the black-robed girl jumped in fright. The black-robed girl did not dare say much anymore. On the outside, this old man's character was normal, but he was a real demon killer that would not blink. And he had actually checked up on her, this caused her to be more afraid. The old man suddenly let out an expression of surprise. Those hollow eye cavities were looking towards the direction of the Xie family sword village. The black-robed lady noticed his surprise, and immediately gazed towards the same direction. She had just arrived, although the old man did not say anything, but she could hear that the movements last time did not go smoothly. A strong and vigorous figure was in the middle of the stone grabble beasts. Every sword move would cause a stone grabble beast to fall. The light cry of the sword could be heard very clearly despite the distance. The old man kept on listening to it, and his constant emotionless face suddenly exposed a praiseful look, such a splendid sword cry.
Given enough time, his future would be limitless. You will give him time?
The black-robed lady asked back. He shook his head, as he straightforwardly said, no. He muttered to himself, the last time we saw those two outstanding young men, but they have not appeared yet, that's weird. It was like he felt sorrowful, but also felt like he was relieved. Xie Qing's sword was like the wind, the cry sounds from his sword were like a current that never stopped. Suddenly, ding, a metal fist blocked his sword. Xie Qing's pupils constricted, it was the stone gravel beast king.
It was the same stone gravel beast king that Tang Tian fought with that day.
Xie Qing, who had just had a breakthrough, was not afraid. He waved his wrists, the long sword bringing along the cries, pierced out. The stone gravel beast king's brown eyes flashed a beam of light, its metal fists infused with earth affinity true power, pounding towards Xie Qing. The moment the sword and fist made contact, a formless ripple abruptly erupted. The wave was like a torrent, erupting out in all four directions. All the stone gravel beasts the size of hills were swept away by the wave, all falling down in every direction. The stone gravel beast king was quick and rather smart. Seeing that Xie Qing, whom he had defeated a few days ago, was currently on par with it, it became angrier, and its ferocious character burst out. Bellowing out loud, it rushed towards Xie Qing. Xie Qing waited with rapt attention, the sword in his hand continued to shiver, the crying of the sword did not stop. Every time the earth affinity true power and the guardian heart sword clashed, boundless chi energy would be released.
Bang bang bang.
One after another circle ripples of chi, with them at the center, would continuously appear. One after another violent chi eruptions bursting out, sweeping the entire battlefield. Two shadows continuously clashing into each other had attracted the gaze of everyone on the field, the both of them evenly matched. But down to the scales of the battle, it was quickly tilting towards the stone gravel beasts. The strength of the Xie family sword village was basically unable to block off the continuously pouring in stone gravel beasts. Inside the heavenly steed's silver carriage, Tang Tian was pulling onto Ling Su, who was ready to rush out.
They were both awakened from the training. Release me.
Ling Su angrily said as he looked at the battle, you cold-blooded person, how can you bear to watch them die to the stone gravel beasts?
Tang Tian rolled his eyes, as if he was looking at an idiot. Can't you see behind the people behind the stone gravel beasts? So what, we just watched the villagers die? Ling Su retorted. Of course not. Tang Tian's face looked heroic as he explained, with you one person, you will be able to settle the entire field for them. I will be behind waiting for an opportunity, and pull those assholes out from behind the stone gravel beasts. Then why are you holding me back? Ling Su's eyes widened. I heard there is an ancient spear technique, which is specially created to match with mounting. Do you know of it? Tang Tian asked. How do you know of that? Ling Su was surprised, and said, mounting is not as simple as you think, and doing that is expensive. I do not have the money to do so. Hey, to a godlike young man, mounting is the simplest of all simple problems. Tang Tian, under Ling Su's suspicious eyes, retrieved out the flamingo, and generously said, I'll gift this to you. Ling Su was stunned, but his eyes were dead set, attracted to the flamingo instantly. Tang Tian did not understand the value of it, but he knew. Are you sick today? Ling Su looked at Tang Tian suspiciously. Or what other bad ideas do you have? Tang Tian had an innocent look. Am I that sort of person? Yes. Ling Su was confident. Tang Tian looked at him angrily. Then I will be taking it back. Ling Su laughed out loud. He flipped, activated flamingo, and like a gust of wind, he rushed out of the carriage. Bing suddenly appeared beside Tang Tian. Why did you think of mounting? Tang Tian had a proud look. Godlike young man has discerning eyes. Your kind of brain is unable to comprehend. Bing. When Tang Tian was fighting the last time, he noticed Ling Su's fighting style. Tang Tian's intuition was extremely acute, and he felt that Ling Su's attacking rhythm was somewhat delayed. It was reasonable to say that, with little Su's power, this kind of delay was absolutely not supposed to appear. After that, Tang Tian then realized, the spear technique that Ling Su was using that day was different from the other days. Continuing to think it over, Tang Tian noticed that Ling Su's attacking style was not coherent, because he was lacking a mount. Tang Tian then immediately thought of the bronze mechanical ostrich that had changed into flamingo. With the heavenly steed's silver carriage, the flamingo was now useless in his hands, so he finally just asked the question. But, this question was quickly flung to the back of his mind, and he curiously asked Bing, Uncle, you say the one leading the stone gravel beast, what kind of person is he? Someone powerful. Bing's poker face darkened. I can instantly feel it, they are definitely not far. Tang Tian was eager, bursting with confidence. Such a high degree of difficulty task can only be handled by this godlike young man, then can it be a success? Finished, he jumped out of the carriage. From the back of the village, he quietly slipped out. To avoid the stone gravel beast group, Tang Tian left the village from the back, went one whole big circle, and slowly made his way to the back of the stone gravel beasts. Not long after, he suddenly saw a few figures. Tang Tian's mind was roused. These people were the main culprits. The killing intent in his heart rose, as he quietly made his way forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Assault, Flamingo. Chapter 209, Assault, Flamingo. Translated by Barry Bunsen. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DeAndre. On a highland. Guodong noticed that there was a messy fight far away. His emotions were stirred, his skinny chin was covered in stubbles, causing people to think of sharp antler horns, filled with an encroachment characteristic. The black cape was blown by the wind as it eluded a dark red flaming crow seemingly coming alive. By his side, a young lad stood tall. The young lad was dressed the same way as Guodong. He looked pale and his eyes glowed in comparison, with limbs stretching long. The incoming opponent isn't friendly. Guodong's voice was as cold as the flaming crow on his cape. I never thought the secret of Stonesword Peak would ultimately be found out by others. His sigh echoed in the wind. The young lad asked curiously, Don't tell me, uncle, you have long realized it? I found out by accident. Guodong looked at the young lad with warmth. He was his nephew and he was the reason why he laid low in the sword village. He was a bachelor, which made his nephew the same as his own son. These years, he tolerated the boredom of the sword village all because of Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu did not let him down. Under the nurturing of Guodong, Xiaoyu's abilities had grown close to his. As for Xiaoyu, he had just turned 19. Compared to those talented immortal martials, Xiaoyu was definitely not inferior. I have visited this stone sword peak a countless number of times, but I have yet to find the treasure sword. Guodong reset his gaze towards the blazing battle. Sighing lightly, the Xie family doesn't seem to know the location of the treasure sword, so I'm curious what methods would this group of people use to find out. Ah Shu, what exactly is the treasure sword? Guo Yu's eyes were filled with curiosity. I don't know either.
Guodong smiled before he returned to looking cool, but it was worth the guarding of the Xie family, so it must be something incredible.
Oh.
Guiyu was slightly disappointed, but he thought of another question right away. Uncle, who is that coming?
He's awesome since he can ride on stone gravel beast.
If he attacks our village, we will not be able to stop him. A killing intent grew within Guodong as his mustache moved, his voice turned solemn and cold. He's called the Sorrowful Blind Cord.
Sorrowful
Blind Cord. Guiyu's eyes turned big as he stuttered.
He looked surprised. Blind Cord, old man, why is he here? Sorrowful Blind Cord, he was ranked 9,900 in the Heavens Road. No one knew his name.
Everybody called him the Blind Cord Old Man. There was not much information about him. He entered the Heavens Road list much earlier than Guodong. Everyone knew that he was blind from a young age, but his talent and training was extremely outstanding, with a master temperament. Until one day he accidentally stumbled upon listening to a Bloomian horse arrow, and immediately fell for that weapon. His chord sounds were extremely sad, and caused people to be unable to free themselves from it. His personality was unreasonable and grim, and he killed people at a whim. The most famous story of his was a sorrowful night of blood. That year he was on a road to the city, and fortunately the locals were holding a fighting event, where the experts gathered.
Not knowing why, he pulled on his arrow.
The dense sorrowful note enveloped the entire city, and in that night, 109 people committed suicide, including a 20-year-old who was stronger than a 6th-level martial artist participant in the event. He rarely appeared in front of people, and it was even more rare to fight in front of people. But his ranking had never dropped out of the Heaven Road list. His power was clearly proven.
I don't know.
Guodong shook his head. He has his means.
But, this kind of trick, only he is able to do it.
You have to be careful from now on. Some types of martial artists have many tricks up their sleeves, which are all unimaginable.
Then Guiyu was not confident. Don't worry. Guodong smiled. Not many people knows his weakness, but coincidentally, Uncle is one of them who knows it. What about Guolin and the others?
Guiyu witnessed the torturous struggles and all the wounds inflicted on Guolin's body.
He could not help but ask.
The village will take good care of his family,
Guodong answered.
Suddenly, his eyes tensed up. Guiyu noticed the change in Guodong's gaze and looked towards the direction Guodong was looking at, exclaiming, "Who is that?" A ray of flaming red and silvered silhouette intertwined just like a sharp spear piercing its way through the stone gravel beasts. Ling Su was excited when he immersed himself in the energy of Flamingo. In battles, the ancient spear techniques were mainly used in deserts and not for sparring. His pointed sea spear dated long back and still maintained a great deal of uniqueness of an ancient spear technique. There were several good techniques in pointed sea spear and each of them required him to ride. Ever since he learned it, Ling Su never used it once. He roamed about settling all 3 meals a day and stayed in inns.
Where did he get the money to ride?
The mechanical beast below him was made with meticulous detail and was something he would never get to see in his life. It was not one bit oversized. Instead, it was designed like an art piece, but it had unusually strong powers. When it sprinted, it was like a series of raging flames. As the wind blew against his face and whistled into his ears, he felt extremely heroic. The ancient knights carried the spears and sprinted towards the enemies with no fear. As his silvered hair fluttered, his orange-tinted eyes burned with blazing fire. Suddenly, his mentor's words flowed into his heart. In the wind, he could not help but start chanting. I vow to treat the weak well, I vow to fight against the violent bravely. I vow to resist all mistakes, I vow to battle for the unarmed and defenseless. I vow to lend a helping hand to those who asked, I vow to never hurt women. I vow I'll help my brothers out, I vow to treat my friends with honesty, I vow to love to the end of my life. His heart was filled with warmth. It smelled just like his mentor, the one smell Ling Su thought was unique to his mentor. He finally knew what that smell was. Faith. Mentor, Xiaosu still could not be like you, but Xiaosu will follow in your footsteps and work hard. That gentle and friendly silhouette appeared in Ling Su's mind as a gentle and caring eye shone on him. Ling Su, go forth. Ling Su bent over and as though the flamingo had sensed his determination, it sped up and created a crazy blazing red streak. The scene was shaking while Ling Su remained still. In a few moments, Ling Su nearly rammed into a wall. The flamingo bent its thin legs and dug its sharp claws deep into the mud. Slap, the flamingo leaped into the air. Ling Su's vision expanded as the entire battlefield laid below his eyes. An indescribable heroism set his body on fire as he held onto the silver spear tightly. Everyone was stunned by Ling Su, who appeared out of nowhere. In midair, Ling Su arrived with blazing flames as his silver hair fell on his shoulders. Looking up into the sky, he looked formidable. Bang! The flamingo landed on the ground. Though it was skinny, it landed with an astonishing presence, just like a strong drum beating in people's heart, startling their mental state.
The mud flew, but Ling Su was unaffected. He crowed down as he leveled his silver spear. Kill!
Instantly, the flamingo turned into a raging flame and rushed over. Shaking his wrist, he borrowed the energy and pierced his spear into a stone gravel beast effortlessly. The flamingo had no mercy at all, like a tornado set on fire as it brushed against the stone gravel beast. When Ling Su stabbed the third stone gravel beast, the first crashed onto the floor.
With Flamingo, Ling Su realized everything was a lot simpler.
He only needed to pierce his spear continuously.
That was easy for him.
As such, he could aim and pierce his spear accurately. For the majority of martial artists, this might be a difficult task, but for Ling Su, it was super easy. Instead, because of the high speed and sudden attacks, the power of his spear increased rapidly. The stone gravel beast fell to the ground like sliced wheat. Ling Su's fighting intent ignited thoroughly to his heart's content. With a thought, the high-speed flamingo's figure turned and ran up the wall. The interweaving of red and silver was gorgeous, to the point that it caused people to choke, but so dangerous that it too caused people to choke. The light stuck to the wall swept across, like a pen, smearing across the entire wall with a red and silver interweaving shining paint. The frequency of the stone gravel beasts appearing grew astonishingly, and Ling Su took note of the altitude as he gathered them all, the spear forever doing one action: pierce. Without any flashy movements, without any unnecessary movements, he pierced. Two entirely different types of style, coarse and wild and succinct, mixing together, was actually so dangerous and fatal that the Xia villagers could only feel a red wind sweeping past them, and all the stone gravel beasts in front of them suddenly falling onto the ground. After just a few exchanges, all the surrounding stone gravel beasts were swept clean. While the stone gravel beast king had set its resolve in fighting Xia Qing, the both of them finally took action. Ling Su's display of astonishing fighting power was much more astonishing compared to the both of them. With Ling Su's help, the entire situation was much more stable. Ling Su did a turnabout, and once again rushed forward to kill, alleviating the pressure on the villagers by a great deal. Then, Ling Su had a bold idea.
Those bastards hidden behind, they must definitely be hidden behind the stone-gravelled beasts. If he penetrated through his opponent's defense line, then he would be able to force his opponent to emerge from his hiding. Killing to his heart's content, it was so exhilarating, causing Ling Su's fighting intent in his body to soar even further. He could only feel that his entire body was wrapped up by a fireball, and was fearless. He set his gaze towards the direction of the stone-gravelled beasts. In his orange-tinted eyes, the intention to fight rose. He patted the flamingo's head lightly with his left hand. "You're called the Flamingo, right? That was a splendid name. Let us fight together and break down their line of defense. Flamingo, go forth." Ling Su crouched down with the silver spear behind him. A long blazing fire ribbon hung down like a ball of dancing flames. The flamingo bent down too as it garnered all its strength to the claws that were buried deep in the mud. A blazing red and silver color radiance intersected and radiated once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Majestic Winter Firecrow. Chapter 210, Majestic Winter Firecrow. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations, Andre. Everyone was surprised with Ling Su's actions. In the entire battle, Ling Su created havoc. The stone gravel beast king bellowed and pounced onto Ling Su, but Xie Chen knew right away what was Ling Su's intention. His swords echoed and its radiance burst as it bounded tightly to the stone gravel beast king. A sudden, much stronger explosion resonated like a storm. All the stone gravel beasts were wiped out just as though they were being struck by a hammer, and they each fell to the ground one by one and turned into a pile of sand. Like a red and silvered intertwined blade, Ling Su sliced through the tofu. The flamingo sprinted at full speed like a ball of raging flames. On it, Ling Su was like an icy cold blade. Those gigantic stone gravel beasts were like flimsy paper in front of him. The red and silver radiance shot straight out like a pencil marking. Suddenly, Ling Su's vision shook as a few silhouettes appeared. His pupils constricted. "Finally found you all." An elderly man sat on a wheelchair just a few meters before a broken cliff. In the vast and empty eyes of his, there was a smirk on his face. "Flamingo, let's go." Ling Su roars echoed in the wind. The flamingo eyes lit up. It was originally traveling at the speed of wind, but now, it increased again. Ling Su only felt things fading past him quick as they turned blurry. Welcoming the wind, he felt pressured and suffocating. The whistles between his ears sounded like thunder, deafening his ears. But Ling Su was not afraid. Instead, he was boiling with an intention to fight.
He could tell, his opponent was much stronger than him. The chi from his opponent was like an abyss of an icy cool pool. Ling Su had no idea where to attack. After roaming for so many years, Ling Su had grown to be more vicious as his experience piled up. He was clear who he could offend and who he should not. He had a short temper, but he would never, ever offend opponents he knew he could not. This was also why he could live for so long. And this blind mind in front of him was someone he should never offend. In the past, he would have turned and left. But his heart was burning with passion to fight.
Yeah, you are not his opponent.
But
Ling Su, you're afraid? Do you fear? Are you a coward? Is your hand shaking? Is your determination still strong? Are your goals still glistening with radiance?
The air-shattering boom sounds in the ear were like thunder, causing his exterior to be entirely isolated, but caused his heart to be extremely clear. It was like it had felt Ling Su's willpower, as the flamingo suddenly cried out sharply, like a blade edge slicing through the clouds, causing everyone's heart to shiver.
Flamingo, are you longing to charge forward? Flamingo, are you longing for battle? Flamingo, will you be forever brave and fearless?
The high-speed running had his view violently shaking, therefore causing everything to be indistinct, but on Ling Su's face, he actually exposed a bright smile. The smile was like the sun, like a blaze. The young man was heroic, the young man was firm and unwavering like steel. Flamingo borrowed the force of inertia, its thin solid claws opened up widely, fiercely digging into the soil, the fiery red figure suddenly rising steeply, like a reckless angry flame, bringing along the silver-haired young man, brazily climbing up the cliff towards the old man in the wheelchair. The silver hair danced wildly, the spear coming out like a dragon, whistling through the air. The whole sky was suddenly brightened up by the silvery gaudy light, quickly arriving. Heaven and earth lost its splendor, only the orange-colored eyes were clear. That spear was called Justice Origin Core Pierce. Tang Tian did not notice the battle, his focus placed entirely on the two people in front of him. He could hear little Susu's howls, but his mind did not waver because of it.
Tang Tian in battle mode was the scariest.
He was like an experienced hunter, staring right at the prey, his heart quickly plotting, finding the opportunity to make a move. The two enemies were definitely not weak, but with Bing and Ghost Claw as his partners, sadly Magic Flute was not around, if not the percentage of victory was even bigger.
But Tang Tian at that moment did not bother about it.
Tang Tian's gaze landed on the pale white young man body. Looking at it, the sickly young man was a good breakthrough tester.
Uncle, you and Ghost Claw, how long will it take to kill that small one? Tang Tian asked.
With Sky Tiger, Uncle Bing was like a tiger with wings, his power increasing sharply. Adding on Ghost Claw, to defeat the sickly young man, did not seem to be a problem. Now the question was, how long would it take for the two men joining hands to take out the young man?
Tang Tian knew his power was absolutely not comparable to that fierce-looking person.
The time needed for Bing and Ghost Claw to kill that young sick man, it was the time he needed to hold back the opponent.
5 minutes. Bing thought and said. He did not object Tang Tian's battle plan because this plan looked pretty reliable. With Tang Tian's current powers, to be a Terminator, it was rather difficult. But this brat had unfathomable intuition, allowing him to be the right choice to be a delayer.
And thinking about the upcoming battle, Bing was full of expectations. Previously, the battle with King Kong, he was not able to fully express himself. To go all out, and his passion to fight, was something ordinary martial artists could not fathom. Now, with Sky Tiger, his desire to fight grew stronger.
5 minutes.
Tang Tian stared at the middle-aged man covered with a black cape. The one with the fire crow had identified himself.
Fire Crow Headsman, Guodong, Heaven Road List Ranker 9928.
Heaven Road List martial artists, upon thinking about it, caused Tang Tian to be extremely excited. To be able to cross swords with such a strong martial artist, it allowed him to know his own strength, to be able to determine how much he had actually improved. This was the first time he had met a martial artist ranker.
Heaven Road List, ranked 9928. Come, let me see how strong you are.
Tang Tian's fighting intense soared, as he started seeing red and he rushed out.
The moment Tang Tian rushed over, Guodong immediately sensed it.
Guodong's face changed, he did not think that his position would be found out by someone. Maybe because he was previously attracted by the aggressive man on the flamingo's outstanding assault, and at that period of time he had actually relaxed, but this person sneaking the attack was absolutely not weak either. Guodong, who was named the Fire Crow Headsman, a full-fledged killer, had abundant fighting experiences. When his heart shivered, he knew it was danger. Guodong was not surprised, and after some period of time, his hand had already secretly wielded the red sword.
Corvus Constellation Top Silver Treasure, the Cold Fire Crow Sword.
who, a thin layer of red blaze, appeared on the sword body. Guodong did not even look, and his sword chopped towards his back. The cold fire crow sword released a dark red arc like the spreaded wings of a fire crow, quietly flying towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian bellowed out, his right palm flipped, his hook like 5 fingers, brought glaring sparks, directly clashing onto the fire crow sword arc ray. Pop! The sound of collision was so light that it was like snuffing out a candle. But Tang Tian could feel an extremely negative qi, completely overpowering his true power, directly clashing into his shoulders. In the next moment, it was as if his right shoulder was frozen.
Tang Tian was secretly astonished. It was the first time he was witnessing such a weird qi. What was this? Guodong gasped at the fact that his opponent could actually create sparks in the air with his claw techniques. That surprised him, but he was even more shocked at the strength and power of his fingers. But it was nothing great in comparison to the winter fire. Guodong smiled sarcastically. The majestic winter fire crow brought a chilly flame. This was an extremely mean and evil flame. Without any experience, one would also get hit by it. Once the chilly flame entered your channels, it would extend its way like a poison. Guodong's pupils constrict. Tang Tian pounced on him once again. This rascal, he was not affected by the chilly flames? That was weird. Guodong frowned subconsciously. The opponent was much harder to deal with than he thought. But, he did not purely rely on this chilly fire crow sword to get into the list of Heaven's Road. He was just about to attack when he saw 2 silhouettes appearing right beside Guiyu. Immediately, his facial expressions changed. The opponent's target was Xiaoyu. In the blink of an eye, he saw through Tang Tian's intentions. Guodong was enraged. Guiyu was not only his nephew, he was his heir. He had placed all his hopes on Guiyu. Yet these rascals were hatching a plan on Xiaoyu. Guodong whistled as the flames of the chilly fire crow sword grew in his hands. An invisible presence covered the ground instantly. A dark red glow of the fire crow sword spewed out from the sword and into the sky. This dark red glow of the fire crow sword fell from the sky and exploded. Majestic winter fire crow. Countless amounts of dark red hail came down in a storm, expanding at an astonishing speed. Everything the dark red hail touched froze. Guodong's sword enveloped everyone within. In a few moments, Tang Tian's body was covered in the dark red hail. His body had frozen. He was shocked to realize the true power in him was also frozen. The true power was frozen. Just as Tang Tian was surprised, the silver-ranked martial spirit inside him shook vigorously and emitted a silver-white radiance. The places the silver ray shone, the true power regained its ability to flow rapidly. Tang Tian sighed a breath of relief. From the corner of his eyes, he saw 2 silhouettes passing by him like a gust of wind. They were Bing and Ghostclaw. He was energized now, as his will to fight rose. Indeed, he was a strong martial artist ranked 9928 on the list. He was strong. Tang Tian did not retreat back nor fear him. On the contrary, he was fueled up. To be able to fight with such a strong martial artist was such a pleasure for him. Defeat him. I must defeat him. As though there was a voice shouting within him. Every single cell in Tang Tian's body was elated to fight. His senses told him he could not defeat his opponent now. But, now, Tang Tian was like an erupting volcano. He was spewing out with full determination to fight. His blood was boiling hot. Even his bones and tendons were like steel burning red. Senses? What is that? Tang Tian's cruel and proud face grinned, exposing his 2 straight rows of white teeth. Old crow, now it is the turn of this godlike young man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, Formless Slash and Sorrowful Blind Chord. Chapter 211, Formless Slash and Sorrowful Blind Chord. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations, Da Andre. Tang Tian's fireside ghost claw brought along a line of sparks. He had increased his speed to the maximum. In the next moment, all around Guodong was a silver shadow and bright sparks. Tang Tian did not get excited and become irrational due to his blood boiling, but it was his fighting intent blazing. Just now the 2 sword blows had let Tang Tian understand, the opponent's power was relatively strong. Merely by relying on the fire scythe ghost claw, which he had not trained to the Grandmaster grade yet, it was unable to harm Guodong at all. But Tang Tian was not totally relying on it. Other than his astonishing intuition, his speed was extremely fast. After absorbing the angel blood and dwarf blood, his speed had leaped in levels to be one of the top-notch max speeds. And after he had broken through to the 6th level, all of the traits on his whole body increased by a notch. His speed had increased to an even more astonishing level.
Tang Tian displayed his speed to an extreme brilliance. Other than the speed increase that had allowed him to have the ability to make the first move, the more important factor was his battle rhythm had become even faster. The faster the battle rhythm was, the shorter the time given to the opponent to think. In that way, his dominating intuition could be brought out to use even more.
Tang Tian whirled around Guodong, using his fire scythe ghost claw randomly from every direction, clawing towards Guodong. The peacock armor had allowed Tang Tian's body to become even more agile and nimble, as it completely complemented Tang Tian's disadvantage in light body arts.
The feathers on the peacock armor fluctuated continuously, and Tang Tian could feel that he was like a fish. Whichever direction he was moving to, he was still nimble and free. In Guodong's shoes, it was as if there were enemies coming from every direction.
Guodong was secretly surprised, such a terribly fast speed.
It was not like he had not seen a martial artist strong in light body arts before, but he was thoroughly shocked by Tang Tian's speed. But Guodong quickly calmed himself down, the cold fire crow sword continuously rotating, a ray of dark red fire circle, spewing out around his feet, the speed rapidly spreading outwards.
Whoo!
The fire below his feet suddenly blew out a fire line, the line following Guodong's body spun one round, and once again joining back with the blaze at his feet. At the same time, 10 fire lines spewed out, forming a wide fire net around Guodong.
Ding ding ding, dot.
Concentrated strikes continuously struck on the fire net, countless sparks bursting forth. It was rather nice to watch. Tang Tian's figure circled Guodong quickly, but regardless of how he released the claws, the simple and crude-looking fire net was motionless. Guodong looked at Tang Tian coldly. Although the young man in front of him had surprising speed, he lacked the means to release powerful and firm attacks, so he was unable to release the power of the speed.
Guodong's gaze immediately landed on Guiyu.
When he saw Sky Tiger, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Mechanical martial artist standards were not so high. But that old frail-looking spirit general had attracted Guodong's attention. The spirit general's martial technique was precisely the same as the young man attacking him.
But Guodong was surprised. Grandmaster grade martial technique.
The exact same martial technique, but displayed by two different hands. The power was totally different. This showed that the understanding of the martial technique of the two people were on totally different levels. Such a fierce and explosive claw technique. Guodong's eyes flashed. Such a fearsome claw technique, it was rarely seen. This spirit general was definitely a somebody in his prime. Although he was praising them, Guodong had relaxed. Although the spirit general was strong, but just by depending on a spirit general to try and defeat Xiaoyu, it would not be so easy.
You are all looking down on Xiaoyu.
Guodong relaxed, his gaze landed on Xiaoyu, filled with anticipation. Xiaoyu's big black eyes widened. At some point in time, he had started to wield a weak-looking sword in his right thin hand. This sword looked meager and delicate like a cicada's wings. It was close to transparent. His wrist rotated, the sword pierced forward without a hint of smoke of fire chi.
Ding!
Between Ghost Claw and the edge of the sword, a ball of glistening radiance burst out. At the standard of Ghost Claw's claw techniques, he actually did not gain any benefits from this attack. Ghost Claw's eyes were boiling. Using his shriveled 10 fingers, he created sparks and countless claw silhouettes in the sky.
A deafening shrilling sound resonated.
Guiyu maintained his composure. Shaking the sword in his hand slightly, a dull red fire crow flew out from his sword and into the claws of Ghost Claw.
Bang!
Every time the fire crow and fire scythe Ghost Claw collided, the two trembled.
In the blink of an eye, the two collided over 10 times as several astonishing bursts of powers erupted between the two. Guiyu, who always looked sick and pale, was now painted with a tinge of red. His black, bright eyes were not full of an intention to kill. His opponent's stubbornness was far beyond his imagination. His transparent sword glistened with a dull red flame. Placing the blazing flame sword between his brows, he bellowed with a solemn face, formless, stot. Guodong's eyes lit up all of a sudden.
He always knew Xiaoyu had been training on this killing technique, but he never once saw Xiaoyu used it. Every time he asked Xiaoyu about it, this rascal always looked back at him innocently.
This was so exciting. Formless, what a good name. Bang!
The dark red flaming sword erupted and instantly engulfed Guiyu's body.
This. Guodong's eyes widened.
The flame dispersed as a ray of dark red fire crow appeared behind Guiyu's back. The body of the fire crow was dark red. When it spreaded its wings, its black pupils seemed as though it was lost in an abyss.
Guiyu's body was emitted a wave.
The air around him twisted and caused his body to turn blurry. Guiyu looked stern as he muttered, formless slash. The vertical sword in front of him suddenly slashed down. A transparent sword visage spewed out from the sword tip and sliced down, straight towards Ghost Claw. Wherever the sword visage sliced, the soil would fly, while an extremely deep and perfectly straight ditch quickly impaled forward on the ground. Ghost Claw's eyes suddenly burst forth a light, both claws bringing forth sparks, the red sparks quickly becoming silver-colored, both blazing lights, producing out from his body, rapidly converged in front of him. The moment the two rays of silver light merged, the transparent sword visage rushed to Ghost Claw, just barely clashing onto Ghost Claw's claws. A dazzling ray of light instantly enveloped Ghost Claw and Guei Yu's body. The entire place turned white. The black-clothed lady's mind was blank. Ling Su's fearless assault looked like a ray of lightning, piercing straight in front of her, so fast that she did not have the time to raise any thoughts of resistance. The dazzling silver ray formed by the spear tip brightened the entire night. Her mind was in a blank. Buzz. A gloomy and forceful string sound suddenly sounded out. Blind Cord Old Man was completely oblivious as he pulled on the string of the arrow. The gloomy and grieving sound flowed out from his fingers. As if time started freezing, Ling Su's outstandingly aggressive spear actually slowed down. It was as if the spear was stabbing into a viscous liquid. The instant Blind Cord Old Man pulled on his arrow, the entire battlefield became very quiet. Regardless if it was the stone gravel beasts or the villagers, everyone stopped. The sorrowful melody enveloped the entire battlefield. The bowstring smoothened out like water. Blind Cord Old Man's face exposed a deep sadness, the hollow cavity of his eyeballs flowed two tear strains. The black-clothed lady's heart was overwhelmed with shock, her body was unable to move, even controlling one finger was impossible. She felt as if her body was being controlled by someone, her tears were flowing out non-stop. It was like a nightmare, this feeling caused her heart to be filled with fear. No, I don't want this feeling. The stone gravel beasts all stood there blankly, while all the villagers had tears coming out from their eyes, everyone filled with sorrow. Xia Chang looked in shock at the figure sitting in the wheelchair. He had finally recognized who that old man was. Sorrowful Blind Cord. Blind Cord Old Man, otherwise known as Sorrowful Blind Cord. Heaven Road List ranked 9900, this sound-type martial artist who was much stronger than Guodong. Sorrowful Blind Cord. So this was the feeling of sorrow. Xia Chang did his best to resist the melody, his brain was still wide awake, but his face was moist, for some reason, his tears were dripping. All the forgotten sorrows in his memories were slowly opening up like an old dusty book being flipped open again. So terrifying. Ling Su's spear unexpectedly slowed down because of that. The moment the melody rung, it was as if Ling Su's heart was grasped tightly by a formless hand. Immeasurable sorrow surfaced out from his heart. Teacher's face, that disappointed look, the endless darkness, forever reminded him of his pain and suffering as he banished himself. Tears like buckets of water gushed out. Teacher, little Su misses you. Ling Su's vision was a mess. He knew that it was the opponent's method, and he tried his best to strike forward, but no matter how he tried he could not rid himself of the sorrow, it was eating away every corner of his heart. His teacher's image was so clear that he felt that he could touch him. Ling Su stood there stupidly, even though it was an illusion, to be able to see teacher like that, he too wished for it. Suddenly, Ling Su watched in fright, as a spear tip suddenly pierced out of his teacher's chest. No! Ling Su's eyes cracked. His teacher stood in the pool of blood in disbelief, a tall and lofty back, shrouded in the darkness, his voice filled with regret as he said, "So this is the pointed sea spears? Such a pity, I thought it was strong, but it is unable to satisfy me. But, you don't have to worry, I will not disgrace it, because it is not fit for me to use." No! You asshole! You scum! Filled with tears, Ling Su bellowed out in anger. But that figure turned and left like he never heard him. After a while, teacher struggled up from the pool of blood, he covered the chest wound, as the blood continuously flowed out from his fingertips. He retrieved out a medicinal pill, and swallowed it. It was a miracle, the blood stopped flowing, but teacher still looked like he aged over the night. Teacher's familiar old cough that came out day and night, led Ling Su to finally realize why teacher was always feeling so weak and sick. No. This is not real. This is not real. Ling Su muttered to himself, the tears dropping down uncontrollably. In the snow forest, teacher suddenly stopped in his tracks and saw an infant. The infant had injuries all over him, his little face was already frozen solid. The teacher hugged the infant, patted him for a while, and suddenly laughed, "Little brat, you must live well. This is my last medicinal pill, don't let me lose these last few years for nothing, okay?" He chewed and broke apart the medicinal pill in his hand, and with some wine, he fed it to the baby's mouth. It was as though Ling Su was struck by lightning. That medicinal pill was actually the same medicinal pill his teacher swallowed in the pool of blood. His life was actually exchanged with his teacher's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, Magic Flute.
Chapter 212, Magic Flute. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations, De Andre. Finally it's done. Sai Lei looked at the new mechanical weapon, a satisfied look exposed on her face. Magic Flute admired it for a while, and judged, it is very beautiful. Very beautiful? Sai Lei's eyebrows immediately frowned. She did not like this kind of judgment, somewhat mumbling, not beautiful, but powerful. Uncle Magic Flute helped me test it out. Me? Magic Flute pointed at his own face. He stood there blankly. After a while, he laughed out sheepishly. I apologize, I have never tried to use a mechanical weapon before. Then what do we do? Sai Lei's face was bitter. Uncle Poker Face is not here too. Uncle Poker Face. Magic Flute exposed a smile, as he said warmly, please do not worry, I will ask him to come back. He had already returned to the encampment. That's great. Sai Lei became excited and jumped about, her little ponytail drawing a pretty arc. Uncle Flute is the best, but... Magic Flute smiled, as he stood up, his tall figure and warm smile, he looked indescribably refined. He nodded at Sai Lei, and laughed, I'm going, please be careful. Finished, he walked out slowly. His refined and confident figure caused stars to appear in Sai Lei's eyes. Sai Lei's had a smitten look, both hands holding her bosom. Wah, uncle is so handsome. But when Magic Flute returned to the recruit barracks, he was surprised, there was actually no one here. Did something happen? The smile on Magic Flute's face disappeared, and he walked out of the light door. When Magic Flute appeared beside Tang Tian, his first reaction was not the silver light exploding out of Ghost Claw and Guiyu, and not Tang Tian's fervent attack on the fire net, but the arrow melody that was brimming with sorrow. Under the entire sky filled with the silver light, his lanky figure stood there quietly. He turned his face, and his clear vision gazed upon a small black dot. His gaze landed on the blind man sitting on the wheelchair. Such a grieving melody, his entire life, must have been unfortunate. Magic Flute stood there straight up, a cold sad look appearing in his eyes, he sighed. Even though they were very far away, Magic Flute was still able to see. Ling Su, who was about to pierce the blind man with his spear, was being hit by a heavy hammer, flying backwards and spewing out blood. In the air, his blood falling down to the floor, Ling Su's eyes were kept shut, he remained unconscious. Magic Flute's gaze became gloomy, as he flew off lightly like the wind. Under the silver light of the whole sky, he faintly lowered his head, the flute in his hands was brought to his lips. From one look, it was obvious that Ling Su was about to fall into the midst of the stone grabble beasts. Suddenly, a fiery red figure rushed in. It was the flamingo, but... Flamingo used its mouth to grab onto the fainted Ling Su, and used power to run. The sadness on blind court old man's face became heavier, he strummed the string once more, and in the midst of the sorrow a desolate melody sounded out. All the dumbstruck stone grabble beasts suddenly became enraged with a terrifying red in their eyes, as they started bellowing out one by one. One of the stone grabble beasts threw a punch towards Flamingo. Flamingo nimbly jumped to one side, bang, the stone fist landed in its original position, the soil and sand flying out. All the stone spirit beasts suddenly woke up, and started to attack Flamingo one by one. In a blink of an eye, Flamingo was surrounded by endless peril. Suddenly, a clear and melodious flute sound suddenly resonated in the air. The flute sound was like a burst of warm and genial wind, blowing across the entire battlefield. All the stone grabble beasts were locked in their places, the redness in their eyes began to become diluted. Flamingo took the chance and ran out. Blind court old man who was in his wheelchair exclaimed out, the arrow in his hand stopped, his empty eyes turned towards the sound of the flute. The melodious flute sound caused the black-clothed lady to feel extremely comfortable, the killing intent in her heart disappearing. She actually could not feel the least bit of urge to fighting. She recognized that it was powerful, her heart could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. Blind court old man's melody was like a nightmare, but this flute sound had some sort of magical power and was pulling people's hearts. Such a powerful sound-type martial artist. Her mind quickly flipped through, she was thinking, which sound-type martial artist was able to fight against blind court old man. As an Onyx soul horse, she knew the Heaven Road list very well, much more in depth than ordinary martial artists. If someone did a bit deeper research on the Heaven Road list, they would realize, blind court old man's rank in the last 10 over years did not have any change at all, always ranked 9,900. That was an extremely special rank. From rank 9901 to 10,000, these 100 names were hailed as the war zone of the 100. Upon entering the Heaven Road list, it means you are the top 10,000 martial artist in Heaven's Road, to allow your name to appear in front of all the millions and millions of people. Glory, wealth, treasures, martial techniques, everything would be attainable. That was the dream of countless martial artists. In the long list of names, every one of them had the ability to be in the list. Jealous, they tried to think of any ways that could put themselves on the list of Heaven's Road experts to increase their status.
The war zone of the 100 was a tough competition as it was the strongest region in the Heaven's Road. It was also the fastest changing and violent region. Though Guodong's ranking changed in the war zone of the 100, but he never lost his position in the Heaven's Road list once.
That meant his powers were high. The blind court old man's position was always being eyed.
Being in the 9,900th position was definitely something worth thinking about. This position indicated that immortal marshals recognized his powers and they was sufficient for him to leave the war zone of 100. From the list, the blind court old man's powers were most definitely stronger than Guodong.
Whatever blind court old man presented of his own powers, they all matched his position well.
But, the lady in black never thought someone who was also a sound-type martial artist was not any inferior that blind court old man would appear out of nowhere. The sound-type martial artist was a type of desolated martial artist because not only did sound-type martial artist required to be a talent in cultivating, they needed to be pitch-perfect to comprehend all the sounds in the world. No matter which era, it was very rare to have a strong, almighty sound-type martial artist.
Who is that exactly?
The lady in black suddenly saw the blind court old man from the corner of her eyes. She was stunned. The blind court old man sat still and listened attentively.
When Magic Flute appeared in mid-air, everyone was taken aback.
Especially the time when Guiyu and Ghostal Claw were fighting most intensely, the melodious tune resounded and stole the attention of everyone. But, as the two killing techniques collided, nothing was changed because of his tune. The sky was covered in silver radiance. Guiyu's pale face was tinted red. He bit onto his lips tightly and stared at Ghost Claw with his bright eyes. Holding the sword in his hands, there was an undetectable tremor. Such a strong claw technique. His entire arm was sore and numb as his chest was blazing with heat. From the day he comprehended the formless slash, he had never once used it in a battle. He never expected to use it firsthand on such a formidable person. His confidence was thwarted, but Guiyu's eyes lit up suddenly. Ghost Claw was fading right in front of him. Guodong, who had been observing this battle from the fire net, sighed a breath of relief.
This spirit general was definitely strong.
But, Guiyu's sword was even stronger.
Guodong looked relieved.
Ghost Claw faded as he stared at Guiyu coldly and without a word. When Ghost Claw disappeared completely, Guiyu let out a victorious smile. The remaining mechanical martial artist was not a problem for him. Nowadays, all the mechanical martial artists did not have high standards. In the entire list of Heaven's Road, there was not one that was a mechanical martial artist. That was enough to see how the mechanical martial artists had de-evolved. On the contrary, it was the sound-type martial artist that needed him to reconsider.
But Guiyu was still basking in the victory. He had full confidence in Formless Slash. Formless, from today onwards, you must be glorified. The transparent sword tremored and buzzed as it pierced towards the direction of Magic Flute, who was concentrating on blowing a tune.
First, he had to eliminate this sound-type martial artist.
The sound-type martial artists feared getting close to enemies.
This sound-type martial artist was dumb enough to run to somewhere so close. The sword ray aura flew across the sky and towards Magic Flute. Suddenly, a blue silhouette rushed to the front of the Magic Flute. It was that mechanical martial artist.
Guiyu smirked.
It was the right choice to have the mechanical martial artist protecting the sound-type martial artist.
But, how was a mechanical martial artist going to stop him? Ridiculous.
Guiyu's eyes turned cold as he raised his sword once again. During the period that Ghost Claw disappeared, an anger rose in Tang Tian's heart, an anger at himself.
Fire Scythe Ghost Claw.
Why was his own Fire Scythe Ghost Claw so weak?
Tang Tian, how can you be so weak? Ghost Claw must be so disappointed at you right now.
The fire net in front of him made Tang Tian become even more disgusted by it. His speed became even faster. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw in his hands was not kept in restraint as he went all out. Because he had previously overused the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, he had learnt his lesson with the internal injuries all over his body, and had caused Tang Tian to keep himself in check while using the technique. But at this moment all the rage in him was being burnt, all the qualms he had were being burnt into smoke.
Tang Tian knew that the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was Ghost Claw's proudest and most entrusted technique.
Nothing was more important than Fire Scythe Ghost Claw being defeated by someone, which would make Ghost Claw even more upset. This was due to the fact that Ghost Claw's power had not fully recovered, and the original level of the Ghost Claw was not recovered as well. Ghost Claw right now must have died a bitter death. Despicable. Feeling all the rage in his body, Tang Tian concentrated entirely to his front. All of his focus was on the fire net and the feeling of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw in his fingers. His form was getting faster and faster, the true power to his fingertips getting more and more. The crane true power energy in his body had never surged up like this before.
Release the claws faster. Release more true power.
Tang Tian, who was seeing red, his heart was screaming out in anger.
Rage out, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Be angry, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw.
The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw coming out from his fingertips quietly transformed. Behind the fire net, Wudong observed Guiyu. He was extremely comforted to know that the time he spent on Guiyu to nurture him had not gone down the drain. Guiyu's future would be much brighter, much more glorious than his. This battle was risky, but he got through without any mishaps.
It was a good experience for Guiyu.
For the other mechanical martial artist, they were not a threat to Guiyu.
As for the sound-type spirit general,
full of mustache on his face, Wudong looked cold.
He was confident he could eliminate him as long as he wanted to. He kept them alive to give Guiyu a chance to fight. As for the Tang Tian, who was constantly flying around the fire net, Wudong did not mind him at all. At times, it would light up and spew out some sparks. In Wudong's eyes, this was merely gimmicks. This useless martial technique was worthless. An equally young person, Guiyu's power was obviously stronger than Tang Tian by a wide margin. In Wudong's shoes, Guiyu had the qualifications to fight for the ranking in the war zone of the 100. Suddenly, Go Duong had a feeling, and he exclaimed out, "Eh?" In the next second, his pupils actually dilated.
The surrounding fire net was collapsing loudly and changing into sparks in the sky. A figure panting for breath, with his red glowing eyes, stared at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 213, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's Brilliance. Chapter 213, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's Brilliance. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations, Andre. Tang Tian panted heavily as he glared at Wudong.
He hung his hands loose by his side. All his fingers were just like two sparklers as they sparkled continuously.
Wudong looked at Tang Tian's 10 fingers in disbelief. This rascal, actually broke the fire net. Impossible. It was impossible. Wudong almost gasped out loud.
Earlier on, he had already studied all of Tang Tian's capabilities. With his standard, it was definitely impossible for him to break the fire net.
How did this rascal do it? Tang Tian heaved heavily as the true power in him boiled.
He stared at Wudong with his bloodshot eyes like an angry bull.
Ghost Claws, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw can most definitely defeat them. Tang Tian only had this thought in his mind.
He had yet to realize the 10 fingers that were sparkling. The boiling crane power drained into his 10 fingers and continuously set off sparkles and fireworks. Erupting the fireworks, he concentrated and kept his cool. Turning, a layer of dense fireworks had formed a piece of firework net covering Tang Tian's palm.
The sparkly fireworks glove was splendid. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw.
The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw that truly belonged to him. Still panting heavily, his true power had a breakthrough when he was fighting the fire net earlier on. There were a miracle reaction when he used the crane body energy. The thin true power of the crane gushed out. Under the instigation of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, it formed countless fireworks. Tang Tian realized that these fireworks produced from the blazing true power were much stronger than the fireworks being produced in midair due to friction. But, when the true power was burning, it used up a lot of energy. Tang Tian controlled the speed at which the true power was burning, and so, it formed a firework gloves.
Fire Scythe Gloves.
This move will be called Fire Scythe Gloves from now on. The crane energy in Tang Tian's body was constantly flowing, like a strong and heroic crane, continuously flapping its wings, the surging true power raging endlessly.
The dazzling gloves producing sparks, or flickering indefinitely.
In Tang Tian's heart, appeared the lonely and crooked frail Ghost Claw. He was a man who had given his whole life of pride, glory, and his entire life's passion, and entrusted everything to this martial technique. This man who never before felt satisfied with the completion of his own martial technique even to death.
Ghost Claw, don't lose heart.
Tang Tian shouted in his heart. For some reason, he felt very unhappy. In his heart, Ghost Claw was a teacher and a friend, like his own relative, and not just some random spirit general. Tang Tian knew, whatever drop in level, his strength not being recovered, the martial spirit being badly damaged, all this to Ghost Claw was not important. Such a proud and cold man, he was unable to accept these kinds of failures. But, once he lost hope, the already badly damaged martial spirit would face death and disappear forever.
Tang Tian was not willing to let Ghost Claw disappear, not one bit willing. Ghost Claw, let me be the one to show and prove Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's power. No matter what. Ghost Claw, you definitely cannot lose that hope. Tang Tian's mind suddenly calmed down. The red eyes recovered its coolness, the ice-cold aura seeping out was terrifying. He stared at Guodong, straightening up his back, and began to put on the bleeding cat blade scythe. During his daily training, Tang Tian used his bare hands, and never once wore a claw weapon. But this time, he retrieved out the bleeding cat blade scythe. Guodong's pupils constricted, he exclaimed, bleeding cat blade scythe. The silver treasured weapon from Lynx constellation, ... He lightly laughed. This sword is called the Cold Fire Crow Sword, Corvus Constellation Silver Treasured Weapon. Treasured weapon versus treasured weapon, now that is very fair. Tang Tian did not say a word, the fire scythe gloves once again appearing on the bleeding cat blade scythe. Clang! A light and acute sound, as the claw and edge of blade intertwined, similar to the cat in the night exposing its red-colored eye. Guoyu stared at the sky tiger in a daze. That sword of his was actually blocked by the mechanical martial artist in front of him. Bing looked at Guoyu. He was confused. Earlier on, Guoyu's slash was amazing. He, himself thought so too, but he did not expect Ghost Claw to disappear from that strike. He knew this would have a huge impact on Ghost Claw, more than anyone could ever imagine. The martial spirit of Ghost Claw was broken and ruined. Theoretically, for something with its martial spirit so broken, it was impossible for it to show themselves. But the martial spirit of Ghost Claw had a strong determination and dissatisfaction which allowed him to show himself again. With such a strong blow, Ghost Claw might not be able to recover fully. The intention to kill grew within Bing. He knew Ghost Claw was always proud, so Bing had never intervened in a battle Ghost Claw was fighting. But why did he have a feeling he needed to fight for his friend's death? Bing lowered his eyes as the sky tiger leaped with its blue wings wide spread open. Suddenly, he moved. Swoosh! Guoyu only felt his vision went blurry and the sky tiger was directly in front of him. He was shocked as it happened so quickly. Without thinking much, he shouted, and the transparent sword in his hands glowed with a dark red flame, then he pierced through. A ray of dark red flame chopped towards the sky tiger. The two of them were too close to one another. Sky Tiger would never be able to dodge this blow, and so, he suffered this blow. Guoyu was overjoyed. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind blowing from his back. His smile froze. Almost at the same time, the sky tiger who had been struck faded in the sky. Shit! It was an afterimage. Without thinking too much, Guoyu pounced forward. Swoosh! The wind from the fist brushed against him. He only felt his head went numb and his heart skipped a beat. Without waiting for him to get up, a series of attacks fell on him. Instantly, Guoyu was situated in a raging storm as attacks fell on him from all directions. He could not even catch a breather. Too strong. Tang Tian and Guodong's fight was intense. After donning on the bleeding cat blade scythe, the power produced by the fire scythe gloves grew. Bleeding cat blade scythe was definitely the silver-ranked treasured weapon of Lynx constellation. After wearing it, every claw would produce a blood scythe beam. With the fire scythe and blood scythe forming together, every claw of Tang Tian's momentum was extremely shocking. Guodong was powerful, and the cold fire from the Cold Fire Crow sword was strange with its own properties, causing people to be unable to defend against it, and with his achievements in the Fire Crow sword, every move he made was full of shocking power. Talking about capabilities, Tang Tian might have just comprehended the fire scythe gloves and he might not be able to fight against Guodong, who was ranked 9928 on the Heaven's Road list, but, with the silver-ranked weapon of the Peacock and the two blood meridians, Tang Tian could actually fend off Guodong's attack. Guodong was shocked as to how strong Tang Tian was. The weapons on Tang Tian made him drool in envy. He simply could not understand how Tang Tian got so many weapons. He spent such a great deal of energy just to get a Cold Fire Crow sword, but then when he looked at Tang Tian, Bleeding Cat Blade Scythe was the treasure weapon of Lynx. It was a silver-ranked rig, he could never imagine himself owning it. Armor, known as the treasure amongst the treasures. Compared to weapons, it was not inferior. Silver-ranked armor. Guodong was full of envy to see his luxurious armor and weapons. Naturally, Guodong could tell Tang Tian and Ghostclaw used the same type of martial technique. But a martial technique would be used differently on a different person. Especially the sparkly gloves Tang Tian had just comprehended. There were obvious differences between that and Ghostclaw's fire scythe Ghostclaw. Guodong was not surprised, as that was perfectly normal. For majority of martial artists, cultivating the same type of martial technique might be similar, but to true experts, a same kind of martial technique, comprehension, understanding would be completely different. He had passed down the Fire Crow sword to Guoyu, and Guoyu's enlightenment actually resulted in the formless slash, which was entirely different from his. The fire scythe gloves proved that Tang Tian had his own enlightenment regarding the fire scythe Ghostclaw. But since it was like that, he was still suppressing Tang Tian, and it was complete suppression.
Guodong's true power was already at the 7th level, having complete advantage over Tang Tian, who had just broke through to the 6th level not long ago. Him suppressing Tang Tian was not weird. The thing that was truly surprising him was, the resisting power coming from his sword end, was actually continuously growing stronger, but this growth was not huge, but it was in the midst of battle, and for Guodong, who was experienced in fighting for his whole life, he had never seen it before.
This brat is actually improving.
Guodong's heart was stirred. He had never seen such a weird person before, to be able to ferociously improve while in the midst of battle.
Such a scary brat. Guodong took a deep breath.
He already was not sure that if he continued suppressing, he would be able to crush Tang Tian. Tang Tian's fragmented attacks made him feel that he was in danger.
He had to end this quick. With that, he could no longer erase that thought. Then let us just end this quickly. Guodong was a decisive man.
Once he made up his mind, there was no turning back. The cold fire crow sword burst in flames suddenly. Like a fire crow that just spread its wings, it was splendid to look at. Guodong looked stern as he shook his wrist. Swoosh, the cold fire left the sword for the sky like a fire crow spreading its wings. Guodong then pointed his sword at Tang Tian and shouted, "Kill!" The cold fire drew an arc in the sky swiftly. As though it was hunting, a black, red-eyed fire crow seemingly appeared within the flames. In its red eye, there was only coldness that sent chills down a spine. As it spread its wings, it carried with it an icy cold radiance like a black lever-style guillotine.
Fire crow headsman, intimidating and most outstanding killing technique. Fire crow guillotine.
It was as if the sky darkened.
Wah!
The gloomy vibrato that injected fear into people covered the entire field, and even Magic Flute's flute melody was suppressed. The ground beneath starting trembling, the terrifying formless undulation from the fire crow guillotine dispersed everything away. Everyone could not help but to look up, to see the terrifying black light dropping from the sky.
Tang Tian also raised his head and looked up.
But on his face, there was not the least bit of fear. The light in his eyes seemed to pierce right through the heart. Bleeding cat blade scythe in his hands shook slightly that could not be caught by anyone. Like a sneaky, quiet cat, it was thirsty.
Was it coming finally? Tang Tian looked up with his face painted with sheer determination.
Between his brows was an untamable craziness. Gushing with true power, it spewed out from his fingertips, and in an instant, each of them lit up like fountains of fireworks. The eye-piercing rays of light from his 10 fingers gathered energy, and condensed.
Tang Tian screamed in his heart. Ghost Claw, you have to see this. You have to. Look, the aura of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. That pride you had never once given up on, but... With a bellow, the bloodshot-eyed Tang Tian turned sly as he welcomed the black light without fear.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 214, Blossom, Demon King Firefly. Chapter 214, Blossom, Demon King Firefly. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations, Andre.
Behind the light door, Ghost Claw had become extremely faint and was floating in the air.
He was in a daze, watching Tang Tian roar, watching Tang Tian's fire scythe gloves, watching the dazzling and burning light in Tang Tian's hands, watching Tang Tian killing his way towards the dark light like a moth attracted to fires.
The dazzling silvery light, blossoming from Tang Tian's fingers, the 10 blazing light balls, were like 10 bright stars in the night sky.
Is that Fire Scythe Ghost Claw? Ghost Claw watched in a daze.
As if time froze, the stars in his eyes were spewing out sparks. Compared to the sparks formed by grinding against air, this power was much stronger, and the disparity was so far, it was as if he could feel the surprising chi coming out from the sparks jumping out from Tang Tian's palms.
Strong, that is really strong.
So, combusting true power was Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's true meaning. That was the real Fire Scythe Ghost Claw.
Tang Tian, you did well.
Ghost Claw suddenly exposed a trace of a dry smile. Gradually the smile rippled out as it spread out more, turning into a clear and bright laugh.
Ha 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 ha.
He suddenly kept his voice, his frail yet steel fingers grasped into a fist, his stupefied face showed a completely sincere happiness. He faced the starry door, and said heavily, Tang Tian, you did well. It was as if he was radiating a light for rebirth. The darkness and stupefied look on his face was gone, his wrinkles unfolding, and he straightened his back.
Young man, I have seen all that I need to see. Godlike young man, thank you. Young man, I really have to thank you.
Ghost Claw's dried and thin face exposed a warm smile. All the things that gnawed at his heart, all the longings, had all disappeared.
What remained was the endless sense of satisfaction and the unprecedented relief.
Young man, I will not be able to shoulder your battles from now on. But please do not be sad for me, this badly damaged soul is already completely satisfied.
Young man, thank you, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please accept this last gift of mine.
Although my martial spirit is already so dark, although my longings are gone, although I am about to disappear into the wind, and although I have untied the bindings to once again enter the reincarnation cycle.
But young man, before I disappear, please accept my last bit of power.
In Tang Tian's shouts, while the fire scythe gloves lit up with a dazzling ray of light, in the terrifying fire crow guillotine, Ghost Claw calmly walked to the back of the light door. At the light door, one after another gold cards, arranged out neatly. Flash Fist, Minute Collapsing Fist, Tan 2A, Scattering Vortex. All the different techniques that Tang Tian practiced every day, all the awakened killing techniques, all of them appeared on the back of the light door, all of them transforming into gold cards. Till today, the number of cards on the light door, the number was not little. But the only regretful thing was, all these martial techniques, there was not one peak-level martial technique. Ghost Claw's gaze landed on the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw card that just appeared. Bing had talked about the light door before, behind it was the old martial technique wall, all of Bing Army's martial techniques were on it. But now, all the martial techniques had disappeared. This was why he wanted to teach Tang Tian martial techniques, but he had no choice, and could only develop training methods for him to improve. Bing also talked about another use of the light door, to infer or deduce from martial techniques. The martial technique wall used to be covered with martial techniques. The fusion between the martial technique cards formed many new martial techniques. But these kinds of fusions needed an intervention from a martial spirit. Looking at the martial technique wall behind the light wall, Ghost Claw raised his fingers and caressed the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Ghost Claw's thin figure had a thin radiant light surrounding him. As the light followed along to his fingertips, it entered the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. In the light, Ghost Claw's figure quickly became fainter and became even more thin. Ghost Claw's face suddenly exposed in unwillingness, and he suddenly shouted, "Godlike young man, you must definitely do your best." Visible by the naked eye, Ghost Claw was fading quickly. Behind the light door, there was no one there. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw card on the martial technique wall, tinted with an extra dull glow.
"Godlike young man, you have to keep it up." A sound lingered as it echoed through.
Tang Tian opened his eyes wide as the wind whistled beside his ears.
In his eyes, he saw Fire Crow guillotine crashing down from the sky.
The gushing true power burned at his fingertips. The crane true power in his body was reaching its peak as it emptied into the 5 fingers. Each finger was enveloped with a bright ball of red light. Each ball of flame red light was like a red star. When he spread open his 10 fingers, it was as though his fingers were holding up 10 stars. The true power continuously flowed towards the balls of light and burned continuously.
No way. It is still not enough.
Tang Tian's face was fierce. As he widened his eyes, which were filled with rage, his mind only had one thought. I must definitely let Ghost Claw see this.
See the brilliance of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Definitely.
Tang Tian bellowed out like a wild beast. All the true power in his body rushed into his 10 fingers. He was completely ignoring the thought of what could happen to his body with this exchange.
Come on, true power, all of my true power. Not enough, still not enough.
Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes constricted. At such a crucial time, he had actually ran out of true power in his body.
After being stumped, Tang Tian was immediately enraged. No!
He was instigating the crane-style chi manual like crazy.
True power, he needed more true power.
But his already dried-up meridians had not 1 ounce of true power left.
The Fire Crow guillotine was getting closer as Tang Tian started to despair.
He knew this technique could definitely defeat his opponent, but he needed sufficient true power. The more true power he had to burn, the more powerful this technique would be.
Tang Tian bit onto his lips tightly as he stared tensely at the crow guillotine that was coming closer. He did not retreat for one bit.
Instead, he used all his might to instigate the crane-style chi manual.
Aquarius martial cabinet was left forgotten in one corner.
The bronze crane started to glow slightly.
That was the bronze crane that Tang Tian got when he was at Three Spirit City.
The bronze crane turned into a green radiance and penetrated into Tang Tian's body. As though Tang Tian was being shot by an arrow, he froze as his pupils dilated quickly.
An earth-shattering true power burst out from his dantian without any signs.
Like gushing rivers, it flowed through his dried-up meridians. The meridians were just like dried-up riverbeds. As the true power flowed through along these dried-up riverbeds, it rushed forward without any obstruction.
Tang Tian could not even react to it.
Each time the true power passed by an acupuncture point in the meridian, his body shook. His body was like a sieve as it shook vigorously. The shakings took place with his dantian as the center of focus, extending out to each part of his body.
As such, Tang Tian was not wearing any clothes. The ripples and patterns at which the true power was flowing could be seen as it extended out from the dantian to all of his body. The gushing true power cruised through Tang Tian's neck and into his brain. Instantly, Tang Tian froze as his bloodshot eyes lost its focus.
But in his eyes, there was a snow-white crane silhouette.
A crisp clear cry of the crane rang in Tang Tian's head. Bang!
The true power flowed into his arms, through his wrist and into his 10 fingers.
Surrounding Tang Tian's fingers were the balls of lights.
Rapidly, the lights turned into a silver white. The radiance shooting out from his 10 fingers was blinding as though they were the brightest star from the universe. Losing focus, Tang Tian thought he saw a beautiful white cane dancing around. He felt a burning sensation from his fingers that caused him to palpitate.
This was true power. That's right. This is true power. Suddenly, Tang Tian came back to reality.
The dancing white crane disappeared. The incoming crow light was already right in front of his eyes, with the edge of the light point directly at him.
Tang Tian stared at it in bewilderment. Come.
Without giving much thought, he spread open his 10 fingers as he grabbed onto the black light. The 10 stars flew out from his fingers as they spun in the air, turning into 10 rays of brilliant lights. The brilliant lights curved its light just like 10 fireflies flying towards the black light. Looking at the 10 brilliant lights, Tang Tian turned calm suddenly.
Ghost Claw, did you see that? Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, this is the brilliance of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Isn't that beautiful?
It's called Demon King Firefly. It is an apt name, right?
Unknowingly, Tang Tian choked up and teared.
He bit onto his lips tightly as he looked to the front to look upon the 10 sparks of lights like meteor stars. The 10 brilliant lights and the crow light got closer. The anger in Tang Tian was appeased as he shouted silently in his heart. Blossom, Demon King Firefly. Bang bang. Countless rays flew out in front of him. The air exploded instantly as waves of chi rippled into the surroundings, engulfing everything around. Guodong, who was floating in the air like a leaf, his vision suddenly trembled.
Suddenly, 3 fireflies emerged from the explosion and flew towards Guodong. Guodong's face changed. In a moment of panic, he used the cold fire crow sword as his shield. The 3 specks of lights landed on the sword. Slap, 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 the cold fire crow sword combusted into 3 parts. Guodong suffered a hit as he flew out. Vomiting fresh blood, he looked out in disbelief. Impossible. Tang Tian did not feel any sense of victory or happiness. He looked at Guodong, who flew out. Seeing Guodong forcing himself to instigate true power, his body was covered with a dull red flame exactly like a fire crow. Rushing to the front of Bing to block off a heavy blow as he used this chance to save Guiyu, who was injured. Tang Tian did not give chase. He stood there in a daze, heart full of sorrows. Ghost Claw, did you see that? Ghost Claw, why can't I feel your chi? Ghost Claw. Suddenly, a faded sound seemed came through from the wind. Godlike young man, you have to keep it up. Tang Tian could no longer hold it back as tears streamed down his face, bawling out. Crane, who was traveling on land, suddenly felt a sharp tremor around his waist. Crane looked shocked, in which turned into a face of joy. Holding onto the sword, his face was in disbelief as it muttered, Heavenly Light Pellet Crane. He actually has the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane. Crane looked solemn as he held the sword up high, exclaiming, Heavenly Crane origin, in the name of Heavenly Crane constellation, open. The sword in his hands was suddenly bedazzled with a beam of golden rays, turning the crane's reflection into yellow gold. Slowly, Crane lowered the sword. It left a ray of golden radiance in which it would not fade away. 1 second later, the radiance turned into a door. Crane placed the sword back onto his waist and arranged his robe. Looking solemn, he walked into the light door. I'm coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Crane shows up. Chapter 215, Crane shows up. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations, Da Andre. The blind court old man listened attentively until the tune disappeared. He sighed lightly. It was truly a magical flute melody. It made me think of Senior Magic Flute. Never did I think that I would be able to have the chance to listen to such melody that sounds like nature. I did not come here for nothing this time. The lady in black was anxious, Master. If blind court old man suddenly changed his mind, then her gold this time round would go down the drain too. Blind court old man raised his hand, stopping the lady in black from continuing.
and said, "This flute sound, apart from the faint grief, it is like the blessings from the sun. There is still time, but who knows for how long? The vestiges from so many years. This is a sound martial artist that has lived through many generations. I am not equal to him.
Let us go." Blind Court Old Man was indifferent. To go against this flute music, there is no way any weapons will move.
The lady in black, whose face was covered by a mask, exposed a struggling look, but she bit her lips tightly and did not make a sound. Truthfully, she too knew that she had no power to go against that music. Just as they turned to leave, a gold line of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The gold line expanded, becoming a starry door. The lady in black was dumbstruck, her lips was trembling, the remaining words could not come out. Everyone was shaken by the sudden appearance of the starry door.
What could be more surprising than a starry door suddenly appearing in the middle of the sky?
Everyone stared blankly at the starry door appearing suddenly, to the point that no one could speak. The moment the starry door opened, a foreign chi enveloped the entire field.
Starry door. Everyone was petrified, at the same time curious as they stared at the door. What was happening?
A leg stepped out of the starry door from the sky.
It was a person.
Everyone was shocked, even Blind Court Old Man, who could not see. His head was tilted to one sound, both ears picking up all the vibrations, as though he was listening attentively. Crane crossed the starry door with one of his legs.
He was very much excited. Finally, he was seeing his goal.
After asking around for so long, he felt that it was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. In the end, he did not find anything. But Crane never thought his opponent had gotten the heavenly light pellet crane.
That was one of the 3 silver treasures of the crane's constellation.
Each star treasures of the constellation all had a series and were categorized into bronze, silver, and gold. But amongst these, there were some special ones, like treasure weapons and armors. A treasure weapon was the most exquisite treasure in each rank of the treasures.
These exquisite treasures were much stronger than the ordinary treasures.
As for armor, it was also very unique, as it could cover an entire body with an armor of treasures. The formation of the armor was far harder than all the other treasures as such. Its powers were also much stronger than ordinary treasures. Heavenly Light Pellet Crane was Heavenly Crane Constellation's silver star treasure, and was the strongest weapon in the entire Heavenly Crane Constellation. Although Heavenly Crane Constellation was a small constellation, with only one gold star treasure, which was the Crane Sword. The 3 great silver star treasure weapons were naturally the peak existence amongst the treasures in Heavenly Crane Constellation. If not for the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane, the Crane Sword would not have had such a strong reaction. To activate the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane, it required the person to have a deep level of attainment regarding the crane body energy, and that was why Crane did not hesitate to use the Crane Sword's power to activate the starry door. When Crane stepped out of the door, his expression froze.
There is something wrong with this view, it seems a bit too high. Wait a minute. He reacted quickly. As his face changed, he was high up in the sky, so high up. Like a rock, he fell down rapidly. The wind blew against him so hard he could hardly open his eyes. But he was not panicking. Very quickly, he calmed down. When he was near to the ground, he held onto the crane sword at his waist and shouted, "Snow crane wings." A pair of snow-white crane wings appeared behind his back as he landed onto the ground. Bang! He knelt on the ground on a single leg as both his legs landed on the ground. At the moment he landed, his body froze as a chi wave swept across. In the center of the chi waves, Crane in white clothes was not dirted at all. Silence filled the surroundings as Crane looked across. Finally, he set his gaze on Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not even look at Crane, who was falling from above. He was still immersed in the sorrow from losing Ghost Claw, and was just bawling out as he sat on the floor, mucus and tears dripping out. He was twitching as he cried. After he finished crying, Tang Tian began to regain his courage. Ghost Claw, sob sob sob. I will definitely do my best. This godlike young man will definitely do my best, but... Tang Tian muttered to himself, his voice getting louder and louder, his tone becoming more resolute. Stop crying, how can a godlike young man drop tears, so embarrassing? Tang Tian wiped away his tears, resolution once again reappearing in his eyes, as he prepared to stand up. Suddenly, a white color figure appeared in his vision. Tang Tian was stunned, he immediately rubbed his eyes again, and the figure in front of him became clearer. Tang Tian was stunned, and he opened his mouth. Little Susu, come and take a look, it is your twin brother. Sky Tiger rushed over, and Bing, who was inside, exclaimed loudly, "Oh my god, he really does look a bit like him." Pata pata, a set of light steps sounded out from behind. It was Flamingo carrying Ling Su, who had fainted over. Tang Tian was shocked, and finally reacted, "Little Susu." Ling Su's eyes were shut tight, his whole body circled up into a ball and was shivering vigorously. Magic Flute spoke, he's suffering from bedevilment. Bedevilment? Tang Tian looked up. MHM, a magic flute sounded serious. It's one of the methods that is usually used by sound-type martial artists. Basically, it awakens the demon in them.
Naturally, music has the ability to influence a person's mood and mentality as such. The sound type of martial artist had an added advantage to that.
They can awaken the demon that is hiding in one person.
There's a demon in everybody, some are determination, some are emotions.
They come in all sorts of forms.
Usually, people would suppress the demon under calm and controlled situations.
But suppressing doesn't mean it's being destroyed. Bedevilment is hard to destroy.
Once the demon is awoken, if one cannot break free from the struggles, then he or she will be in danger.
Suddenly, Tang Tian remembered the last time he fought with magic flute. Don't tell me this is the bedevilment you used on me? That's right. There was an odd look on magic flute. He nodded, but it doesn't seem to have any effects on you. Magic flute did not complete his sentence.
It was not that bedevilment had no effects on Tang Tian.
But Tang Tian was already in a frenzied state. Magic flute never thought that the demon in Tang Tian was different from everybody else.
Every demon was gloomy, ruthless, and fierce, etc.
Which also explained why bedevilment was so scary. But the demon in Tang Tian was weird.
His demon was also sad and lonely, but it was just like him, full of sunshine.
Tang Tian did not break free from the demon by himself but by the demon in him.
He continuously eliminated those negative emotions in him.
Such a weird type of bedevilment, such a weird young man. Magic flute was thinking.
If it was a normal day, Tang Tian would definitely happily praise himself in Cloud 9, but at this time, his face was anxious. Then how can we help little Susu?
There isn't a way.
Magic flute shook his head bluntly. The devil in every person's heart, only they themselves can struggle out of it.
Such a despicable arrow old man.
Tang Tian was infuriated. The next time we meet, Tu will definitely beat him till his teeth drop. But, at the distant cliff, there was no one. Blind Court old man had already left. Immediately he waved his fist at Ling Su, who remained unconscious, and shouted, "Little Susu, you must be brave. Whatever demon you have inside, they are nonsense, beat them all down. Use your Justice Orange Core Pierce."
Suddenly, a gentle and polite voice cut in, "Hello, can I ask, do you cultivate the crane body energy?" "Ah."
Tang Tian reacted to him. He turned his face, looked at Crane, and asked curiously, "Are you little Susu's older brother, or younger brother?" To him, the both of them looked alike. They both had silver hair that drooped to the shoulders, the same white robes like snow, and the same sissiness, but
in Tang Tian's dictionary, there was no such word as handsome.
Even if there was, it was meant for himself.
Only the godlike young man was qualified to be called handsome and suave.
The others were all sissies. Crane peeped at the unconscious Ling Su and looked slightly surprised. This was the first time he saw someone who dressed up exactly like him. But soon enough, he kept his gaze and looked at Tang Tian. Shaking his head, he replied, "I'm sorry.
I'm not affiliated to him. May I ask, did you cultivate the crane body energy?" What do you want?" Tang Tian looked at Crane with his guard up. "I'm a disciple of the Crane sect. You may call me Crane." Crane smiled lightly. He was very polite. "Ah, you're the disciple of the Crane sect." Tang Tian was shocked, but his eyes lit up anyway. "Do you have the 6th rank Crane Style Chi Manual Spirit General card? What about the 7th rank?
Crane shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, my sect has fallen. All the Crane Style Chi manuals above 6th rank are all lost."
Tang Tian was instantly let down, muttering, "Then what's the use of you?" "What is the use of me?" Crane face sunk. Tang Tian waved his hand and shouted, "All right, why are you here looking for me?" Crane returned back and bowed quickly. He spoke with utmost earnesty. The crane body energy had been lost for years. "I would like to take back what belongs to my sect. Please fulfill my wish." "You guys don't even know crane body energy?" Tang Tian was shocked.
He was even more disappointed now. It had been a long time since he comprehended the crane body energy, and he had never found it amazing or high-leveled. But he never thought if the Crane sect did not even know the crane body energy, Tang Tian lost all his interest.
Crane sect which do not even have the crane body energy, what kind of high-class bullshit was this?
These disciples from the Crane sect was so disappointing, but Tang Tian, who was unhappy, stared at Crane. No matter how he looked, Crane was not pleasing to his eye.
This fellow who was equally sissy as Ling Su, no matter what it was, he was not charming at all.
Tang Tian cursed silently. His expression was crude. "I can teach you the crane body energy, but I painstakingly attained this on my own. What can you give me in exchange for it? Please tell me." Crane was firm and solemn. "As long as Crane has it, or whatever I can do,
it definitely will not be a problem. Seems like he's a fat sheep. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Seems like he is a rookie. Bing appeared out of nowhere. He relaxed that poker face of his. Kiki. Hee hee.
Tang Tian, who had telepathy with Bing, chuckled innocently at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 216, Bing's Proposal. Chapter 216, Bing's Proposal. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations, Andre.
With pleasure. Tang Tian's innocent look, his smile was as bright as the sun. First tell me what you have. This way it will be easier for us to discuss the problem of exchange. Magic Flute looked at Tang Tian's bright smile in a daze. That bright face, there was something wrong. Suddenly, he doubted his previous inference and conclusion about Tang Tian. Magic Flute always thought Tang Tian was able to resist the disturbance of the bedevilment, was because his heart was pure like the sun. But, from what he saw, the bright face of Tang Tian's sent a shiver down Magic Flute's spine. Unless, even when ripping somebody off, this fellow was actually so focused and pure about it. Magic Flute, who was shocked, remained quiet as he moved a few steps away from Tang Tian. He looked at Crane in sympathy, a good young man, such a pity he was about to land in the demon's palms. Magic Flute admired Crane a lot. From one look, he could tell that Crane was from a good family, and carefully groomed. Every move he displayed was graceful and noble, and that could not be faked. He could roughly guess, Crane had an outstanding mother. Only a noble parent can groom out such an outstanding young man who was a true hero. He had the same temperament. Magic Flute, who came from an aristocratic family, felt close to Crane. But he tactfully kept quiet, and gave up trying to save this pitiful sheep. If it was only young man Tang, then it would be okay, but with the poker-faced tiger beside watching intently, this pitiful beautiful young man was unable to escape the clutches of the two demons. Stopping them was the same as killing his own family. There was no need to talk about young man Tang, adding on the wily old fox poker face Bing, they would never let him go so easily. Please take care of yourself, beautiful young man. Facing Tang Tian's cheerfulness, Crane did not have his guard up. He even kept his prejudice he had earlier on. The sobbing young man whose face was covered in mucus was actually a pretty decent young man. Welcoming the ball Tang Tian kicked over, the rookie Crane's personality burst out. Smiling bitterly, I don't know what else can I give you in exchange. That was his heartfelt words. Crane's sword was the holy item from the Crane sect. He must never and could never use it for an exchange. The 3 treasure weapons of the Crane sect were all lost, and the only one that appeared, Heavenly Light Pellet Crane, was in the hands of his opponent. Suddenly, Crane realized it was pretty dumb to come looking for Tang Tian like this. He found the man, yet he could not find anything to exchange for the Crane body energy. Treasure weapon? Do you have it? The Crane sect is a huge sect. Tang Tian sounded arrogant, looking as though he was considering for his opponent. You'd probably have a few treasure weapons, right? Crane smiled and answered honestly, there are 3 treasure weapons in Crane constellation. The only one that has appeared is the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane of yours. Tang Tian was excited now. What used to be the bronze crane was now some Heavenly Light Pellet Crane. Tang Tian did not know the history or usage of it, he never even expected Crane to show up like this. But Tang Tian did not show his true emotions. Although his math was poor, but this did not stop him from being a cunning businessman. Tang Tian frowned, if you don't have any treasure weapons, then it'd be tough. Do you have star coins? I like treasure weapons more, as the star coins can't help me much. What? You really don't have any treasure weapons? Then star coins would do. Just as Crane heaved a breath of relief, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, but don't try to play with me by bribing me with just mere millions of star coins. It was as if Crane was struck by a lightning. Mere millions of star coins, playing with him. His face turned pale. Though the Crane sect had the entire Crane constellation to themselves, the Crane constellation was just a small constellation. The finances of the Crane sect were poor, and due to the fact the Crane sect had fallen, the Crane sect was isolated from the outside world. The Crane sect used a currency of their own. There was practically no one using star coins. Needless to say, millions of star coins, even throwing away 100,000 star coins. All the clan elders from the sect would definitely have their eyes red like ferocious dogs as they rushed over to pick them up. No offense taken. It was wrong of me to use wolves to describe clan elders. 100,000 star coins was something the sect would never be able to hand over. The only possibility the sect was able to hand over such a huge amount was if they asked from their mom or aunts, but Crane smiled even more bitterly now. He shook his head as he threw this unrealistic thought to the back of his head.
I don't have that much money, Crane said honestly. Tang Tian frowned hard now.
He was purely just making a joke from all the treasure weapons. His goal was star coins.
The godlike young man was lacking in money.
His money had all been placed into betting on Sai Lei's mechanical armors, and now he had nothing left. Seeing at this Crane's dressing, he was sure he was rich.
He might have nothing on him, but he was definitely not lacking of money.
That's all right. You can have your family sent here.
We can wait for a few days. Bing caught on. Tang Tian suddenly saw the light and was energized again.
That's right, cash. This rascal must not have enough cash on him.
Indeed, the older, the wiser. With poker-faced uncle coming in to help, he might gain some benefits. Crane sighed, my sect can't produce that much money. Tang Tian's face sunk.
His plan to strike gold had failed.
His mood turned foul instantly. Then what should we do?
Let's make this clear, I'll not tell you the Crane body energy without gaining anything. I spent a lot of energy to learn it, how can I just tell you like this? Crane laughed bitterly. Tang Tian's words could not be refuted with just reasons. Successive generations of disciples from the Crane sect did not attain enlightenment on the Crane body energy. From what he was thinking, it was extremely complicated. Tang Tian must have definitely spent a countless amount of mental and physical effort to polish it. A special handed-down martial technique, for someone to be willing to exchange it, was already a heaven-sent favor.
For someone to gift it free or charge?
Even Crane felt that he would not be able to do that.
Crane's eyes dimmed.
Bing suddenly opened his mouth. Since you have no treasures, and no money, seems like there is only one other way, but...
It was as though Bing was giving him the last straw of chance. Crane immediately grabbed it and enthusiastically asked as he raised his head, what way? Work for us as substitute.
The blue sky tiger shrugged his hands, as Bing's voice came out from inside. Other than this, what other ways can there be?
Tang Tian asked, get this boy to work?
Surprisingly, he advised Bing, hey, uncle, this boy who does not even look useful, his strength must only be so-so. Suddenly Tang Tian's gaze looked at Magic Flute who was not far away, his tone suddenly changing. Of course, Uncle Flute who has such power, is rarely seen. Magic Flute stood rigid as he exposed a smile. He waved his hand, indicating he did not care.
I am willing to work for it,
Crane suddenly said. For the revival of Crane sect, for his father's final wishes, working to Crane, was nothing much.
I am not willing to bring along someone useless. Young man Tang, who was obviously going for it, acted unhappy. Hey, uncle, since it's your idea, then you test him.
How much power he should have, the qualifications to be able to work for it. Crane stepped one step out, took out his sword, his snow-white robes fluttering, his expression becoming serious. He bent his body. Please make your move. Bing was extremely excited facing this person who suddenly fell from the skies. Seeing that he was so straightforward, he said, then here I come. Finished, the sky tiger's figure disappeared. Crane's expression was calm and steady. Without unsheathing the ancient sword in his hand, he struck towards his right along with the scabbard.
Chie! A white ray of sword beam flew out. Sky Tiger's faint figure appeared in front of the sword beam. When an expert reveals his move, one could instantly tell whether he was an expert or not. The unsatisfied look on Tang Tian's face disappeared, his expression congealing.
Crane's sword was very fine and delicate. The white sword beam brought a faint white mist, which was like the white clouds floating along a mountain. It had some refined feeling as though it was placing itself above the common population. Tang Tian could tell that the sword beam was learned from the Crane sect, from the crane dancing intent inside it. But what was more important was that he could accurately gauge Bing's figure. Sky Tiger's speed was unusually fast, and Bing was a mechanical martial artist who was able to utilize this extraordinary advantage, and very few people could under one look, in one move, accurately capture him. He sure had something up his sleeves. Whatever Tang Tian could tell, Magic Flute could tell it naturally too. Bing was slightly shocked. Sky Tiger spread its wings open and hastened its speed. Crane looked solemn. The ancient sword in his hand seemed heavier and his actions became slower, but he still did not pull it out of the sheath. The sword aura drew across the sky and became brighter. The white sword beam aura showed a bit of a crane's silhouette. Slowly, pearls of sweat formed on Crane's forehead. The white chi he blew out was not dispersing. His expression was straight as he pulled out strikes even slower now. He was shocked. So powerful. How could a mechanical martial artist be so strong? The Crane sect did not have any disciple that could surpass him. Even those clan elders that had been cultivating hard for tens of years might not even surpass him. Other than his outstanding gifts and hardships, this definitely had to do with his inheritance. His mother's legacy, as compared to the Crane sect, was much stronger. Since young, he had simultaneously trained in both the Crane sect martial techniques and his mother's legacy, and it was the first time he was in such a difficult position. It was this Crane body energy that he would never back off for. The opponent's speed was so fast it was incomprehensible and it was getting fleeting. But he must not give up. This was his only chance. The sweat streamed down Crane's face like rain. All the chi on him boiled as he clenched onto his teeth and held it up. Suddenly, the Sky Tiger's body went silent. A calm voice emerged from within. Okay, you've passed. 3 years is all you need to serve him in exchange for the Crane body energy. Crane was slightly exhausted, but he was overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. Okay. Tian ran over with his buttocks jolting up and down. Throwing to him a trump card, martial spirit contract. Seeing Crane's capabilities, Tian knew he struck gold. He already started considering if he should push out services that hires Heaven's Road martial artists, and he just needs to take money. 3 years, how much could he earn? Tian felt overwhelmed, but it was definitely for the better. All of suddenly, a whine broke out. Tian was shocked and right away, he was overjoyed. Xiao Su Su. You're awake. Immediately, he cast Crane to one side as he sprinted to Ling Su. Ling Su opened his eyes slowly. The determination in his orange-tinted eyes blazing with indefinite passion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, I Will Not Be Sad. Chapter 217, I Will Not Be Sad. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Little Su Su, how do you feel? Tian's eyes widened as he asked immediately. I'm fine. Ling Su looked at Tian's concerned face, his heart warmed up. His voice sounded hoarse and dry, sounding very tired. Congratulations. Magic Flute's gentle voice came out, with a hint of astonishment. Every successful struggle with bedevilment is one time of attaining nirvana, and your state of mind will become even more pure, regardless of whether you train in your martial technique or your martial spirit, it will benefit you. Sounds really powerful. Tian's eyes lit up, somewhat eager to try. I want to be bedeviled too. Wah wah wah, to get rid of bedevilment, I can become even more powerful. Magic Flute looked at Tian's battle-ready stance, and thinking about his extremely weird bedevilment, even for someone who was widely known for his experience, knowledge, and farsightedness, Magic Flute could not think of anything to say. Ling Su struggled to sit upright, his gaze landed on Flamingo, who was standing quietly to one side. Flamingo's body was full of damage, although it had surprisingly strong leg power, but it did not have any battle power. On the way while escaping with Ling Su, it had suffered countless injuries. Thank you. Ling Su lightly said to Flamingo. It was clearly a mechanical beast without life, but in his heart it was already his partner. Hey, young man Tang, any way to fix Ahua? Ahua? Tian was stunned for a while, but quickly replied, oh, you mean Flamingo, you have to find Sai Lei. Give it to me. To this godlike young man, it is a small problem. Thank you. Tian thought he heard wrong. Ling Su was actually saying thanks to him. Did the sun rise from the west? Did this brat get injured and hurt his head? Let me tell you, if you dare to spoil even one leg hair of Ahua, you're dead. Ling Su continued on fiercely. Tian then relaxed. Seems like little Su Su's brain was only hurt a little. Relax. Sai Lei is very powerful. Tian had complete confidence in Sai Lei's mechanic techniques. Ling Su snorted, his gaze landed on Crane, and was stunned. Who's this guy? Oh, he's called Crane. Tian introduced. Don't worry. He's not your brother. I've asked him already. He's now a part of us. He's pretty good and definitely not inferior to you. Not inferior to me? What do you mean? Come on. Let's fight, crazy young man. Can you even stand without falling? Crane studied this group of people in silence. In his heart, there was something he could not describe. But suddenly he felt, 3 years down the road, his life would not be mundane. Xia Qing panted as he ran over. Looking at Ling Su, his face was painted with joy. Mr. Ling is awake. That's great. While fighting the Stone Gravel Beast King, after the blind cord old man left, the Stone Gravel Beast King also thought of running, therefore Xia Qing gave chase, but the Stone Gravel Beast King still ran away in the end. He looked towards Ling Su with utmost respect. Ling Su single-handedly destroyed the group of Stone Gravel Beasts. He looked heroic. Although he was defeated in the hands of blind cord old man, but to him, he won still. Can you check where did Guodong and the rest escape to? Tian asked suddenly. His eyes flickered with an intention to kill.
How could he allow this matter to end this way? I'll send someone to check it out right now.
Xia Qing agreed with him straightforwardly. Guodong and Gui Yu escaped with injuries. To the Xia Sword Village, although it was risky, but once the two had recovered, they would fight back and the entire Xia Sword Village would be done for. Even though Xia Qing had already comprehended the cry of the Guardian Heartsword, but he was still not confident enough that he could fend off Guodong. Moreover, there was Gui Yu, who was also powerful. The impacts of the battle was far beyond anyone could have imagined. Guodong had never been wiped off from the Heaven's Road list for 10 over years. Anyone who had some knowledge about the Heaven's Road list would be familiar with the name of Fire Crow Headsman. So when Guodong's name was removed from the Heaven's Road list and was replaced by a name that no one had ever heard about, everyone was shocked. Who was Tang Tian? Several of them even went to dig out the Heaven's Road dated back to a few weeks back to look for Tang Tian's name, but his name never once appeared there. Also, the immortal martial artists revealed how Tang Tian defeated Guodong. The Fire Crow guillotine that Guodong was famous for was defeated in a move. So no one questioned the replacement of the name. But, who was Tang Tian? No one knew. Tang Tian showed the news from Immortal Martial Artist Manual off to Ling Su. Xiao Su Su, you need to buck up. But, even with your standard, it's already not easy to be part of the waiting list. Ling Su's eyelids twitched. Don't worry. I won't resent you. Tang Tian raised both his hands and showed off his biceps. You're destined to live in the shadows of a godlike young man. Ling Su's eyelids kept twitching. Finally, he could no longer take it, he yelled, scram. Tang Tian giggled. Out of curiosity, he asked, Xiao Su Su, why are you a bookworm now? Honestly, with your IQ, this might be a little hard for you. Ever since Ling Su woke up, he would hug onto his book after his training. It was a torture to listen to this stupid boy stuttering. Ling Su groaned, what do you know? I'm seeking for inner peace. Don't tell me you're frustrated? Tang Tian did not understand. Just as Ling Su wanted to speak, his gaze was stunned. Tang Tian saw and turned his head quick. He looked stunned too. Crane wore a black clothes and appeared in front of them. Crane you're, Tang Tian pointed to the black clothes on Crane and stuttered. Crane explained to them politely, I did this to avoid wearing the same color. I think it's better that I wear black. Wearing the same color. Tang Tian and Ling Shui were both shocked. I'm sorry. I'm going to cultivate now and can't accompany the both of you. Please understand. Crane bowed to the two of them with his sword held high. Crane was already tall and straight and walked with a different gait. He always had a look of an upright and proper person. This sissy, what about color clashing? Ling Su muttered in dissatisfaction. He did not like Crane's way of behavior. There was never a speck of dust on Crane's body. He was never too fast or too slow when he walked. When he sat, he was always in an upright position, and on his face, he always had a polite smile. Before he left, he always showed his gratitude. What was annoying to Ling Su was that when this rascal ate, he was so feminine. It was the first time Ling Su saw a man need a small knife to slice the meat from the bone when they were eating barbecued meat. After cutting them into thin slices, he needed to arrange them neatly into 3 rows before he used the chopsticks to eat them and dip them into sauces. Anyway, as long as he was with Crane, Ling Su and Tang Tian looked just like country bumpkins. But no matter how disdained Ling Su was to Crane, he had to admit that Crane was very hard-working. When he saw Crane cultivating, Ling Su was somewhat pressurized. How could he lose to a sissy? Without second word, he cast the book away. He was off to cultivate. Tang Tian, who came over to kill time, was left alone there in an instant. Tang Tian just had to go somewhere. Into the light door, it was empty. Bing and Magic Flute had brought Flamingo and the Corvuscle to find Sai Lei. Rumors said that Sai Lei had a new mechanical armor and wanted Bing to try it. The surroundings were so empty and quiet. Suddenly, Tang Tian felt difficult to get used to it. After a moment of silence, he started cultivating. The eye-catching sparks and the friction between anvils sounded through once again. He had comprehended the fire scythe gloves. The true power that burnt was much stronger than the friction of the air. This kind of cultivation did not have much impact on him. But Tang Tian insisted on grinding the anvils just like the past. He did not choose to ask Crane on how to use Heavenly Light Pellet Crane, nor did he ask how to promote fire scythe gloves. He continued to cultivate whatever that was left uncompleted, grinding anvils. Tang Tian was fully engrossed in it. Not knowing how long had passed, Tang Tian finally took a break. It was as if he had just came out from a pool of water. Panting heavily, he looked around the anvils that got lesser. Out of the blue, Tang Tian choked up.
Ghost Claw. Tang Tian's heart turned sour. He took a deep breath. Looking at the anvils around, it was as if he was facing Ghost Claw. Clenching his fist tightly, he forced a smile out and shouted. Ghost Claw, I am going to finish grinding the 10,000 anvils. Isn't that powerful? Wah, this godlike young man is so powerful. You can rest in peace. Ghost Claw in my hands, the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw will definitely become popular. This godlike young man will definitely become super and very strong. Tang Tian stared at the remaining anvils for a while, wiping off his perspiration. He continued to immerse himself in training. I will not be sad, really, I will not be sad, my face will only be bright, my heart will only have hope, I will sing even in the strongest wind and biggest rain, I will use my fists, and with some of the beams, I will blossom. I will not be sad, really, I will not be sad, you just stand there and watch my gaze, as warm as the spring weather, the fire of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, from combusting on your hand to mine, this is your pride and your strength. I will not be sad, really, I will not be sad, I will never put that one my face. When the last anvil was completely grinded, Tang Tian immediately laid on the floor, stretching his hands, as he gazed at the ceiling. Ghost Claw, I've completed it. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Upon finishing with his sentence, Tang Tian, who was on the verge of collapsing, his eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep instantly. When Bing's figure appeared from the martial spirit chamber, upon seeing Tang Tian, who was in deep sleep, and seeing the floor filled with steel fragments, the place originally filled with anvils, had become empty. Bing was speechless. Ghost Claw, our luck is so good. Bing suddenly muttered to himself. He started cleaning the army camp. It was obvious how much 10,000 anvils was like. When his gaze grazed past the light door, it was like he had just been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze. The light door that used to be covered densely by cards had all disappeared, and what was left was a lonely card which continuously glowed. Ghost Claw. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Crater Constellation's Demon Sealing Sword. Chapter 218, Crater Constellation's Demon Sealing Sword. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Sire, please enter, Master has been looking forward to this for a very long time. The guard slowly pushed the thick and heavy bronze door. The bronze door rumbled out loudly, the sound resonating far and wide. Guodong, who had a pale face, carried the unconscious Guiyu. Guodong currently did not have the bearing of the legendary Firecrow headsman. His expression was haggard, his beard in a mess, his fiery pupils were dim. After the night, he had aged over 10 years. He slowly entered the big hall. One figure appeared in the center of the big hall. The lofty back view entering his vision caused Guodong's heart to shiver. The figure in front of him had countless of minute black feathers floating in the air. The person turned his body, and upon seeing Guodong's situation, he was filled with surprise. What happened to Brother Gua? With wide and dense eyebrows and a squarish face, he turned his body. Although it was not the first time seeing Xiaoyu's figure, Guodong's heart still jumped. The thick black feathers covered his entire chest, making him look like a birdman. The surrounding black feathers all came from the dense feathers on his chest and floated in the air. Xiaoyu, Heaven Road list ranked 9915, he was higher than Guodong by 13 ranks. Guodong understood Xiaoyu's power very well, and his power was definitely much stronger than the rank suggests. Xiaoyu was always in closed-door cultivation, and the outside world knew little of his power. This time we have met a troublesome person. Guodong's voice sounded like coarse, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Who is the opponent? Xiaoyu's face congealed. To be able to cause Guodong to be like that, it was definitely a martial artist of a rank much higher than Guodong. Which strong martial artist would visit Corvus Constellation? Brother Xia, didn't you see this week's immortal martial news? Guodong's face was bitter. Xiaoyu shook his head. I haven't been keeping up with the news for very long. Don't tell me there is a new powerful person recently? Tang Tian. Guodong laughed at himself. Someone so new he cannot be any newer. He was not even in the waiting list to begin with. I do not know where he crawled out from. Where is he from? Xiaoyu did not dare have a contempt for someone he did not know. I don't know. His martial technique seems to be the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw from Honorable Martial Group, but the power released was much stronger. He should come from a rich family. He has star treasure weapons, and an armor to that. Guodong sighed. Brother Gui was careless. Xiaoyu said lightly. Honorable Martial Group, treasure weapons, armor, these 3 points, said that this new person that suddenly came out was not simple. 3 points linking to one person. Without thinking, he was definitely big trouble. Humans will do anything for riches, just as birds for food. Guodong laughed bitterly. I was not the only one to come out, even blind court old man has appeared. Blind court old man. Xia Yu's pupils contracted. Hearing that, Xia Yu knew, the matter was not simple. I have come this time, to plead brother Xia for a drop of your black feather blood. Guodong solemnly said. Xia Yu was stunned. I am willing to give you this black feather blood, and I know that brother Guo plans to give it to this young man to use, but you had better think it through. If not, he will be like me, and hard to go out in the future. Xia Yu pointed at the dense black feathers on his chest, and looked quietly at Guodong. Guodong bit his lips, a trace of pain flitted across his eyes. I cannot bear to watch him die. Good. Xia Yu agreed to it wholeheartedly. Walking towards Gui Yu, a drop of blood suddenly dropped out from his fingers. Within this drop of blood, there was a tiny black feather floating within. The drop of blood containing the black feather fell into Gui Yu's mouth, and right away, there was a layer of black-colored misty fog appearing on Gui Yu's body. He'll probably need 20 days before he can be awoken from his coma. Xia Yu said. Thank you, brother Xia. Guodong cupped his fist in gratitude. It's nothing big. Don't bother. Xia Yu waved his hands, shrugging it off. I have no items on me right now to benefit brother Xia except for this demon sealing sword secret. Guodong said. Demon sealing sword. The calm and reserved eyes of Xia Yu turned big and round. Are you referring to Crater Constellation's demon sealing sword? Indeed, brother Xia is knowledgeable. Guodong nodded. Crater Constellation is the dullest constellation. Not many people knows of it nor its strongest treasure. The demon sealing sword is the golden ranked and is the holy treasure of the Crater's constellation. Xia Yu quickly regained his composure. Did brother Gui get into this mess because of this sword? That's right. Guodong nodded. Near the village, there is a small sword village named Xia Sword Village. This sword has been guarded by the Xia family. I got to know this accidentally. The demon sealing sword is located at the back of the Xia Sword Village at the Stone Sword Peak. I've been there countless times, yet I got nothing in return. Originally, I didn't want to make a move, but I don't know how the blind court old man got his news from. He was coming for it too. In a moment of folly, I have to show myself. Who knew I would meet Tang Tian and his gang and get into this problem? Xia Yu had calmed down now. There is not one person who wouldn't lust for a holy treasure, but it's not something I can handle. No matter how small the Crater Constellation is, it is still a constellation. It might not be a good thing to have the holy treasure of a constellation on hand. Xia Yu was right, the heavens' road was boundless and there are countless planets, but there were only 88 of them that were deemed fit to be called constellations. Each constellation had a holy treasure. The powers of the holy treasure might not be stronger than all the other treasures of the constellation. For example, the immortal crown Xian Hui has was merely just silver ranked. But in the series of treasures of immortal constellation mountain, it would always be the strongest. It fell from the gold ranked to the silver ranked. In fact, all the treasures of immortal constellation fell. The power of the holy treasure indicated how strong a constellation was. But, as the strongest treasure of the constellation, the holy treasure would always have its unique points. So, when a holy treasure appears, there would be bloodshed. Because, holy treasures were too rare. Amongst the 88 holy treasures, how many had been buried deep? No one knows how many holy treasures were left. To Xia Yu, holy treasures were not an omen, it was a bliss to the extent that they did not dare to think about it. The Crater Constellation is now full and faded without life. It is difficult to say how much power is left in this demon sealing sword. Guodong mentioned, since Bro Xia knows something about the demon sealing sword, then you should know there are countless treasures being sealed by the demon sealing sword which had disappeared together with the demon sealing sword. Bro Xia might feel that the demon sealing sword is not realistic to get, but you might strike gold if you manage to get one or two of these treasures. Hearing that, Xia Yu was moved. He looked at Guodong. For brother Guo to come this time, seems like you are an in-between for political reasons. I came on my own will. Guodong said calmly, Tang Tian is someone formidable, and with the Xia family's help, naturally his hope is the biggest. Blind court old man had come prepared this time. That mute servant of his also has power at his reserve. I and Xia Yu are injured. Without brother Xiao's help, we are basically a bird without wings, and that is the truth. This defeat by the opponent this time, I cannot accept it at all, and it is very hard for me to swallow, but this is anger. So I came to find brother Xia. This matter is advantageous to brother Xia. I think brother Xia would not mind having one or two more star treasures. Xian pondered for a while. Your fight with them, I will have the freedom to choose whether to help or stand by the side. No problem. Guodong was much happier hearing that. Thinking of Tang Tian's all of a sudden his killing intent flashed past his eyes, and he said, this anger, I wish to release it by myself.
Xiaoyu set his mind to it and smiled straightforwardly. Then, I'll heed Brogua's advices. Guodong chuckled. Let us defeat the blind court old man together. The two looked at each other and smiled. The next morning, Tian ran to find Crane and asked him about the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane. Crane muttered, Heavenly Light Pellet Crane is a weapon from Heavenly Crane constellation. Its use is that it is capable of opening something like a dantian. You can call it the Crane dantian. You should be able to feel its existence, but the way of using it is different from a normal dantian.
How is it different? It is like a dantian, and its use is not much different from a dantian.
But it is unable to expand in size. Other than that, after depleting all the true power in the Crane dantian, its recovery rate is extremely slow. It is unable to be replenished by meridians, it can only be self-replenished, and this process takes a long time.
Crane explained. Roughly how long? Tian asked immediately.
Roughly 15 days. Crane tried his best to recall, if I'm not wrong. If it is like this, it means that you can only use once every 15 days. Although it looks like a dantian, but truthfully it is a star treasure. But
once every 15 days?
Tian was slightly disappointed, but upon thinking about it, he was satisfied.
Since he had one more dantian, and the Crane dantian was much bigger than his 6th level dantian pool, roughly thrice the size.
This means that Tian's current true power had immediately rose 4 times of his old true power. This was already comparable to an ordinary 7th level martial artist. Although the recovery rate was very slow, but upon thinking of the surging true power, Tian was secretly thrilled.
So it's like that. Tian had a look of comprehension, and he immediately asked, so there is no other taboo or any important parts of it to take note?
Crane thought carefully and shook his head. Nope.
Really? Tian pushed his limits. Nope. Crane nodded his head. Good. Tian looked up with satisfaction.
Shrugging his hands, okay, you can start doing your chores.
Crane never thought Tian's face could change so quickly. Standing in a daze, he asked, chores? Yup, aren't you a substitute?
From today onwards, you're in charge of hygiene, welfare, food and all the carriages we need along the way.
Also, the security issues will be fully taken care by you, Tian said seriously. Remember, the greater the power you have, the greater the responsibilities. Don't be lazy. Crane was stunned as a chicken.
After a moment, he finally said, I don't know how to drive a carriage.
Then learn. Tian said it nonchalantly, we have a chauffeur. You just need to learn from him.
Young man, I won't discount on the Crane body energy that I'll teach you, so don't be lazy when you work. The suave-looking Crane was in a daze. In his sect, he had always been served and dressed by others.
But today,
suddenly, he felt a sense of gloominess in the next 3 years.
Tian waved his fist and cheered him on, young man Crane, keep it up. After that, he walked away.
Before he walked out of the yard, Xiaqing came over quickly looking terrible. Seeing Tian, he shouted, Master, bad news.
Bad news.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 219, Godlike Young Man's Insight. Chapter 219, Godlike Young Man's Insight. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre.
Tian gazed upon the amount of stone gravel beasts that covered the mountains and plains and could not help being surprised. This fellow is crazy. Only Tian was acting very normal, but the rest had ugly faces. Regardless of whether it was Ling Su or Crane, looking upon the amount of stone gravel beasts, their faces were incomparably weird. The scene of the stone gravel beasts attacking the village last time, compared to the scene in front of them currently, was considered negligible. The stone gravel beasts in front of them, there was no end to them. Condensed in close to each other, they were literally a sea of stones. The speed of the stone gravel beasts was not fast, but the number of them was astonishing. As they huddled together slowly, it was terrifying. Xiaqing's face was shocked beyond shock, his voice trembling. There must be at least 100,000 of those things.
100,000. Everyone's face was even paler.
The individual strength of a stone gravel beast was nothing much. Not one of them feared that, even if the stone gravel beast king was here, everyone was not afraid.
But 100,000.
This terrifying number immediately caused people to choke in despair. 100,000 stone gravel beasts, it was sufficient to wipe out an entire planet. It was impossible for some sword village to stop this tide. Even for Bing, who had been through the great big army era, he was currently quiet. No one was as clear as him. This large amount of cannon fodder was sufficient to crush everything in its path. Compared to the golems, their powers were too weak. The only thing to be glad about was the Xiaqing and the rest found out about the situation early. Following the speed of the stone gravel beast horde movement, it would take them roughly 10 days for them to reach the Xia family sword village.
Think of a way to withdraw.
Bing suddenly said, we still have time to adjust and leave this place.
Xia Cheng bit his lips tightly, sadness showing in his eyes. We are guardian swordsmen, we cannot leave. If you don't leave, you will all die.
Bing was rough with his words.
Magic flute is coming.
Tang Tian rejoiced, and everyone's face had a tinge of hope. It was Magic Flute's melody that caused the blind court old man to retreat the last time.
And if blind court old man could control the stone gravel beast horde, then Magic Flute could control them too.
Magic Flute, who was rushing back, upon seeing the horde of stone gravel beasts, his face changed. The lady in black looked at blind court old man in respect. She feared and respected this blind man. When she suffered a defeat the last time, she lost all her confidence in her battle techniques. In front of experts, those stone gravel beasts were like pieces of paper. They had no effects on her. But she never thought the blind court old man would utilize the same battle strategy, but this time, he found more stone gravel beasts.
Luck was on their side.
There were so many stone gravel beasts in this region, and under the lead of the stone gravel beast king, they had completely gathered almost all of the stone gravel beasts within a thousands of kilometers radius.
But
the lady in black thought about the melodious tune and could not help but said, Master, if the sound-type martial artist comes again. The reason why the blind court old man could control so many stone gravel beasts was because of his sound-type techniques.
His opponent had an outstanding sound-type martial artist too.
From the last sparring session, the blind court old man did not have the upper hand. Such reckless and crazy actions resulted in her respecting blind court old man, but still, she did not understand. Seated on the wheelchair, the blind court old man would tug on his arc mustache time and time again. To control the stone gravel beasts, he would open his mouth slowly and allow his hoarse voice to resonate in the air.
I know what you mean, but you don't have to worry.
The blind court old man suddenly revealed an eerie smile. The opponent's sound-type martial artist might be much powerful than me in terms of powers.
I'm indeed in awe. Do you still remember what I said that day?
The lady in black replied carefully, you said to the tune that you will not move any weapons today.
That's right. You remembered it clearly. The blind court old man laughed. Weapons are battles.
In battles, you naturally have to look for the weak points in your opponents. My powers and sound-type techniques might not be on par with him, but it isn't that he has no flaws. When I listened carefully to his tune, the opponent's sound-type martial technique was perfect, but he did not have sufficient chi.
That clearly indicated that his true power is very weak. True power is very weak?
The lady in black was shocked. She did not hear it at all. The melodious tune was perfect, but it could not cover the fact that his chi was not enough. If I didn't guess wrongly, the opponent must have sustained a great injury before and has yet to recover.
The blind court old man endowed with such great intelligence and smirked. Without true power, all your martial techniques would be nothing.
That applies to sound-type martial techniques.
I won't spar with him in terms of techniques. I'll compete true power with him. With so many stone gravel beasts, how is he going to fight with me?
With that, a ferocious chi came through. At this point in time, the lady in black finally understood. She felt a chill down her spine. Indeed, to make it into the Heaven's Road list, one must be heartless.
But, Tang Tian. Suddenly, the lady in black remembered the incident earlier as to how Lyra Treasury flew out into the sky, and she was infuriated.
This time, I will make sure you die in my hands. While everyone looked on with expectations, Magic Flute shook his head. The opponent saw through me that I have yet to recover and I do not have enough true power.
He's coming for me. Magic Flute's explanation caused everyone to fall silent. Other than moving out, I'm afraid there is no other way.
Bing said calmly. He was not anxious. From his perspective, whether or not Xia Cheng and the others moved was the Xia family's matters. He only needed to ensure the safety of Tang Tian. They had heavenly steed carriage.
It would be easy for them if they wanted to leave. Although these stone gravel beasts looked terrifying, but they were not fast enough.
If they wanted to escape, these stone gravel beasts would definitely not be able to catch up. Xia Cheng remained quiet.
Tang Tian suddenly said, Uncle Flute, how did they get to control so many stone gravel beasts? Magic Flute was slightly taken aback.
But since Tang Tian asked, he better explained it properly. Usually, for a small amount of them, they could use sound-type techniques to directly control them. If there were many of them, then we just have to choose a few leaders, and let them control the rest. The more star spirit beasts we have to control, the more demanding it would take for true power.
Tang Tian noted, I understand, Stone Gravel Beast King.
Moma Magic Flute nodded, observe these stone gravel beasts carefully and you'll realize they are actually in herds. Each herd will be led by a stone gravel beast king.
Tang Tian started counting, 1, 2, 3. But very quickly, Tang Tian was in a blur. Where was I?
Crane could not help but blurt, there are a total of 26.
Good job, Crane young man.
Tang Tian was excited, that means, there are a total of 26 stone gravel beast kings.
Uncle Flute, if we eliminate all these 26 stone gravel beast kings, how many stone gravel beasts can he control?
Everyone was stunned, they were all caught off guard by Tang Tian's idea.
Magic Flute was completely dumbfounded, then he realized, absolutely impossible for him.
That means we just need to eliminate 26 stone gravel beast kings.
Tang Tian cheered. Nobody bothered with him. Ling Su shot him down. Hey, crazy young man, why did you stop your treatment? Idiot.
Out of the over 100,000 of stone gravel beasts, you're going to kill 26 stone gravel beast kings.
Are you tired of living?
No one said a word, but obviously, everyone thought this idea was absurd.
But, don't you think 26 as compared to the over 100,000 of the stone gravel beasts is a lot less? Tang Tian looked at the others in a daze. 26 as compared to over 100,000.
Everyone was speechless at Tang Tian's reasons. Just as Ling Su was about to mock Tang Tian, suddenly, Bing supported him. He's right.
Tang Tian shot a look at Ling Su arrogantly.
With a bountiful of experience, Bing was the first to see the potential in Tang Tian's plan. That's right, it would not be an easy task to kill 26 stone gravel beast kings amongst the over 100,000 stone gravel beasts, but the difficulty of it had immediately gone down from completely impossible to extremely tough. It might not seem like a huge difference, but Bing knew there were obvious differences between the two.
Bing was flabbergasted. This rascal's insights were superb.
Looking at Tang Tian's arrogant face, there was not an ounce of an expert's deposition.
Yet, Bing did not feel a tad bit of weakness. It was not the first time such a thing happened.
If he said it again, it could just be sheer luck. But for his insight to appear a few times, and still think it was Tang Tian's luck, Bing would never make such a dumb mistake.
This rascal. We don't have a lot of manpower, but that's also to our advantage. Bing supported, which encouraged Tang Tian furthermore. Feeling energetic, he counted his knuckles. We can be more agile, more active. Uncle Bing, Ling Su, Crane, Xie Cheng, and there's me too. That's 5 in total. On an average, we just need to kill 5 stone gravel beast kings. No, we do not need to use so much.
Magic Flute cut off Tang Tian's words. You just have to kill 1 stone gravel beast king. If the opponent wishes to control a horde, then it means he has to directly control around 4,000 of them. This kind of pressure will deplete his true power quickly. As long as you get rid of 5, with such a large number, it will become a mess. If you can get rid of 10, then the army will crumble and begin to kill each other. Magic Flute's smile was slightly cold. He will know very soon that he is playing with fire.
Tang Tian muttered to himself. Uncle Flute was angry. Hearing Magic Flute's thoughts, everyone was shocked.
Getting rid of 5 stone gravel beast kings, the opponent would sink into confusion, which means each of them had to kill 1 stone gravel beast king. To kill 10, the army will collapse. That means that every one of them had to kill 2 stone gravel beast kings. Their objective, from being unattainable, quickly became within reach. Crane glanced at Tang Tian, feeling surprised. Just as everyone was prepared to give up, at a time where no one could find the solution, this person who did not seem very clever could actually find an opportunity. Was that coincidence? Victory! Crane's train of thoughts were interrupted. When he looked up, he saw Tang Tian cheering with his hands held high. Everyone who was suppressing it saw the looks of victory on Tang Tian's face. Coupled with his cheers and energy, everyone started raising their hands up high, cheering in unison. Victory! The sunlight shone on their arms like forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Silei's Troubles. Chapter 220, Silei's Troubles. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Tang Tian first returned to Three Spirit City. He needed to help Ling Su bring Flamingo back. Having Flamingo increased Ling Su's battle prowess, especially in such a battlefield. Flamingo was extremely important to Tang Tian. Three Spirit City streets were much more prosperous as compared to before, as Tang Tian followed the alley towards Silei card shop. Suddenly he frowned. In front of him was faint arguing sounds, as the entrance of the card shop was surrounded by a group of people. Someone is finding trouble? Tang Tian's face darkened. He widened his steps and entered the crowd of people. A few of them were flushed with anger over fighting. I was here first, so it should be mine. Based on what? It belongs to whoever can pay the higher price.
What are you quarreling about?
Open your eyes and take a look. Who are you guys trying to fight with?
Are you all sick of living?
Master Go was the one speaking, his face arrogant, his clothes very outstanding and not common. Around him he brought a group of swift and fierce-looking guards. Everyone around him, upon seeing his people, all quieted down. Master Go exposed a satisfied expression. Whoever isn't tactful, don't blame me for being unfriendly. From today onwards, all the mechanical weapons produced by this shop in this year, I will wrap and take all of it.
Based on what? Wrap all? Are you able to wrap all of it?
Everyone exploded out, as they shouted angrily.
Uncle Foam, make them quiet down.
Master Go laughed coldly. A group of flies, so noisy. A muscular man suddenly stepped out. His body was full of tensed muscles, his gaze cold. He raised his right foot, and slammed heavily into the ground.
Bang, dot.
Everyone felt the ground trembling. Many of them, being unable to stand steadily, fell to the ground. Everyone was yelling in fright, the entire scene quickly becoming a mess. The entire circumference around the strong man's legs, all crumbled down into a pit.
Heaven Road grade martial artist.
Everyone had the same action, as they all shouted out. And in those clamors, their faces turned pale white, and kept quiet out of fear. The strong man jumped out of the pit as though nothing happened. Master Goose sneered, next time shine the light properly on whom you are arguing against, don't dig your own grave, understand? This beautiful world, if you have no chance to enjoy it, that is your own fault, dot. When he finished, he did not look at any of them, turned his face, passion in his eyes. Miss Silay, Three Spirits City is such a broken place, what worth is there staying here? Luckily I have some dealings over at Mayduo City. If Miss Silay is willing to move over there, just state the conditions.
He swept across the people around him in disdain, and said loftily, although it isn't convenient for me to reveal my identity, but Miss Silay, please be assured, the Gu family is not some random small family. Disgust flashed across Silay's eyes, but her face was still cheery. Master has kind intentions. Silay is moved, but Silay is used to staying in Three Spirits City, and have no wish to move to any other place. Master Gu seemed to have planned in advance. Why not, Miss Silay, listen to my conditions first. As long as Miss Silay is willing to go, 500 million star coins. They are yours right now. Dot.
Everyone all hissed upon hearing that astronomical figure, 500 million star coins. It was as though a bomb was thrown into the crowd. All those who were fighting with Master Go previously, all their faces turned pale. To be able to take out 500 million star coins without batting an eye, that was definitely some extremely powerful and robust aristocratic family.
Tang Tian was stunned. 500 million star coins.
Suddenly, images of star coins appeared in his mind. Silay combed the fringe of her hair. This movement made Silay, who was already very charming, even more attractive. Master Go looked perverted as he looked at Silay sheepishly. He had already thrown 500 million star coins.
Anyone who has a soul would lust over it, moreover a woman?
He had encountered countless women and was good at handling them.
Never once had a woman not flinch at the sight of money.
Those who did not pick up the bait were merely because he did not give them enough money.
But this woman was the highest quality.
Master Gu squinted his eyes.
That look, you could tell he could not wait to rip her clothes off.
He visited countless of brothels, but he had never met one like Silay whose looks and presence were so graceful and perfect. Thinking about owning this high-quality good, he burned with passion. Besides, he was just after looks. If the opponent was just a pretty flower vase, no matter how pretty she was definitely not worth 500 million star coins. But Silay's mechanical creations were definitely worth 500 million star coins. Coincidentally, he got a set of Fierce Soldier, and immediately experienced the value of this surprising brand new mechanical technique. The moment he saw Silay, he was shocked, and the thought of owning Silay was planted in his head.
What's more beautiful than having the looks and a brain?
500 million star coins might look like it was a lot, but to Silay, it was not expensive at all. Silay smiled lightly. Thank you for your affections, Master Go.
But Silay isn't going anywhere. I just want to mend this shop.
The surroundings quietened down as everybody looked at Silay in disbelief. She just rejected 500 million star coins.
Master Gu was in a daze.
His eyes congealed as he laughed suddenly. If that's the case, then I'm willing to buy this shop.
Just say a price, Miss Silay.
Miss Silay, don't worry, I'll fund you every year for research purposes, and it will never be lower than 100 million star coins.
Miss Silay can do whatever you want.
For all the small matters of the shop, you don't have to worry for one bit. When Tang Tian heard it, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Thinking about those years, Silay had spent so much energy to ask for a research fund of about 2 million star coins, yet none of them could fork it out. Now that someone else if giving, it was more than 100 million each year. Silay said nonchalantly, Master, you're late by a bit. Silay has been employed by someone else. Master Gu no longer maintained his composure. His face sunk and mocked. I wonder which expert has such good methods to have Miss Sai Lei.
Sai Lei smiled. I'm sorry. This is classified. Sai Lei cannot reveal.
Master Gu stared at Sai Lei with his black face without a word.
The shop was dead silent as the atmosphere was pressurizing. Many were worried for Sai Lei. Anyone could tell Master Gu was obviously angered. Tang Tian was ready to make a move any time.
Suddenly, Master Gu laughed and without an ounce of anger. Then let's just settle the deal as said earlier before. I'll reserve the entire shop for 1 year. Just quote a price, Miss Sai Lei. Sai Lei replied politely, I'm super sorry. For such a huge matter, Sai Lei has no authority to decide.
I need my boss to decide. When will your boss come? Master Gu was played along. I'm not so sure.
Sai Lei revealed an apologetic smile.
Master Gu raised his hand. Don't tell me Miss Sai Lei wishes for me to return home empty-handed today?
A cold intention flickered across Sai Lei's eyes, but still, she smiled. How is that possible?
Sai Lei had just completed an item and this is Sai Lei's most outstanding mechanical armor.
After that, she waved towards the 3 pandas. The 3 pandas noted and quickly tossed out a snow-white mechanical armor. This mechanical armor instantly caused exclamations from the audience.
Master Gu's eyes lit up.
They usually deal with mechanical armors and this particular mechanical armor was special. This mechanical armor is named as First Snowfall. It is made with the most advanced and top-notch mechanical techniques and with the best materials.
There are a total of 160 types of ancient metals mixed into it.
It is based at the 6th rank and there are 3 slots to put in 3 6th rank Spirit General cards or a 7th ranked Spirit General card.
It is now the most advanced mechanical armor.
Sai Lei sugar-coated it so well that everyone's eyes just glistened in joy.
Tang Tian looked at First Snow for a long time before he finally understood. The looks of First Snow was much more exquisite than Sky Tiger.
Even though the slots for the cards were the same, but Tang Tian could tell the difference in one look. The martial spirit of First Snowfall was a good amount inferior to the Sky Tiger's martial spirit. There's just one of these. Sai Lei looked frustrated. With my current capabilities, I am still unable to do a large-scale manufacturing of First Snowfall.
The parts are way too expensive. I'll buy it. Master Gu said it without hesitation. He did not even ask for the price. The others looked angry.
This mechanical armor requires 20 million star coins.
Sai Lei pondered before she said.
Swoosh, it was another sigh. 20 million star coins for a mechanical armor. Although none of them were lacking of money, but none of them were not dazed by this sum of money. Everyone was shocked, but Master Gu was even more proud now.
Without hesitating, he said, I'm buying it. Uncle Feng, take it away. Master Gu flicked his finger and a piece of Star Spirit card flew right towards Sai Lei.
The floral panda by her side caught hold of the card.
Sai Lei's smile turned even more intimate. Thanks for your patronage.
Master Gu replied profoundly, I'll be visiting you in the near future hoping to meet your boss.
Miss Sai Lei, you must not hide from me. My temper is not one that can offend. I'll welcome Master any time.
Sai Lei said it as though she did not understand what he meant.
Master Gu turned around with his face sunken. Let's go. A group of people followed suit.
Tang Tian was tempted to take off the gorilla's mask and sneak behind. He had a premonition that this group of people would not let this matter rest. He wanted to see where these people came from. What surprised him though was this group of people actually walked out of the city.
Tang Tian followed behind without a sound. This group of people actually never thought someone would follow him. Once Master Gu was out of the city, he said, Uncle Feng, send someone to spy on her. I would like to see who's the mastermind. It better be a capable man or else, how dare she make a fool out of me? The Uncle Feng was bulked weirdly. Young master, why didn't you make a move earlier on? What kind of people can come from such a small place like Three Spirits City?
No, I would like to see how capable Sai Lei is.
Master Gu snorted. On his face, he smirked. Whatever I set my eyes on can never escape from my fingertips. Let's play with them slowly. That's too troublesome.
The sturdy one muttered.
Ha ha. You don't know anything, Uncle Feng. This is called fun.
Master Gu laughed. How amazing would it be to have the pretty face pleading in despair? After hearing that, Tang Tian had a burning intention to kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 221, Robbery. Chapter 221, Robbery. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre.
Xin Feng could not understand the master's peculiar hobby, but he mumbled to himself, and kept quiet after that. Although Sai Lei was definitely pretty, but for someone like him who was a martial idiot who focused purely on martial techniques, it was only so-so. He would only be interested in women who could tear apart tigers and leopards.
What? Is Uncle Feng reminiscing about Amu Duo? The master teased.
All the other guards laughed. Amu Duo was a famous female martial artist in the guards group. She was strong, and it was said that she was in love with Xin Feng.
Xin Feng's face grew red, but he was not angry. I do not have master's taste. I feel that ladies with a tougher skin are better. Someone in the group cheered. I wonder if Uncle Feng's skin is tough or not.
This time even their master could not help but laugh. Amu Duo was strong, but her temper was very bad. In terms of ranking in the guards group, Amu Duo was more valuable than Xin Feng. Xin Feng laughed along with everybody, but just at this time, an omen rose in his heart as he felt alarmed.
Careful!
Xin Feng shouted out immediately. A boulder as big as a table suddenly flew out. Its speed was fast, whistling down. Its target was straight for the master. The boulder was as fast as lightning, adding on its huge size. The wind sound made by it was terrifying.
The master was completely petrified.
An anger rose in Xin Feng's eyes. He got to join the master's side with much difficulty, and someone dared to initiate a sneak attack. He was enraged. Swinging his shoulders, his sturdy and tall figure flashed forward, leaving an afterimage, and he suddenly appeared in front of the boulder.
You want to die.
A ball of light aura enveloped his fist as he punched out straight towards the boulder.
Boom!
The boulder crumbled, the pieces flying in all directions, while Xin Feng stood there not moving an inch. Xin Feng's eyes became a blur as a figure instantly rushed into his bosom.
Not good.
Xin Feng's heart jumped. This despicable assassin dared to hide behind the boulder.
Such a treacherous fellow.
Xin Feng's knee rose. A direct knee hit. If it managed to land a blow, the opponent would die a horrible death. But the assassin was much more slippery than he could imagine. Xin Feng felt his belly in pain, his knee suddenly became weak, and he saw the assassin's back getting close to his chest. A strong collapsing power erupted. He felt as if he had knocked into a firm star spirit beast. He could not control his body anymore, and he flew backwards. Xin Feng, who was initially blocking anything from getting close to the master, was actually flying towards the master. The master only saw Xin Feng blocking his front, and his fist breaking the boulder apart, but suddenly a boom sound echoed out, and he flew backwards. The master's power was strong, but his battle experience was too little. As someone who spent his time drinking and having pleasure, the state of his body was already hollowed out. Seeing Xin Feng flying towards him, he panicked and waved his arms and legs. Xin Feng was experienced in fighting, experiencing the sneak attack while initially being muddle-headed and blurred. He immediately recognized the opponent's target.
Not good.
The target was the master. Xin Feng's face took a huge change. But the assassin's movements were faster than his reaction. 5 claw-like fingers flashed out as it clawed on his body, like being pierced by 5 steel talons. His entire body was immediately drained of chi. When he realized it, his bosom was empty, he had lost sight of his enemy, and his face became pale.
Bang! He fell hard to the ground.
He ignored his pain. In the corner of his eye, he saw the master landing in the enemy's hands. All his hope turned to dust. The master's throat was locked firmly by the opponent's fingers, which were like 5 steel claws, causing the master to be unable to breathe. The enemy extended out his hands, and master could not help but tiptoe. Facing the orangutan masked man's eyes, the master's mind went blank.
I am actually being controlled by someone.
The master, who was gradually regaining his senses, his focal length began gaining back focus, and the orangutan mask slowly became clear. Facing the crude orangutan face contours, in the eyes of the master, who was constantly indulged in famous paintings and arts, it was such a sinister sight. All the other guards stared blankly at the scene, all their minds gone blank.
Outrageous! How dare you! Shut up!
All the shouts, due to them losing their heads out of fear, abruptly stopped. Their faces filled with fear.
If anything happened to their master, whoever was on scene would not survive.
All of you shut your mouths! Xin Feng bellowed out like thunder. All of the guards were affected, and tactfully kept quiet. Xin Feng slowly stood up. His chest had a few holes, all flowing with blood, but Xin Feng could not care about it at the moment, as his gaze was on the mysterious masked man.
Friend, did we offend you somehow? Offend?
A coarse voice emerged from behind the mask. The star coins offended me. Tell me, I am so powerful, yet I'm so poor.
Is that reasonable or not?
These were Tang Tian's heartfelt words.
Xin Feng was relieved now. It sounded as though the opponent was here asking for money. Yeah, it isn't logical.
Xin Feng said against his will, friend, just put down my master.
Master's body isn't very well, he's frightened. My friend, your star coins will be gone like this. Keek.
The man with the mask laughed sinisterly. I'm so afraid, you have so many people with you. Xin Feng suppressed the urge to scream at him.
You are afraid? If you are afraid, you would not have done such a thing. But still, he did not want to agitate the opponent. He said calmly, then, friend, what must I do before you'll let go of my master? Star coins. Of course, it'll be star coins.
Tang Tian feigned a voice. You were willing to fork out 500 million star coins for a woman.
How much is your master worth?
Xin Feng was about to change his mind. Seemed like master had spent extravagantly and had caused others to lust after their money. Why don't you quote a price?
Xin Feng said. Oh ho ho, indeed, you're a straightforward person. Tang Tian jumped in right away, make it 1 billion star coins. Don't tell me your master can't compare to the two ladies.
Xin Feng pretended to smile bitterly. Don't play with us, friend.
Who would have 1 billion star coins on them? My master was merely boasting about the 500 million star coins. When master heard that, he finally reacted and added on quickly, I was really just talking, if you don't believe me, you can search me. After that, master reacted quickly. In his heart, he felt awful. Search? Tang Tian tilted his head as he pondered, then, he nodded, that's a good idea.
Come on, let us first bring out all the toys like Aquarius Marshall cabinet first.
I don't have, the master eyes darted around. Tang Tian was not in for bullshitting.
Clenching his fingers tightly, Master Ge's eyes were about to fall out as his face was like a fish facing its death.
Friend.
Xin Feng tensed up as he quickly said, we'll give it to you. After a total of 15 seconds, Tang Tian then loosened his grip on Master Gu. Master Ge's eyes had gone white as he coughed vigorously.
Tang Tian's finger strength was now terrifyingly powerful. After grinding 10,000 anvils, his efforts did not go to waste. Even if he was not using true power, Tang Tian could easily grind through a 5mm steel board. After using his true power, the steel board would be ground into a pulp. Master Gu was in desperate fear right now.
He had never been like that before, to face death so closely before. After being suffocated, he felt as though he had died once already. All of his finances, authority, lust for beauty were nothing and meaningless before his death. He took out his treasure bottles. A silver bottle the size of a palm was brought to the front of Tang Tian. His eyes lit up as he could not help to whistle. It's an extremely high-quality one.
It was indeed of high quality.
This silvered bottle was called Silver Aquarius. It was one of the higher-ranked treasures amongst the treasures of Aquarius constellation. It could store up much more in its Aquarius Marshall cabinet than the others. Basically, it was a mini storage room.
Unbind your mark from it.
The coarse voice sounded out as cold as a blade. There was no doubt in his tone. Master Gu looked odd as he unbound his mark on the Silver Aquarius obediently.
Dang dang dang. A hasty alarm went off.
All the martial artists in the camp stood at attention with their faces painted in shocked. But quickly, the entire camp was in chaos. A young martial artist whose face was green appeared at the entrance of the camp. He was glistening from his armor of treasures.
He looked just like a battle god. With one hand holding onto an axe, he bellowed, Amu Duo, Emolin, Guehu, Shada, Shaoer.
A few shadows came running to the front of the young martial artist upon being called on.
Master is in trouble. The young martial artist looked furious.
With golden locks that looked like a ball of blazing fire, the other martial artists who were called on looked worried.
Let's set off now.
The golden locks martial artist led with a horse at the front. The others chased.
What exactly happened? Amu Duo could not help but ask, isn't Xin Feng together with Master?
The golden locks young man looked stern. Master's Silver Aquarius mark has been removed. Due to security reasons, all the disciples of the Sher family's Silver Aquarius cabinets would have undergone some procedures. Once there was a mishap, the family would notice firsthand. Some of the Silver Aquarius cabinets even had the ability to locate their positions.
Ah! Everyone gasped.
The bind on the Silver Aquarius cabinet had been erased, and that was the worst kind of scenario. It was either the master had died, or else, master had been held captive.
Either way, it was not a good thing.
Suddenly, the golden-haired young lad said, this is bad. All the tracers on master's Silver Aquarius have been erased. When the others heard, they were all stunned. Tang Tian took the Silver Aquarius and was prepared to bind his own mark down when suddenly, he felt the martial spirit within him jump. With a thought, he looked carefully with the martial spirit aura and immediately found out there were some small tracers on the Silver Aquarius cabinet. If he did not look carefully, it would practically be impossible to notice them.
Indeed, it was a deceitful trick. Tang Tian smirked.
Quickly, he threw the silver Aquarius cabinet into the martial spirit's silver flame. Swoosh! Suddenly, the silver Aquarius cabinet glowed lightly, withstanding Tang Tian's martial spirit's silver flame, but the silver-ranked martial spirit was very strong. Very soon, there were no tracers left on the silver Aquarius cabinet. The aura on the silver Aquarius cabinet was dimming. After 10 breaths, the aura on the silver Aquarius cabinet was completely gone. Tang Tian checked through once again to ensure there was no mistake before he bound it to himself.
Master Go looked at Tang Tian in a daze.
What was originally a calm and composed expression was now panicking as though he had just seen a ghost. In a split second, all the connections the silver Aquarius cabinet had with him just disappeared.
How was that possible? That was done personally by all the clan elders.
Master Gu was shocked as Tang Tian activated the silver Aquarius.
Tang Tian started panting heavily.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 222, High Intellect Robber. Chapter 222, High Intellect Robber. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre.
Tang Tian looked at the mountain of things inside the silver Aquarius, his breathing almost stopped. Just by sweeping through, Tang Tian saw a few bright and sparkly objects, the flow of the auras around them. One look and he could tell that they were not ordinary objects.
I've struck gold.
Hot blood gushed up his mind, but Tang Tian quickly calmed down. Star currency card. Master G's will had already collapsed. He took out a star currency card out from his chest. Everything is in here, remaining of 15 million star coins.
You still dare to say 500 million.
Poor soul. You have no money and you dare to try and pick up girls.
Tang Tian cursed silently. Qin Feng stared at Tang Tian intently. He was always looking for an opportunity, but Tang Tian was not giving him a single chance, so he said, "Friend, the silver Aquarius cabinet is yours already, the star currency card is also yours, can you let go of our master, is that possible?" Tang Tian did not bother with him, and used his other hand to search Master Ji's body once, and as expected he did not find anything. Upon seeing that, Tang Tian's gaze turned to the guards. "All of you take out everything you have, whoever dares to keep anything, then just watch what happens to your master. Everyone, it is time to show your loyalty."
All of the guards looked at each other. Qin Feng clenched his teeth. "Everyone take everything out, no one is allowed to keep anything." Finished, he was the first to take out the scraps from his body, and poured everything out. Very quickly, the floor was filled with brightly colored objects, with all sorts of things everywhere. These guards frequently lived in the wilderness, and all of them had a large amount of things on them. For the sake of the safety of their master, no one dared to play a fool. Tang Tian did not even look, since the silver Aquarius cabinet had such a large space, and with one thought everything flew inside. All the guards looked at Tang Tian as if they were looking at some weird animal. They had never seen before such an ugly robber who could take so much. Even a greedy robber would not eat this extent of food. Even their paper towels, their fruit knives, their teacups and everything, nothing was spared. To be able to defeat Qin Feng meant that he was a Heaven Road grade martial artist as well. Why would he be here? Even Qin Feng was flabbergasted. He did not know what to say. He actually wanted to say, "Brother, how miserable have you lived and dwelled in this world, in any case you're a Heaven Road grade, act like one." Tang Tian was completely oblivious of their thoughts. He could faintly hear footsteps coming towards them. He picked everything up. The floor that was filled with treasures was instantly empty. While everyone was staring with their mouths open, Tang Tian suddenly threw Master Gu towards Qin Feng, at the same time turning and running at top speed. Tang Tian used a large amount of force, causing Master Gu to scream out in fright, tightly closing his eyes. Afraid of hurting the master, Qin Feng squatted down in a horse stance, and steadily grabbed onto the master. The master had fainted instantly, and Tang Tian at this moment was only a small black dot in the distance. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, threw the master to another guard. "Look after him." Finished, like an arrow shot out from a bow, Qin Feng rushed out towards Tang Tian's direction. After a while, a golden-haired martial artist rushed forward. Seeing the fainted master, his face changed. He touched the master's heart, and his face relaxed. "No problem, he just suffered some fright."
Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the master is fine, and that is the greatest blessing. Mu Duo suddenly asked, "Where is Qin Feng?" Qin Feng went to chase the robber. One guard immediately pointed at the direction where they left. "That way." "He hasn't gone long." The golden-haired martial artist's eyes flashed an ice-cold aura. His entire person was like a cold sword unsheathing. "Mo Lin, send the master back to the house, the rest follow." Mu Duo did not wait for his order, and rushed forward first. The rest of their faces were fierce. This matter today had caused a huge ruckus, and to them, it was a huge shame and humiliation.
All of them were proud martial artists, and could never suffer such humiliation. That fellow, even if he had wings, it would be difficult for him to fly. Their speed was fast, very fast, as they quickly saw Qin Feng's figure from far away, and the even further robber who was engrossed in running in the distance. The golden-haired martial artist and the rest were roused, while Amu Duo whistled out. Qin Feng heard the whistle, his mind was also roused, and he whistled a reply back. Tang Tian noticed the people behind, but did not panic, as his face behind the mask exposed a smile.
Idiots, you want to play mind games with a godlike young man, all of you will die very quickly. When involved in fights, money, and treasures, Tang Tian's mind would function outstandingly well. He maintained a speed that was not fast nor slow, in the hopes to attract them. The people chasing him thought that he was panicking and did not know what route to pick, but he already had it prepared. Bing had stayed in the surroundings of Three Spirit City for a long time, and all the starry doors around, he knew of them clearly. Following Bing's directions, the direction ahead should have a starry door. As expected, not long after, in front of him appeared a small town, and Tang Tian was excited. This small town was called Maple Forest Town, a starry door town of Three Spirit City. The name Starry Door Town came about from the fact that it was a small town that existed because of the starry door. Maple Forest Town had one starry door, directly leading to Maple Forest Planet. There was no doubting the importance of the starry door, although the activities between Maple Forest Planet and Three Spirits City was not frequent, but it still managed to form a small town here. Tang Tian's speed was constant. Once barging into the town, it brought a lot of surprise. But when everyone saw the guards chasing behind Tang Tian, they then reacted. How could Qin Feng and the rest not know Tang Tian's thoughts, and Qin Feng anxiously shouted, "Block him!" No one moved. They too was not dumb. Tang Tian's speed and vigor, he was definitely not someone ordinary. In a small place like Three Spirits City, for a Heaven Road grade martial artist to appear, he could definitely go anywhere. Without a second word, Tang Tian went into the starry door. After 20 seconds, Qin Feng, who was chasing him behind, went into the starry door too. 1 minute later, the golden-haired martial artist and the others rushed through as well. Exiting from the other side of the starry door, they saw the twisted faces of Qin Feng. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this group of people that suddenly appeared in fear. One look and they knew this group of people were powerful. On top of that, they all looked ferocious and should not be offended. We've lost him. Qin Feng was bruised. After the turn, we lost him. Disappearing suddenly? The golden-hair martial artist moaned. Seems like this is his territory, he must be hiding somewhere. He scanned his surroundings. His vision was sharp as though he could pierce through someone's heart with just his gaze. Everybody around him lowered their head as they dared not look at him in the eyes. Guihu muttered, he must have taken his mask down and changed his clothes to blend in. The others' eyes lit up. That's right. This was the most plausible way. The golden-haired martial artist face changed slightly. Each of you will guard one direction and lock this place down. No one shall leave this place. A few of them shouted in unison and right away, they guarded in a nearby location at designated areas. Instantly, a din broke out in the crowd. A brave, martial artist stood up. What are you? Why should you? A ray of golden radiance pierced through this martial artist's chest. Swoosh! Blood spewed all over the place and into the sky. This martial artist was chopped into half. The golden-hair martial artist retracted his axe and looked at the pool of fresh blood as though nothing had happened. He looked heartless. Why should we? Who wants to interrogate me? Qin Feng and the others knew that the head was truly angered. But, they were all infuriated. They were not afraid of this group of people, even if there were more. The golden-haired martial artist's ruthless actions immediately gathered disdain from the crowd. One of the martial artists stood up from the crowd with his face black. What? Just because you have power, you can kill people as and when you like over here in Maple Forest Planet? The golden-haired martial artist shot him a look. Brandishing his axe, an eye-catching golden radiance emerged from the axe and flew towards this martial artist. This martial artist face sunk. There was a heavy blade in his hand. With a roar, he chopped over. The blazing red blade aura was like a python as it crashed towards the golden aura of the axe. Bang! Immediately, the python was torn into pieces as fireworks scattered all over. The martial artist face changed completely. He was not in time to react as a glistening golden radiance struck his chest. Bang! The blood spewed into the sky as the martial artist fell face flat onto the ground. The golden-hair martial artist was merciless as everyone around him looked pale. Out of fear, none of them muttered a word. Search! The golden-hair's martial artist shouted. Like wolves and tigers, the martial artists started to search along the crowd.
Looking at Tang Tian panting heavily as he appeared at the recruit camp, he felt odd. Why are you here?
Didn't you help Ling Su deliver Flamingo? Why are you back here?
Tang Tian panted. I had business.
Business? Bing's poker face was glowing with joy now. Quickly, he came over. What kind of business? Robbery. Tang Tian said. Robbery? Bing studied Tang Tian oddly. This isn't your style of doing.
Since when did you start doing business that will not help you? Tang Tian then told him about Sai Lei meeting trouble and how he followed this group of people and attacked them before he entered the Starry Door and used the Southern Cross Light Door to escape.
He ended off by saying arrogantly, they're probably still going rounds and rounds in Maple Forest Planet. Also, they're pretty sure that I'm a big thief from Maple Forest Planet. They would never think that I am with Sai Lei. Bing was shocked. Why did you start fighting? Is that all your brain can think of? But quickly, he rose to his peak. Come, show me what you've gotten.
Magic Flute, who was at the side without saying anything, floated around Tang Tian excitedly. Tang Tian agreed and took out everything from the silver Aquarius cabinet. Bang! A small mountain over 10 meters appeared in front of them.
They were all shocked. After a while, Bing reacted and exclaimed, "Did you just rob a storage carriage?"
Magic Flute was also stunned, but then he sighed.
Wait.
Suddenly, Bing walked to the front of the mountain and took up a piece of toilet paper.
Looking oddly at Tang Tian, he asked, "Why is there such a thing here?" His eyelids twitched. Then, he picked up a rusty cup from the small mountain. Don't tell me you picked a pile of rubbish back home? Even if you throw these things on the street, nobody would pick them up. Magic Flute rubbed his forehead. He could not bear to see. Tang Tian was slightly embarrassed, but very quickly, his eyes lit up.
From the middle of the small mountain, there was something shaped like a shield. Look, it's still glowing.
It must be a treasure. Bing looked at the shield in Tang Tian's hands and was completely dumbfounded.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 223, Blood Rush Shield. Chapter 223, Blood Rush Shield. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Bring that over for me to see. Bing's tone became dull. Tang Tian showed a confused look and immediately took the shield in his hands and passed it to Bing.
Bing lowered his head to inspect and caress the shield. Although the shield looked very old, looking at it, there was only a layer of dust. He casually wiped the dust off, and the radiance of the shield became even more gentle, a faint blood-red color. The shield did not have many peculiar designs, and was extremely plain and simple.
Is that a treasure from the Scutum constellation? Magic Flute asked curiously.
Roughly most of the powerful shield-type treasures came from the Scutum constellation.
Scutum constellation was the constellation that produced the most shield-type star treasures. No, Bing's tone was gloomy. This is the Blood Rush shield from the Ophiuchus army, our mortal enemy from the past.
Magic Flute suddenly realized, Ophiuchus army from the 3 great armies.
Yes.
Bing's mood was gloomy, but he forced a laugh. This was the most hated thing that time. Sadly, no one can recognize it now.
This is something good. To be mixed with a load of garbage, this is too. He could not carry on as he could not bear to, and he sighed.
Their era was long gone, the godlike Bing from the past. After being covered under so much dust, no one could recognize him.
Is this Blood Rush shield strong? Tang Tian asked.
Bing said it was their most hated thing in the past. With that being said, it was most definitely an item of high quality. To be able to make Bing have such statements about it, it was definitely not something normal.
Tang Tian at the least understood this point. You must see who is using it.
Bing quickly recovered his calmness, and suddenly laughed, but I have to say, it kind of fits you. Blood Rush shield requires a strong physical body, to be able to hit the enemy with a lot of power, and cause the enemy to bleed everywhere. Your body will be like a sponge, and store all this scattered power. As long as you can reach a critical point of storing, which is to say the threshold, you can explode out with a power multiple times your own. Hearing that, Tang Tian and Magic Flute were stunned. It was the first time hearing of such an outrageous star treasure.
So you know how hated this toy is.
Bing laughed. Especially those people from Ophiuchus army, they would quietly take your attacks, but they are actually very dangerous. At that time we had a saying, while fighting with the people from the Ophiuchus army, if you are unable to defeat them in 10 moves, then you are in a bad situation. If, in 20 moves, you have not broken his defense, run.
Run? Tang Tian was stunned, like run away? That's right. Bing nodded. It was as if Tang Tian heard something that was completely inconceivable. You guys actually ran away? Shouldn't you all hold your ground and fight? How is that possible?
Bing laughed out loud. It isn't that every fight was the final decisive battle. It is very difficult for you to understand our time, how frequent fights were. In a month, to fight for 20 days, it was considered normal. If we held our ground and fought to the death each time, we would really have died out. In that era, since fights were everywhere, to be able to survive was the most basic principle.
Tang Tian thought about it and felt that Bing was correct. Bing continued, the blade shield soldiers of the Ophiuchus army were like balloons.
Every time they absorbed an enemy's attack, it is like a balloon being inflated with some air. The more they absorbed, the more the chi accumulated in them, the more dangerous they become. They can give you a fatal strike at any time, and truthfully, that burst of power is extremely terrifying.
They can in one move defeat many martial artists who are stronger than them. Do you know what nickname we gave them at that point of time?
What?
Tang Tian blurted out. Exploding balloons.
Bing's face exposed a face of reminiscence. They were also clear of their advantage, so their dress-up was extremely solid, appearing short and crude. They have very low center of gravity, and at times, when we used the mechanical weapons to bang them, there was always that high chance of failing to move them.
They were like a metal lump, stupid and heavy.
Tang Tian thought of a stout and fat round steel ball, densely packed in a battlefield, and immediately blushed with shame.
Then they purely depended on that technique? Tang Tian was curious. That technique was enough.
Bing sneered, their shield protective technique was heaven-made. If they said that not a sprinkle of water could pass through, it was not an exaggeration. They were called the blade shield soldiers, and the blade in their hands had two uses. The first use is for protection. They developed a specialized blade defensive technique. It isn't hard to comprehend.
The blade defensive technique is very annoying, like a housefly.
The other use is during the burst of power. It is used to attack. They were good at this type of attack, although it was very few moves, maybe only one or two. But these two moves, they trained in it very vigorously to the point of perfection, and it was extremely powerful. Adding on the explosive power they attained from defending, that power, wow, I can fondly recall it. The reflective light of the blade, it is not like the heaven shower blades, that sort of technique cannot compare to this. And the user is much more evil. Their killing technique is not the blade, but the shield, and the shield attack that comes after is even more wretched. I fought against one before, it was so dangerous. I kept defending against his blade, but I never expected him to use his shield to hit me. But after that, when many people kept using it, everyone knew the trick.
Tang Tian's hair stood upon listening to Bing's description of the technique. Magic Flute praised, never did I think that the ancient era would have such enriching postures.
The blade for attack is not meant to attack, but for defense. The shield which is for defense is not used to defend, but to attack. To use it as the opposite, beautiful, so beautiful.
Tang Tian looked at the blood rush shield in his hand and felt interested.
The blade shield soldiers of Ophiuchus army, their first criteria is to be extremely fit, with heaven-sent strength. That is the most basic requirement. Little Tang and that mosquito fly are both suitable for it. Tang Tian's eyes glanced at the small hill of items, and changed the topic. Let's not talk about the blood rush shield now, quickly help me see.
What other items are of worth?
Bing hesitated as he looked at the pile of rubbish, hesitating to go up.
But Magic Flute went and began separating them into categories.
Tang Tian's main objectives were those shiny objects. Seeing that they had an aura around them, they were definitely treasures. In the blink of an eye, he rummaged through the items and took out a shiny object. Look at these treasures.
Magic Flute looked as Tang Tian fished out that object, and laughed out loud. Tang Tian was oblivious. What?
Magic Flute was an extremely cultured spirit general. He quickly stopped laughing. All those items are not star treasures, just some expensive luxury goods. Ingredients, tailoring equipment are all carefully chosen. Seems like the person whom you robbed from is not simple.
How much are they worth? Tang Tian got straight to the point.
Worth? Magic Flute was stumped, but quickly caught himself, as he laughed silently. Expensive is expensive, cheap is cheap. All these things to the rich people are cheap goods. See this black robe, it is made from the highest quality black velvet, and is extremely expensive. Any rich nobleman's son, seeing it, would be extremely moved. Then you see this enticing gemstone, it is of high quality, a rarely seen pink, and is very pure.
Joining any dinner with it, you will automatically be the center of attention, countless beauties will flock to you. How many people can resist such temptation? So these are good things. Tang Tian still did not understand. Then what were you saying, cheap is cheap?
Magic Flute continued explaining, because these things are specially made for those rich people. No, to be correct, only the rich people would use them. These kind of things all had rich histories, and can be easily traced. To sell them is extremely difficult. You do not know much about them. The smaller families are indifferent to it whether it was stolen goods or not, they will deliberately buy them since it is cheap. But for those real big and rich families, they are a group of people with extreme fastidiousness, and is unable to accept anything that they are not clear about. If they were laughed at by other people, it would be worse than death to them.
That means, these aren't worth anything. Tang Tian's tone turned sour. To you, it really isn't worth any money. Magic Flute said honestly. This bastard. This son of a bitch. This playboy. Tang Tian bellowed, all you think about all day is women. TSK, what ancient family? In the hands of this garbage, it'd be done for sooner or later. Magic Flute was stunned. Could this rascal not learn anything from robbing? He snatched them and yet he was cursing the person. Tang Tian turned around and looked at Bing angrily. Bing spread his hands open. There are quite a few Spirit General cards but none of them are considered good ones. I think you might not want them. The only thing of worth was the Blood Rush Shield. Tang Tian's face turned red and green. Thinking he had robbed a treasure carriage to only find out that it contained a pile of lousy bronze and scraps of metals. He felt lousy and he almost vomited blood. But in a blink of an eye, he forced a smile and said, "Ha, at least there's 15 million star coins." After that, he stamped his foot into the martial spirit chamber to look for Sai Lei. The streets of the Three Spirit City were extremely quiet. Those bastards were still in Maple Forest Planet. There was only one starry door leading from Maple Forest Planet to Three Spirit City and those bastards would never have thought of it that Tang Tian had already gone back to Three Spirit City. Enjoy your time in Maple Forest Planet. Tang Tian strode his way into Sai Lei's card shop. When Sai Lei saw Tang Tian, her eyes lit up. Unable to hold her smile back, she walked up. I've clinched huge business today. You've sold a mechanical armor for 20 million, right? Tang Tian rose his brows and said, I was right outside. Suppressing her voice, she told him about her harvest. Of course, she had to praise how heroic Tang Tian was, and how he made prompt decisions and how calculative he was. But, when Sai Lei heard that Tang Tian had received heaps of luxury goods from the noble people, she almost laughed out loud. Tang Tian then brought out first snow and said proudly, "Ah, look, I've gotten it back." Sai Lei laughed for a long time. After a long time, she stopped, panting. She continued, "This cost price is only 120,000 star coins. I cheated him intentionally. Why did you get it back? Can I put it out and sell it again? I intend to cheat him a huge sum and not sell it again." You actually brought it back, ha ha ha. Tang Tian's smile cramped up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Corvus Gold's Worth. Chapter 224, Corvus Gold's Worth. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations, Leo and DaAndre. Tang Tian's face was ashen as he listened to Sai Lei talk about her experiences. Sai Lei had designed a model previously, and would require roughly 9 million star coins. But many materials were unpurchasable. Due to that, she could only create a lower-level model, and pulled Bing to test it out. That was First Snowfall. First Snowfall's cost was just 1.2 million star coins, and according to Sai Lei's plan, it was sufficient to sell it for 5 to 6 million star coins. Never did she think that a foolish spendthrift would send himself up the door and buy it for 20 million, taking Sai Lei over the moon. Tang Tian laughed bitterly. This time First Snowfall had really become trouble. To sell it out, it would be extremely easy for people to know about it, so he had to keep it for the time being. But luckily there was the 15 million star currency card, leaving Tang Tian to be at peace. All right, the Corvus gold you sent last time, where did you get it from? Sai Lei's eyes lit up. It is good stuff, but this amount is not even enough to fill up a crack. I need even more Corvus gold. This Corvus gold has some sort of weird use. It is extremely compatible to act as a medium for the martial spirit. Medium for the martial spirit? Tang Tian was stunned. Yes. Upon speaking business, Sai Lei would immediately become serious. Previously, I had a headache about this problem. Mechanical weapons and martial spirit's biggest problem was how could a martial spirit enter the mechanical weapon. Previously I used the Spirit Jade, but the Spirit Jade's price is too expensive. And the Spirit Jade had a weakness, which is that it breaks easily. Corvus Gold perfectly solves this problem, tough and durable, and the price should not be too expensive. It isn't expensive at all. Tang Tian shook his head. This is the special local product of Corvus Constellation. It is retrieved from a type of star spirit beast called the Stone Gravel Beast, and it is used by the locals to exchange for food. What? Exchange for food? That is preposterous. They do not know how to value it properly. Sai Lei's pupils become dilated. No way. I am going to Corvus Constellation. I am going to business with this product. God, this is definitely a 100% profitable business. Now, no one has found out that Corvus Gold has that ability. We must use this chance and take everything in, we must. Is it so worth it? Tang Tian was getting excited listening to her. Of course. Sai Lei raged out, do you know how much spirit jades are worth? That pea-sized black-colored spirit jade is worth roughly 20,000 star coins. And that small a spirit jade can only make a fierce soldier, and that is the strongest point of fierce soldier. Fierce soldier manufacturing cost is only 30,000 star coins. And for a martial spirit rank like the Sky Tiger, it requires the spirit jade to be more than 100 grams, that is the size of a red date mind you, and the purity of it must be at least the silver grade. Do you know how much is that worth? If not for the warehouse, you think I could have made it? 8 million star coins. 8 million star coins, Tang Tian's eyes became red. Why is first snowfall worth only 1.2 million star coins? It is because of Corvus Gold. The volume of Corvus Gold is lower than spirit jade. One red date-sized silver rank spirit jade needs roughly 10 kilograms worth of Corvus Gold. One red date silver rank spirit jade is 8 million star coins, so 10 kilograms of Corvus Gold is worth how much? Sai Lei's face was fuming with anger. 10 kilograms of Corvus Gold equals 8 million star coins. Tang Tian rushed out like whirlwind with red in his eyes. Especially after thinking about the over 100,000 stone gravel beasts rushing towards the Xie family sword village, Tang Tian's heart almost stopped. Shit, I have never seen so much money before. Oh, if we wait for other people, the Corvus Gold value will definitely soar, then at that time the stone gravel beasts would become extinct. Sai Lei sneered, at that time it will be too late for you to regret it. The price of 10 kilograms of Corvus Gold is definitely going to be lower than spirit jade, with its disadvantage of needing a huge amount. To a high-end mechanical weapon, it is definitely worth it. 10 kilograms worth of Corvus Gold would most likely be able to be sold for 5 million star coins, that is definitely not a problem. That means 1 kilogram is roughly 500,000 star coins. How much money do you still have? Tang Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes red. Sai Lei jumped in fright, she herself was the one overexcited just now, as she stammered, not much, all in all, I calculated it should be a remaining of 30 million. Then adding on my 15 million, we have 45 million. Tang Tian quickly calculated, we will use everything to buy all the Corvus Gold. Sai Lei's eyes lit up, no problem, I can still squeeze out 5 million, that makes it 50 million. You sure about it? Tang Tian looked at Sai Lei seriously, I am going to bet all my assets into it. Sai Lei's expression also became solemn, I swear on my name as a mechanical engineer. Tang Tian nodded his head, you will go and hide in the army warehouse first, get sheltered for a while, now there is no one who can protect you. Okay. Sai Lei knew the seriousness of the matter, and nodded unhesitatingly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the martial technique wall behind the light door, Bing continuously pasted the spirit cards onto the wall. An astonishing scene appeared, a gold spirit card emitting an aura, was like a fierce shark, one mouth swallowing the spirit cards pasted on the wall. The gold spirit card suddenly emitted a fog, the fog enveloped the surface of the card, and the designs of the card immediately disappeared. It was like the gold aura was breathing, and suddenly dimmed. That is the 30th spirit card. Bing said softly, his poker face was shaking in fear, this ghost claw is so fierce. That last bit of martial spirit inside is actually so fierce. You guys in the past also had this technique? Magic Flute noticed the cards on the wall flickering, his heart was surprised, many things from the past, if placed in the current era, were still as strong. This situation is rarely seen. Bing did not bat his eye and continued, the cards on the martial technique wall are the most common to integrate. But this is not integration, this is swallowing. After swallowing, the cards are stronger than ordinary cards. In the past, our army produced a few of these swallowing cards, and the strongest was our captain's, King. King? Magic Flute was stunned, there was an ancient card with such a name? Bing's poker face twitched, but continued, people who play too much poker are always like that. But, that card was really very strong. However, swallowing cards does not mean they always have good results. The success rate is based entirely on that trace of martial spirit. Some martial spirits are not strong enough,
and the card will explode in the end.
Magic Flute was quiet for a while, then consoled, Ghost Claw will definitely succeed, but
after so many long years had made his heart hard like a stone, but on this hard stone, there were already cracks and flaws on it, and these were the corrosion throughout the years. But Ghost Claw, who had been silent and inarticulate, had led him to see how strong dreams could be. Even after experiencing so much, it could still be as tough as steel.
Uncle.
Tang Tian flew in like the wind. Bing and Magic Flute, who already heard his entrance, turned to look at him, and quietly left the martial technique wall.
Big money to make. Definitely big money to make. Tang Tian's excited shouts were enough to pierce everyone's eardrums. Did you go out and rob again? Bing asked in a calm and collected manner. Nonsense. Someone like me who is a godlike young man, of course I am righteous.
Tang Tian eyed Bing once, but followed on with a laugh. Uncle, do you still remember the Corvus gold from last time?
What about them?
Bing's face was weird. I sent it to Sai Lei the other time. Sai Lei found out a secret about Corvus gold.
Tang Tian acted mysteriously. What secret?
Bing was curious.
Don't tell me inside it there are little crows? Magic Flute laughed out loud. Tang Tian showed unhappiness on his face. Hey, uncle, I'm being serious here. Sai Lei said that Corvus gold can replace spirit jades.
Corvus gold can replace spirit jades?
Bing straightened his back, his poker face becoming agitated. It can really replace spirit jades?
Tang Tian proudly said, that's right, Sai Lei said, the spirit jade's worth 8 million, 10 kilograms of Corvus gold can replace that amount.
If it is for real, then this problem, we have to move carefully. Bing's expression congealed. This will most definitely affect the entire Heaven's road structure.
The problem where the mechanical weapons uses spirit jade was destined to be the most difficult to be mass-produced. In our time, the spirit jade was an uncommon material. Now the spirit jade price is getting more and more exorbitant. Corvus gold's value is definitely cheaper by a lot. Sai Lei hopes that we can obtain a large amount of Corvus gold. Other people should not have realized this use of the gold yet. Tang Tian was serious. We have prepared 50 million star coins. Adding on those 100,000 stone gravel beasts, whoa, so much money.
We had better plan this properly then. Bing's rarely used solemn tone could be heard. Magic Flute's expression also became serious. Tang Tian found Xie Cheng and asked, Corvus gold from Corvus constellation, how is it usually sold?
Xie Cheng was taken aback, but he replied, 1 kilogram is roughly 500 star coins. Not every stone gravel beast has Corvus gold, maybe every 20 stone gravel beast can produce around 1 kilogram of Corvus gold.
500 star coins can only buy so much of food.
Calculating from that, 100,000 stone gravel beast can roughly attain 5,000 kilograms of Corvus gold. 1 kilogram is roughly 500,000 star coins, that is about 2.5 billion star coins.
That is an immense amount of wealth. If I give you funds, how much can you procure? Tang Tian asked. Xie Cheng was truly surprised then. Don't tell me master wants to mass purchase? That's right. Tang Tian did not deny it. A mass purchase, then master best find those trading companies.
Xie Cheng explained, but those doing Corvus gold businesses are all small companies. Corvus gold's profits are not high, the big companies are not willing to do it.
How much Corvus gold can Corvus constellation produce each year? Tang Tian asked.
Hearing Tang Tian's tone, Xie Cheng was even more prudent. For a village like ours, in a month we can hunt around 60 stone gravel beasts, so it is around 3 kilograms worth of Corvus gold. 1,500 star coins is able to allow the village to survive for a month.
But that is very difficult to say. What do you mean? Tang Tian asked.
For example, this time, if 100,000 stone gravel beasts are killed, for a very long time, the star gravel beasts will be extinct on this planet.
It would take around 2 to 3 years for them to come back. Xie Cheng explained.
Tang Tian started to lower his head as he pondered.
An even more brazen plan formed in his head.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 225, Big Check. Chapter 225, Big Check. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Tang Tian went through the honorable martial plate to find Big Brother Jing Hao.
He left a message for Big Brother Jing Hao, requesting for some dependable manpower, who were willing to invest in him. He even gave him his location, and required whoever was coming to reach in 3 days. Very quickly, Jing Hao gave him a reply, informing him that Wu Guang's location was the closest, so Tang Tian could communicate with him. Tang Tian was pleasantly surprised, for Wu Guang to actually be nearby.
He was someone who was good at fighting.
Wu Guang had some worries. He had finished spending his money and his points.
Where could he find some business? Such a mess.
After meeting Tang Tian, that fat sheep, the last time, he went about a carefree and an unfettered period of time, but very quickly he got sunk into a financial problem once again. These few days are impossible to go by.
Who can give me money?
Suddenly, his honorable marshal plate lit up. Who at this time would be looking for him? The mind and the plate were connected. Seeing it was Tang Tian, he was instantly jolted with excitement. Little brother Tang, what business do you have to introduce to big brother Wu? I recently have been in a mess, but...
Corvus Constellation? Aha! I am here. Oh my, what are you doing here? 3 days? No need. I know where you are. Relax, I will rush over in 1.5 stay time. More manpower?
I can do that. I just nice have 2 close buddies of mine who are close by too.
Relax, they are all heaven-grade good people. I would definitely not lie to you.
Not enough, little brother Tang. What do you want? Don't tell me you want to clear the entire Corvus Constellation sword villages. Kidding, no problem. As long as little bro gives me money. Even if you want to sweep all the sword villages, there is no problem. Yeah, I can do that. Our honorable martial group doesn't have any more, but I do have powerful martial artists who can definitely help out.
Heaven Road grade 4 of them. I can still find 4 more. What, you want all of them? Little brother Tang, do you know the price of this, star coins? Star coins can do 5, oh my god, 5 million, SSS, thought. Wu Guang sucked in a deep breath.
One person 5 million star coins, 5 days of time, that meant 1 million a day. Even for a Heaven Road grade martial artist, with that kind of price, it would definitely lead them to go crazy. Heaven Road grade martial artists also needs to eat, martial cards also need money, the requirement of star coins for training would always be insufficient. Even for a beauty and a hero, without star coins, they would never be considered a hero or a beauty. Wu Guang's eyes quickly became red, and his killing intent soared.
Definitely no problem.
You are the boss, tell me, who do we need to kill?
Give me 5 million, in 5 days, I will kill whoever you ask me to.
Little brother Tang, don't worry, we brothers will definitely have prestige and a good reputation.
One day. I just need a day. We will carry our blades and appear in front of you.
Wu Guang took up his broken blade, patted his chest, the blood in his eyes boiling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now we need to change our plan a bit.
Tang Tian's eyes swept across everyone. Tomorrow, 5 more heaven-grade martial artists will come and help us. Whoosh!
The sound of inhaling from Xie Qing was clearly heard by everyone.
That statement caused his head to be in a mess.
Following that, his heart was filled with fear. Master Tang won't be thinking of attacking Corvus Constellation, right? 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists, what kind of idea was that? Such terrifying strength, if they were to crush everything in their way, there is no way any sword village can defend against them. If they wished to stop them in their tracks, the few strongest sword villages had to form an alliance.
This power is too strong.
For 5 Heaven grade martial artists to appear together, even blind court old man will have to withdraw from the superior strength. Xie Cheng looked at Tang Tian in fright, his mind in a blank. Master Tang did not even make a sound, and has gathered 5 heaven-grade martial artists. This.
Ling Su looked at Tang Tian weirdly. What are you doing?
Although Crane did not open his mouth, a weird look flashed across his eyes. Heavenly Crane constellation had declined for a very long time already, and the number of heaven-grade martial artists could be countered with his hands, but on his mom's side, their power and background was unimaginable. However, even if it was like this, to have 5 heaven-grade martial artists was not a small feat. Bing and Magic Flute were not taken aback, they were already informed earlier. With the 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists, facing the majestic army of stone gravel beasts, their success rate of victory had gone up by a huge leap. You could say that, following the 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists, their victory was like nails hammered into a board. The main point of our plan is the stone gravel beasts. Tang Tian could deeply understand the meaning of people would die for wealth like birds would die for food, and his current thought was, why was the number of stone gravel beasts so little?
Stone gravel beasts?
All of them stared at him in a blur. Stone gravel beasts.
Yes, stone gravel beasts. More accurately, it is the Corvus Gold.
Tang Tian did not hide it from Xie. For 5 days, our main point is Corvus Gold. We need to obtain the most amount of Corvus Gold in the shortest amount of time.
Why 5 days?
Crane suddenly asked. Because these 5 people, I have hired them for 5 days, each person 1 million star coins a day.
Tang Tian stated blatantly.
Everyone were shocked by Tang Tian's big check. 5 days, 1 person 1 million star coins a day, 5 people, that was 25 million star coins. Xie was not just stunned, he was stunned to the point that he was trembling, every single muscle on his body was trembling.
Thinking about the monthly 1,500 star coins he earned a month where they would be satisfied.
Even if they earned 10,000 times a month, it would only be 15 million. Xie face turned pale as he swallowed his saliva. Tang Tian could actually take out 25 million star coins, from what he had thought, that was not only what he had. At this time, if he still did not understand the value of Corvus Gold, he would really be an idiot. But his heart dare not think of any distracting thoughts, other than the kindness he had shown. Tang Tian also displayed his astonishing power. With one finger, he could decimate the Xia village.
Time is money.
Tang Tian taught himself this lesson, as his eyes grew red, while he discussed his plan with Magic Flute and Bing.
We will use the fastest time to eradicate the horde of stone gravel beasts.
So the fastest way is to first kill the stone gravel beast king, and then after that we will either catch or repel blind cord. Old man Uncle Flute will use his sound martial technique, and let these stone gravel beasts kill themselves. Xie, bring a few people and stop the stone gravel beasts from escaping. If you bring your villagers up and collect the Corvus Gold early, that can save us time.
Xie immediately nodded, no problem.
Tang Tian continued, after that, we will need Bing to map out a few routes, one route to the various businesses to buy their Corvus Gold.
This must be very fast. If they realize something is wrong, they will definitely not sell them. Crane and Xie will do that. Crane calmly nodded, okay.
Xue also immediately replied, at that time I will gather a few dependable people, on the same day they will go and procure the gold from the businesses. Tang Tian straightforwardly gave the remaining 25 million to the two of them, buy as much as you can. Xie accepted the star currency card, his hands trembling, his face swelling in nervousness.
Crane still acted very calmly. Lingsu could not help but ask, how about me? How about me? You're definitely following me. Tang Tian gave a duh face. What are we doing?
Lingsu impatiently asked.
You will know it when time comes.
Tang Tian showed a happy expression. Okay, everyone go and rest, we will wait for them to come tomorrow, so everybody will have the energy.
Tang Tian returned to the light door.
Bing stopped Tang Tian, you will use this time to practice a bit with the blood rush shield.
1 day of time, what can I practice? Tang Tian did not understand.
Usually it would be useless, but for tomorrow's battle, it will definitely have some use. Bing immediately explained, with your current power, to defeat the Stone Gravel Beast King is not too easy, right? Tang Tian thought about the last battle with the Stone Gravel Beast King and nodded, that's right, that thing was difficult.
If you can suddenly release 3 times the power you usually have, can you kill it? Bing asked. Of course I can.
Tang Tian then remembered, but I do not know how to use a shield. Bing's poker face exposed a complacent expression, let's talk about the battle, you cannot avoid it, but tomorrow will be fine. You can learn to get used to it, those normal attacks from the stone gravel beasts, at least you can defend against them. If you are able to hold up for a few of the attacks, you can instantly release the power and wipe out the stone gravel beast king. That is what those assholes from Ophiuchus' army used to do. So wretched, those guys can think of all those wicked methods to use.
Aren't you in a rush for time? This is the best idea. Tang Tian felt that he was reasonable, let us try it then. With that, he took out the blood rush shield, stood in a defensive posture, and told Bing, come and test it. You want me to hit you? Bing asked. That's right, I want to try, if this toy is as godly as you said it was. Tang Tian had something planned, come, use more strength. Use more strength? Without saying anything else he put on the Sky Tiger, squinted his eyes, I love to use more strength. Entering Sky Tiger, Bing did a few stretches, and in the next moment he disappeared from his position. Bang! A vague leg image suddenly appeared in front of the blood rush shield. The air in front of the blood rush shield exploded out, and the circular burst of chi suddenly exploded out towards the blood rush shield, the blue metal leg heavily striking the shield. Tang Tian felt as if he was being knocked by a spirit beast, his entire body flew out like a sandbag. After traveling for a few meters, the sandbag crashed into the ground. How is that? Ain't that invigorating? Bing's tone of ridicule appeared from the head. Tang Tian exerted energy as he struggled to crawl up, his face was extremely weird, as he stared fiercely at the Sky Tiger. This asshole. Tang Tian moved and warmed up his numb shoulders, the ferocity not dropping. Apui, that little bit of strength, you call that invigorating? What is there to be invigorated about? Uncle, you're too old and you have no strength. I still thought that your kick could kick a cow to death. But with that little bit of strength? Then let's continue? Bing asked in affirmation. Come.
Tang Tian became focused, his posture taking the horse stance. He still did not believe that he could not block it.
Bing's figure suddenly disappeared from Tang Tian's sight. So fast. Tang Tian suddenly caught onto the blue figure that swept past his left side like lightning, and his eyes dilated widely. Caught you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Invigorating Hit. Chapter 226, Invigorating Hit. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Tang Tian's eyes stuck tightly onto the blue lightning figure, his immeasurable attention power, his intuition instantly reaching its maximum, and everything that was happening in his surroundings were reflected in his heart. It was now. Tang Tian, who was enraged, every single cell in his body was roused, and the surroundings seemed to have slowed down. The air that was hovering was rolling out an air mass slowly. It was as though the dust was breaking down, following the stream of air fluctuating indefinitely. The friction from the blue leg rubbing against the air gave rise to heat. Everything was in slow motion as though it was a still drawing. Tang Tian had entered some sort of indescribable bizarre state. Every muscle of his body instinctively adjusted their individual trembles. The hand holding the blood rush shield was lowered, as he slowly leaned forward. A blue-colored metal leg suddenly entered into the still drawing. The slowly slanting blood rush shield slanted just right, meeting face to face with the blue metal leg. Pang! A burst of astonishing power crashed into the blood rush shield, and a portion of warm flow, forming into countless minute threads, surged into Tang Tian's body from the blood rush shield. Tang Tian's body froze. It was like the countless warm flows had injected into his body and bones in a moment. The bursting warm flow was excessively intense, and Tang Tian felt like his entire body was being scalded, but the feeling quickly vanished as the power pierced through his body and came out, entering into the ground. Tang Tian retreating a few steps. When his legs moved, Tang Tian was immediately pulled out from his profound state, the warm flow immediately scalding and causing his body to feel pain. It was extremely uncomfortable. Tang Tian inhaled deeply, his facial expression congealing, but he was persevering through it. Only after retreating 7 to 8 steps did Tang Tian finally stabilize. He gasped for air. He shockingly realized, in that exchange, he was already drenched in sweat, as if he was pulled out from a water body. Who? Tang Tian looked at Bing with his big eyes. His hands could not be raised up already. Inside the Sky Tiger, Bing stared at Tang Tian blankly. He could not believe his eyes. Tang Tian actually blocked it. Impossible. Bing was somewhat stupefied as he stood there in a daze for a while. That kick of his was not some ordinary kick, but was called Destructive Siege Kick. Like its name implies, this inclined kick was primarily used to attack cities. With an expert's leg, it could break open the city doors. It was a mechanical weapon middle-grade wrestling technique, and it was famous for its speed. Bing wanted to show Tang Tian the difference in strength between them, as he had been very complacent lately. Bing wanted to kill off his pride, but in his entire coaching career, there was nobody who never did specialized training that would be able to block his Destructive Siege Kick. Bing's Destructive Siege Kick was performed perfectly. If you had to talk about a weak point of it, it would be the state of his true power that had declined. But in the same level of power, Bing's Destructive Siege Kick was definitely a high-level technique. But Bing stared at Tang Tian blankly. After a while, the tremors of his heart gradually disappeared. That was a true-born fighter. Bing, who had become calm again, snorted, I still thought you would only retreat one step, godlike young man. Retreat of only one step. Bing became red in embarrassment with his own shameless words. No same-level martial artist could take his Destructive Siege Kick without retreating. Even the experts of the Blade Shield soldiers could not do it. Luckily, there was still the mechanical weapon that covered his face. One more time. Tang Tian bellowed out. He was not giving in. He was actually unsatisfied with himself for retreating so many steps. Godlike young men can only retreat one step. Bing felt the increased pressure and had a headache. What if this guy really did it? But that is impossible. How could such a preposterous thing ever happen? Bing consoled himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but he immediately reacted, oh my, why am I getting a headache over this kind of thing? Only those inflexible people will feel restrained and binded with these kind of things. Am I an inflexible person? Oh, no, am I an inflexible spirit general? Obviously not.
Bing immediately became bold and confident, and started to speak like Chatterbox. Such a low-grade kick, any random soldier can do that. If you cannot even block that, young man, you are still lacking. Magic Flute, who stood by the side, heard what he said and instantly felt veneration for him, for he did not catch the 2 bouts of destructive siege kicks that were as fast as lightning, as strong as a landslide. Such a martial technique, to actually be usable by every single soldier in the Southern Cross Army. Too powerful. Tang Tian was deceived by Bing, and he fought back after hearing that, once more. Just now I was warming up, humph, now this godlike young man will move for real now. To block your kick, it is very easy for me. Bing was suddenly interested. The chances to be able to publicly oppress little Tang were not many. Is that real or not? Bing, whose treachery had no limits, started acting. You can block it? I don't believe you. I suspect that if you endure a bit more, you will be terrified, and hide in a corner and cry. How can I bear to let you experience that? Immediately, Tang Tian erupted out, his eyes becoming red. He clenched his teeth. Come, if I'm afraid of you, then I'm not Tang Tian. Then here I come. Bing said, feeling extremely proud of himself. This brat was easy to fool, to allow myself to publicly ravage him. Wahaha. Bing's heart was laughing wildly. Come on. Tang Tian stared at him with rage. Bang! Tang Tian flew out once again. Bing used even more strength this time. The power of the kick actually multiplied. After 20 seconds, Tang Tian finally regained composure as he struggled to climb up. His eyes were spewing fire as he stared at Bing. From the clenched teeth came 2 words, come again. Bang! He flew out. Bang bang bang. Hoo. Bing was gasping for breath. He was unbearably tired, although the power from the destructive siege kick was astonishing, but the consumption of true power was enormous as well. To continuously kick out 30 kicks, his true power was extremely low. Seeing Tang Tian trembling like a sieve, but still persevering to climb up, Bing's face was not smiling anymore. This asshole. To actually be able to persevere through. Bing's legs were slightly shivering. The intense lack of strength and the painful feeling in his legs caused them to be cotton. Once again. His shout sounded like a cry, as it came out from behind the blood rush shield. Tang Tian's entire body was trembling much more than Bing. His expression was extremely distorted, but his eyes did not show a sign of retreat, but continuously burned with fire. Bing clenched his teeth as he rushed towards Tang Tian. Yet another destructive siege kick. Dang! The blood rush shield blocked the kick, but Tang Tian's figure stood still, and did not retreat at all. Bing was stunned. Tang Tian was equally stunned. But very quickly, Tang Tian released a joyful shout. I blocked it. I blocked it. But... waves after waves of the warm flow scattered into his 4 limbs, rushing from the blood rush shield into his body. At this moment it was actually like an awakening, all the minute flow suddenly breaking out with a loud bang slash. The 10,000 flows returned to its origin, converging into a sea. Countless amounts of minute, warm flows. Tang Tian's head became hot, his entire body instantly brimming with energy. Without thinking, the blood rush shield in his hand hit onto Sky Tiger. The shield in his vision rapidly became larger. Bing suddenly remembered, the shield that he had been going crazy on was the blood rush shield. Not good. His heart jumped in fright, but sadly he was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had no way to dodge it as he watched the blood rush shield coming closer to him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing caused people's teeth to feel sour. The blood rush shield was like a small housefly, while the Sky Tiger was like a huge housefly. But this gigantic housefly was actually smashed by the small housefly and flew out in a bang instantly. Like an artillery shell being shot out, he became a straight ray of blue light. Dawn! Sky Tiger's entire body crashed into the wall, cracks forming around his surroundings like spiderwebs. Magic Flute stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He was completely dumbfounded. Tang Tian's tenacity was beyond his imagination, and caused him to be shaken deeply. Every time he thought that Tang Tian could not hold on, that would not happen, the sprat would always crawl back up. His entire body was shaking, he was unsteady, but he would not admit defeat. Such a tough fellow. But that hit Tang Tian did just now, Magic Flute had a feeling, the power was beyond the topmost clouds. Such a terrifying hit. Thinking that he was a well-versed spirit general, at this moment, he felt that everything he had seen was just scraping the surface. His view was still so narrow, he had not used enough of his brain. Magic Flute stood there in a daze like a rock. Tang Tian was also stunned from the result of the clash. Forgetting that he was gasping for breath, he looked at the blood rush shield in his hands, as though in a loss, yet as though he was reflecting. Just now that move was truly too invigorating. How invigorating? Tang Tian muttered, I shall call this the invigorating hit.
Magic Flute, who was initially stunned, upon hearing the name invigorating hit, quivered. Suddenly, he looked at Bing in sympathy. That fellow must not be feeling the least bit invigorated. Is this considered self-sought humiliation? Forget it. The godlike young man was truly unmeasurable. In the future he could not learn from Poker Face, learn and not to repeat the mistakes from your predecessors. Magic Flute stood there quietly thinking. Ha 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 ha. I succeeded. Tang Tian excitedly cheered as his laugh resonated in the recruits' camp. Magic Flute could not help but expose a smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The next day. Ha ha ha, little brother Tang. Wu Guang's loud laughter came out from far away as 5 figures appeared like 5 angry arrows, instantly rushing towards the group. As expected, it is only little brother Tang who was so generous. That stinking brat Jinghao, I am almost dying from starvation. Wu Guang carried his broken blade, looking around, fiercely saying, Brother, tell me, who are we killing? Killing intense sword from the other 4, they had been rushing through the night, but the 5 of them were still so energetic, with not an ounce of fatigue shown on their faces. Xiacheng watched them in fright. His current strength was insufficient, and had long mentally prepared, but upon seeing the 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists appearing in front of him, that strong aura caused his heart to shiver still. Their cold gazes, their calm and collected expressions, the lingering killing intent, the dangerous and strong pressure, enveloped the entire area instantly. First we will pay half of the money, the remaining will be paid after completion. Tang Tian did not say anything, and took out 5-star currency cards. When Tang Tian was a student, he had conversed and learnt the ways of the street gangsters, and he knew to these people, nothing can be more exciting than seeing the money. As expected, the 4 of them instantly lit up, their gazes to Tang Tian immediately turning friendly. Wu Guang was even more excited, and repeatedly rubbed his hands. Still, little brother is the most cool. Their morale was bursting. Tang Tian waved his hand, like the school tyrant back in those days. He heroically took the lead. Move out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, Go. Chapter 227, Go. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. A group of people with burning eyes caused the entire sky to be covered in dust. Ling Su sat on Flamingo, which was fixed, even faster, and more nimble. Sai Lei's current mechanical skills compared to last time, it could be said that she had shed her mortal body and exchanged her bones. These kind of mechanical beasts like Flamingo were completely simple for her. The wind was blowing in his face, which was extremely comfortable, carrying the silver spear. Ling Su was content, enjoying the envious looks from the rest. Out of everyone, only he was on a mount. Today our target is Blind Court Old Man. Blind Court Old Man and his mute servant are very strong, so we just need to lock him down. Bing spoke about the plan dispiritedly. Tang Tian could plan out the business, but for the involvement of tactics, they still required a professional. Bing had not fully recovered from Tang Tian's hit the previous day. My thoughts will be on 4 people. Xiacheng, Crane, Yin Tian and Hu Xing, you 4 are more proficient in doing defense. Your task is to hold the 2 of them for at least 20 minutes. Speaking on specialty, Bing's spirit was faintly stirred. Yin Tian and Hu Xing were 2 of the 4 brought by Wu Guang. Xiacheng nodded. He had just attained the cry of the Guardian Heartsword, and was certainly stronger in defense than attack. Crane suddenly said, Xiacheng and I will handle the Blind Court Old Man. Yin Tian and Hu Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Blind Court Old Man was a Heaven Road list person. His name caused the both of them to be slightly afraid, and since Crane had volunteered to accept the stronger target, the both of them said, then leave the mute servant to us. Xiacheng looked at Crane, astonished, but Crane was still very calm. Bing looked at Crane as well, but he was not clear on Crane's strength either. Since Crane wanted it, then he definitely had confidence, so he retracted his gaze and continued. The rest of us, me, Ling Su, Tang Tian, Wu Guang, Bao, Jin Xia, the 6 of us, we will kill the Stone Gravel Beast Kings as fast as we can. Ling Su, Tang Tian, Wu Guang, and I will take on 1 each. Bao and Jin Xia will work together. Our priority is speed. The faster we can kill the Stone Gravel Beast Kings, the better. Wu Guang patted his chest and made a solemn vow, relax. What dog shit Stone Gravel Beast Kings?
My one blade will slice their brains apart. Chaebao and Jin Xia did not say anything. Bing put them two together. It was obvious that he thought they were not strong enough. The two of them were long in the martial world, and did not make a ruckus, but their hearts secretly choked up. They had stuck to Wu Guang's words, how generous the person hiring them was, and from today, it was obviously true. Without fighting, they had already pocketed 2.5 million star coins. Such a generous financial backer, everyone had the same thought, that was to perform well. Just then, the rumbling of sounds was heard from afar. The distant sandstorm covered the skies, and the sound coming out was terrifying. The faces of the few Heaven Road grade martial artists congealed, although they had heard about it from Bing, but to personally witness it was an entirely different feeling. Even Wu Guang, who always had a carefree attitude and a smiling face, turned serious with a rage in his eyes facing the star beasts, awaiting to attack. Tang, Tian and the rest had seen the horde before, so they were all calm. Everyone get prepared. Bing took command. You had to say, Bing's professionalism and attitude made everyone believe greatly in him. Tian, Hu Xing and the rest had already noticed Bing, because he was too professional. To an ordinary martial artist, they would most likely go through solo battles, even with mercenaries for hire, at most they would engage in small-scale fights. But from Bing's words, they could sense an air of a rarely seen large army manner, and that caused them to be suspicious of him. Master tacticians will always exist only in the armies, but for relaxed groups such as the mercenaries for hire. At most they would have some skillful tactic genius proficient in small-scale fights. This mysterious mechanical martial artist is actually so professional, therefore naturally attracting their attention. No one could not guess Bing's background, but without question he was professional enough, and that made them trust in him. For the fighting plans, Bing had already explained clearly. He kept quiet and looked towards Tang Tian. Suddenly, he had some sort of feeling, like in the past, he would look towards the captain and await orders from the captain to attack. Seems like I am too tired from yesterday. Bing shook his head and laughed at himself in his heart. To give rise to such a silly illusion, how could they compare? The captain was a hero. Everyone's gaze landed onto Tang Tian. Tang Tian had already wore his armor, the bleeding cat blade scythe, and in his left hand he held onto the blood rush shield. Under the light, the silver armor sparkled and glittered. The dark red cat blade brought about a terrifying chill. The blood rush shield in his left hand glimmered in a faint blood light. Tang Tian did not know of Bing's thoughts. He looked at the densely packed stone gravel beast horde. It was like looking at a sea of star coins. So much money. Tang Tian's eyes became red. He lifted up the blood rush shield and roared, "Gio!" Ling Su's fighting intent was already blazing, his orange pupils blazing with fire. Upon hearing Tang Tian's roar, he rushed out with his blood boiling, waving his silver spear. He shouted, "Gio!" Everyone shouted at the same time, "Gio!" Like a thundering rage, their voices echoed out throughout the entire region. Even the sound of the 100,000 stone gravel beast horde, in that moment, it was overpowered by their roars. Go, dot. The thunderous rage exploded out, the lingering sound surged. Blind court old man's expression congealed, not good. 1, 2, 3. The old man's face, who did not change from the start, finally expressed fear. Why are there so many experts? The lady in black was completely stunned. She was like an ice statue, her hands and legs frozen. Although they were far away, but they could see the figures approaching them. All of them were skilled and not ordinary people. Heaven Road grade martial artists. They were actually all Heaven Road grade martial artists. How is that possible? How is that possible? All the figures were like sharp knives, piercing straight into the stone gravel beast horde. Luckily there are many stone gravel beasts. The lady in black consoled herself. The numerous stone gravel beasts in the horde gave her some sort of consolation. 100,000 stone gravel beasts, even if the opponents were Heaven Road grade martial artists, to kill them all would be a difficult task. She did not see. Blind court old man's frail fingers which were touching arrow, involuntarily shivered. Xiaoyu's expression fluctuated, but in the next moment he recovered his composure and said, "Brother Gua, the opponent is too great a force, we cannot beat them." Guodong's face was pale. In a few days, the opponent actually had 5 more Heaven Road grade martial artists. They were not experts on the Heaven Road list, but to have 5 of them was already a formidable force. With his power, to defeat one ordinary Heaven Road grade martial artist was easy. But if there were 2 of them, it would not be easy for him. And if there were 3 of them, he would be at a disadvantage. And they actually had 5 more, dot. Adding on Tang Tian, Ling Su, that mysterious mechanical martial artist, Xie Cheng, and that black robed man who suddenly appeared in the battlefield. Guodong bit his lips, to the point that they almost broke. Damn it. He could hear that Xiaoyu was already planning on retreating. Guodong could understand Xiaoyu's reaction. To face 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists was not just having the problem of 5 additional men, but it clearly proved that the opponent had capabilities to be able to call on such a huge force. To quickly find 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists, with that amount of money, could cause fear in people. Suddenly, a roar sounded out from among the stone grabble beast horde, "Kill!" A big beam of blade aura suddenly dropped from the sky and landed into the stone grabble beasts. Even from afar, Guodong could clearly feel the terrifying power of the blade. His heart was shocked. Who is that? Heaven Shower Blades, that is Heaven Shower Blades Wu Guang. Xiaoyu mumbled to himself. The 10,000 beams of blades covered their field of vision. Heaven Shower Blades. Guodong's face changed upon hearing that name. For all who were familiar with the Heaven Road list, they will definitely know the name of Heaven Shower Blades Wu Guang. If any ordinary Heaven Road grade martial artist in the reserve list looked at Wu Guang, they would die terribly. Heaven Shower Blades Wu Guang had another nickname. He was hailed as the reserve list #1 candidate. He had once entered the Heaven Road list, but because he was not satisfied with his ranking, he angrily declined the rank and rained curses on Immortal Martial Alliance. From that day on, he never entered the Heaven Road list, while to give him a bit of face, Immortal Martial Alliance put him in the reserve list. He was the only unique one with the power of a Heaven Road list martial artist while staying in the reserve list. His power was obviously substantially stronger than the other people in the reserve list, therefore having the name of the reserve list #1 candidate. He was cruel, wild, and proud. With a violent temperament, he had caused himself a lot of trouble. Even in the internal board of Honorable Martial Group, he had offended countless of martial artists. But his power was as huge as his temper. Upon hearing the name, both of their hearts knew they could not fight them anymore. With such a demon, we cannot afford to provoke them. Xiaoyu laughed bitterly. He was not being modest. If it was a one-on-one fight, even if the opponent was Wu Guang, Xiaoyu had confidence in his skills. But the opponent had strength in numbers, and they held definite advantage. The more troubling thing was, Wu Guang was someone from the Honorable Martial Group. That place produced many lunatics. To be able to match with them was the other lunatic spawning Onyx Soul. Tang Tian being in the Honorable Martial Group was evident. Guodong's face became uglier. The opponent's power had caused him to feel despair. But, does that mean Xiaoyu was injured for nothing? Thinking about how Xiaoyu would become like Xiaoyu from now on, his entire body would be covered in black feathers, he felt a knife stabbing his heart. He suddenly raised his head. Brother Xia, have you become timid? Xiaoyu was frightened by Guodong's suddenly red eyes, but he shook his head. They are truly too powerful. You and me have no chance of winning at all. No matter how strong we are, the Corvus constellation has nobody who can stop them. Guodong clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. Xiaoyu frowned. He felt that Guodong had already become obsessed. The opponent was so powerful, but Guodong had not dropped his rage. Corvus constellation was a small constellation. Even in the southern sky 42 constellations, it was the last and smallest constellation. Corvus constellation had very few strong martial artists, as it was too desolated and barren. They were already considered the peak strongest martial artists in Corvus constellation, but to be compared to the entire Heaven's Road, it was nothing. Thinking about this, Xiaoyu shook his head. He would not accompany Guodong to cause trouble anymore. Tang Tian, who was such a fat-pocketed person, was truly worth revering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Crane's Cry to the Ninth Heaven. Chapter 228, Crane's Cry to the Ninth Heaven. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Bang bang bang. Tang Tian's messily blocked the attacks of the stone gravel beasts. To him, the attacks from the normal stone gravel beasts were not a big threat, but every time the blood rush shield blocked an attack, a warm flow would enter his body. This was definitely not a good experience. The scalding, painful feeling, one time after another entered all his muscles and bones. He did not know how the blade shield soldiers of the Ophiuchus army handled it, but to able to take this pain, they must have been outstanding to do so. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and persevered. After giving Bing the invigorating hit last night, it had made him extremely addicted to it. He wished to have another bout at it, and he suspected that the blade shield soldiers from the Ophiuchus army in the past were addicted to the weird feeling too. Alright, I shall not think about the Ophiuchus army. After sustaining a few hits, Tang Tian realized he had not reached the peak yet. The stone gravel beast king of the horde noticed Tang Tian earlier, and from the beginning, it was already cautious. But once it realized Tang Tian was just raising the shield, and like a ball being hit around by the stone gravel beasts, he did not have any movements of attack. It did not hesitate, and decided to attack. Quietly, it wandered craftily amongst the stone gravel beasts. When one of the stone gravel beasts raised its boulder fist to attack the blood rush shield, it moved in to attack, its speed faster than any other stone gravel beast, bringing its metal fist, suddenly appearing behind Tang Tian. This fist did not cause any sound, its shoulder was as flexible as noodles, without any sign it appeared behind Tang Tian. Its eyes shone with a hint of craftiness, although its power was much stronger than the other stone grabble beasts. Why should it face the front of the enemy and attack? But countless enemies had fallen beneath its feet. Its horde was bigger than the other hordes, because it was smarter.
Those that believed in their own power, how would they understand the marvel of intellect? Oh, I will definitely not tell them.
The stone grabble beast king happy gaze suddenly congealed, the faint blood-red shield suddenly appeared in front of its fists.
Bang!
It felt that its fist had just hit onto a tough boulder. No, it was harder than boulders. Tang Tian was always secretly taking precautions, his intuition was raised to its limits, his messy usage of the shield's defensive techniques. If he wished to unleash the power of the shield, he needed to use his high intuition to release it. Looking at his messy movements, it was because he did not know how to use the shield defensive martial techniques. But, after being tossed around by Bing yesterday, he still managed to polish it a little, as his fundamentals were extremely sturdy. With good fundamentals, adding on his abundant fighting experience, and adding on he had a great training partner, Tang Tian had some results.
Although his blocks were not accurate enough, and definitely not sightly,
he was able to block the attacks from the stone grabble beasts, and his movements were rather stable. His outstanding fundamental martial techniques were showing their results, even though his shield defense techniques were not completely familiarized, but he was able to handle it. When the stone grabble beast king quietly appeared behind him, Tang Tian already felt its existence. He immediately raised his guard, blocked the fist of the stone grabble beast, and specially left a bit of strength, and blocked the sneak attack of the stone grabble beast king. Never did he expect this stone grabble beast king to do a sneak attack. A surge of large energy flowed from the shield, causing Tang Tian to become stiff. The stone grabble beast king was definitely worthy of its name. The power of the punch was far stronger than the ordinary stone grabble beasts. The warm flow scattered throughout Tang Tian's body, suddenly increasing the amount by a large amount. Tang Tian inhaled cold air. It was so painful he clenched his teeth. Seeing that its sneak attack that it was proud of failed, the stone grabble beast king was somewhat angry, but with its craftiness and cunning personality, it did not go in full force when attacking Tang Tian.
Tang Tian could only continue using the shield to block.
Very quickly, the stone grabble beast king realized, although this enemy was sturdy, but he did not retaliate.
Its guts gradually grew bigger and bigger, and its attacks became more and more fierce. Bang bang bang.
It was obvious Tang Tian was put in a more difficult situation, but the stone grabble beast king did not notice the persistent face Tang Tian had behind the blood rush shield, that was not panicking at all.
Bang!
Tang Tian's body trembled slightly. It was the same feeling he had last night, as the countless minute warm flows started to converge together again, instantly filling up Tang Tian's body.
Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up.
The stone grabble beast king suddenly realized the enemy in front of it had disappeared.
Bang!
The front of the shield fiercely banged into the stone grabble beast king's forehead.
Bang!
Like a ripe watermelon suddenly being hit by an iron board, the brains of the stone grabble beast king immediately crumbled into countless grains of sand.
Invigorating hit.
To be able to fling Bing controlling the sky tiger into the sky like an artillery shell, the power in the hit was devastating, and definitely scary.
Today after experimenting, this hit to Tang Tian was even more enjoyable, and even stronger.
Xiaoyu, who was far away, swept past by coincidence. Witnessing the universally shocking scene, his entire person was dumbfounded like a statue. Only after a while did his lips tremble again, his eyes that lost focus slowly regained its senses.
Who exactly is that brat?
He looked at Tang Tian in fright. That hit was practically not in the laws of humanity. That sudden change in movement was unreasonable, that amateur posture of holding the shield.
But.
That attack was like a nightmare that surfaced in front of him. The entire head of the stone grabble beast king was instantly obliterated into sand. He could not see the technique, could not see the changes of the martial technique, only the force, the barbarous and unreasonable force. Even now, the stone grabble beast king's headless body stood in its position, not moving an inch. For many years, Xiaoyu had not received such a scare.
Barbarian. He was definitely a barbarian.
God, I have simply gone crazy. Why did I agree with Guodong to make an enemy out of this person? A scene of his own head being blown off by that blood-red shield immediately formed in Xiaoyu's head.
So scary.
Xiaoyu trembled, the black feathers on his body falling off from fright.
Let's go.
Blind Cord Old Man said. At that point of time, he could not care about anything else, his dry voice filled with anxiety.
Go?
The lady in black was stunned. She subconsciously blurted out, Master.
How could Blind Cord Old Man care about her?
He had already felt the dangerous aura coming from the people flying towards them at high speed. The strong sense of danger had shrouded his entire body. It was the strongest feeling of danger he had ever felt. Blind-cored old man knew what that meant, so he did not hesitate to attempt to escape. At this point in time, the lady in black just realized that a few figures were already reaching them. The dangerous chi of the opponent caused her to be unable to move. Crane glanced at the lady in black, the corner of his eye twitching. Why is it the same outfit again? His hand movements were even faster, holding onto his sword hilt. Without unsheathing his sword, he moved slightly, and in the sky a white halo light beam appeared. The halo light beam hissed as it flew towards the lady in black. Her face turned pale. She could only feel that her vision was completely covered by the halo light beam, and what made her panic even more was, she could not move. Her entire body, not even one finger, was unable to move. What? What sword arts is this? The halo light beam struck her. Her entire body went numb, and immediately fainted. Blind-cored old man knew that the moment of life and death had come, and this right hand holding the arrow suddenly pulled onto the strings. Zheng. A formless wave of energy scattered forth. Tian and Hu Xing's brains vibrated, and their hand movements immediately became sluggish. Xia Qing's heart jumped. He vibrated the sword in his hand. The sword cry sounded out in his heart, allowing him to cancel out the sound wave. Just as the three people were being forced to retreat by blind-cored old man, a black shadow suddenly rushed forth. Crane's expression was solemn. The ancient sword in his hand swung out along with the sheath, and a clear sound of a crane cry suddenly transmitted out from the sword body. The air in the 5-meter circumference was spurred by Crane's sword. As countless streams of air rushed forth along Crane's hand towards the ancient sword, the streams of air converging into a vaguely seen current, Crane, who flew out with the sword, was like a big black swan, shaking his feathers. Crane's absolute skill, Crane dance. Crane was already strong. Tang Tian did not leave anything out and taught all that he knew on the Crane body energy to him, where Crane was already so close to learning it from the sect, and after breaking through to learning it, he was welcomed to a brand new wide panorama, where many places which he did not understand were all completely comprehended by him. The past few days he had once again learnt the martial techniques of the Crane sect, once again learning everything once, where he began to understand everything deeply. He and Tang Tian were different. He was extremely familiar with all the martial techniques from the Crane sect, and was just lacking the Crane body energy, which was the key to everything. Now that the key had been found and unlocked, in his eyes, all the martial techniques of the Crane sect were unprecedentedly clear. Until this moment, he did not have a profound understanding of the broad and deep Crane sect's martial techniques. Crane dance was one of them. The posture of Crane dance was confident and graceful, something everyone learnt when they were accepted into the sect. But everyone thought the graceful movements of the Crane dance were just to toughen the muscles and the bones, until now, in Crane's hands, with the Crane body energy, Crane dance could finally shine and show off its true power. But Crane dance was a technique capable of assimilating with the other Crane sect martial techniques. The quick and graceful postures were able to let the martial techniques of the Crane sect become stronger, but harder to improve. Crane's sword move was using the Crane dance. Blind-cored old man's expression fluctuated. The broken sound of the sword pierced into his heart. He could tell from the flutter of Crane's robes, it was like watching a black swan dancing with its wings, the energy so agile and strong. An expert. The face of the mute servant changed. He was unable to escape at the moment. He flipped the palm leaf fan in his hands once, causing his palm to ignite and covered in flames, and struck towards Crane's sword. The blaze was tightly plastered to the mute servant's palms, and the air around it quickly became red. Crane's expression did not change in the slightest, only his pupils were so bright that no one could stare straight at them. His heart was extremely excited, for he was able to use the real martial techniques of the Crane sect. He was able to use the real complete martial techniques of the Crane sect. From this day onwards, Crane sect will once again be revived with glory. Today's battle is the first battle where Crane sect has found their honor. Crane was extremely emotional. The Crane body energy in his body was roused to its maximum. The ancient sword in his hand trembled, and released a tall, upright and unyielding sword cry that pierced the heavens. Crane's cry to the ninth heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, 1000 Crane Clones Converging Slay. Chapter 229, 1000 Crane Clones Converging Slay. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. The overbearing sword cry that reached the heavens shook the entire sky and earth. A straight ray of white sword beam appeared, ripping apart the atmosphere, the sharp and intense sword beam instantly breaking through the fire-red true power of the mute servant, causing his face to change instantly, his hand retracting back quickly. Although the blind-cored old man was blind in the eyes, but he could see the dangerous situation his mute servant was in. He pulled on the arrow string in his hand, causing a terribly disgusting noise to ring. At this moment the true power around Crane's body roused up to its maximum. That wave of noise rushed towards him, rippling out a transparent layer. Sound-type martial artists' disadvantages were clearly seen here, although the radius was huge for their techniques, but their destructive power was weak compared to the other martial techniques.
But his disturbance gave the mute servant the opportunity to fight.
The mute servant raised his left palm like a blade, slashed towards Crane, unleashing a fiery red palm aura, which flew out like a fire-red blade beam, cutting towards Crane. Facing the shockingly overbearing white sword beam, it was like he did not see it at all, and used his life to fight against it. A biting cold aura flashed across Crane's eyes, the sword body swung, his footsteps suddenly became erratic and complicated. Suddenly, Crane's body split into two, the two split into four, the four split into 8. In the blink of an eye, the number of human figures flickering in front of the mute servant totaled up to over a dozen Cranes. This was... The mute servant's eyes opened wide in panic. In front of him were 16 of the same Cranes, and he could not tell who was the real one.
1,000 Crane clones.
It was one of the same absolute skills from the Crane sect that was lost for a long time. Without the Crane body energy, 1,000 Crane clones was only able to create 2 clones, and the battle prowess was extremely pitiful. But the current Crane could create up to 16 clones in a breath. This technique's power suddenly exploded out. All the Cranes got closer and stood in front of the mute servant, and he finally had panic in his eyes.
Which was the real one? What should I do?
Suddenly, he was at a loss, and did not know what to do. Suddenly, his body froze, the sword tip head quietly came up from behind him, and as long as the opponent released a bit of true power, his spine would crumble, no matter how strong he was.
We surrender. Do not kill him.
Blind Cord Old Man's voice was hoarse, as he spoke suddenly.
Dong, he threw the arrow when the arrow bow onto the ground. Surrender?
Xie Qing, Tian, Hu Xing all thought they heard wrong. Blind Cord Old Man was actually surrendering.
Wait a minute.
They suddenly realized, Crane, by himself, actually
defeated Blind Cord Old Man and the mute servant. But both of them.
It was as though they were struck by lightning, as they stood there dumbstruck, eyes and mouth wide opened as they looked at Crane. Xie Qing's eyes held reverberation, someone who was the same as him that trained in sword techniques. Crane was so strong that it was as though he had reached the peak limit.
So strong, he really is so strong.
Tian and Hu Xing looked at each other, then looked at Crane, their gaze filled with respect. They did not even react in the battle, and when it had already ended, they did not get the chance to show their powers.
From where did this exceptional sword user come from?
It was as though they were looking at a legend that appeared in front of them. Blind Cord Old Man, the sorrowful Blind Cord, an expert from the Heaven Road list, was actually defeated in a few moves.
Can I ask, what sect martial techniques is that?
Blind Cord Old Man's face was calm. Even though he had decided to surrender, people had to give it to him, his calm demeanor. Heaven Crane Constellation's Crane sect martial techniques. Crane said slowly, his expression was calm, although his back was already drenched in sweat. 1,000 Crane clones' power was definitely strong, but the consumption of true power was also equally huge, and caused his true power to immediately deplete. This situation was definitely dangerous. If the 1,000 Crane clones did not defeat the opponent, he would have placed himself in danger. But Crane's face did not have the slightest change, as he slowly kept the ancient sword.
Crane sect?
Blind Cord Old Man was taken aback, but he immediately nodded. According to what I heard, it had declined for over 100 of years.
Seems like the heavenly Crane constellation will once again rise. The surprise on Tian and Hu Xing's faces became stronger.
Heavenly Crane constellation was also a small constellation, and compared to the Corvus constellation, its position was even lower. In many people's eyes, the shut-off and declined Heavenly Crane constellation was not much different than the side planets.
The entire Heaven's Road had different levels of ranking.
The 12 ecliptic palaces were the largest constellations. Even if they withered out, a dead camel will always be bigger than a horse. These huge entities, and those popular and strong constellations, like the Leo constellation, possessed reliable strength, and all of them had devastating power that could shake the Heaven's Road. The others would be the 10 equatorial palace halls. Cetus constellation, Monoceros constellation, Serpens constellation, Heavenly Eagle constellation, all these strong constellations were tyrants of their own area. For example, the Ophiuchus constellation, which was previously a powerhouse of the ecliptic plane, although it had declined, had managed to earn a place in the 10 equatorial palace halls. Below that, there were the 5 polar domains that included the Ursa Minor constellation, the Ursa Major constellation, Cepheus constellation, Cassiopeia constellation, and Draco constellation. These 5 constellations, although they were weaker than the 10 equatorial palace halls by a level, but they were still formidable constellations. Cepheus and Cassiopeia constellation had collaborated to form the Immortal Martial, which led them to have a jump-in level, which entitled them the nickname of the Freaks equal to the 12 ecliptic palaces. Northern Sky's 19 constellations were Heaven Road's core power. Hercules constellation and Camelopardalis constellation led the 19 constellations.
Immortal constellation was considered one of them, although it was used to fill the gap.
All these years with the qualifications it had in the northern sky, Immortal constellation was always the center of controversy, as they were not powerful enough. Southern Sky's 42 constellations had the largest number of constellations. Their standards were not equal, with strong martial artists comparable to Northern Sky intermingled with weak and withered constellations that were almost as bad as the borderline constellations. The 12 ecliptic palaces, 10 equatorial palace halls, 5 polar domains, Northern Sky's 19 continents and the Southern Sky's 42 constellations, these constituted the different ranks and names of the Heaven Road's 88 constellations. Tian, I used to write the 13 constellations of the ecliptic plane, but it seems that was a typo by the author.
Sorry guys.
These were the most current constellations, while those that had appeared in history before, but were currently extinct, were even more. For example, the famous Big Cloud constellation and Small Cloud constellation, or the murderous Hell Dog constellation that became famous through its violence and murders.
Tian, these constellations do not really exist, so I cannot give them proper constellation names.
Heavenly Crane constellation, ranked somewhere quite low in the Southern Sky's 42 constellations, that was what was already in their minds. Tian and Hu Xing had heard about it before, but their recollection and knowledge of Heavenly Crane constellation was very little.
When did Heavenly Crane constellation have such a powerful person?
Martial artists of the Heaven Road list, with Crane's display of power just now, he could definitely beat them. Seems like Heavenly Crane constellation was bound to revive, that thought ran through their heads. What's more, Crane was still so young, his future was limitless. If he could rush into the ranks of 8,000 in the Heaven Road list, he alone could support the entire constellation. Who knew now, with Crane's existence, he was able to raise the ranking of Heavenly Crane constellation. Using the strongest martial artist as the gauge for the constellation, it immediately determined the ranking of the constellation in Heaven Road. These kind of situations frequently happened. In the Southern Sky's 42 constellations, other than the few big constellations whose powers were stable, the other constellations were constantly fluctuating. But, for the battle that was expected to be tough to become so relaxed, the both of them were happy. The strong martial artists of the Heaven Road list, even if they were to just hold them off, they were still in danger. Crane's mind was clear, and he said calmly, "Make the Stone Gravel Beast Kings stop resisting." But
with Blind Cord Old Man's help, the battle became surprisingly easy, and very quickly, the Stone Gravel Beast Kings were all wiped out.
A melodic flute sound came out, and all the wild hordes of stone gravel beasts started to kill each other. Even Tian, who saw the scene happening before him, watched with a shiver down his spine and his hairs all erect. The pros and cons of the sound-type martial artists were polar opposites, but without question, they were definitely a different and special type of martial artists.
Can I ask? Who is this sound-type martial artist? Blind Cord Old Man suddenly asked.
Crane hesitated for a while, but replied him, "It is Senior Magic Flute, but he has already become a spirit general."
So it was like that, no wonder no wonder.
Blind Cord Old Man's face suddenly exposed excitement and enthusiasm. "Can I ask if I could meet with Senior Magic Flute?" But
Crane glanced towards the direction of Tang Tian, only to see them coming. "They are coming over." Tang Tian rushed over and excitedly shouted, "Hey, Lil Crane, good job."
Crane's eyes throbbed, his entire being almost went into a disarray on the spot. "Lil Crane."
"I am sorry."
Crane felt that he was unable to accept such a nickname, he definitely could not accept it.
"Sorry? Aha, for what?"
Tang Tian excitedly shouted with his hands waving in the air. He did not give Crane the chance to speak. "That sword move of yours was too cool."
Crane body energy could be used like that.
"Wah, I feel that I have understood a bit more, but I still feel unclear about it. I have to think about it."
"Oh, the feeling is different."
Tang Tian kept on going and going, to the point that he was speaking to himself, as though he became engrossed. "It is regarding to the way you called me, Lil Crane, I am sorry, I cannot." Crane attempted to explain his opinion.
Slap.
Tang Tian suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes lit up, and quickly he became excited. "I understand.
I understand. I understand. Now. It is like this.
To conjure one clone is to use the true power to release a little crane body."
Shwa.
Tang Tian, who was in front of him, suddenly became two exactly same Tang Tians, appeared in front of everybody.
Crane's expression suddenly congealed. Once more. Tang Tian shouted excitedly, "Shwa, 2 became 4. Wah, this is great."
The 4 Tang Tians spoke at the same time. It was extremely weird. Everyone stared at him in a daze. No one could tell which of him was the real one.
Impossible. It was as though Crane was struck by lightning. He could not believe the 4 exactly same Tang Tians, and his mind drew a blank. 1,000 Crane clones? How does this guy know 1,000 Crane clones? Tang Tian only felt the crane body in his body suddenly became lively.
Tang Tian was extremely excited as he began to run around.
Run, run, run. The 4 Tang Tians were like 4 houseflies running around aimlessly. 4 exact same clones running around aimlessly, causing everyone to go crazy from watching them.
Suddenly Tang Tian's heart twitched. He suddenly felt the 3 little crane bodies and the crane body in his body resonating to each other.
Unless there is still something else?
Running and running, the crane body in his body, and the 3 small crane illusion bodies, had a faint connection that increasingly became clearer.
I got it. For Tang Tian shouted out, and one of the Tang Tian suddenly rushed to the front, used his claw to grab. The other 3 Tang Tian all did the same action, shwa shwa shwa, 4 clones converged back to 1. Tang Tian's fingertips suddenly erupted a clear and crisp cry sound that sounded like the cry of a crane. Crane immediately became stupefied. That was 1,000 crane clones converging slay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, The History of Demon Sealing Sword. Chapter 230, The History of Demon Sealing Sword. Translated by Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. The 1,000 crane clones converging slay. Crane's heart thumped like the raging waves. Although Tang Tian had created merely 4 illusions, but Crane could recognize instantly that it was the 1,000 crane clones. The 1,000 crane clones has been lost for so many years and it once reigned over and terrified the world. Many people had thought the 1,000 crane clones was used to blind and confuse the enemy, but Crane knew the 1,000 crane clones was a prequel to unleash a killing technique. But the killing technique had vanished into thin air. Other than its name being passed down, there was no trace of it. Converging slay. How exactly does it converge? Nobody knew. No one could find the crane body energy, not even the 1,000 crane clones. Who would ever thought of finding a killing technique whose name was only passed down? Crane would have never thought that this technique would land on someone who had nothing to do with the Crane sect. Even worse, this lad actually only saw him using the 1,000 crane clones. This lad. Crane stared at Tang Tian in a daze. "Ho, this is such an amazing technique!" Tang Tian exclaimed. Looking weirdly at his fingers, he muttered, "But it used up so much of my true power. I can only use my true power once. This is yet another killing technique that exhausts such a great deal of my true power. So annoying. So annoying." Crane's eyelids twitched. How dare he say it was annoying after he had just comprehended the 1,000 crane clone converging slay? For the first time, the peaceful and gentle Crane had the intention to pull out his sword and kill. Tang Tian did not mind it at all. Looking at his own palm, he mumbled, "If only this strong and almighty killing technique used a small part of my true power and was easy to learn. The Demon King Blazing Firefly used up a great deal of my true power. But my true power is only enough to use once. This is infuriating. Tian, change the name of Demon King Firefly to Blazing Firefly. Sounds more cool?" Everybody's eyelids twitched and instantly, everyone's expression turned unfriendly. What was that? Now that he was well fed, he did not understand the starving and the poor? Was he just going to blabber on in front of them? Killing techniques were extremely difficult. Who could say their killing technique was not for an exchange for the countless days and nights of sweat and hard work? It was already good enough to comprehend one killing technique, and yet he was complaining annoying for comprehending too many killing techniques. And still, he complained about how a formidable killing technique should use less true power and should be easy to learn. Everybody was itching to beat him up. Suddenly, Tang Tian realized and he jumped. We better not waste any more time. Quick! Time was money. Immediately, he threw all the killing techniques to the back of his head and towards the group of stone gravel beasts. There was not much suspense in the battle now since Blind Cord Old Man had surrendered. The stone gravel beasts were now in chaos themselves. Also, the tune Magic Flute was playing had caused the stone gravel beasts to turn on themselves. The battle lasted for another 6 hours. When all 100,000 of stone gravel beasts fell to the ground, the scene was spectacular and unforgettable. The villagers of the Xia Sword village who had been waiting on one side scurried to clear the battle scene and collect the Corvus gold. What do we do with these rascals? Bing peeped at Blind Cord Old Man as he asked Tang Tian. The Blind Cord Old Man seeked to learn from Magic Flute earnestly. Tang Tian was in a difficult position now. He did not want to keep them, nor did he have the heart to kill them. Magic Flute noticed their conversation. Then, he whispered something to Blind Cord Old Man. Following that, the Blind Cord Old Man nodded and walked over with Magic Flute. Spare him a life, he's a hard-working man. Sai Lei is lacking one reliable person. Why don't you put him there? This way, Sai Lei's safety is off your mind.
I've asked him before, he's willing to do the martial spirit contract with you.
Tang Tian eyes lit up.
To be able to have a Heaven's Road martial artist stationed there, Sai Lei would have nothing to worry about at her shop. He would just have to think of a way to bring Wu Guang there so that no one would dare to create trouble in that shop.
Right now, Sai Lei was a hen who could lay golden eggs.
She was invaluable.
Tang Tian had seen it for himself. Sai Lei's mechanical armors sold real quick.
He intended to rely on Sai Lei to earn some money.
Thinking that he could solve such a tricky issue, Tang Tian was overjoyed.
Tang Tian's eyes landed back to the lady in black, then he sighed.
Isn't this lady the Onyx Soul horse we met?
Yes, the information regarding the treasure sword was found out by her. Although her cultivation is not high, but she has good standards for hearing out good information and news. She has a sister which is born sick. She needed a type of unique blood channels to cure her sister.
The blind court old man answered honestly.
The lady in black had just awakened from her sleep, but she pretended to be asleep.
Oh, the one you met with Jin Hao?
Wu Guang asked casually. Just kill her.
Everything from Onyx Soul is bad. We don't know what her cultivation is. If we kill Onyx Soul, we can accumulate points here.
Is there such a thing?
Tang Tian was dumbfounded.
He finally understood how big the grievance was between Honorable Martial Group and Onyx Soul.
Yeah. The higher the cultivation they have, the more points you get.
Wu Guang explained, there are many people who bear grudges against the people from Onyx Soul. They tend to give out rewards to those who look for Onyx Soul martial artists. It is dangerous, but once they kill them, they could redeem a sum of points that was worth it. So, you have to be careful because such rewards are also very common in the Onyx Soul. Of course, the majority are normal although they are enemies.
The lady in black could no longer take it. She sat up. Don't kill me.
Swoosh, everybody turned to look at her.
Why should I not? Bing teased. I can give you sufficient intel.
Everything you need to know, I'll find it for you. The lady in black braced herself.
All right. Let's talk about news regarding the treasure sword. Bing was experienced and careful.
His wily old fox character was working up again.
Xia Qing's ears stood attentively.
He knew they were the guardians of the sword, but nobody knew what they were guarding it for.
The lady in black knew this was the first test.
Without hesitating, she answered, the treasure sword belongs to the Crater Constellation. It is their holy treasure known as Demon Sealing Sword. Just like how Crater Constellation has dulled and faded to a name nobody bothers, not many know of the Demon Sealing Sword either. A long time ago, it landed into the hands of a young man named Yu Gu.
Yu Gu. Xia Qing shook. He knew this name.
Not many know Yu Gu, but he has another name which everyone is probably familiar with. The lady in black enunciated, Crypto Sword Saint.
Crypto Sword Saint.
Magic Flute, Blind Court Old Man, Xia Cheng and the others gasped, all stunned. Of course they had heard of Crypto Sword Saint before.
He was well known.
Any martial artist who cultivated the sword would not be a stranger to this name. It was said that the current rumors of the Crypto Sword current still circulating around, it was said that the Crypto Sword currently was created and passed down by the Crypto Sword Saint. Legend said that the sword of the Crypto Sword Saint would also be hidden in the your blind spot. His sword seemed to be encrypted and hidden. He was the most outstanding sword saint during his time. No one knew his name, but those crowned as the saints were those at their peak in any period of time. The sword in the hands of Crypto Sword Saint was actually the Demon Sealing Sword.
Xia Qing was overwhelmed.
They had always been guarding a legendary item that was being passed down by a sword saint. Crypto Sword Saint had always kept a low profile. He had one disciple when he was alive, which explains how his Crypto Sword current had been passed down for generations by this person. He had a son named Yu Qing. The Demon Sealing Sword was meant for his son, but his disciple desired for the sword, and so he thought of ways and means to plot a murder against Yu Qing.
Finally, there was only one servant left beside Yu Qing, who was Xia Xianwu. Yu Qing was already badly injured and unable to move. To lure the enemy, Xia Xianwu took the Demon Sealing Sword away. Everyone was engrossed in the story. Xia Qing subconsciously clenched his fist tightly as Xia Xianwu was his ancestor. Xia Xianwu's father was Xia Xiong, who was a companion to Yu Gu. He had always followed Yu Gu around.
But Xia Xianwu and Yu Qing grew up together and forged deep friendship.
Yu Gu felt the same way too, so he taught Xia Xianwu all that he learnt. Xia Xianwu was a tough and strong man. He actually fought his way out. When he returned to look for Yu Qing was nowhere to be found.
Carrying the Demon Sealing Sword, he looked for Yu Qing.
With that, he searched for 40 years but to no avail.
As he got older, Xia Xianwu brought himself to a faraway place and named himself the Guardian of the Sword. All of the gazes, including Tang Tian, turned to Xia Chang. This was the reason why the Xia family had always been known as the Guardians of the Sword. Xia Cheng lowered his head. In his eyes, it was filled with blood vessels. Are the descendants of Yu Qing still alive?
I don't know. They've never appeared once.
The lady in black shook her head as she said, I checked on them for a long time, but still there's no news of the descendants.
Is the demon sealing sword at Stone Sword Peak? Xia Cheng asked depressingly.
Yup. The lady in black nodded. The strongest point about the demon sealing sword is that it is capable of sealing all the star treasures. Although the Cryptosword Saint kept a low profile, but he had a long list of enemies. In this sword, there are many treasures.
Most importantly, it has sealed away the inheritance, the authentic Cryptosword current.
Which is also why the disciple of the Cryptosword Saint tried all means to obtain this sword.
But, since young I've walked all corners of Stone Sword Peak. There's no demon sealing sword.
Xia Cheng stared at the lady in black. That is because the demon sealing sword still has the seal of the Cryptosword Saint. The lady in black replied, after the death of the Cryptosword Saint, no one could use the demon sealing sword anymore, including his son, Yu Qing.
Your ancestors, Xia Xianwu, can't use it either.
But, so many years have passed, the seal would have grown weaker too.
I have methods to break the seal. Everyone was moved.
The holy sword, the holy treasures of all treasures must be gold ranked.
Thinking about all the treasures sealed away by the sword, who would not? One by one, they had doubts. Why must the seal be broken? Tang Tian asked curiously. The lady in black was shocked. Don't you want the demon sealing sword? Don't you want all the treasures within the demon sealing sword?
Tang Tian replied with an amusing statement, because this is a thing that the Xia family had been guarding.
As friends, shouldn't we help him?
Also, for the faith which had lasted hundreds of years, that should be respected. Xia Cheng raised his head up and stared at Tang Tian blankly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 231, A Harvest. Chapter 231, A Harvest. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre.
Xia Cheng simply could not describe how he felt. He was just staring blankly at Tang Tian. But Tang Tian was just looking cheerful. There was not an ounce of pretense in his expression and eyes. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, everybody gasped. The holy treasure of Crater's constellation, the holiest sword, and contained countless treasures sealed away within it.
When the lady in black spoke of it, everyone held their breath.
All of them were martial artists from the Heavens Road, and every one of them fought their way through. They were very clear how each of the star treasure could result in a massacre. Which martial artist would not succumb to the temptation of a star treasure? For such a treasure like this, if it got out, there would be bloodshed.
Countless martial artists would snatch and steal, some might even lose their lives. No one would ever expect Tang Tian to say words like these.
If it was another person, everybody would be sure there must be some other plans, but Tang Tian's contoured face brought a tinge of elegance. With his tone, none of them doubted the sincerity of his words. Which was also why everyone was struck by his words. It was unusually quiet, which made Tang Tian scratch his head. Why are all of you looking at me like this?
Am I wrong? As friends, shouldn't we help one another in difficult times and respect each other's beliefs and dreams? Friends.
Xia Qing's eyes turned red all of a sudden.
That's right.
Ling Su stepped forward, looking proud as his white robe danced with the wind. Righteousness. Every hero should be like this. Needless to say, it was impressive for the Xia family to preserve their ancestors' beliefs.
Tang Tian nodded in compliment and said with a solemn face, actually, your main point is trying to say you're a hero yourself, right?
Ling Su was like a cat whose tail got stepped on.
He raged as he pointed his spear towards Tang Tian. Bastard. Are you picking a fight? Come on. Let's fight till our death. Tang Tian chuckled as Ling Su pulled out his silver spear. He turned to look at Wu Guang. Uncle Wu, what do you say? Uncle Wu.
Uncle Wu's expression was frozen.
After a while, he forced a smile. Yo, I'm still young, alright, and you can call me Brother Wu, we are friends after all.
Bang bang bang, he raised his broken blade up and slapped against his chest. A series of clattering sounded as he stated proudly, Brother Tang, don't worry.
We're professionals, bladesman. Since Brother Tang is loyal, we'd never be low-down people.
Ever since I came out to work, I've relied on loyalty. With Brother Tang's words, if anyone attempts to turn their back against you, which means messing with our money, oh no, means messing with us. Till the end, Wu Guang was like a beast who was just let out of its cage. brimming with an intention to kill.
Tang Tian turned towards Crane. Crane was very calm. As an employee, I'd follow what my employer wants and do my job. The lady in black stared at these people in a daze. What were they all thinking about? Pretentious.
They must be pretending so the Xie family would put their guards down, then they would find an opportunity to strike. The lady in black took a deep breath. She felt as though she had seen through these rascals' plan.
They were acting so well.
She smiled sinisterly. She had seen so many dignified rascals but none like them. She was now even more careful as these people had intentions deep and ill.
That meant she was in danger. Bing replied lazily, "Okay, you can put your mask down."
The lady in black trembled. Gritting her teeth, she took off her mask. She presented her beautiful face to the rest. She had a healthy glow of wheat-colored, her eyes were lively but there was a tinge of precaution. With a short hair and a martial clothes, she looked clean and well-trained.
"You look ordinary," Bing commented, which then he asked, "How? Do we kill her? She has many thoughts, it would be a trouble to keep her."
The lady in black shivered as she bit her lips.
Tang Tian scratched his head and thought, "I think we need a guide.
None of us know how to read directions. Even with maps, we would easily be lost."
Bing was embarrassed.
Ling Su shut his mouth quickly while Crane kept quiet. Their weaknesses had been called out. Tang Tian shrugged, "So, I think if we just rely on ourselves, it would be extremely difficult to reach the Southern Cross constellation.
Our understanding of Heaven's Road is too superficial. We need someone who knows how to ask for information."
The lady in black was now relieved. Since she knew she still had her worth, her safety was secured.
Bing sighed lightly, "All right, what's your name?"
The lady in black pondered before she answered, "Bell." Pai Pa did not escape the martial spirit contract. She did not dwell on this problem. She was very clear if she did not agree to it, she would be killed. Signing off the martial spirit contract. Everybody was relieved since there was no way one could defy and break the martial spirit contract.
Bell hesitated and asked, "That drop of blood?" The blind court old man took out a transparent crystal pipe.
In the crystal pipe floated a drip of blood, which was stained with a tinge of golden radiance.
It looked extremely weird.
Belle's face was painted with coy as she reached out to accept the crystal pipe carefully.
Nobody asked what the blood was for.
Blind court old man had mentioned that Belle's sister was sick. After the battle, everybody mediated to recuperate as the villagers of the Xie family cleared the battle scene. Slowly, they picked out all the Corvus gold. 2 hours later, all the Corvus gold had been picked out.
In total of 5,000 kilograms of Corvus gold, which was about what Tang Tian had estimated.
Other than that, they got 20 pieces of Corvus King gold. The Corvus King gold was all taken from the Stonegrave Beast King. It had a deeper hue and a sturdier material. On its surface, it was covered in golden stars.
It looked pretty.
It was also the first time the villagers of the Xie family saw Corvus King gold.
They were amused. 5,000 kilograms of Corvus gold might sound like a lot, but in reality, it was not.
Instigating his silver Aquarius cabinet, he swept all of them into it.
Thinking about the 2.5 billion, Tang Tian was all excited. Keep to the original plan. Go, go, go.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 232, 5 Hitman Squad. Chapter 232, 5 Hitman Squad. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre.
The first part of this is actually the second part of chapter 231 that wasn't loaded when it first posts, so I'm adding it here as well so noon misses anything. Tang Tian swept Corvus Constellation like a locust, having the 2 sound-type martial artists. It was easy and skillfully done. Stone Gravel Beasts were weak to sound-type martial artists, even the Stone Gravel Beast Kings were no exceptions. Although no one knew why Tang Tian was extinguishing the Stone Gravel Beasts, but since it was the request of their employer, everyone did their best.
The results of the battle was remarkable. The entire Corvus Constellation were combed by them once.
While Crane and Xie were following their plan to go to every business to purchase the Corvus gold.
Their movements were extremely smooth.
Although Corvus gold was one of the local special product of Corvus Constellation, but many of the buyers had said that the price was cheap. Corvus gold transaction history was very long, but in people's eyes, it was just a metal slightly better than ordinary metals. So when someone was anxious to procure a large amount of Corvus gold, and that they were paying 15% more than usual, all the small businesses were immediately excited, and quickly emptied their warehouse to sell all the Corvus gold. In 5 days, Crane and Xie returned to the Xie family sword village, bringing along with them roughly 2,000 kilograms of Corvus gold. Adding on the 3,000 kilograms of Corvus gold gained from the fights, the total Corvus gold they had was 10,000 kilograms, the total value reaching an astronomical figure of 5 billion. Seeing the mountain of Corvus gold, Tang Tian looked like he was looking at a mountain of star coins. With the stupid smile on his face, he started to count with his fingers how many gold spirit cards he could purchase, how many star rocks he could purchase, how many star treasures he could have. At this rate, I can quickly become stronger, I can quickly reach Southern Cross constellation, and quickly find Qian Hui.
It will definitely be like that. Tang Tian fiercely clenched his fists.
Holding onto the star currency card, Wu Guang and the rest could not contain their excitement. In 5 days, they earned 5 million star coins. Such good things do not happen so easily. Also, in these 5 days, everybody seemed to be traveling like tourists. Other than the first day when everyone was slightly anxious, the other days, it was magic flute and blind cord old man working. The power of sound-type martial techniques have been used to its maximum these few days. Facing the weak stone gravel beasts, sound-type martial techniques were like harvesting lives. The scene of them killing each other to the point that there was nothing left standing made people's blood run cold.
Wu Guang sneered, "Little brother Tang, any future dealings, you must take care of me, okay? Relax, your big brother Wu has a good reputation, and will definitely make you satisfied. I currently have another business proposal, not sure if big brother Wu is interested?"
Tang Tian said, "My friend opened a shop in the spirit region, and require a few experts to be on site, for the wage is 500,000 a month.
Old blind man will be there to guard the shop too."
Wu Guang shook his head, "I am a wild person, and am not suitable to stay in a place for too long, but all the brothers I know, there will definitely be one who is interested."
"Little brother Tang, what kind of martial artist do you require?" "What kind of martial artist?" Tang Tian's heart trembled. "A mechanical martial artist would be best." "Mechanical martial artist?"
Wu Guang was taken aback. Little brother Tang's request is so random. All these years the number of powerful mechanical martial artists are so pitiful, but just nice I know of one, who is not in the group. But, little brother Tang, the fighting powers of the mechanical martial artist are very dangerous. This brother of mine, although his standard is not too bad, but you know of the standards of the current mechanical martial artists, so he has not achieved much success. But his standard is very strong, and many people in the group had sparred with him before." Upon hearing that, Tang Tian did not hesitate. "Then let's have him."
"Good, let me leave him a message." Wu Guang happily said, "He have been rather free lately too." "Sorry to trouble you, big brother Wu." Tang Tian expressed his gratitude.
"Little brother Tang is a person worth knowing. This little brother of mine doesn't really know how to act as a person, so little brother Tang, please bear with him,"
Wu Guang exclaimed. Tang Tian was immediately curious upon hearing that.
Upon finishing their mission and receiving their star currency card, Wu Guang and his friends bade farewell and left. At night, Xia Qiang found Tang Tian. His eyes were red, as though he had been through an intense psychological battle. Underscore 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 underscore.
"Master, I am heading to the Stone Sword Peak." Xia Qing's words surprised everyone. "Head to the Stone Sword Peak?" Tang Tian was stunned. "Yes."
Xia Qing's blurting of this secret made him relieved, and his tone became more relaxed. After retaining the cry of the guardian heartsword, I faintly sensed the beckoning from the Stone Sword Peak.
2 days ago, this beckoning became even stronger. "It is calling for me." Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and immediately thought, "Don't tell me the demon sealing sword is calling for you?" "I don't know."
Xia Qing shook his head. "I can only feel that it is coming from Stone Sword Peak. It is calling me to go up."
"Ha, that is a good thing."
Tang Tian was excited. "It must definitely be the demon sealing sword recognizes you. It definitely knows of your hard work. Quickly go, just leave this place to us."
Suddenly, Crane's cold voice sounded out, "Who's that?"
Tang Tian's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, he rushed out.
Ha 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 ha. This little brat's hearing power is not too bad. A figure floating in the air, slowly becoming brighter, a red flame enveloping his entire figure. One after another light balls lit up in the sky.
All the different colored light balls, with figures inside, were either fat or skinny, but all of them had a stern and indifferent look on their faces. A fierce and terrifying chi exploded out from the sky, enveloping the entire place.
Bell's face changed. 5 Hitman Squad.
Ho, never did I think that there will be someone who recognizes us from such a remote and poor village. The big-statured man who was presumably the leader laughed. His gaze was deep and stern, with a beard similar to iron wires, covering his entire face. He was half naked. On his chest was a tattoo of a 5-colored qilin. The big-statured man suddenly threw something to the group.
Who?
2 heads were flung in front of everyone. It was actually Guodong and Guiyu. Both of their eyes were staring intently, as though they had seen something scary, and died without blinking.
Where is the demon sealing sword? The big-statured man laughed, looked around. Please don't tell me that you all don't know, but...
On the road they stumbled onto Guodong and Guiyu, who were running away in a panic. They merely wanted to rob them, but they did not think that they would receive news about the demon sealing sword from Guodong.
A substantial amount of killing intent rumbled and torrented out.
Bell, Xie, blind cord. Old man's face changed. The killing intent was tyrannical and barbaric, as though it was coming from an ancient beast that was born, causing their bodies to freeze up, and their minds gone into a blank.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tang Tian pointed at the light balls and counted them. To the mountain top to beat the tiger.
Bing's voice suddenly came out from Sky Tiger, who appeared from the dark, who did not think and continued Tang Tian's words.
Tian, this is an actual children's song in Chinese. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=SC4L70D5 Tiger. Tiger is not at home.
Ling Su picked up his spear. With a sneer he walked out.
Tiger.
Crane, who was initially quiet with some perspiration on his forehead, so sorry, that parable, what book did it come from? The 3 of them turned and glared at him.
The big-statured man who was the leader squinted his eyes. The cold chi aura was extremely pressing, and a sneer appeared on his face. He playfully said, "That's good, I like brave people. The braver the person, the more fun it is to kill him."
Tang Tian lowered his voice and spoke to Xie, who was dumbstruck. "You go to Stone Sword Peak, we will help you block them." Xie regained his senses. His pale face was filled with fright, but...
It was the 5 Hitman Squad, the 5 Hitman Squad.
They were a group of people who killed without blinking, and did not have any shred of humanity in them. Their strongest member had a Heaven Road list rank which was far from the war zone of the 100. Their leader, King Qilin, was at an astonishing rank of 9736 on the Heaven Road list. Putting the Fire Crow headsman Guodong was like a small kid compared against the 5 Hitmen Squad. They were people with countless bounties on their heads, but no one had succeeded, so their bounty had rolled to an astronomical figure that no one knew. They are the most ruthless and fiercest killing machines.
You all will get killed. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly go. Tang Tian growled softly.
Xie face was pale, his lips shivering non-stop, as he stared in despair at Tang Tian.
You all will get killed.
His brain was filled with these words. Seeing Xie expression, Tang Tian unknowingly had a demonic fire suddenly coming out, his eyes becoming bigger, his left hand as quick as lightning grabbing onto Xie collar, suddenly pulling him closer, his right palm slapping slaps, and shouted, "Asshole!
Wake up! You coward! This is scaring you? You want to be the cause of the death of your village? Idiot! You better be fast. You dare to dilly-dally, I will break your legs. Scram!" Finished, he used force and threw Xie behind him.
Xie flew out 10 meters, he landed staggeringly, his face was stunned, with a few blood traces on his face.
He stared blankly at that back view, his eyes turning red. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran towards Stone Sword Peak like a maniac. You guys, no matter what, you cannot be killed by them.
The night wind blew onto his face, the boiling tears forced out of his eye sockets. Noticing Xie frantically running, King Qilin's gaze turned cold, he raised his palm gently towards Xie's back.
Wah!
A gloomy sound of air ripping apart sounded out, intimidating people's heart. An extremely straight ray of red light beam flew out, aiming straight for Xie. Suddenly, dazzling sparks suddenly came flying up from below, accurately blocking the red beam.
Bang!
The 2 congealed forms of true power crashed into each other uglily, immediately forming an explosion. The wave of the explosion swept out like a hurricane. Xie, who was running madly, was swept away, falling down with sand flying into his mouth. He struggled to climb back up, without saying anything, he continued running.
Quick! I need to be quicker. My movements need to be faster. Why? Why are you all willing to help me this much? Eh?
King Qilin was slightly surprised that this lad managed to fend off his finger.
That was interesting. Don't leave one alive.
His nonchalant voice resonated in the air and King Qilin disappeared.
Tang Tian's eyes lit up.
He snorted as his fire scythe ghost claw had coincidentally matched with his opponent's blazing red fire fist.
A transparent chi burst out. Bang bang bang.
The two of them struck quickly. Waves of transparent chi continuously exploded in between the two of their fists and claws.
King Qilin's face congealed.
His opponent's strength was much greater than he imagined. To meet force with force, his opponent was not at a disadvantage.
He was slightly hard to deal with. He scanned around to see the others. His face involuntarily showing surprise and shock. From his perspective, he was not at all on the upper hand. Where did these guys come from? The guy in front of Crane was tall and skinny.
On his chest was a tattoo of a malevolent python. He had a pair of carbon black daggers in his hands. Occasionally, he would move himself oddly that one would be caught off guard. He was the Python Fong in the 5 Hitmen squad. But Crane was still as calm as ever, the Crane sword in his hand along with the sheath, sword after sword appeared. Beams of white sword auras were like the cheese of the Crane.
His posture was graceful like a big black crane, lively and confident.
He moved with silence, and in a split second, his body shifted. Every time Crane had a deeper understanding of the Crane body energy, Crane's power would increase rapidly. To be well prepared was his sturdy foundation since he was a young kid. He spent a lot of hard work and sweat to produce such effects. Emerging from Python Fong were faded shadows. They circled around him constantly, waiting for an opportunity. One quiet while the other moved, they were clearly adopting two very distinct different attacking styles as though they were hitting a balance. Python Fong's face got serious as he squinted his eyes which were filled with joy, but in his heart, he was surprised.
So strong.
Although both parties were still trying to figure out their cultivation level, but he already knew he had met a strong enemy. But it had been long since he confronted someone worth fighting.
Python Fong revealed his eerie white fangs.
The pointed sea spear in Ling Su's hands slowly expanded out. As cold as stars, it sprinkled out, enveloping the opponent inside. His opponent was a short stout man with a crocodile tattoo on his chest. He was called Old Croc. His entire body was fierce-looking and extremely barbaric. In his hands he held two short maces, brandishing them out and spinning. He looked like a cyan storm whistling. Ling Su's spear tip was blocked by the wind formed, sparks flying everywhere. But Ling Su was not the least bit dispirited, as he bellowed out, the pointed sea spears continuing.
Kill 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 kill.
Ling Su's pupils were like two round blazes, his silver hair fluttering wildly, his 10 fingers which were as tough as metal rotated violently, causing sounds like the ripping apart of the air to come out, lingering on in the ears. Ever since he defeated and woke up from the bedevilment, his heightened state of mind allowed his power to rise.
The pointed sea spear became more fine, layers of layers produced, wave after wave attacking his opponent. Ding ding ding.
The concentrated attacks was like the rain. Due to the countless gales formed, countless sparks were produced. Old Croc, who was surrounded by the sparks, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He heard Ling Su's bellows, and he started sneering.
Seems he cannot last long.
This was a plain and clear reason in learning martial techniques. His opponent was a rookie, and to continuously release such a high rate of attack, he would not last long.
Old Croc was like a crocodile hiding in the marshes, patiently waiting for the chance to strike. Mechanical martial artist?
A young man with an Arctic fox painted on his body smiled. He was the Arctic fox from the 5 Hitmen squad. He looked suave and handsome, but there was a tinge of evilness from the way he smiled.
That's too bad. How can a rubbish mechanical martial artist be of any help to my accomplishments? If this is considered an accomplishment, I would be a laughingstock. Arctic Fox mumbled to himself, although you look like a tiger, to the mountaintop to beat the tiger, don't tell me the one being beaten is you? Suddenly, Tiger said to Bing, I'm slightly angry now,
After fighting for the entire night, and not being comfortable, even puppets would be angry, and the always calm Tiger finally raged out.
Bing.
Poor Bing did not know how to comfort Tiger, who was emotionally hurt in such a short time. Instead, he was stumped. Today, Tiger had suffered too many blows.
I want to kill him. Tiger's tone was cold.
Bing broke out into a cold sweat. It was the first time Master Tiger was offended all because of one song. But Bing's wretchedness was obviously not affected. It was as though he did not have the intention to stop him. Without even hesitating, he added fuel to the fire. TSK, listen to him, He's merely a fox and yet, he dares to challenge the pride of a tiger.
Tiger, I don't know how you think. Anyway, if he was mocking me, I would not be able to take it. Roar! The tiger leaped high up and drew an icy cold blue radiance and brought light into the darkness.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 233, To Fight Your Own Battle. Chapter 233, To Fight Your Own Battle. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. Sensing Tiger's fighting intent, Bing's blood started to boil.
But he did not go into a frenzy state. Instead, he controlled Sky Tiger calmly. Arctic Fox was actually taken back by Sky Tiger's speed. His speed definitely exceeded any mechanical weapon he had ever seen.
Was that a new mechanical weapon?
Curiosity bloomed in Arctic Fox's heart. This mechanical weapon actually had a machine engineer behind it, and the standard of the machine engineer was determined by the standard of the mechanical weapon. The 5-hitman squad had traveled extensively and killed many mechanical martial artists. But to be able to let Arctic Fox feel that he was of a good standard, there weren't many. Machine engineers and mechanical martial artists were like a pair of brothers. These two professions were in existence born from the entertainment of the wealthy. But the mechanical martial artist in front of me seemed strong. Arctic Fox was excited. He automatically increased the distance between them. He wanted to see what the standard of this mechanical martial artist and mechanical weapon was. Sky Tiger's wings expanded out and, like a flash of blue lightning, he disappeared into the air. Bing could see that the opponent wanted to find out more about him, but this meant he was playing right into his hands. He had never seen Tiger become angry before. Ever since the day he got Sky Tiger, this set of mechanical weapon, it had already toppled all his old impressions on mechanical weapons. Many aspects required him to find out by himself, and even Sai Lei did not know how to use this mechanical weapon she had created. Bing needed to find out more bit by bit, and in this period of time of wearing it, he had already learned a few things. Sky Tiger's functions were directly linked to Tiger, and Tiger was a martial spirit with energy fluctuations, unlike a machine. Tiger's energy fluctuations affected the capabilities of Sky Tiger greatly. To a mechanical martial artist, understanding his mechanical weapon and being able to unleash its fullest potential and power was the most fundamental ability. Bing's interest in Tiger was much greater than Arctic Fox's. How would the Sky Tiger be affected by the enraged Tiger? He carefully felt around and experienced it. This live mechanical weapon made him unfamiliar, but filled with curiosity and anticipation. Because it was too clever, compared to him in the past who knew how to use all mechanical weapons. Under Tiger's rage, Sky Tiger's speed had an overall increase, reaction getting faster, the instinct to automatically attack was much stronger. As long as he gave the order to attack, it would become excited, but if he gave the order to defend, it would have a degree of rejection. Many things that could not be easily perceived by other people were flowing into Bing's heart like water. Cavalry Head was the biggest and the tallest. On his chest, there was a black horse, and so, he was called Cavalry. He had the most opponents. A blind old man, mute servant, and a spirit general that uses the flute. Any of these three alone were not a match for him, but when joined together, he might find it too hard to cope, especially when he was confronting the two sound-type martial artists. They had a chemistry when they joined hands, causing him to lose focus and was instead suppressed by the muted servant. Sorrowful Blind Cord, Cavalry recognized him. From the list, the two of their powers were definitely very different. Blind Cord Old Man was ranked 9,900th while he was 9,870th. Although he was just 30 positions ahead of him in the Heaven Road list, even a rank difference might actually have a great difference. The two of them were at least 10 positions different. That amount was not small. To be 30 positions different would mean that if the two of them fight, Cavalry would win automatically. Even by having the mute servant, it was not enough to increase Blind Cord Old Man's chances of winning. By fighting with numbers, and with everyone's standard being around the same, if the opponent's power was too substantially different, no matter how many people they add, they would not be able to close the power gap between them. The strong martial artists could easily transform nature and move the earth with a raise of a hand. They could destroy a constellation with just one attack. Such things had happened in history before, and many strong fighters had succeeded with it, creating a legacy for themselves. Cavalry found the key amongst them, and that was the Spirit General using the bronze flute. The Spirit General's power was not high. His true power was weak, but his tunes were odd. It would always break and disrupt his attacking tempo. And the mute servant seemed to be injured, but under the influence of the tune, he became brave and did not need to block attacks. Still, it gave Cavalry a huge deal of problems. His tempo was continuously disrupted and he was constantly attacked by the muted servant. Cavalry was infuriated. But he was a smart person. With such a perfect sound type technique, this spirit general must have had a powerful history too. In a short amount of time, he actually found out he had the feeling of uselessness.
Belle was in disbelief as she looked at the blazing battle scene. Tang Tian actually was not at a disadvantage. That was the 5 hitmen squad.
Tang Tian and the others did not understand the 5 hitmen squad, but Belle, she was one who went around to form dealings and obtain information, so she was familiar with all the names on the Heaven Roads list. She was clear about the 5 hitmen squad's powers. The 5 hitmen squad started 7 years ago when 5 of the Heaven Roads list martial artists joined forces to form the squad. At that point in time, that caused a ruckle. Everyone knew how strong and powerful they would be to form the 5 hitmen squad. Indeed, from the day the 5 hitmen squad was formed, they were invincible. Amongst the southern sky's 42 constellations, there were at least 15 of the constellations that were scarred of them.
Their brutal killings had the same reputation as their powers. And the 5 hitmen squad was cunning and sly.
With the 5 joining forces, they seldom had enemies unless they met a strong martial artist ranked 9,500 and below. Very quickly, the 5 hitmen squad built their reputation, but at the same time, they had concealed their tracks. Gradually, they faded out of people's vision and hid themselves in the dark. People could only contact them when there were occasional cases on a particular planet. But Tang Tian was actually successfully blocking the 5 hitmen squad. Belle could not believe her eyes. After fighting for so long, there was not one of them that was losing.
Who exactly is this group of people? Tang Tian and King Qilin were fighting without stop.
At the beginning, they tried to test out each other's cultivation level. Then, the two parties started to increase their strength and the battle became more agitated. The bleeding cat blade scythe in Tang Tian's hands continuously winced as the dark red flames faded and burned at the same time. King Qilin was under immense pressure. The martial technique he was cultivating was the Ignited Colloquial Buddha, which was a 7th-ranked, Golden Spirit General card. He spent a total of 27 million star coins for it. That was all of his savings, but he paid for what he got after testing the powers of Ignited Colloquial Buddha, and was very satisfied with it. This martial technique allowed him to change his attacking style anytime he wanted, but most importantly, it could form a special type of colloquial flame. There were a total of 7 layers in Ignited Colloquial Buddha, and each layer, the colloquial flames were different. King Qilin had cultivated to the 5th level, and the colloquial flame he had cultivated was named as Scarlet Ignited Colloquial Buddha. It was very rare for anyone to be able to cultivate to the 5th level of colloquial flame. King Qilin was extremely proud of himself. But he never thought he would find someone who could suppress him in terms of martial techniques. The odd and weird claw techniques were actually not inferior to his Ignited Colloquial Buddha. A 7th-ranked Golden Spirit card, worth 27 million star coins, was definitely a sky-high price. It was considered rigorous for him to attain the level he had today. Similarly, the price was very transparent. A normal 7th-ranked Golden Spirit card would cost 4 to 5 millions. But Ignited Colloquial Buddha, that was priced at 27 million, was definitely considered a top-notch card amongst the 7th-level Spirit General cards. But his opponent's martial technique was not in any way inferior to the Ignited Colloquial Buddha. But King Qilin was depressed because not only did Tang Tian possess a top-notch martial technique, but his attire from head to toe had caused King Qilin to be filled with envy. His armor was actually a silver-ranked armor. King Qilin could easily distinguish that with his light and airy body posture and estimate how powerful his armor was. After he analyzed it, he got even more depressed. Then, he had the Bleeding Cat Blade Scythe, which was another treasured weapon, a weapon from Lynx constellation. It was easier to identify a treasure weapon from an ordinary star treasure. They were always a topic of discussion. And yet, coincidentally, King Qilin had an impression of Bleeding Cat Blade Scythe, and so, he was sad. He was the leader of the 5 hitmen squad, to actually be put in this situation, and to even be compared to a little kid.
So embarrassing.
Tang Tian was completely immersed in attacking, and it was the first time after the realization that he was fighting so carefreely. Tang Tian's had formed his own Iron Scythe Ghost Claw, and with his true powers combusting might, it was surprising. Adding on the dexterous and quick-witted peacock, Tang Tian looked even more skillful. Bleeding Cat Blade Scythe finally led Tang Tian to realize the power of treasured weapons. The sobbing cat sounds brought forth a strange power, affecting the other people. Tang Tian did not know that weird sound was actually the killing technique of the Bleeding Cat Blade Scythe.
Cat demonic sobs.
The enemy's state of mind was continuously affected by the cat sobbing sound, and it was King Qilin who was the most affected. If King Qilin knew that Tang Tian didn't only have one treasured weapon, how would he feel that the heavenly light pellet crane was continuously supplying a steady flow of true power? So while Tang Tian had been fighting, he did not feel a trace of fatigue. Adding the support from the treasured weapon and armor, Tang Tian was actually slowly pressuring King Qilin. King Qilin was anxious. He took a deep breath of air, causing a red light to go down his throat, swimming to his chest area, and nicely stopping at the eyes of the Qilin tattoo on his chest. It was as if the five-colored Qilin opened its blood-red pupils. Just at this time, Tang Tian's felt that his fingertips suddenly broke through a layer of the barrier, and his fingers relaxed.
Tang Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Grandmaster grade, his fire-scythe ghost claw finally reached the Grandmaster grade. He had completed grinding all the anvils, but his fire-scythe ghost claw did not reach the Grandmaster grade, until now. His fire-scythe ghost claw finally truly reached the Grandmaster grade. An indescribable relaxed and gentle feeling flew out from his 10 fingers. It was as though his fingertips had lost all restrictions, and as though air did not exist around them. Grandmaster grade, this was the Grandmaster grade. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly constricted. Grandmaster grade, then let me use this bloody King Qilin to celebrate. He raised his right palm, the 5 hook-like fingers, suddenly exploding out with bright blazing auras. The new fire scythe ghost claw combusting with true power. What will it show after attaining the Grandmaster grade? I can't wait to see it. The 5 hook-like fingers, bringing across 5 dazzling stars with it, clawed towards King Qilin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Freak. Chapter 234, Freak. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. The outburst of true power that brought along the spewing sparks blossomed into stars, with the consistent sounds of the cat cries, converging onto Tang Tian fingertips. The 5 stars glittered and dimmed, suddenly bright, and suddenly dark. The whistling sound disappeared suddenly. On the claw, the sharp and proud chi vanished. Release, Demon King Blazing Firefly. Tang Tian shouted lightly in his heart. The ball of misty light encircled around Tang Tian's fingertips. The 5 fireflies dimmed and glowed subtlety, leaving a beautiful glimmering trail in the sky. Suddenly, the night wind turned calm in between the emptiness of the valleys. The dewiness of the leaves looked as though it was staged by the fireflies. Tang Tian's heart was calm. King Qilin's heart thumped hard. All the dangers he had never felt before were now enveloped around him. He had the urge to touch the incoming fireflies. His heart skipped a beat. Grandmaster grade martial technique. The sly-looking young lad was like a freak in his eyes. Unless, this lad started cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? The moment the Grandmaster-level martial technique was released from Tang Tian's fingertips, he was slightly in disbelief. His armor, treasure weapons were all inferior to the Spirit General card, ignited colloquial Buddha. They were merely just external items which made him envious of them. But, Grandmaster-level martial technique. He was not one bit angry at Tang Tian but instead, filled with fear. Any type of martial technique, once attained the Grandmaster level, were all extremely terrifying and utmost respected because this was something external items could not result in. In any type martial technique, he had the qualifications to be called a Grandmaster. This rascal was a freak. He had only cultivated to the 5th level of his ignited colloquial Buddha. He dared not even think about attaining the Grandmaster level since he had a long way to go still. The 5 fireflies dimmed and glimmered, bringing a sense of calmness and serenity. The blood in King Qilin almost congealed. He bit on his tongue to taste the tangy, metallic blood of his. Suddenly, he was excited as an urge to kill was planted in his head. Grandmaster level? So what if he was Grandmaster level? Qilin! Shouting out, the 5 Qilins on his chest glowed like the glittering in his eyes burning like a candle. It stretched its body and it looked unusually weird. King Qilin's eyes turned blood red as though he was a blazing candle in the dark. It looked eerie. A strong and ferocious chi burst out. Cavalry was slightly stunned as he stopped to turn and looked at his boss to find him fighting with all he had. Arctic Fox laughed lightly. Seems like he's giving it all he's got. Old Croc kept his gaze. He was not intending on changing his idea. He would follow his plan and Ling Su would be exhausted soon. Roaming around, Python Fong then sensed Big Boss's chi. There was a flicker of iciness in his eyes. After fighting for so long without success, his anxious heart started to calm down. Since Big Boss was giving his all, then let's do it too. With his flaming pupils, he stared at the Demon King blazing fireflies. Raising his right arm, the Qilins on his chest moved towards his right arm, his burning Qilin eyes landed at his fists. Bang! The violent, barbaric chi descended rapidly as the 2 candles on his fists burst out with radiance. A group of 5 colored Qilin silhouettes rose and covered his entire body,
appearing and disappearing within the blazing flames of ignited colloquial Buddha. The 5-colored Qilins was a rare silver-ranked blood meridians. He had spent 9 million star coins to purchase it. It was uncommon for one to possess the ancient blood meridian. It held the powers of the ancient Qilin, and although it was thin, but the ancient Qilins were malicious and barbarous.
That was sufficient to instill fear in people. Wrath of the Qilins.
Within the shadows of the garnet fist, it painted the fury of the Qilins. Swoosh! The first firefly flew towards the Qilin, but before it got close, the Qilin roared and a burst of invisible force exploded. The firefly blew up and turned into a spectacular fireworks.
Slap! One by one, 3 fireflies exploded and formed eye-catching fireworks. Like a huge net, they surrounded the Qilin. The Qilin was infuriated now. Lifting its front legs, it stomped down. Waves of chi swept the ground. The fireworks net blew up like a balloon. It looked as though it was going to break as it blew up. Slap! Another firefly detonated and formed a firework before it threw itself towards the fireworks net. The fire on the net was much stronger now. A fated cry of the cat resonated suddenly, and out came a thread of black misty chi covering the Qilin's body. Like a black cat, it moved very quickly. The candle-lit Qilin's eyes wavered. With such an eerie cry of the cat, it sensed something was wrong. The firework net suddenly retracted, tying down the Qilin tightly. Instantly, Qilin screamed in pain as it struggled to break free, but the firework net just got tighter and tighter. The glimmering fireworks did not seem to be affected by the ignited colloquial. Like a blazing steel thread, it twined around densely, tying down the Qilin. The black misty chi took this opportunity to enter Qilin's body. Qilin froze and snapped off it earlier in the day before it exploded into powder and turned into a beam of rainbow. King Qilin only felt a piercing pain on his chest as though he was being struck by a hammer. He flew out directly, regurgitating blood out from his mouth. Big boss!
The others grunted. In mid-air, King Qilin's eyes constrict as a slow and lazy firefly appeared right in front of him.
Shit! Slap! The firefly exploded right in front of King Qilin. Countless of sparkly fireworks overtook his field of vision. Protector!
King Qilin could not care about anything else as he yelled. A small shield appeared in front of him all of a sudden, blocking the fireworks. The fireworks landed behind the shield and instantly, countless cracks formed on the shield and broke into pieces as it landed on the ground. But, King Qilin took this chance to dodge this attack. Swoosh! King Qilin was panting heavily as he glared at this young lad. This shield was a silver-ranked treasure from Scutum constellation. He had gotten this protector shield for a long time, but he never had a chance to use it. He never expected to save his life today. Although the treasure was destroyed, but his heart did not ache. He was just staring at Tang Tian. Grandmaster level, indeed, it was a Grandmaster level martial technique. The 5 fireflies completely changed the way he saw a martial technique. It gave him a feeling as though it was alive. Only until today did he know that a Grandmaster level martial technique possessed life. If it was just the fireflies, it was not that scary. But the black mist was eerie. Coupled with the cries of the cat, it was extremely difficult to deal with light and darkness. King Qilin took a deep breath and stood up again. His gaze was serene now. The killing technique must have used up quite a fair bit of the young lad's energy. Because his true power had also been exhausted. He had a 7th ranked true power and he could tell Tang Tian was only at the 6th ranked. But it was impressive for a 6th rank to produce such formidable killing technique. Nevertheless, as beautiful as this technique was, his opponent could not use it as his heart wishes. Considering that, King Qilin had already given up on the thought of ending this battle quickly. He saw Tang Tian as an upgraded, well-matched opponent. The battle had just began. With an icy cold radiance in his eyes, he disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared behind Tang Tian and hit the back of Tang Tian's neck. As though Tang Tian had already sensed it, he lowered his head and pushed his left leg back. Slap! He was fighting with King Qilin's leg. Both of their bodies shook. He was strong. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. This rascal's strength is so strong. King Qilin was surprised. The two looked at each other and shouted as they lowered their body. Bang! Like two bulls, they collided head on head. The floor shook as chi waves rippled through. The attacking rate from both parties was unusually fast. Like two shadows entangled together, it was practically impossible to see them clearly. There were only rumbling, thunderous collision sounds. The ground around them would explode occasionally, sending the mud and dirt to the air. King Qilin was frightened now. Shit, this rascal's martial techniques were all so different. He still could not get the upper hand. If not for these martial techniques, he would have escaped. He had finally found someone on par with him, so he might as well use this chance to cultivate this martial technique. 7th ranked, Shocking Lightning Hand, Finger Loop, and Infinite Leg. Each martial technique was a golden ranked Spirit General card. Just looking at the martial techniques, it was enough to drive Tang Tian near death. Whatever, Great Monument Palm, who would use a 5th ranked martial technique to embarrass himself? His Scattering Vortex was also 5th ranked, similarly, his Tan Tue was also 5th ranked. Other than his Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, which was considerably an exquisite martial techniques. The others were all lousy. But, it was completely different to compare it on battlefields. Tang Tian relied solely on these low-ranked martial techniques and blocked off his Raging Storm attacks. This kind of feeling put King Qilin down. They were 2 ranks different. How was it possible? He thought and thought but did not understand. What made him vomit blood was that once Tang Tian was in danger, he would use Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Such a scary clawwork could be used either when fighting far away or closely. Fucking hell, which son of a bitch created such a technique? Fighting close, Tang Tian's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw did not slow down either. As fast as lightning, it engulfed the person within the fireworks. It was the first time King Qilin was discouraged. He realized this young lad in front of him had made him to be at a loss. This rascal was like a tortoise. He had no flaws. Unless I have to use that technique? King Qilin was hesitating. If he used that technique, it would be an easy feat to win, but he had to rest his body for half a year. Unless at wit's ends, he would not want to use that technique. But, very soon, he had no time to think anymore. Tang Tian's attacks fell like the rain. It did not give him a chance to take a breather at all. His strength was depleting. Swoosh! Suddenly, King Qilin pushed his fists to the ground, taking the force of the leg and pulled himself away. He was drenched as though he was being pulled out from the water. Breathing heavily as though his nostrils were burning. It had been so long since someone so strong had been bugging him. He was running out of breath as he glared deadly at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was sweating like crazy too, but he looked fine. Damn it! This rascal, where did such a freak come from? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, 10m Tall Platform of 100,000 Swords. Chapter 235, 10m Tall Platform of 100,000 Swords. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Translation Nations and De Andre. At Immortal Marshall. Hey, Zilin, are you still on guard? His partners were slightly surprised. Looking at the board of unique skills, he smiled and said, "There's nothing going on here. Seems like there hasn't been any new unique martial techniques created yet." 6 months and 9 days. Chen Zilin gave an exact answer. He was extremely familiar with all the names on the board of unique skills. That is a bit long. His partner could not help but feel awkward. Don't tell me there is a problem with the unique skill slate? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Zilin said. If the unique skill slate has a problem, our immortal marshal would definitely be in an uproar. Who would wait for you to make noise here? That is true. His partner said, and casually waved his hand. I'm off, it's not my shift tonight. Oh my, I don't know why you're so interested in the board of unique skills, anyways I've seen it for days, and I almost want to puke. Go then. Go. Chen Zilin waved his hand. I'll stay here for another night. Chen Zilin continued to study the slate. He faced the gigantic 30-meter slate. It was the Cassiopeia constellation Saint Treasure, the unique slate. On this slate, it could capture any sort of undulations from all types of martial techniques from the entire Heaven's Road. Every ripple from any type of martial technique would definitely be caught by it. The slate would have a few martial technique names appear, and right at the start, no one knew what the meaning of it was. But slowly people began to realize, all the martial techniques that appeared on the unique slate would be extremely strong and far exceeded ordinary martial techniques. Ordinary martial techniques rankings were difficult to accurately define their powers. Instantly, people treated this type of martial techniques with a special name, unique martial techniques. Unique martial techniques, all of them were strange arts, but all of them were unique and unmatched. The current board of unique skills had a total of 19,986 types of martial techniques. Chen Zilin was extremely familiar with every single martial technique on it. 19,986 types of unique martial techniques had 16,743 martial technique names that were dimmed. These were unique martial techniques that had appeared in history, but had disappeared currently. When a gray-colored unique martial technique name becomes golden, it would mean that the unique martial technique has been found and learned by someone. The unique slate had a very long history. Even before the Cassiopeia constellation was found, it already existed, which meant that it existed far longer than humans' history. How the unique slate was formed had always been a mystery. When the first generation of the Cassiopeia constellation people found the unmovable slate, and when they realized it was the Saint Treasure of Cassiopeia constellation, they were extremely dispirited. To them, this big slate, which cannot even be used for battle, had no value at all. All the way till Cassiopeia and Cepheus constellations formed their merger, and created Immortal Martial, this slate became Immortal Martial's true foundation. The slate, along with Cepheus constellation's reflective Martial copper mirror, were the strength of Immortal Martial.
The current number of golden unique martial techniques was 3,237.
And the number of them that were confirmed by Immortal Martial was 1029.
Heaven's road was boundless, with countless stars.
To be able to find 1029 unique martial techniques, Immortal Martial spent countless amounts of manpower and wealth. With the following rise of Immortal Martial's influence, the Board of Unique Skills quickly received all the powerful parties' close attention. Unique martial techniques were extremely powerful, making them the absolute skills that all powerful parties wanted to learn. Any unique martial technique was priceless. It had already been 6 months since a new unique martial technique had appeared, and this situation was considered extremely normal. Normally, every year they would only see roughly 3 to 5 unique martial techniques.
Chen Zilin shook his head. Don't tell me due to the hot weather recently, everyone was too lazy to create their own martial technique? He retrieved an ice bucket, took out a few watermelons, and without hesitation, he ate it. The refreshing cool feeling entered his body, the indescribable comfort made him eat even more. Suddenly, a smear of golden light entered his vision. Chen Zilin's body trembled, ignoring the red juice flowing all over his face, he quickly looked up. On the unique slate, appeared a line of golden words. No, 19981, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, 1 star. Killing technique, Demon King Blazing Firefly. Run with all your might.
The wind rustled as he ran on uneven terrains on a dark night like this. The fierce battle at the foot of the mountain occasionally lit up with a spectacular radiance, lighting up the road in front of him. He dared not turn back, he was afraid of seeing blood. He did not want to see what he did not want to see. No matter what. I must not die. Xia Cheng bit onto his lips and clenched his fist tightly. The screams coming from the top of the mountain were getting stronger and clearer. A faint, indiscernible thought came through to ease his anxious heart. Unknowingly, he started to slow down. He was already at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was at 2 meters wide and long flat ground. He looked around. There was nothing around him. How? How was it possible that there was nothing here? Periodically, there were beams of light shooting out from the foot of the hill. Every now and then, there would be explosions, but when he saw it from the top of the hill, it looked extra peaceful. Xia Qing felt depressed. Unless it was just his hallucination? Come out. Xia Qing screamed his lungs out suddenly. His bloodshot eyes looked just like a beast in its most desperate times. The glowing and dimming radiance shone on his face and caused him to be angrier. How was the battle at the foot of the mountains? Bastard! Damn it! Come out! Why won't you come out? Why? Are you playing with me? His angry shouts echoed far away. Sometimes, there were explosions happening at the foot of the mountain, becoming the footnote of the wind. Come out! Come out! Please, come out! Quickly come out, dot! His shouts had now turned into pleas, carried with a tinge of a choked-up voice. His knees went weak as he knelt on the floor. Were you kidding me? I've guarded you in the village. They were all helping you. Why would you not come out? Why? If you still remain hidden, everyone would die. Xia Qing could no longer take it, his tears streamed down his face. Damn it! I am too weak. Bang! He punched his tightly clenched fist onto the floor. Ka! The ground beneath Xia Qing's foot shook as though the mountains were cracking. Ka ka ka! The cracks were like a dragon, spreading beneath Xia Qing's leg and through the entire radius of the mountain like a bolt of lightning. The entire mountain was shaking tremendously. Countless cracks formed like over 10 ferocious black dragons as they crashed and sent dust flying. With a thunderous roar, it exploded from the tip of the mountain down to the foot of the mountain. Everyone who was in the midst of the battle were all frightened by the sudden explosion and stopped what they were doing. Xia Qing was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the floor, which was cracking and extending beneath his feet. The mountain was shaking and he was on the verge of losing his balance. In Xia Qing's mind, there was a sigh. This sigh was faint like the mist in the darkness. Xia Qing trembled, he quickly reacted.
It had awakened. Ha la hua la.
Rocks on Stone Sword Peak fell to the bottom like the crumbs of a biscuit. The rocks continued to fall like a shell being cracked open.
There was an indescribable, dangerous chi.
Like the gray clouds gathering, it was intimidating.
Everyone was looking solemn.
They were witnessing something incredible. The stones of the mountain peeled off. From the naked eye, the mountain looked smaller and smaller.
Big boss. Arctic Fox called out. He felt a surge of uneasiness. King Qilin looked at the peeling mountain in a daze.
His eyes were burning with passion.
He felt it. He really felt it. Such a terrifying chi.
Even his 5-colored qilins were all suppressed.
So strong. Saint Treasure. Only Saint Treasures would possess such terrifying chi. Suddenly, he gestured towards Arctic Fox.
Arctic Fox's calls had already caught the attention of the others.
Looking at Big Boss's gesture, all the members of 5 Hitman Squad jumped. There was only one meaning to Big Boss's gesture: be prepared to make a move.
The 5 Hitman Squad had gone through hundreds of battles. Once King Qilin had made a decision, they would instantly show their merciless side. Even if Arctic Fox was uneasy, he had to cast that to the back of his mind and calm himself down. Half a mountain floated in mid-air as the pile of rocks forming at the foot of the mountain continued to pile up. At the top of the mountain, Xia Qing was completely lost.
The sword is in between the mountain. Suddenly, Arctic Fox yelled.
Swoosh, the 5 of them made a move at the same time like 5 arrows shooting towards the mountain. Suddenly, a ray of gray light burst out from within the mountains.
Shit! Everyone's faces turned green.
The gray radiance came so quick that no one had the time to react.
In the blink of an eye, everyone was being locked down by the gray radiance. Except for Tang Tian.
Before the gray radiance dispersed, he sensed danger and turned to escape without hesitation. Just as he ran for 2 steps, the gray radiance had caught up and stayed where he was.
When Tang Tian ran, he heard a faint sigh.
But right now, Tang Tian found himself being locked down by a gust of eerie chi. He could not even move a finger. His body was still in a posture of running.
Silence, dead silence.
The gray radiance floated in the air like gray mist. Everyone froze like a statue as though they were under a spell.
A light sigh rang out.
The boundless gray mist sunk down gradually. Below Tang Tian's knees, the gray mist covered the entire field, forming into a gray sea, and it felt extremely cooling.
Everyone's pupils constricted.
A tall platform suddenly formed from the gray mist, and a figure stood straight on it.
On the 10 m tall platform was a gray banner, and on it wrote a big black word, Crypto. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. A stifling thought suddenly creeped and surfaced in everyone's minds.
The gray mist below the platform gradually dissipated, and the person on the tall platform finally appeared. Over 100,000 swords were stabbed into the tall platform, densely packed. The platform was like a hedgehog, especially the sides. The swords were more densely packed at the sides, looking like grass. All of the swords were covered with holes and jagged edges. From the looks of it, all of them were broken swords. The space which allowed the person to stand was only the size of a palm. The 10 m tall platform was filled with 100,000 broken swords. Only the lone figure stood straight up with his hands by his side, overlooking everyone disdainfully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 236, Desolate Swords Cluster and Great Empty Sword. Chapter 236, Desolate Swords Cluster and Great Empty Sword. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Your Xin Wu's descendant?
Xia Qing looked so lost when he witnessed such a shocking scene until this faint voice rang in his ear. Did he come back to reality? He realized he was not being chained down, so he knelt on the floor instantly.
Disciple Xia Qing, my ancestor was indeed Xia Xin Wu. Xin Wu was a good child. He sighed lightly as though he was a breeze.
On top of the platform, the back-facing silhouette standing amongst the 100,000 broken sword turned around. Everyone looked closer and saw his looks.
He was skinny and looked like a man in his 40s.
He had deep-set eyes and was wearing a gray-colored Blademaster cloths.
It looked slightly loose on him. Shrugging his sleeves, Tang Tian only felt his body loosening. He could actually move again.
King Qilin and the others gained their freedom too and gathered together.
Tang Tian and the others gathered together too. He's a martial spirit. Arctic Fox muttered.
His eyes glimmered with an unstoppable glow. We're in the spirit domain of the demon sealing sword.
Everyone was stunned.
Arctic Fox had the highest sensitivity and was the most knowledgeable one amongst them. Indeed, it is a saint treasure.
It's so powerful.
Arctic Fox sighed a breath of compliment. If we defeat him, we can get this sword.
He's too strong.
Python Fong said coldly.
Use that technique.
Arctic Fox said without hesitating. Only with that technique will we have a chance.
If we win it, it's ours. That saint treasure. It's the only chance we will ever have in our lifetime. Everyone fell silent.
That was right, this saint treasure was within grasp. This is also their only chance in their entire life. They were considered lucky as hell. If they missed this chance, they might not find another.
But, if they used that technique...
All of their gazes fell onto King Qilin. They were waiting for his decision. King Qilin was speechless.
Tang Tian's body recovered as per usual.
Back to his usual self, he asked curiously, "What's this place? Why are there so much gray mist?
It feels weird that I can't see far ahead. This is the spirit domain of the demon sealing sword,"
Crane said calmly.
Spirit domain? Tang Tian was shocked.
Everyone turned towards Crane. Aha, only a gold-ranked treasure has such a capacity. Crane explained carefully when everybody looked as though they did not understand. You can treat each treasure as a small world. These worlds are the source of energy for the martial spirit.
There are some that are perfect, while some are broken.
For gold-ranked treasures, their martial spirits are very strong, so they can form a space for themselves containing their source of energy.
Sounds profound. Tang Tian muttered.
Ling Su moaned, "Whatever broken spirit domain.
I'll destroy it with my spear alone." Crane chuckled. Belle did not have a good temper. She shot Ling Su a look. Who could move under that power just now? The power of spirit domain is very strong.
Only if your powers are on par with the treasure, will you have the chance to break the spirit domain? The spirit domain we are in now, I don't think anyone can break through it.
Why? Tang Tian asked subconsciously.
Because the spirit domain, the guardian martial spirit, is a sword saint.
Belle looked seriously. Who could break through this kind of spirit domain? Now, everyone was speechless.
That's right, even if it had turned into a martial spirit, the sword saint was still formidable.
Everyone had a taste of it earlier on.
There were innumerable martial artists who cultivated sword, and yet, there were only a handful that could be called a saint throughout history.
Obviously, Belle knew a lot about the crypto sword saint.
She mumbled on. Each sword saint had a saint platform. Which is that platform? The saint platform of crypto sword saint is called Desolated Swords Cluster. On top of the Desolated Swords Cluster are 100,000 broken swords. All these 100,000 broken swords were used by the sword saint before he was bestowed the title.
Swish, everyone sighed and looked shocked. Hundreds of thousands of swords that were broken from cultivation. Crane, who was usually calm, was taken by surprise.
Suddenly, he turned and stared at the tall, mighty, saint platform and looked at it in awe.
He too was cultivating the sword technique. How could he not know about the saint platform?
When the sword saint is bestowed the title, he would communicate his intentions with the heavens and earth. All the living things would listen to the sword and form a saint platform according to his wishes. Each saint platform for each sword saint was different. According to rumors, the saint platform represented the sword saint's understanding of the sword. Desolated Swords Cluster.
Crane repeated this odd name.
That was his goal, his future.
Sword Saint.
Just with these two words, his blood was boiling. Subconsciously, he tightened his grip around Crane's sword in his hand. Nobody knows the sword in his hand was the Crane sword, a saint treasure. The only gold-ranked treasure of the Crane constellation. It was as though he held his head up high as the Crane sword trembled slightly in his hands. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
It's been tough on you. With this sentence, Xia Qing's vision turned blurry. Countless seniors stayed through everything for this sentence.
From the moment he understood things, the seniors and the villagers would tell him they were all guardians of the sword. These words grew up with him. The village guarded the infertile grounds, guarded a God knows where sword, abided to their ancestors' teaching in loss and in doubt. It had never left them before. Xia Qing did not dare open his mouth for fear that he might break down and cry. He had cried several times today, which was much more than the 20 years he had been living. This was the first time he realized he was not as strong as he thought he was. From today onwards, you're the disciple of the cryptosword current. As though being struck by lightning, countless thoughts and intentions flowed through Xie Qing's mind. An icy cold gray sword pressed onto Xie Qing's shoulders as a faint sound rang in his head. Although your qualities are all very normal, but you're a decent man. I feel safe with the cryptosword current in your hands. As for this sword, I'll seal it within the spirit domain. When you are able to cultivate the sect's unique martial technique, it will be activated.
Xie Qing blurted, "What's the unique martial technique?"
The voice on top of his head remained quiet. Suddenly, a strong burst of chi surged into the sky.
Xie Qing was in a daze, then he turned around quickly. The 5 hitmen had formed a circle with their hands interconnected. All the beasts painted on their chests came alive. 1 Arctic fox, 1 steel horse, 1 crocodile and 1 huge python. They cruised along their arms and gathered on the 5 colored qilins on King Qilin's body. 5 beasts joining together as one.
Such ferocious chi exploded from King Qilin's body. Murderous, explosive, chi spewed towards them like raging waves.
Tang Tian's face changed drastically. Currently, King Qilin's chi was much stronger. Although it was the aftermath, but Tang Tian was suffocating from this new layer of energy.
Not just him, everyone around him looked ugly as they were all stunned. They were like a legendary beast awakening from its deep sleep. Just their chi was enough to suffocate everyone.
What's happening? Tang Tian asked anxiously, why are they so strong all of a sudden? Conjoint techniques. That is a conjoint technique.
Belle's face was drained of her color. Her voice shook, all of their strengths are combined as one.
God, 5 Heavens Road martial artists have conjoined together.
Crane's face was no longer painted with a smile. There was only anxiousness in his eyes.
So powerful. Damn it.
For the first time, he had a sense of failure. He grasped the crane sword in his hand tightly, but the feeling of defeat in his heart did not lessen.
The entire gray mist in the spirit city was now being spread out crazily by this terrifying chi. The floor shook so badly as though the entire spirit domain was about to collapse.
Suddenly, King Qilin laughed sinisterly. The qilins on his chest rose with the intention to fight. All the other 4 beasts were situated each at his limb. A surge of powers filled up every corner of his body. It was like then entire heaven and earth was beneath his feet.
This feeling was so amazing.
Right now, all the other 4 men were laying on the ground.
It was a pity that this power was only temporary.
King Qilin licked his lips and stared at the cryptosword saint greedily. As long as he got this sword, this strength he possessed now would no longer be a temporary thing.
Saint treasure.
Stomping on the ground, the entire spirit domain that was filled with a sea of mist was struck as though it had been hit.
The boundless space was suddenly tainted with several transparent cracks. Xie Qing's hands were icy cold.
Just as he wanted to shout for everyone else, the sword on his shoulder was suddenly kept back. A gray blade master clothes appeared in front of him. The cryptosword saint was strolling as though he did not see the cracks around the spirit domain. His pace was relaxed and slow. Walking for about 3 feet, he stopped suddenly and said a word.
Did you ask what is our sect's unique martial technique?
The cryptosword saint fell silent and suddenly answered, then let me tell you, it's called. His tone was so calm and all the frightened sea of mist also calmed down as though there was an invisible gigantic hand brushing against the sea of mist, easing it. King Qilin tilted his head and looked at his opponent with ridicule.
Sword Saint, so what if you are the Sword Saint?
A Sword Saint spirit general dated back to over 100 years ago.
Who knows how much you have deteriorated?
With just one stomp, I have resulted in several cracks around the spirit domain.
How weak. He raised his arm slowly and revealed a sly smile.
Idiot, who cares about your unique martial technique? I just want this sword.
Go and die.
Widening his eyes, King Qilin brandished his fist and suddenly, an indiscernible sound resonated.
Great empty sword.
3 words resounded from the desolated swords cluster, causing the entire spirit domain to tremble. A sword pierced through King Qilin's brain. King Qilin stared in shock as he froze. All the terrifying strength in his body collided together as though it was a flame which had lost control.
This sword. Where did it come from? Bang!
King Qilin then exploded into a glistening light ball.
Remember its name.
A faint voice emerged from the desolate swords cluster. A gray silhouette stood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 237, A Gift from the Sword Saint. Chapter 237, A Gift from the Sword Saint. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Earl and De Andre.
No one saw the sword of Cryptosword Saint. It was not that they did not see it clearly, but they did not even see it. There was a slit on the necks of the 4 people, pooling blood on the floor.
All of them died.
Great empty sword, Xiacheng mumbled to himself.
He was clearly shaken. He was someone who held great responsibilities.
Now that he had become the sole disciple of the Cryptosword current, he consciously took on the additional responsibility upon himself.
Your friends aren't too bad. It's fated that we meet them. Let these items be gifts for them.
The Cryptosword Saint's voice emerged from the desolate swords cluster. He waved his sleeve, a few rays of light flew out from the desolate swords cluster, and flew to the few of them, and automatically stopped. The light ball in front of Tang Tian had a card floating inside. Inside the light ball in front of Ling Su floated a silver wind bell. The wind bell was formed by 2 exquisite and delicate sheep horns. In front of Crane was a small sword. In front of Bell was a card. In front of Blind Cord Old Man, a ball of fine silk floated inside the light ball. In front of the mute servant, a pill floated inside the light ball. Little Tang, my friend, you managed to cultivate a silver martial spirit at such a young age, not bad. Your Fire Scythe Ghost Claw has already entered the ranks of unique martial techniques, but if you wish to become a close quarters combat expert, you're still lacking.
This card, I gift it to you.
His entire life was tough, his heart was never calm, and even in death he could not free himself of his affairs. I have been friends with him for so many years, and my heart does not bear to, so when he was dying, I used the demon sealing sword, and sealed his martial spirit, and transformed it into this card. Giving you this card, I have my own selfish desires. I do not wish for my old friend's consummate skill to disappear. You are able to attain enlightenment with a unique martial technique, so your talent is naturally exceptionally good. I hope that you are able to attain enlightenment on this card. After seeing the Cryptosword Saint, this was definitely the most he spoke. Even to Xiacheng, he did not speak so much. Tang Tian curiously scrutinized the card. On the surface was a pair of angry eyes.
What card is this? Tang Tian could not help but raise his head and ask. I do not know.
Cryptosword Saint said indifferently. He trained in fist techniques, and is famous and known to all sections. His name is Sang Ku, and was hailed by his generation as the strongest and hardest fist. Belle's face changed, as she shouted in surprise, swallowing light steel fist, Sang Ku.
Is he very famous? Tang Tian's astonished face looked at Belle. He is extremely famous. Belle's expression congealed. He was his era's most outstanding fist martial artist. His swallowing light steel fist, it was said that it could engulf all the light around him. He was hailed as the fist martial artist closest to becoming the fist saint. WAH, to even eat the light, so powerful. Tang Tian shouted excitedly. When Cryptosword Saint finished talking, he did not bother with Tang Tian anymore, and turned to Ling Su. This sheep horn wind bells is an old item of the spear in your hand, and is also a treasure from Aries constellation. It suddenly landed in my hands some time ago. You can say that I am returning it to its rightful owner. Ling Su was stunned, an old item belonging to his own spear. He took up the sheep horn wind bells to compare against his silver spear. Suddenly the vigorous scarlet tassel from the silver spear suddenly extended out 2 red threads, linking with the sheep horn wind bells. Ling Su was shocked. How come he had never heard before that his spear had bells? Cryptosword Saint then turned towards Crane. Your talent is the highest amongst everyone, your sword heart is strong and stable, pity. This silver-ranked treasure from Andromeda constellation, the Umbrella Pearl Sword, I gift it to you. Crane calmly thanked him. Thank you, Dot. Finished, he extended out the crane sword along with the sheath. He dexterously aimed towards the small sword, and the small sword was somehow attracted to it, and flew towards the crane sword. Crane grasped the sword secrets. He lightly struck the small sword, causing a clang 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 sound, changing into 12 small swords. Like a small umbrella, they rotated above Crane's head. Admiration flashed across Cryptosword Saint's eyes. With respect to talent regarding the sword, Crane was surprisingly powerful. He then turned to Belle. The card in front of you is called Absolute Dust. Tian, right now there is no application to the Chinese word, so it is hard to translate it, and we'll call it Absolute Dust for now. It could mean disappearing dust/earth. If there are any changes to it, I will update everyone. He faced Blind Cord Old Man. This ball of silk is from Heavenly Steed constellation, Silver Steed Mane. He turned to the mute servant. The Tri-Immortality Pill, Dot. 2 of my spirit general friends, nice to meet you. Anything that can be used by spirit generals have been used by me, and I have nothing left. I am very regretful. Cryptosword Saint told Bing and Magic Flute. No problem. Bing waved his hand, acting like he was very magnanimous, but immediately exposed a rascal smile.
If you do not have anything we can use, anything we cannot use is also fine. By gifting a few more, it could be used to procure more money as well. Magic Flute warmly greeted him. To be able to glimpse at Sword Saint's bearing, it is Flute's honor. For matters such as gifts, do not be concerned about it. Crypto Sword Saint obviously did not take notice of Bing's meaning, but nodded his head to Magic Flute with attention. Xie Qing, train well. When the time comes for you to master the Great Empty Sword, the spirit domain of the Demon Sealing Sword will once again open for you, and that is when you and I will meet once more. Finished, the vast sea of grey mist slowly retracted back to the desolate swords cluster. The surrounding scenery returned back to normal. The rapidly reducing sea of grey mist contracted to a small grey dot and disappeared. Everyone woke up as though they were dreaming, just that the tall stone sword peak had disappeared, leaving behind an entire floor of gravel. The 5 Hitman squad's bodies had disappeared, leaving behind a mess of scorched black. Obviously this place had been through an intense battle.
As if it was a lifetime ago.
So stingy, he had so many times, but left behind a grey mess, Bing mumbled to himself. He knew that Crypto Sword Saint had ignored him, and therefore had a belly full of complaints.
No one cared about him. The battle today was an unprecedented attack to everyone. Sword Saint.
This was their first time meeting a Sword Saint, one who just required the time to raise his hand to decimate the entire battlefield. This power caused people to shudder involuntarily.
A sword that couldn't be seen, couldn't be avoided.
Even Tang Tian, who was strongest in intuition, facing the Sword Saint's movements, he had no feeling whatsoever. But after the battle, every one of them had gained rather greatly. Xie Qing had one more grey sword in his hands, and looking at it, it was an extremely old and ugly sword.
What does the Demon Sealing Sword look like? Tang Tian was curious, and immediately asked Xie Qing. What do you plan on doing now?
Stone Sword Peak is gone, you guys do not need to guard the sword anymore.
Why not follow us to Southern Cross Constellation? Xie Qing shook his head.
Thank you, Master, for your kind intentions, but Xie Qing will continue staying here.
Although I do not know if my master still has any more descendants, but what if there is?
The Xie village are guardian swordsmen. Now that I have gained the Crypto Sword current legacy, and with my master's grace, I still wish to wait for any descendants of his.
And now I have to train and cultivate the Crypto Sword current. It is so late already, I need to focus.
Hearing that, Ling Su patted Xie Qing's shoulders, his face full of praise.
Good words. You are affectionate and loyal.
Only real men are like that.
Tang Tian felt that he was reasonable, and nodded his head.
That's true, that's true. Bing suddenly cut in. Since you plan to stay in Corvus Constellation, then why not help us purchase all the Corvus Gold?
You still need Corvus Gold? Xie Qing was surprised.
All the Corvus Gold in Corvus Constellation had been swept by them, and they still wanted more. Xie Qing did not understand what they needed the Corvus Gold for, but without hesitation, he said, no problem.
Uncle Bing, you're so greedy. Tang Tian pointed at Bing's nose.
Bing's skin was extremely thick, and he was about to praise himself, upon hearing Tang Tian shouting.
Relax, this business, you have a part of it. Hearing that, Bing's muscles contracted.
Immediately, he continued, seeing that you were the one who invested in it, since Xie Qing is acquiring the Corvus Gold, then 10% of profits will be his. Bing was afraid Tang Tian would be too generous, and give all the money to Xie Qing, so he decided to first lay out the ground rules.
Xie Qing laughed.
There is no need, relax, I will do my best to acquire them. Xie Qing noted down in his heart that the Corvus Gold was extremely important to them. Whatever shares he had, he did not really care for much. He was already filled with gratitude and emotions for Tang Tian and the rest. Bing was overjoyed, giving him money, but he rejected, such a good person, that... He was about to speak, but then he heard Tang Tian shouting while waving his hands, how can you be like that?
10% is too little. 15%. Xie Qing, you must accept. You must. If not, we won't do it anymore. See, Bing's heart tensed up again. This asshole who does not know the exorbitant cost of everyday's expenses. 15%. Do you know how much money is 15% in the future?
Such a talkative brat, once he opens his mouth he shoots out so much money.
Asshole.
Hearing Tang Tian's persistent gestures, he had no choice but to agree. Okay, I will listen to master.
Tang Tian's eyes immediately raised his eyes in delight. Ha, then we are all family in the future.
Xie Qing's heart warmed up. What he did not know, the agreement that he had accepted today, would bring the Xie village an astonishing amount of wealth in the future. Xie Qing, who was filled with gratitude, began to think of a plan on how to purchase all the Corvus Gold. Following that, Tang Tian and the rest returned to the Xie village, where they would stay for a period of time. Belle wanted to return home to give the blood to her sister. Blind Court Old Man and the mute servant both began to move, as they were required to the starry door to Spirit Region, to enter Three Spirit City.
Tang Tian's martial spirit chamber entrance could only allow him and spirit generals to enter, and was unable to bring anyone else.
Luckily, Corvus Constellation had a starry door leading straight to Three Spirit City, but it was not on the planet Xiecheng and them were in. Tang Tian just had to go ahead first, as Sai Lei was still hiding in the military weapon warehouse. When Tang Tian found Sai Lei, her eyes were beaming with anticipation.
How much Corvus gold did you get? Tang Tian raised one finger. 1,000 kilograms? Sai Lei was excited.
Tang Tian shook his head, and replied, 10,000 kilograms. Sai Lei was so surprised she screamed out and jumped for joy, both hands on her face. She could not believe it.
We are rich. We are rich. We are rich. 10,000 kilograms meant 5 billion star coins.
Such an astronomical sum had completely caused Sai Lei to become dizzy. This limitless amount of star coins signified that it was sufficient for her to obtain materials and sufficient enough to fund her research.
Struck gold, struck gold. Don't be too happy yet.
It was as if Tang Tian was pouring cold water onto her burning passion.
We have the Corvus gold in our hands, but how do we change it to star coins? Sai Lei was stunned.
That's right, they had the Corvus gold, but with that, the next step was to change them for star coins. Other than them, no one else knew the value of Corvus gold. If no one knew the value of Corvus gold, no one would be willing to buy it. Sai Lei quickly calmed down. One after another plans started to emerge from her brain, and her eyes shined with a cold aura.
The young lady's determination to make money, even the sword saint couldn't weaken it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 238, Bell and Pai Pa. Chapter 238, Bell and Pai Pa. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl and De Andre.
The station was bustling with a motley of people dressed in disparate colors when Belle stepped out of the carriage. As she strolled down the crowded walkway, her anxiety soon subsided after she immersed herself into the familiarity of her hometown. This was her hometown, Brightford City of the Qidong Star. Brightford City was the most prosperous city in Qidong Star, and was the most important and iconic business center.
The human traffic here was concentrated in caravans come and go.
The variety of goods sold here were many and varied, attracting a large quantity of merchants to come. This was due to the position of Qidong Star. Qidong Star belonged to the Southern Sky 42 constellations, and was just an ordinary planet.
But this ordinary planet actually possessed numerous starry doors. These starry doors allowed it to link to 6 other constellations.
Naturally, it became the converging point for many travelers and boats. Belle, who was extremely familiar with the place, upon dropping from the carriage, disappeared into the sea of people.
Belle disappeared into the crowd for safety.
She navigated the streets with utmost caution, always looking to her back to ensure no one was tailing her. The city area was renowned for prowling freedom hunters, who were always on the hunt for onyx soul horses.
Each onyx soul horse possessed an abundance of secrets within their information system, which the hunters eyed for.
It was a common hobby among the freedom hunters to capture onyx soul horses to extract the secrets hidden within them. In this brutally chaotic world, the slightest mistake could land you in danger. Most of the onyx soul horses who Belle knew had been hunted down. It was not too long ago that Belle raised her level to the silver level. Though her social status had risen, possessing the silver level made her a more valuable prey for the freedom hunters. Belle turned into an alley with individual households embedded into the sides of the walls.
The alley was so narrow that only 3 people could fit at any time. But at least it was safe.
Strolling along the narrow brick-paved path away from the crowd, she could hear the sweet tinkling sounds of the wind chimes hung along the doors of each household. Due to the city's damp climate and a spring-like temperature all year round, potted plants teeming with flowers leaned along the sides of the walls. The fragrance of the flowers and the home-cooked rice emanating from the households invoked a tinge of happiness in Belle. Belle tilted her head slightly and took a quick glance at a potted plant a few feet away.
A minute mirror was protruding halfway out of the soil. It was facing the entrance of the alley.
She placed it there to ensure that no one was tailing her.
There was no one.
She was not careless this time, having walked a longer route before reaching the steps of her house. She pushed the door open and shut it swiftly.
Who is it?
A feminine voice called out from the room.
It's me, Belle replied rather solemnly. She loosened her elbows, breathing a sigh of relief. She dashed to the inner room nested at the far end of the courtyard.
Belle's back, Pai Pa, her twin replied ecstatically. Besides her paler complexion and longer hair, Belle's sister was so similar to her that no one could tell them apart.
She looked lethargic and demure.
She held a book tightly in her hand, still surprised at the presence of her sister.
Belle snatched the book away from her hands. Didn't I tell you not to read books when you are unwell? I was bored, it was to spend the time away.
She showed her tongue.
Papa had been sick since she was of a young age.
Papa seldom ventured into the outside world, aside from the few escapes she had with Belle.
Reading was the only remedy to quell her boredom. Bookcases surrounded every corner of the room, with books piling up to the ceiling. Belle sighed. Just remember to rest your body, okay?
Yes, yes.
I will. Papa replied. Belle took an apple that was placed at the center of the table.
She rubbed the apple against her shirt and started chomping voraciously on it.
It isn't washed. Papa yelled. She took another big bite out of the apple. It is clean, don't you tea?
Belle dropped the half-eaten apple, grabbed Papa by her waist and dashed to the back of the room. She gently pushed open a slit in the window. Peering out cautiously into the open, she could see several men who were wandering suspiciously outside the house. Carrying Papa by her waist, Belle shuffled gently across the room. Once she reached the side of a bookshelf, she pulled a hinge on it.
The shelf swung open, revealing a dark tunnel.
She gently lowered herself into the abyss as the shelf slammed shut behind her.
Moments later, the courtyard door smashed into bits and pieces.
Several men trained in martial arts stomped into the room. After sweeping around, and realizing no one was in, their faces turned dark. One of the men found the half-eaten apple left behind by Belle, and said, "They just left, search the place.
There must be a secret passage somewhere." The men dispersed, checking every inch of the room and knocking the bookshelves over. After 2 minutes, 6 passageways appeared in front of them. Everyone looked surprised.
No one had expected Belle to be so meticulous as to install 6 different passages to throw off her pursuers.
Everyone's gaze turned to the man who was assumed to be the leader. Which way do we go?
The leader's face turned green. He had spent so much effort and time to plan and find this place, never did he think that.
This woman is so crafty.
Belle re-emerged from the end of the passage. She looked around intently for any signs of danger or suspicious individual. They were safe, for now. From a distance, she could hear a horse carriage approaching. Holding Papa tightly in her arms, Belle quietly slipped into the carriage. There was no one inside. Half an hour later, Belle spotted a long-distance carriage stationed at the side of the road. Although it wasn't luxurious, the boxcar offered a spacious room for the both of them.
This carriage will travel towards Mensa star of the Mensa constellation. Estimated time of arrival will be 92 hours. Have a safe trip, everyone.
The carriage's captain voice rang throughout the room.
It's a pity that I don't have my books. I haven't read most of them yet. Papa sighed. It seems like I was tailed since the very beginning. It was too careless of me. Belle apologized. Papa shook her head lightly. Belle is hardworking and has to brave the dangers. It was me who dragged you down. Pretending to be calm, she added, he. So where will our new house be now? Mountain Mist Star? Nope. Belle shook her head again. It is 3 Spirit City. Spirit Region? Papa sounding surprise. Papa knew that Belle disliked the Spirit Region. Belle folded her legs and took a fruit from the table. Today was a stupid mistake that nearly cost me. She shouted at herself. Ah! Papa cried out as her face turned pale. Papa was startled by her sudden outburst. After seeing her in shock, Belle went over to console her. Don't be startled. Can't you see I'm all right? Papa patted her chest light. You scared me back there. Anyway, from today onwards, I will have another boss to report to. Though it isn't something bad, at least I can stop rushing now. Belle replied. How is your boss? Is he a good person? Papa asked curiously. Papa knew Belle was rebellious. Though there were many solicitations from people, she was never the one who would accept a person easily. He is quite generous. Belle replied while voraciously eating the apple. Oh, and around the same age as us. Ah. A scion from a wealthy family. Papa eyes brightened up. But Belle, I thought you hated these kind of people? Cough, cough, Belle coughed so hard that her eyes seemed to be falling out. Being a scion isn't bad. Papa gave a glance to Belle and rambled on. Next time Belle can stop drifting from place to place then. Only moments after did Belle realize what was being said. Don't sputter nonsense. He. You look so cute just now, Belle. Papa chuckled. Stop making fun of me, will you? Belle said helplessly. After a while, Belle's face turned slightly more solemn than before. She pondered. Come to think of it, he is the weirdest person I have ever seen. He is around the same age as us and physically strong. I just read the new weekly Immortal Martial News, and he was featured inside of it, saying that he had just formulated a unique martial art technique. Unique, martial art technique? Pai Pa stammered. Since young, Pai Pa had been together with Belle, analyzing and processing any new information on martial art techniques. Pai Pa knew what an unparalleled martial art technique was. Yeah. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was just ranked as a unique martial technique on the board of unique skills. Belle replied. What? Fire Scythe Ghost Claw? Isn't that the martial art the Honorable Martial Group already had? If I remembered correctly, it was formulated by a person known as the Ghost Claw Known. Pai Pa exclaimed. Pai Pa could never forget that this was what Belle admired the most. Yes. This is the martial art technique. In the hands of Boss, it became a unique martial art technique, N0.199281, Belle agreed. Though it is last in its place, it is still a unique martial art technique. Pai Pa praised. To be able to turn an ordinary martial art technique to a unique martial art technique sure is a feat. Yes. The boss also has a Grandmaster machine engineer at his side. Belle exclaimed. Grandmaster engineer, Pai Pa was surprised. Who is the Grandmaster? Ah Tuer? Guanji Mo? Or Yafan? Nope, it isn't. Belle replied as she looked at Pai Pa, who was still in shock. It is a lady called Sai Lei. Sai Lei? I have never heard of this name before. Pai Pa shook her head. Yes, even I have never heard of it before, but she is definitely not a fake because I have seen her works before. She combined martial spirits and mechanical techniques to create an entirely new mechanical weapon called the Sky Tiger, which is the most powerful mechanical weapon I have ever seen. Belle stated seriously. Wow. She sounds powerful. Pai Pa replied. Belle felt helpless. Pai Pa had always viewed grandmasters highly due to their high skills and techniques because she loves to read. If you saw Boss, you will understand. It is hard to explain how he manages to come out with such a big foundation. Belle shook her head. I managed to obtain Golden Star Blood, but it was too late to let you use it. It seems like you will have to wait till we reach Three Spirits City before I can let you use it to see its effects. Okay. Pai Pa nodded in agreement. Pai Pa knew the efficacy of Golden Star Blood was of little use to her. She had even told Belle about it. But Belle was stubborn. To Belle, to let Pai Pa use Golden Star Blood was of utmost importance. This was the result of being dependent on one another and the concern one would show to the other after being together for so long. Pai Pa gave Belle a warm smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Pushing Somebody to Do Something Beyond Their Ability. Chapter 239, Pushing Somebody to Do Something Beyond Their Ability. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl and DeAndre. To Sai Lei, the problem now was whether to publicize the secrets of Corvus Gold or turn Corvus Gold into a mechanical weapon and sell it. The latter method would garner a greater profit. The longer the secrets of Corvus Gold remained discreet, the longer she could monopolize the Corvus Gold. But the time to withdraw star coins would take even longer. 10,000 kilograms of Corvus Gold, one set of First Snowfall required 10 kilograms of Corvus Gold, which meant that if she had to use up all of the Corvus Gold she had, she would need to create 1,000 sets of First Snowfall. The extreme numbers astonished Sai Lei, making her think twice about using all her Corvus Gold. As a Grandmaster machine engineer, she was not interested in using her valuable time to forge a low-grade mechanical weapon like the First Snowfall. To the average mechanical martial artist, a mechanical weapon like the First Snowfall was considered a very powerful tool. However, in Sai Lei's eyes, she would never perceive First Snowfall as something that was worth anything more than it should. As a godlike mechanical engineer, Sai Lei felt that it is her duty to only manufacture mechanical weapons that are high-end. She was now clear that the reason why Corvus Gold was so valuable was because of its suitability to manufacture low-grade mechanical weapons. It was the nature of Corvus Gold that complemented low-grade mechanic weapons, hence Corvus Gold was not as valuable as Spirit Jade. And people do not mind the heavier weight of Corvus Gold since they were used in low-grade mechanic weapons. Sai Lei decided to sell the Corvus Gold off instead. She could earn 5 billion star coins from this transaction alone. Since the sale was of raw material, Sai Lei needed to find a machine engineer like herself. First she would need to let the machine engineer understand the nature and qualities of the Corvus Gold.
And for that to happen, the engineer would have to first witness and understand the working of her mechanical weapons. Sai Lei needed them to understand how the martial spirit and the mechanical weapon could be combined together, and that would be the new trend that the mechanical weapons would take. She was not afraid of people of overtaking her. Her current standards were raised from the entire warehouse full of Southern Cross Army's mechanical weapons. Who else was able to find a military warehouse of mechanical weapons? In comparison, 5 billion still looked better. Both Tang Tian and herself required star coins. The young girl's journey was to garner a sea of star coins. Looking past the star coins she could earn, Sai Lei thought of a way to propel her mechanical weapons to fame. So far, there were several platforms for machine engineers to compete against each other. These competitions, especially those of the heavyweight categories, attracted machine engineers and mechanical martial artists from different constellations. These influential events had the ability to propel her mechanic weapon to fame. If she was able to win in several of these competitions, her mechanical weapon was bound to be famous among the constellations. In order to become the champion of a competition, one not just required a formidable mechanical weapon, but also complemented with a powerful mechanical martial artist. Mechanical martial artist? Sai Lei was confident that Bing was definitely the strongest mechanical martial artist she had ever seen. Despite having an old style of fighting, Bing possessed an unfathomable strength that allowed him to annihilate all other mechanical martial artists of his generation. Sai Lei swiftly forged a mechanical weapon for Bing. First Snowfall was initially a rough and slipshod work because Sai Lei used it for experimental purposes as a mechanical weapon. Because Sai Lei's aim now was to promote Corvus Gold as a material suitable for forging mechanical weapons, so she had to bring the cost of manufacturing the new mechanical weapon to under 5 million. Corvus Gold cost 500,000 star coins per kilogram. A single sphere of silver-grade spirit jade, which weighed 100 grams, cost around 8 million star coins but required only 10 kilograms of Corvus Gold. A similar sphere of silver-grade spirit jade that weighed 50 grams was not cheaper by much. It required 3 million star coins. But its effectiveness was only a quarter of a sphere that weighed 100 grams. In comparison, the effectiveness of 5 kg of Corvus Gold is half that of 100 gram sphere of silver-grade spirit jade, but cost just 2.5 million. At this rate, the quality-to-price ratio was immediately clear. The most important was the ratio between quality to price. Soon after analyzing and evaluating quality and price factors, Sai Lei settled on the mechanical weapon. The new mechanical weapon was called Thundersnow. Its manufacturing cost, which Sai Lei scrutinized diligently, was within 4.5 million. To the average man, the price was considered expensive. But in the mechanical world, for anyone who had family property would have the means to buy it. What an enormous market for the new mechanical weapon! Sai Lei felt like a gold-hungry monster with the urge to swallow the entire market of the Heavens Road. Bing was definitely the mechanical martial artist. Other than him, who else was more suitable? Absolutely no one. Bing could close his eyes and still become the champion of this alluring and eye-catching matter. This wretched of a man would definitely cry for this big sister. Feeling excited, Sai Lei went to find Bing. What she did not expect was that Bing would reject her without any consideration or even hesitation. There is nothing to discuss. I don't mind practicing martial arts indoors because it is something I love to do. But to expose my skills in front of everyone, you think I'm tired of living? I am a soul general who knows how to operate a mechanical weapon. This will cause people to be interested in my skills. Before you know it, the Onyx Soul, Honorable Marital Group and Clan Union will want to capture me. As a former veteran of the Southern Cross Army, they will want to capture me even more. Bing was emotional. Sai Lei was stunned. Having meticulously planned out her strategy, she did not expect the thing that she was confident about the most would end up being an issue. Tang Tian also frowned. What Bing said makes sense. Having the identity of being a member of the Southern Cross Army would definitely attract a lot of attention from the public. And to involve Tang Tian's heavenly bronze plate would bound to have trouble. Then what else can I do? Sai Lei asked. Tang Tian remembered. Wait a minute. Do you remember Brother Wu said that he would introduce a mechanical martial artist who will come to our shop? I heard that he is a terrific mechanical martial artist. Then let me go and ask him. Sai Lei replied dejectedly. Bing's rejection to Sai Lei's proposition was still a big blow to her, as she was very confident that Bing would have joined her if she asked. And with Bing, Sai Lei would have been assured of becoming the champion in the competitions. After a while, Tan Tian came out from the honorable martial plate with a frown. Brother Wu said the mechanical martial artist had some issues at home. He will come later instead. Everyone was stunned. Tang Tian felt that Sai Lei's plan was excellent, something that he could never have thought of.
At the same time, Bing's misgivings is understandable.
A normal sneak attack by enemies would not have been a problem, and with Bing's skills, he could have evaded capture with ease. But in the view of thousands of people, it is hard to predict what might happen.
And a big competition would bound to have master artists judging the event. Then what else can we do? Our money are all stuck in the Corvus Gold. If we are unable to change the form of the Corvus Gold to something useful, I think we will go bankrupt soon.
Sai Lei exclaimed with tears dripping down from her eyes. The dream of a girl's journey to a sea of star coins is about to come to an end.
Bing also felt disappointed.
His dream was to at least earn a decent amount from this business, but the prospect of giving up on potentially earning a tons of star coins made his heart ache. But Bing also knows that despite him being a spirit general, his strength had weakened tremendously compared to before. In the spirit region, his ability to enter the martial spirit chamber anytime he wants was his masterstroke. But he knows this masterstroke is not undefeatable by other skills, since the constellations are filled with countless star treasures that one might not have seen or heard before. For all he knew, there are numerous star treasures that can disturb or isolate him, preventing him from entering the martial spirit chamber. 5 billion was worth a lot, but to risk your life and to cast away the hope to join back the army, he was determined not to do it. When everyone was at wit's end, Tang Tian exclaimed, "I shall do it."
Sai Lei was shocked. "You? Do you even know how to operate a mechanical weapon?"
"Though I haven't used it for a long time, Bing can teach me."
Sai Lei rolled her eyes. Will last-minute preparation actually help when the competition is only 10 days away? This is the last major competition of the year.
If we miss this, we will have to wait for another year. The thought that the Corvus Gold would be left untouched in the warehouse until next year and that everyone would not have any money to buy food or other necessities, Tang Tian said, "Not to worry.
The last-minute preparation by Bing would work." Sai Lei turned to look at Bing, who said, "What other choices do we have?" Sai Lei replied, "It is up to you guys. I have already forged the mechanical weapon anyway, but..." After finishing, Sai Lei went back to her room, wrapped herself under the blanket and cried.
Once decided, Tang Tian had the face of determination. "Now let's start."
"Where is the mechanical weapon?"
Bing pointed at Thunder Snow at the corner of the store.
Tang Tian walked towards Thunder Snow with a confidence and courage unlike anyone had ever seen. To venture into the unknown, for the star coins he would not retreat. Beginners, be oppressed, star coins, come into my arms." If the plan goes smoothly, 5 billion star coins will allow him to be reborn and his strength to increase. Only with higher level spirit cards, better star treasures and more power will he be able to reach Southern Cross constellation. Tang Tian now understood that without strength he was unable to reach the Southern Cross constellation. Bell had seen the constellation map and told him that the next stop on his route to his destination will be Lupus constellation, which is renowned for its chaos and violence. Though Bell tried to put it in a subtle and reserved manner, Tang Tian knew that Bell was worried for him due to his lack of strength. And they needed to traverse the entire Lupus constellation. Tang Tian was determined that no matter what happens, he was going to make Sai Lei's plan a success. "I will need to be stronger. Need to help everyone become much stronger." The guilt of rejecting Sai Lei due to his own personal problems and the thought of the enormous pile of star coins that can be made from this venture made Bing regain his vigor. Furthermore, at this period of time, Bing was also curious about the new mechanical weapons, always wanting to explore the qualities and capabilities of these new weapons. Bing took a glance at Tang Tian and told him, "Let's begin." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Thunder Snow. Chapter 240, Thunder Snow. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl and DeAndre. This time around, Tang Tian had to push himself beyond his own abilities. Taking everything into account and reducing the time they would spend on the road, Tang Tian only had 7 days instead of 10, which seemed like an impossible task. Last year, the weapon saber-toothed tiger had a structure that was simple and rigid, which Tang Tian felt was limited in its power. Furthermore, there were a lot of other martial techniques that Tang Tian had not learnt, and that was not talking about using a higher-level mechanical weapon such as Thunder Snow. Everyone knew that this was a near-impossible task, but Tang Tian and Bing did not mutter a word. With everything that they had done, any complaints would have been meaningless. If you had mastered the new mechanical weapon, you would have discovered that it is much better to use than saber-toothed tiger, because it is smarter. Thunder Snow possesses a martial spirit in it. Though it is not very powerful, it is knowledgeable and quick-thinking. Hence, the first thing you need to do is to communicate with it. For the new generation of mechanical weapons, communicating with the martial spirit residing within the weapon is crucial. The coordination between the spirit and you will determine the outcome of a battle.
You must take note that this mechanical weapon is something that is new to you, and it's the same for the martial spirit who is a stranger to the user's body. During these 7 days, you do not only need to learn how to use the mechanical weapon, but the martial spirit will also have to learn how to control your body. Bing stood up in a deadpan manner after finishing his explanation. Tian, who was engrossed in the lecture by Bing, immediately raised his hand and asked, "Do you mean, the martial spirit is just like a newborn, learning how to walk as well?" "That is right." Bing nodded his head. No matter what former users the martial spirit had been with before, once the user is changed, the martial spirit would have to learn everything from scratch. That includes learning how to walk. Tian frowned after listening and said, "It is okay that I am the only one learning, but now the martial spirit also has to learn. What is the point? Do not underestimate the spirit. You will definitely not learn faster than it. Since the spirit will be experiencing the movement of your body, once it is familiar with your style, it will learn much faster than you do. How dare you look down on me?" Tian stared at Bing with gaping eyes. "After comparing, you will know what I mean," Bing said confidently of Thundersnow. "Let's compete then," Tian replied, before jumping into the pit that Bing has just dug out. Tian turned his head over and stared down at Thundersnow. Thundersnow's head was a shade of ocean blue, roughly 2 meters in width, and used a different style from a Southern Cross Army mechanical weapon, which was simple and plain. Instead, this mechanical weapon was made to look attractive because Sai Lei wanted it to be eye-catching to the audience in order to attract attention to this new weapon. The joints of the mechanical weapon were much slimmer and more agile, but on the inside, it used the Southern Army design of the internal bracket that enhanced the user's defense. The joints were like layers of blue fish scales lining up on top of each other, allowing the user greater flexibility and mobility in its movement. As for the parts of the weapon covering the limbs, the material used was a strong metal that has been repeatedly forged within the fire, which augmented the strength of the weapon. The constant forging of the metal created wave-like patterns on its surface. The armor at the shoulder area was different from a normal mechanical weapon in that it was forged into a compact and circular armor which granted the user greater mobility. With one look, Thundersnow was like a well-built statured man in steel with no excess flesh on him. Even when standing there quietly, it still released an aura that many would fear. "Hey, Thundersnow!" Tian shouted, "Let's have a serious battle." Thundersnow suddenly let out a flash of bright blue radiance from its dark blue eyes. All of a sudden, Thundersnow crouched down right in front of Tian like a drawn bow with all its accumulated power, waiting to strike. Tian backed down slightly, anticipating the amount of strike force that Thundersnow could unleash. Thundersnow unleashed its power by pushing down its steel hind legs. The force was so strong that it created a soul imprint on the solid rock ground. The ground around Sai Lei's place was especially made steel that was rock solid. But Thundersnow was able to create an imprint on the solid ground, as if the ground was made of a block of wood shavings. So much power. Tian was shocked by the immense showcase of power. As Thundersnow pushed harder down with its hind legs, cracking the steel floor beneath it. Tian was in awe. Such a perfect combination of rhythm and strength. What came next was a blue shadow that flashed past like a strike of thunder across the room. Blue lightning. Let's go. That's right. That's the way. Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Bang. Clang. The sound of metals clashing together was reverberating. The steel ground below their feet was rippling uncontrollably, nearly lifting Tian off the ground. The dust that was sent flying around the room engulfed Tian. After a moment, when the dust had settled, Tian could be seen standing still in the room, looking dumbfounded. In front of Tian were 2 blue-colored metallic legs perched on the ground. Because of the immense force from Thundersnow, its lower body was pushed deep into the steel ground. "Oh!" Bing exclaimed as he placed his hand on his forehead and could not bear to look at Tian. Suddenly, Bing had an unexplainable feeling. An unreliable mechanical martial artist pairing up with an unreliable mechanical weapon was hard for him to imagine. He hesitated for a moment and had a thought. But that thought disappeared as fast as it came to his mind. Thundersnow's lower body was entrenched deep into the ground. No matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to free itself. Tian and Bing exhausted their energy before managing to pull Thundersnow out of the ground. "It's over," Tian muttered. "This martial spirit's IQ is not very high to begin with. After such a strong impact just now, will it have any IQ left? Don't worry. Maybe it is just a foolish scallion," Bing said with a shrug. "What is a foolish scallion?" Tian asked. "It just means when 2 people who are foolish enough meet, they just might become smart," Bing explained. After a moment, Tian exclaimed with gaping eyes, "Hey! How dare you say that I am stupid? I did not say that.
It was you who said that you were stupid.
Bing replied with another shrug.
Scoundrel! I will beat you up. Tang Tian shouted angrily. Hey, Sai Lei seems to be awake. Bing, ignoring Tang Tian's outburst, pointed at Sai Lei. Tang Tian shifted his attention to Thundersnow. Hey Thundersnow, are you up for it? At this rate that you are performing, you are not compatible for this godlike young man. But don't worry, I will not give up on you. Looks like you need a youth like me that is godlike as well. Tang Tian wore the armor and felt refreshed. Wow, the feeling is absolutely different from the saber-toothed tiger. This is great. Tang Tian's martial spirit was very powerful.
His communication and coordination with Thundersnow was much easier than imagined. For others, communicating with their martial spirits was the most challenging, but to Tang Tian, it was the opposite. After that initial hard fall, Thundersnow was much more well-behaved than before. And Tang Tian was excited to try something new this time.
Wow! Thundersnow, let's go! Bang! Clang, dot!
The constant sound of someone being wrestled on the steel floor reverberated around the walls, causing the floors to tremble while sending chunks of dust high up into the air.
Tang Tian picked himself up clumsily after a fall.
He was not discouraged.
He shouted with undue passion, Thundersnow, let's do it again! Bang! Clang! Nice! Thundersnow, this time around it will be a success! Bang! Clang! Hey, Thundersnow, don't be scared! Be strong and man up, let's come again! Bang! Clang! As Tang Tian controlled Thundersnow, he fell countless times. But his passionate roar of encouragement did not subside. Bing knew that for every fall that Tang Tian experienced, despite him going strong, each of these falls were physically painful. But Tang Tian did not show any sign of pain and continued to brace the falls alongside Thundersnow. Come to think of it, this was Tang Tian's signature style. Bing looked on with interest. Sai Lei's martial spirit was much weaker than Tiger, in terms of both quickness and wisdom. The initial failure instilled Thundersnow with trepidation. The later few dashes that Thundersnow had with Tang Tian, Bing could see that it was slightly dreading to continue. But after countless falls and Tang Tian's constant encouragement, Thundersnow was starting to gain more confidence. His movements were also becoming much more nimble. You are doing a wonderful job, Thundersnow. What a great form. That's right, this is the way it should be done. Let's do it again. Bing was deeply moved by the courageousness of Tang Tian. Then, Bing heard something that made him stand still. Good job. Now do you see that wretched guy with the poker face over there? Right. That's him. Come, let's do a perfect dash towards him. Let the old man have a taste of the flash of blue lightning which he had never ever witnessed before. Very good. Just now, we managed to scare the wretched old man. Now, we shall unleash an even more vicious attack. Oh. Look at his face, it turned green. Was the power unleashed strong enough? Let's burn him up, Thundersnow. Bing's face turned as black as charcoal. Hiss. As Thundersnow charged towards Bing, it suddenly braked right in front of Bing. Ha 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 ha. Old man, aren't we powerful? Double Scallion unite. We are undefeatable. Double Scallion. Sai Lei was covered in dust, but one could see that she was pleased with the progress so far. Thundersnow's speed was amazingly fast. Bing was also secretly amazed by the progress. He initially thought that once Tang Tian was familiar with Thundersnow, it would at least take an afternoon before they got to this standard. No one expected that 2 hours was all it took for them to achieve such marvelous progress. But Bing felt that Sai Lei would not want to see how Thundersnow's appearance had changed beyond recognition. Thundersnow had a bright shade of blue like that of a jewel, but after the training that had countless amount of strong clashes and harsh falls, Thundersnow was left with battle scars and covered in filthy grime. A faint pant could be heard from within Thundersnow's body. Bing knew that the martial spirit was exhausted from the training. Tang Tian was absolutely tired after constant dashes and battles as well as countless of falls that had left him bruised. The skin underneath his shirt was filled with numerous blacks and blues and wounds. Tang Tian did not mind. He laughed hysterically and shouted, "Uncle, you must be astonished." Thundersnow seemed to have been influenced by Tang Tian since its confidence had grown significantly after the trainings. Bing laughed, "This is just the start. Relax. What you will experience in the next 7 days will be something that you will always remember. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, Horizon Exchange Competition. Chapter 241, Horizon Exchange Competition. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl and DeAndre.
Tang Tian released wails that sounded like a ghost as Thundersnow solemnly rushed towards Sky Tiger.
Bang bang bang.
Consecutive chains of attacks causing smoke and dust to rise everywhere, a ray of blue shadow flying out, violently crashing into the wall. This scene happened far too many times. Bing's training, which was to continuously spar, was simply cruel. Tang Tian, a rookie, facing against Bing, an ultimate trump card, adding on Thundersnow's grade was far from Sky Tiger's, the result was obvious. Bing did not give mercy because of Tang Tian's disadvantage of being an amateur. Instead, he treated Tang Tian like a blood enemy, attacking crazily and violently, to the point that it could cause one's hair to stand. Thundersnow's entire body had over 50% changes to it, with 7 to 8 cm long dents everywhere, and was full of holes.
Thundersnow did not have any touch of beauty on it anymore.
Looking at it, it seemed more like a set of garbage mechanical weapon meant to be thrown away.
It was terribly shabby. Thundersnow fell on the ground face first, and laid there not moving.
Tang Tian gasped for breath, he was extremely tired. He felt that controlling the mechanical weapon to fight was more tiring than him fighting by himself. He gasped for breath, perspiration following his face contours to his chin. Suddenly, he felt a rise and fall, mimicking the rhythm of his gasps.
It was Thundersnow.
Tang Tian was stunned for a while, but started laughing out loud, bellowing out like the wind.
Hey, Thundersnow, you don't even breath, why are you imitating me?
Tang Tian's words caused Thundersnow to be stunned.
Tang Tian could feel Thundersnow's rise and fall stopping, as though it was at a loss. Ha ha ha. Tang Tian laughed even more. Hey, young man, how can you fall just like that? Bing's taunts came out from Sky Tiger, as he looked down at Thundersnow.
Although he kept ridiculing Tang Tian, his heart was filled with surprise. In just 3 short days' time, although Tang Tian was not skilled, he was able to withstand 5 full-powered moves from Bing.
5 moves.
5 moves, in this short time span, although Bing very well knew that it was not easy.
Only 3 short days, to be able to grow to this extent. Thundersnow was not an outstanding mechanical weapon.
Other than its disparity of materials, its biggest weakness was its martial spirit. Compared to Tiger, Thundersnow was extremely bad. Tiger was a born fighter, habitually quiet but had strong willpower, calm and efficient, and never fearful or afraid. Tiger was apparently Bing's dream of an ideal fighting partner. But for Thundersnow, it was timid, stupid, lacked courage, and had weak willpower. All of these weak points were extremely fatal. Thundersnow's martial spirit origins were unknown, but from what Bing saw, this type of martial spirit was totally not suitable to be a mechanical weapon's martial spirit. However, everything that had happened in these 3 days was completely out of Bing's expectations. Thundersnow's weak points were completely exposed, but it did not retreat from the battle.
Instead, it bitterly persevered under Bing's relentless attacks.
Bing was shrewd and ruthless and had very quickly found the root of this. It would seem unimaginable, but it was because of Tang Tian.
Tang Tian's roars never stopped. No matter how badly they were beaten, Tang Tian never stopped to give Thundersnow encouragement.
In Tang Tian's eyes, Thundersnow was his fighting friend.
Although it had many weak points, he never once thought of giving up on it. No matter how hard they fell, how badly they were defeated, Tang Tian never once blamed it or scolded it.
The consistent cheers, the consistent encouragements, the consistent act of never giving up, the consistent beatings. This was how Thundersnow began to improve. Although the rate of improvement was slow, but it was improving.
Bing's eyes were never on Thundersnow.
To him, Thundersnow was not a fighting-type martial spirit.
Its rate of improvement was limited, and its inborn weaknesses prevented it from growing.
He had already secretly noted down, to remind Sai Lei, that the martial spirit of the mechanical weapon did not require to be high-leveled, but must be suited to fight. For example, those ancient spirit general pieces, they were repeatedly cut down, but had staunch willpower. Still, Tang Tian's display of fundamental leadership qualities caused Bing to admire him very much. To be able to encourage and help out a friend was an extremely outstanding characteristic. Even a weak martial spirit like Thundersnow was able to display fighting strength. This brat was definitely a gifted mechanical martial artist. Hearing Bing's words, Thundersnow froze for a while, but Tang Tian fiercely replied, "Fall? Ha, you're looking down too much on us. Come. Watch how we defeat you. Thundersnow, together let's go." The solemn undulations rose from Thundersnow once again. Yet another bitter scene to watch. 7 days quickly passed. Sai Lei was dull and lacking vitality. after crying in a big scene, she was not that sad anymore.
Knock knock knock. Knocks sounded out from the door. Sai Lei angrily asked, "Who is it? If there's nothing, don't come and disturb me."
Sai Lei, we have to go participate in the exchange competition.
Tang Tian reminded. Did Bing change his mind? Sai Lei's eyes lit up. She crawled up from her bed, opened the door and asked, "Did Pokerface Uncle decide to join?" "Nope." Tang Tian shook his head and pointed to himself, "I am joining."
Disappointment could be heard in her voice as Sai Lei replied sadly, "Not going."
Pa, she was about to close the door, but Tang Tian anxiously blocked the door with his hand. "Hey, Sai Lei, if you don't bring us there, we won't know the road. Whoever wants to go can go."
Sai Lei turned and walked to her bed, and covered herself in her blankets. "Anyway, I am not going."
"Why are you not going?" Tang Tian did not understand. "Don't tell me you don't want the 5 billion anymore?" 5 billion. Sai Lei's eyes immediately had tears in them, and sobbed, "Woo woo, we don't have 5 billion anymore."
Seeing Sai Lei act like that, Tang Tian was at a loss. But, although he did not know what to say, he thought to just do something, and being lazy to talk, Tang Tian instantly grabbed Sai Lei, put her on his shoulders, and walked out.
Sai Lei screamed.
Upon finding out that she was on Tang Tian's shoulders, she immediately raged and struggled with all her might on his shoulders. "Put me down!
Put me down!"
Tang Tian ignored her screams, and directly went to the warehouse.
Bing had already finished packing and was ready. "Move out!" Tang Tian carried Sai Lei, and fiercely flew out of the door.
Horizon Exchange Competition was an extremely famous competition in the mechanic technique domain, because it was only held biannually. Every competition, all the machine engineers and mechanical martial artists from all the different constellations in Heaven Road would gather. It was the most powerful exchange competition in the field of mechanic techniques. Every time it was held, there would definitely be new and weird mechanical beasts as well as the latest mechanical weapons. The strongest mechanical martial artist would appear, and the most blood-invigorating battles would happen. It was the 45th Horizon Exchange Competition. There were still 3 days to the start of the event, but Ink City was already filled with people. Ink City was a huge city with a population of 47 million, as compared to 3 Spirit City. The mechanical technique domain was a declining domain, but even so, the number of all the Heaven Road machine fanatics reached an astronomical figure. On the city outskirts, the human traffic was already terrifying, impossible to bypass. Tang Tian curiously looked around, his face filled with surprise. "Wah, there are so many people here already." "Ignorant!" Sai Lei snorted. Her struggles were futile and had decided to stop, but the anger in her heart was yet to subside, so her tone was naturally bad. "Don't act so stupidly, so shameful." Bing stopped in his tracks suddenly. Tang Tian quickly felt it and stopped to ask, "What?" "This city has undulations." Bing's tone was somewhat throbbing. "It is directed against spirit generals." Tang Tian became more focused, his face changing. He could indeed feel a very faint undulation. It was in the state of a mist, but its range was extremely huge, actually enveloping the entire Ink City. "Is there a problem?" Sai Lei was surprised. She initially thought Bing was making a huge ruckus out of nothing. The Horizon Exchange Competition had been held for so many times, but never once was there any danger. Only then did she truly understand that Bing's apprehensions were reasonable. Her face congealed. Ink City has been run by the Mo family for many generations. The entire city can be considered a mechanical city. "That's right, seems like I overlooked it." Mo family? Tang Tian was curious. "Are they powerful?" "Yes, extremely powerful." Sai Lei replied, "The Mo family is a mechanical aristocratic family with an extremely long history, only after the 3 great armies. The Mo family's standard of machines, no one knows. Mo Lang from the Mo family is a machine grandmaster engineer, and together with Guanji Mo, they are hailed as the Mo brothers." "Wah, so powerful." Tang Tian could not understand everything, but with the phrase machine grandmaster engineer, he got a gist of it. "Yes, but they have always been low profile, and rarely do we hear any special things about them. They are extremely mysterious. Other than the Horizon Exchange Competition, they do not have any other movements," Sai Lei said. Bing suddenly asked, "What about their mechanical weapons?" "The standard is so-so." Sai Lei snorted, "I have never seen their high-end mechanical weapons before, but the normal ones are not really that good, not that bad either." Bing was in deep thoughts. He swept the place once, and very quickly, his gaze landed on a distant mountain range, and pointed there. "I will go and hang around in that region. If there is anything, quickly leave the city. I will come and receive you guys." "Okay." Tang Tian nodded. Bing did not say any more, and quickly disappeared. Tang Tian and Sai Lei were preparing to enter the city when suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes lit up and pointed to a person. "Wah, that spider is really pretty." In the direction that he pointed, a man sat there with a dark red metal spider. The red spider was rather big, and the man sat on it stably. It was extremely lifelike, and the dark red metal gloss on its entire body was extremely dazzling and pretty. The movements of the red spider were very agile, all the legs crawling around very quickly.
That is a mechanical beast.
Sai Lei glanced with one eye, but felt rather amazed. The spider's standard was actually remarkable. With Sai Lei's current standards, to praise another's creation as remarkable was a feat.
Such a pretty mechanical beast. Tang Tian was drooling.
He had given Flamingo to Ling Su, and this red spider was stern and cold-looking, appearing to be especially fierce and tough. The man on the red spider heard Tang Tian's compliments and was elated, and automatically asked, "Nice to meet the two of you.
Want to come up and chat?"
Sai Lei had not even opened her mouth when the shadow beside her rushed forward.
Okay.
Tang Tian eagerly rushed up to the red spider. Sai Lei had no choice but to follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 242, Registration. Chapter 242, Registration. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Earl and DeAndre. The creator of the red spider was called Xin. He was an extremely lively person, and very quickly, he and Tang Tian were hitting it off. The red spider was fast and extremely stable. Xin mechanical technique was rather brilliant, but to the current Sai Lei, his standard was not able to attract her other eye. Tang Tian's envy was enough to make Xin become happy.
It is called red silk.
How is it? Not bad, right? Do you want to buy one?
It is very cheap, only at 2 million star coins.
Xin patiently tried to sell it.
Sai Lei initially did not plan to speak. However, upon hearing star coins, her face immediately darkened, and she snorted, "The method of mixing red gold into bronze in the joints, this kind of trash, won't even exceed 200,000, and you still want 2 million.
Humph.
Hearing that, Tang Tian's eyes immediately became bigger, "So you're actually a cheap man."
Cough. Xin did not actually think that he would be seen through.
Mixing red gold into bronze was always his secret, and he did not expect that a lady would actually catch him.
"Who are you?" Xin asked carefully, lowering his posture. The lady in front of him who was in a bad mood, could she be some powerful machine engineer? "Even if I told you, you won't know."
Sai Lei ignored him, and closed her eyes to rest. Upon seeing that, Xin had no choice but to break through Tang Tian's side. "Little brother, your body seems to be as strong as a cow.
Are you here to participate in the competition?" "Yes."
Tang Tian heard the compliments, and threw the unhappiness to the back of his mind. "Let me tell you, I am very strong."
Oh, Xin suddenly did not know what to say. After thinking, he asked, "Little brother, how long have you played with mechanical weapons? Did you learn it from home?" 7 days. Tang Tian told him honestly. 7 days. Xin face froze. He forced out a smile. "Little brother, don't joke with me. Even the strongest genius cannot be called a mechanical martial artist in 7 days. Because I am a genius." Tang Tian proudly at his nose, completely unashamed. Xin expression froze again, and he forced another smile. "Little brother is really humorous. Can I take a look at your mechanical weapon?" "Okay." Tang Tian did not hesitate, and quickly took out Thunder Snow. Xin stared at the broken, dirted, long-forgotten-looking rubbish. Its entire body did not have one complete part. Xin never thought that this mechanical weapon would be tortured to this extent. "Is this a mechanical paper?" Sai Lei was also stunned. She was always crying in her room, and was completely oblivious of everything that happened. Stuttering, she asked Tang Tian, This is Thunder Snow?" "Yes." Tang Tian nodded, glossing over her feelings. Overlook its outer appearance." Under this godlike young man's encouragement, Thunder Snow had become even stronger. You, Sai Lei was so angry she could not speak. For the sake of starting off successfully, she had paid close attention to make Thunder Snow look flashy and handsome. But she did not think that in a few days, the beautiful Thunder Snow would turn into a broken piece of metal. What made her want to collapse even further was that Tang Tian actually wanted to wear this broken metal to join the Horizon Exchange competition. God! Sai Lei was suddenly panicking. In her mind, she could imagine that when Thunder Snow appears, the whole crowd would be jeering at them, and she just wanted to dig a hole to hide in. "I must absolutely not let that happen. Absolutely not."
If this broken junk really appears on the arena, with its creator being Sai Lei, she would become the biggest joke in the circle of machine engineers.
This scenario, no matter what, cannot happen. Sai Lei took a deep breath.
She forced herself to become calm, thinking with all her might on how could she advise Tang Tian to give up. She could directly use the Corvus gold to create a mechanical weapon, and despite the money coming slower, at least they will definitely earn the money back.
For what should they become the laughingstock of the world?
She had not gotten any further in her thoughts, when she heard Tang Tian's arrogant shouts at her side.
Don't look down on Thundersnow.
Come, let us have a competition, and see who will reach the city gates first.
As though as she was struck by lightning, Sai Lei's eyes became wide. Oh no!
Tang Tian had already entered Thundersnow, and shouting with the top of his lungs, "Thundersnow, go go go!"
Like the wind, Thundersnow flew out. It's over.
Sai Lei was dumbstruck.
Tang Tian was extremely excited.
After experiencing Bing's repeated ravages, and finally escaping his evil clutches, he was like a bird flying freely in the air, or a fish swimming freely in the ocean.
Tang Tian was currently feeling like that. As fast as lightning.
The sound of the wind whistling in his ear, the background quickly flying past his sides, Tang Tian was extremely excited.
He did not reserve any energy. With Thundersnow rushing forward with all of its energy, it was like a blue lightning bolt. So fast. Such an incredible speed.
The blue lightning passed by everyone in a blink of an eye, instantly causing people to cry out in surprise. But when the people looked at the mechanical weapon clearly, they were all stunned. The surprised shouts abruptly stopped.
Everyone stared blankly at the broken junk of a mechanical weapon. It was so dirty. After a while, they all regained their senses, and someone stammered, "Am I blind? Why did I see an almost falling apart mechanical weapon? I saw it too. God, why is there such a broken mechanical weapon? Reckon where did he pick up this garbage mechanical weapon from? To come here with the intention of showing off. That's true, that's true." Hearing the people on the streets discussing, Sai Lei's face became extremely black. Sun Xian did not say anything, both of them assuming a spectator stance, acting as if they did not recognize the broken mechanical weapon that just flew out. The red spider's speed was not slow. After a while, they neared the city gates, only to see a broken-down figure waiting there. Not good. Sai Lei and Sun Xian's face changed.
Without giving them a chance to react, Tang Tian immediately spotted them.
Thundersnow jumped up and started waving frantically at them.
Thundersnow's arms had lots of injuries, especially the plate of armor on the verge of collapsing. Upon waving, huala, chunks of broken metal starting falling. All the passers-by around the city gates all starting laughing. To bring the mechanical weapon to such a state was not easy.
"Hey, kid, from where did you pick up your armor?" Someone shouted amidst the crowd. "It wasn't picked up. Sai Lei made it." Tang Tian shook his head, and pointed at Sai Lei. Shwa! All eyes turned and landed on Sai Lei.
Sai Lei was inconsolably ashamed, and she just wanted to dig a hole to hide.
Asshole! I knew it would turn out this way.
I'm dead, I've lost all my face. Her dying heart gave birth to anger. Sai Lei opened her eyes widely, crossed her arms and started scolding. "What are you looking at, Hut? Such a hot young lady," someone mumbled in the crowd, attracting laughter. Sai Lei's face became hot, but she opened her eyes wide, not showing any weakness. Anyway, she had thrown all her face away. Sai Lei decided to just go with it.
"Let's go. Go and register."
She clenched her teeth as she spoke to Tang Tian. "If you do not get into the top 36, you can just wait to die." Sai Lei's white teeth were like crisscrossed hacksaws, causing Tang Tian to think about a certain incident that happened. His heart instantly turned cold.
Tian, she bit his D*** before D.
This was the most broken down and worn out mechanical weapon to ever join the exchange competition, and the news began to spread, causing a lot of excitement among the people. There were also a small group of bored people who followed Tang Tian and Sai Lei to register. When Tang Tian and Sai Lei appeared to register, they attracted a small disturbance. The people in charge of registration, upon seeing Thundersnow, they were also stunned. After a while, everyone thought that the two of them had something wrong in their heads.
Why would they bring such a junk to participate? To come and find trouble? One of the older and more experienced employees stood out, and coldly asked, "Can I ask why are you here?" "To register." Sai Lei was smarter than most people. She could immediately hear the tone of the employee was not kind, but with everything that had happened, the fire in her could not be tamed, and her tone naturally became extremely sharp as well. The employee felt even more so that they were there to find trouble.
The old employee, who was experienced, spoke without changing his expression. No problem. According to the competition rules, as long as you pass the preliminary test, you can register.
Bring it on then. Bring it on. Tang Tian could not wait any longer.
The old man and his colleagues looked at each other, all of them nodding at him. Apparently understanding each other, he continued, "Please come over here.
This is the preliminary test area." The old man introduced, "The test is simple."
He pointed to the lake at the side. Inside there is a group of 5th-ranked green spirit bees.
The total running distance is roughly 5 kilometers in a zigzag line.
If you can complete the distance in 20 seconds, and if you can smash the long-nosed pigs at the end of the road to spit out golden bubbles, then you pass.
Please take note, there are other star spirit beasts in the water.
Tang Tian gazed out. On the lake, there was a trackline in the shape of a zigzag floating on the water. In the distance was multicolored bubbles, floating on the surface of the water.
What made Tang Tian even more surprised, was these bubbles actually had a trace of metal gloss.
Sai Lei's face changed. The speed of the green spirit beasts were fast, and in a group, they were trouble. The long-nosed pigs had noses like elephants. They were addicted to sleeping, and in deep sleep, their noses would spit out bubbles. These colorful bubbles were weird metal bubbles hailed as golden bubbles, and they were extremely tough and durable. In contrast, they were light and swift. If hit, it would shoot out like a balloon, but it would not break.
Since when did the exchange competition registration preliminary test become so difficult?
Sin Xian suddenly stood up. "You guys are too much, to actually test a new person with the grade A preliminary test."
Grade A preliminary test.
The crowd of people suddenly made a sucking air sound, and all of their faces congealed.
Sai Lei's face became pale.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 243, Grade A preliminary test. Chapter 243, Grade A preliminary test. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Natsuriako, and DeAndre. Sai Lei knew what it was about.
Grade A preliminary tests were one of the tests of the exchange competition, with the highest difficulty. It was usually used to handle the special competitors.
If it was Bing, Sai Lei had all the confidence in whatever grade preliminary test they threw.
But Tang Tian was someone who had just practiced for 7 days.
How can he pass the test with the highest difficulty?
Sai Lei heard Bing commend Tang Tian's outstanding battle talent many times, so she originally hoped that Tang Tian could enter the competition to improve after a few rounds. Although the growth might not be huge, but she hoped to at least see him grow more.
Upon coming, it's instantly the grade A preliminary test. Doesn't that mean that our journey ends here today? Sai Lei was enraged. What is the meaning of this?
Isn't the grade A test meant for the special competitors? On what grounds? The old man calmly replied, "To have the confidence to bring this broken mechanical weapon to participate. Naturally you are special competitors."
Everyone burst out in laughter. Sai Lei's face was red. She was a smart lady and could usually react or respond quickly.
Bringing along this broken mechanical weapon to participate, to the organizers, was definitely an act of provocation. With regard to the exchange competitions, there would usually be fights. Although these fights were not very obvious, but the competition in the dark numbered to a huge amount.
Special competitors? Are you saying experts? Tang Tian suddenly cut in to ask. Sai Lei's neck was completely red.
Tang Tian's question made her ashamed once again, and she wanted to dig another hole to hide.
This asshole deserves to die, don't you understand what they're saying? I definitely cannot come out with him anymore. Ha 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 ha. No good. My stomach is cramping due to too much laughing. Ha ha ha. I can't stop, ha ha.
Their surroundings erupted in laughter. Ridicule appeared on the old man's face as he laughed gently. "Of course, one look and I can tell that you're an expert."
Powerful. You can even see that. Tang Tian was surprised. Ha 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 ha. That kid is too funny. Hey, expert.
Quickly perform for us. Sai Lei's face became a mix of green and red. Since young, she had not been humiliated like this.
This asshole is really an asshole.
Her heart had an extremely strong sense of helplessness. Facing this awkward situation was humiliating, yet she was unable to run away from it.
Clatter, clatter.
The heavy metal footsteps brought along huala metal pieces dragged along. As Thundersnow's entire body was broken and dangling, it looked like a clothes rack with lots of garbage hung on it.
The laughter gradually stopped.
The smiles on many people's faces gradually vanished as the broken mechanical weapon began to walk out.
Does this guy really want to try? This thought crossed many people's mind.
Grade A preliminary tests were specially created to handle those mechanical martial artists who were deliberately provoking the competition, and very few actually got through. Until now, there was a total of 249 times it was used, and the number of successes were only 6. Thus, it was named the Test of Death. After that short period of silence, light laughter rose once again. This fellow is truly an idiot, to not even know about the grade A preliminary tests. There's a show to watch. Grade A preliminary test, other than its high level of difficulty, it also had a special portion. Inside the lake were 100 devouring toothfish the size of fingers, and they had extremely sharp and strong fine teeth. They were never interested in meat, but were easily heated up and excited with anything else. Once someone dropped inside the lake, the 100 devouring toothfish would nibble the entire mechanical weapon, clothes, shoes, everything, until the only thing that was left was his naked body. This lake was also called the Debt-Breaker Lake. Sai Lei suddenly recalled stories about it, and her face immediately turned white.
She anxiously shouted out, "Don't go!"
Ignoring her shouts, Tang Tian did not even warm up.
Thundersnow just stood there at the starting point. His mutterings were not loud, but they were swept away by the wind into every person's ears. Such a passionate competition really makes people's blood boil. This senseless sentence caused everyone to be stunned. Only after a while did they react. Was this fellow so stupid that he could not recognize the jeerings and the sarcasm? They wanted to continue disturbing, but Thundersnow suddenly turned its dirty head and gazed at the old man. "Can I begin?" The old man was stunned. He did not think that this person would not even have the slightest bit of panic or the least bit of wanting to retreat. Suddenly, the old man's heart had some sort of weird feeling, unless. He secretly shook his head. How is that possible? This brat in front of me is a dim-witted country bumpkin. This brat, how can he pass the grade A preliminary test? He had worked for over 10 years and been through 5 exchange competitions. In these 5, he had never seen one participant who passed the grade A test. The legends that talked about the 6 people who passed, who knows how long it had been. That is because with the existence of the grade A preliminary test, most of the participants did not dare mess around. Just with this idiot-looking brat. The old man could not help but be ashamed of his previous suspicions and doubt. He was almost controlled by the pretentious brat. The old man did not cover up the sneer and ridicule on his face, putting on an act as he said, "Then please begin." Everyone could not help but widen their eyes, excitement on their faces could be seen. It had been so long since someone challenged the grade A preliminary test. Never did they think that they could personally witness it. A good show had begun. "Can I really start?" Tang Tian confirmed. The old man corrected him, "It has already been 3 seconds. 3 seconds, time passes so quickly." His voice was filled with sorrow, and like the leaf floating in the wind, the voice brought the young man's sigh, that dispersed with the wind. 6 seconds. Thundersnow, we have to go. Voila, Thundersnow went into a sprinting posture, bringing along a succession of breaking sounds. It froze in its place. 10 seconds had passed. The spectators all released their breaths. Half of them exposed a disappointed look, the other half had the "I told you so" look. To them, this broken mechanical weapon was just being pretentious and had no thoughts of doing it for real. They were played. Some of them had even turned to leave, disappointment shown all across their faces. There was nothing nice to watch. Just at this time, a thunderous roar suddenly came out, exploding out into everyone's ears, Thundersnow. A circular wave loudly broke out. Broken pieces of the mechanical weapon were suddenly raised along with the wave, all of them standing vertically. The broken-down Thundersnow instantly became ferocious, like a black cat's fur exploding. A grin was shown along with the fierce fangs, sharp claws silently protruding out of the palms. A fierce killing intent swept forth through the entire field. Everyone's body stiffened up. They did not realize that their faces were as white as paper. They did not realize that their legs were trembling. Because their minds blanked out, that wave of fierce and fearless willpower attack had caused them to lose their senses. The contrast between the beginning and the end, none of them were prepared for it, and practically everyone was instantly intimidated. In the midst of staring blankly, a sharp sound like an arrowhead breaking the air pierced their ears. A burning and dazzling blue lightning ripped apart their visions. Cries from different corners of the area all sounded out at the same time. So fast. These few people were the minority who were not intimidated. These martial artists who managed to keep calm, they were also strong experts. But at this moment, they too were unable to keep their calm. They could not help but open their eyes wide as they stared intently at the blue lightning. Their faces were overwhelmed with shock.
That blue lightning shadow was so fast that they almost could not catch him. Too fast. The wind whistling in his ears, Tang Tian's eyes grew a layer of blood red. The anger in his chest was so hot it was almost burning him. Every inch of skin on his body was heating up. These assholes dare to make fun of Thundersnow. They actually dare to make fun of Thundersnow. This was the reason for his anger. These few days, Thundersnow and him had endured cruel and savage training, endured the pain together. In Tang Tian's heart, Thundersnow was his comrade in arms. And today, Thundersnow was actually being laughed at. He was unable to accept it. Definitely unable to accept it. Rush. Keep rushing. Tang Tian and Thundersnow sprinted forward with the help of the momentum gained by countless somersaults, so fast that he was like a blade. It was perfectly executed. Seeing the group of green spirit bees in front of him, Tang Tian's eyes widened, but there was no fear in his heart. Not a bit of hesitation was in his mind like a fearless suicide soldier. Opening up his arms, with a decisive attitude, he brazenly burst into the group of green spirit bees. Thundersnow, go! Tang Tian's heart was filled with endless anger. Thundersnow was actually getting faster. The perfectly straight blue lightning was becoming even brighter and sharper, running straight into the group of green spirit bees. The green spirit bees were surprised, hurriedly flapping their wings, but they quickly reacted. They formed a black cloud, and tightly chased after Thundersnow. Tang Tian, who was crazily sprinting, did not feel the impending danger, as he continued to break through. The group of green spirit bees rushed forward in front of Thundersnow. Countless stingers all exposed, visible cyan rays gathered together. Right now! Tang Tian shouted out in rage in his heart, his true power surging up violently and entering Thundersnow. The crazily sprinting Thundersnow suddenly shot forward with open arms. Borrowing the momentum, its huge figure started to swing out, and spun at a very high speed. The green spirit bees did not expect that this broken mechanical weapon would actually attack first. They were immediately caught off guard, and were drawn into the high-speed spinning blue figure. The thin and sharp 6th-level true power, wrapped and covered Thundersnow's arms, and all the dangling pieces on the body were also covered in a thin layer of true power, acting like blade pieces. Thundersnow, who was spinning at a high speed, immediately became a terrifying meat grinder. Ding ding ding! The concentrated metals collided. Inside the blue shadow, countless sparks lit up. The twisted and broken green spirit bees were flung out at high speeds. A 300m green mist full of pieces formed in front of everybody's eyes. The blue figure did not have the intention to stop as it rushed out of the green mist. Tang Tian was already high from the killings, and with a thought, Thundersnow, who was in the air, dropped down rapidly, boom, like a heavy drum. Thundersnow heavily stepped onto the ground. The powerful landing caused countless amounts of cracks to explode out beneath its feet, and a huge crack with the diameter of over 7m that looked like a spider web was formed instantly. Borrowing the force transferred from his legs, Tang Tian forcibly stopped spinning, and took the chance to shoot forward. Rush! At this moment, Thundersnow's speed reached its maximum. A smear of a blue ray flashed and died, similar to a blue arrow, as it rushed into the bubbles. With speed that cannot be caught with the naked eye, twist the waist, throw the punch. The numerous tightly packed golden bubbles were like glass walls. Upon impact they would crumble, changing into pieces of walls. The powerful blue figure rushed to the endpoint, landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang, causing a cloud of dust to emerge. The indistinct proud blue figure looked disdainfully at the crowd, like a lone beast towering against others, like a fierce general leading his 3 armies. Arrogantly unexcelled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Blue Lightning. Chapter 244, Blue Lightning. Translated by Tang. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Netsuriako, and DeAndre. The entire field was dead silent. Regardless of whether it was the surrounding onlookers who were watching the fun, Sun Xian, the staff members in charge of registration, or Sai Lei, all their mouths were wide open, staring in a daze at the blurry yet majestically blue silhouette in the middle of the flying dust. Their minds were a complete blank. Excuse me, did I pass? The deep voice permeated the dust and reverberated throughout the set. The staff members were jolted awake. They hurriedly turned their heads, saw the timer at the side, and appeared as though they had seen a ghost. 17.6 seconds. How could it be? The fellow had wasted 10 seconds earlier. Does this not mean that he only used 7.6 seconds? To pass the grade a preliminary test in 7.6 seconds, this must be a joke. This definitely was a joke. They stared in daze at the digits on the timer. In that moment, they were all absent-minded. Are there any problems? The deep chilly voice was akin to a slow prowling tiger. It suddenly paused in its steps, and turned back slightly. A wave of hideous and murderous intent swept over. The staff members felt as though a basin of ice water was poured over them. The blood in their entire body almost froze, their faces turned as white as sheet. The elder leader was the most experienced. The murderous intent revealed by the opposition was aggressive. And their behavior just now had already brought trouble upon themselves. At the slightest hesitation, it was feared that. The elder suppressed his wildly palpitating heart, and hurriedly replied with a tremor in his voice, "No problem, no problem. Pass." The trace of blood in Tang Tian's eyes faded. The raging fire in his heart had been nearly extinguished, and he regained his usual demeanor. "Well done, Thundersnow." He encouraged Thundersnow. Thundersnow's motives made Tang Tian slightly surprised. Thundersnow seemed to have changed as well. However, Tang Tian did not take it to heart and took his strides. Voila voila. The sound that came from Thundersnow's rags no longer seemed funny to the ears of the crowd. They no longer thought that Thundersnow was a big walking hanger with numerous rags on him. The piercing voila voila sounds were filled with deadly intent, and everyone involuntarily connected it to the sound of valiant warriors in armor charging onwards. The slowly approaching Thundersnow, voila voila, was suppressive and stifling. The torn and tattered Thundersnow, people no longer found him ugly. No one found him torn and tattered. The numerous wounds, the dents, were the mark of an elite who survived numerous wars. Those torn and tattered wounds seemed to have an unspeakable magic, involuntarily attracting everyone's gazes. It was fearsome. "May I know Senior's name and the mechanical weapon's name?" The elder respectfully said, "According to the rules, Senior, you will be the 99th seeded player." He did not forget his duties. Although his previous behavior could highly possible bring trouble upon him, but now, the birth of an absolute record breaker made him truly proud instead. He hurriedly explained, "There are 98 seeded players before you. As it was long pre-arranged, Senior has to rank 99 for the time being. Seeded players need not take part in the preliminaries, and would directly enter the main round." "I am Thunder." Tang Tian's voice diffused throughout from the mechanical weapon, clearly for the entire set to hear, "This is Snow." Thundersnow's thoughts were full of protest. It was rather unhappy with Tang Tian for separating and occupying half of its name. And the half of the name that he left for it was so feminine. Of course, the protests was directly ignored by Tang Tian. In the midst of the silence, Tang Tian controlled Thundersnow, took the proof of seated players from the elder's hands, walked to Sai Lei's side, picked up the dumbfounded Sai Lei, and vanished from the field of sight of the crowd. To Tang Tian, as this was just a preliminary test, he was not too bothered about it. He was completely clueless that the uproar caused by this preliminary test was far beyond his imagination. On the same night, the grounds of the grade A preliminary test was full of people. The staff members at the side were respectfully guarding at the side. As a silvery white snow mechanical weapon flew to the destination, a handsome young man alighted, and he shook his head with a grave expression, "No, I can't do it." Although they had already personally witnessed the result, when the young man personally confessed, it still caused a commotion. This man was the 23rd seeded player in this friendly match, Jia Mingwei from the Phoenix constellation, and his mechanical weapon was named White Phoenix. Jia Mingwei's prowess was widely famed. In the entire southern sky's 42 constellations, he was highly reputable. Jia Mingwei glanced at the time on the timer. The amount of time he spent was 18.3 seconds. If it was a normal day, he would have been satisfied with this result. To pass the grade A preliminary test was definitely a proof of his prowess. But upon thinking of the fellow named Thunder, who only spent 7.6 seconds, he could hardly be happy about it. If not for the numerous witnesses, he would even suspect that the result was fake. 7.6 seconds. Despite racking his brains, Jia Mingwei still could not think of what kind of mechanical martial artist paired with what kind of mechanical weapon could then produce such results. 18.3 seconds was already the best result out of his repeated 6 attempts, and was also the best result of today, second to Thunder. He was filled with curiosity about this mysterious Thunder and that torn and tattered Snow. Since when was there such a formidable expert? Another young man had an odd expression. Could it be an expert from the 12 ecliptic palaces? He was the 65th seeded player, Wei Ji. Jia Mingwei came back to his senses, shaking his head, never heard of it. He mused, this competition seems to be getting interesting. No matter how powerful he is, could he be better than Liu Ji? Wei Ji said in disapproval, his eyes flashing a burning flame. Blood Meridian's weapon will still be the true winner in the future. I must think of how to purchase a Blood Meridian's weapon. Seems like I have to follow the footsteps of Liu Ji. Jia Mingwei shook his head.
I don't like the Blood Meridian's weapon. It's too extreme that it is no longer a mechanical technique. Jia Mingwei's words raised the same sentiments in many others. Liu Yaji with his King Kong was unparalleled. The might of the Blood Meridian's weapon was demonstrated brilliantly and effectively, but such powers that came from using Blood Meridians and Star Spirit Beasts were as similarly detested by many mechanical lovers. Those were no longer mechanical techniques. This was the common thought of these people. Wei Ji was unfazed. It's sufficient as long as it is powerful. But Jia Mingwei glanced at Wei Ji and blandly said, if you just want to become stronger, why be a mechanical martial artist? The surrounding gazes casted at Wei Ji were filled with contempt. Mechanical techniques had declined for a long time, and the mechanical martial artists now, even the machine engineers, were mostly doing it out of pure love for mechanical techniques. The battle power of mechanical martial artists were a far cry compared to normal martial artists. Once finished, Jia Mingwei turned and left without a glance at Wei Ji, who was flushed red. Jia Mingwei's result of 18.3 seconds was soon spread far and wide. Even Jia Mingwei could only achieve 18.3 seconds. That fellow named Thunder must be formidable. Many people were filled with regrets for not being able to witness such a legendary moment. On the other hand, those fellows who were at the scene completely forgot how they ridiculed Tang, Tian and Thundersnow, and described to the surrounding crowd with much gusto that lightning-like blue figure. And thus, the 99th seeded player Thunder had a brand new nickname, Blue Lightning. Needless to say, the identity of seeded player was rather useful. Tang Tian and Sai Lei effortlessly rented a house with a warehouse, and Sai Lei seemed as though she was injected with chicken blood, full of fighting spirits. After being stunned by Tang Tian's amazing performance at the grade of preliminary test, she saw the opportunity to make money, and began to immerse in work. I have already checked, the inner structure is very stable. Sai Lei then became a little helpless. I didn't imagine that Thundersnow would be tossed around by you guys like that. I didn't bring many materials, hence I'm unable to repair the outer appearance, but the inner structure is not affected. The appearance does not matter. Tang Tian was not in the least bothered. Upon hearing that from Tang Tian, Sai Lei then said no more, and changed to another question, are you really not going to insert the spirits cards? Thundersnow can support 3 level 5 spirit cards, or 1 level 6 spirit card. Tang Tian shook his head, no need. Based on capabilities, Thundersnow was totally unable to demonstrate Tang Tian's full powers. For example, Tang Tian's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was a level 7 martial technique. Thundersnow was unable to withstand it at all. If Tang Tian forcefully execute the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, Thundersnow would disintegrate due to its inability to withstand such a huge burden. Thundersnow was created to withstand level 5 martial techniques. If it was level 6 martial techniques, it would be quite a strain. Luckily, Tang Tian had level 5 martial techniques like Great Monument Palm, Tan Tue, and Scattering Vortex. Now that he has great rapport with Thundersnow, once the might of the 3 martial techniques were executed, the prowess would be shocking, almost comparable with level 6 martial techniques. This was the might of the mechanical weapon. Within the scope of its bearable load, it could greatly increase the powers of the martial techniques. Upon mentioning of the spirit cards, Tang Tian recalled the card that he obtained from the Cryptosword Saint. Everyone was guessing that it may contain the inheritance of Swallowing Light Steel Fist, but he had never used it. He took out that card. On the card surface was a pair of angry eyes. This was probably the weirdest spirit card that he had ever seen. However, it was inappropriate to use spirit cards in the spirit region. After much consideration, he kept the card again. And once he started training with Thundersnow, Tang Tian instantly noticed the change in Thundersnow. Its martial spirit seemed to have become stronger. Could it be that the martial spirit of a mechanical weapon can be strengthened as well? Tang Tian was spurred. If it was really possible to strengthen it, then Thundersnow's prowess would greatly increase. Tang Tian hurriedly sought out Sai Lei, and asked this question. Sai Lei explained, indeed you can strengthen it. The new mechanical weapon is like a star treasure. Some star treasure can be strengthened, naturally Thundersnow can also be strengthened. Tang Tian seemed even more excited. He thought of his Fornax fist gloves, it had evolved before, so had the peacock set. If he used his own martial spirit to train Thundersnow, would it not strengthen Thundersnow? As though she could read Tang Tian's thoughts, Sai Lei was not shocked. This is only a mechanical weapon for this competition. If you want a mechanical weapon in future, I can make a stronger one for you. Its capabilities have a limit, no matter how much you strengthen, the effects is limited. Tang Tian, however, was serious, raising it a little is good as well. Upon finishing, Tang Tian excitedly ran to Thundersnow. He needed to ponder over on how to strengthen Thundersnow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 245, Cultivating Martial Spirit, Second Change. Chapter 245, Cultivating Martial Spirit, Second Change. Translated by Tang. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre.
Spirit regions are special regions scattered among the different constellations, named so because of the uncountable number of ancient martial spirit pieces there. They did not belong to any constellation as they were scattered between different constellations, connected to the constellations or stars via the starry door. If the heavens road was like an ocean, the constellations would be large pieces of land, while the spirit regions would be gray little islands scattered between the constellations, and there were more than one spirit region.
Unless two spirit regions are connected via the starry door, if not, these two spirit regions cannot have a mutually beneficial cooperation.
Due to the existence of numerous ancient martial spirit pieces, it was a haven for star spirit beasts.
The beasts that lived there were much stronger than normal beasts. After ingesting the ancient martial spirit pieces, they will usually evolve. These strong star spirit beasts dominated the region, and became the main hindrance for humanity's progression.
Some of these strong star spirit beasts were shunned, even by the experts on the Heaven Road list. And because of this, other than a few small spirit regions, most of them were largely unexplored. The places where humans resided were largely developed near the starry door. Even so, the entire process was filled with numerous sacrifices.
No one knew why the spirit regions had so many ancient martial spirit pieces. Could it be that before history was recorded, there was still an unknown period of glory?
No one knew, but this did not affect the value of the spirit regions. The number of starry doors in the spirit regions were far more than in normal stars, thus many spirit regions became the hub of a few constellations. Besides, in the spirit regions, the power of the martial spirit could be explored further. This was the haven of martial spirits. Just like how the stars were nourished for millions of years by the massive numbers of ancient martial spirit pieces, the spirit regions similarly had a strong affinity for the martial spirits. Tang Tian's silver martial spirit was usually like a small flame, but in here, it was like a raging bonfire. A straight fiery line was pulled from the silver bonfire, with the other end connected to Thundersnow. Thundersnow's martial spirit was the size of a flame, and it emitted a weak light green glow enveloped within the silver flames. The weakness of Thundersnow's martial spirit was instantly plain to see. Even in the spirit region, its martial spirit was still tiny. The moment both came into contact, Thundersnow's martial spirit kept shrinking till it was the size of a green bean, and the flame became green in color as well. The green color illustrated that it was a martial spirit of wooden affinity.
However, this was far too small.
Tang Tian hesitated before deciding to take out a level 5 wooden affinity spirit nucleus from the silver Aquarius cabinet, and he crushed it. A wisp of green smoke flew out from the spirit nucleus and entered Thundersnow's martial spirit. The green flame that was the size of a green bean suddenly grew to the size of a basin. However, the silver flame that enveloped it continued to burn, and it shrank once again. Thundersnow's martial spirit became the size of a flame once again.
However, this time, Thundersnow's martial spirit was already completely different.
Previously the flame was so weak that it seemed like it would extinguish at any moment, but the green flame now was emerald green and strong. The edges of the emerald green spirit flame had a new trace of silver.
Cultivating was a slow process. Tang Tian's mind twitched, and he retracted the silver flame.
He could feel that Thundersnow's martial spirit has reached its limit. If he forcefully continued to cultivate, it would shatter completely as Tang Tian's silver-level silver flame was far higher than its level. Even though it was just an additional trace of silver on the edge of the martial spirit, Thundersnow already had a new indescribable aura. Previously, Thundersnow was out of shape and weak, and this was also the reason why Bing felt that it was unsuitable to become a mechanical weapon martial spirit. But the Thundersnow now was more composed. Although incomparable to Tiger, it was no longer weak and in the collapsible shape it used to be. Tang Tian could sense that the thoughts coming from Thundersnow were filled with happiness, and also seemingly had another slight change that he did not understand.
Tang Tian could not help but break into a smile as well.
After continuous battles alongside him, Thundersnow was like his comrade. Tang Tian was extremely happy for it to be able to grow stronger as well. The strength in Thundersnow needed to reaccustom itself, but the time needed was very short.
Tang Tian did not disturb Thundersnow for the cultivation earlier gave him great inspirations.
He realized that in the spirit region, cultivation of martial spirits seemed to be much easier. With a twitch of his mind, he took out his bleeding cat blade scythe. These furry paw-shaped gloves, if one was not attentive, one would not realize the claw blades hidden within. The inner curved claw edges had light traces of blood. Quality-wise, the bleeding cat blade scythe was the highest quality star treasure that he had on hand, even better than the blue peacock. The blue peacock was an armor, while the bleeding cat blade scythe was a weapon, but they were still of the same level. Both were also silver-level treasures of the same standard. The difference lay in the constellations that they belonged to. The Blue Peacock was a treasure of the Pavo constellation, one of the southern sky's 42 constellations, while the Bleeding Catblade Scythe belonged to the Lynx constellation, one of northern sky's 19 continents. This was also where the Bleeding Catblade Scythe had a winning edge, but in real-life battles, the Blue Peacock was actually much easier to use than the Bleeding Catblade Scythe. Because the martial spirit of the Blue Peacock had been repeatedly cultivated by Tang Tian and had evolved into the silver level. The Blue Peacock had telepathy with Tang Tian, and had better partnership, which led to better effects during battles.
Comparatively, the Bleeding Catblade Scythe lacked cultivation from Tang Tian.
In the last battle with 5 Hitmen Squad, the Bleeding Catblade Scythe came into good play. Cat Demonic Sobs aided him in breaking through King Chilin's ignited colloquial Buddha. Tang Tian then realized that he had always underestimated this treasure.
To be known as a weapon, it must be the most famed exquisite treasure of the constellation.
Since this place was suitable for cultivation of martial spirits, he should grab the chance to cultivate the Bleeding Catblade Scythe as well. Tang Tian's spirit flame started to communicate with the martial spirit of the Bleeding Catblade Scythe.
Tang Tian only felt that his sight suddenly grayed out. In the uncertain areas of gray before him, a cat that evolved from a flame stared coldly at him. Its body was composed of light silver rays, the features were blurry except for the pair of blood-red cat pupils. It made Tang Tian's heart skip a beat. Tang Tian calmed himself down, and according to the secret methods of the Honorable Martial Group, he catalyzed his martial spirit Silver Flame. A ray of silver flame flew straight towards the bloodshot-eyed cat. The bloody spark in the cat's eyes flashed and disappeared. Instead of avoiding, it stood there silently while Tang Tian's martial spirit's silver flame enveloped its body.
The hostility in its bloodshot eyes reduced significantly. It meowed and actually sprawled on the floor, allowing the silver flame to envelope its body.
Tang Tian's martial spirit silver flame was pure and more solid, thus from afar, it seemed like a two-layered flame of different densities. Suddenly, Tang Tian's heart shuddered involuntarily. He felt that his martial spirit silver flame was disappearing at an alarming rate. When he finally reacted, the silver flame which was initially like a bonfire had now shrunk to almost half its size. On the other hand, the fiery-eyed cat was emitting a prickly silver glow from its entire body. It sprawled there, as though it had fallen asleep. Tang Tian retreated from the Bleeding Catblade Scythe. He lowered his head to look at the scythe in his hands. The claws of the scythe had become silvery and bright, as though it could mirror a reflection, and the blood traces on the claws had turned bright red from the previous faint red. What was most unbelievable was that the bright red blood traces were not fixed and still, but were slowly flowing. The Bleeding Catblade Scythe powers seemed to have raised tremendously. However, Tang Tian was not in the least bit happy. The shrinking of his martial spirit would cause his intuition to plunge rapidly. This had a large influence on his battle power.
What made Tang Tian feel worse was that he did not even know how to replenish his martial spirit.
Tang Tian's martial spirit's spirit flame was ignited back at the battle with the green sandalarm ape. It was floating below the Dantian back then.
And the time back at the energy crevice, due to the continuous cultivation of training spirit flames by the training spirit device, Tang Tian's martial spirit rapidly advanced to the silver level, and the martial spirit shifted up to above the Dantian. However, regarding martial spirits, Tang Tian actually knew nothing about them.
How were they formed? And how did it raise to the silver level? He was completely clueless about the usual use of them. He only knew how to use the spirit flame to cultivate the martial spirits in the star treasures. With the silver martial spirit far exceeding his current abilities, usually he could not exhaust it, but today, he actually exhausted almost half of it. This stupid claw. Tang Tian was at his wit's end. If he knew such a situation would occur, he would never have tried cultivating this Bleeding Catblade Scythe. When he cultivated the Blue Peacock, or even when he cultivated Thundersnow just now, this situation never occurred before. How can he replenish the martial spirit? Bing was not in the least bothered, as the cultivation of martial spirits, to him, was something for the far future. Tang Tian's face became somber. He could distinctly feel, with the shrinking of his martial spirit, his battle powers were all dropping. Damn. How could he have created such a blunder at such a crucial moment? And what made Tang Tian even sadder was that Bing was not around. Suddenly, an idea popped out in his mind. He recalled that he used the spirit nucleus when he replenished Thundersnow's martial spirit just now, so for replenishing his own martial spirit, would the spirit nucleus work as well? This brainwave made Tang Tian's heart skip a beat. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to give it a try. He found a level 6 spirit nucleus from the Silver Aquarius cabinet. This spirit nucleus had no elemental attributes like Tang Tian's own martial spirit. He crossed his legs and sat properly,
holding the spirit nucleus in one hand. He carefully controlled his spirit flame using his thoughts, and then crushed the spirit nucleus in his hands. The smoke from the crushed level 6 spirit nucleus was much more condensed than the level 5 spirit nucleus. The long-ready spirit flame of Tang Tian hurriedly evolved into a fiery palm and grabbed hold onto this smoke. Tang Tian's body shook, and a cruel thought suddenly barged into his heart.
Tang Tian knew that this was thought left behind by the owner of the spirit nucleus. Tang Tian's spirit flame seemed to be agitated. The flame raged, instantly ingesting this spirit smoke along with its thoughts. The silver flame was extremely aggressive. With a breath, the remaining thoughts were completely cultivated by the silver flame, and were instantly reduced to nothing before it could even wail. After losing the control of this thought, the spirit smoke was no longer obstructed, and dissolved into the silver flame. The silver flame boomed, and recovered significantly. Tang Tian's face revealed a look of happiness. His method had proved to be effective. Does it not mean that he has found a way to rapidly strengthen his martial spirit? At the thought of it, Tang Tian got to work immediately, and Tang Tian realized that the silver flame was extremely aggressive, even though spirit nucleus of elemental affinity were all ingested. After depositing 6 spirit nucleus, his martial spirit even became almost twice as strong as before. Tang Tian's spirit nuclei were already half exhausted. Tang Tian stood up. There was coincidentally a mirror before him, and he suddenly froze. The lad in the mirror, deep within his black pupils, a silver ray the size of the tip of a needle suddenly appeared. Just like a star that lit up the dark night sky, but the coldness of this silver made the childish-looking face unwittingly more indifferent and cold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246, Troublemakers. Chapter 246, Troublemakers. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Netsuriako, and DeAndre. Tang Tian was stunned. The person in the mirror was so foreign, and that indifferent aura was a first for him. After a while, that spot of pinpoint silver in his black pupils vanished, quietly, unknowingly, along with the indifferent aura. That must be an illusion. Tang Tian was extremely certain this godlike young man was a true blue warm-blooded man. Tang Tian faced the mirror and broke into a smile, revealing his snowy white teeth, along with a warm radiant smile. Tang Tian very quickly pushed this question to the back of his mind. The strengthened martial spirit enhanced his intuition. His sixth sense became more astute, and the surrounding world seemed to be more intricate. Tang Tian needed time to adapt to these changes. Thundersnow, let's test it out. The moment Tang Tian started to control Thundersnow, he noticed an immense difference. Thundersnow seemed to have better understanding all of a sudden, and became much smarter. Previously, when Tang Tian gave an order, Thundersnow would always be somewhat hesitant. Although under his constant encouragement, these hesitations were greatly reduced, but they still existed. Now, Tang Tian did not feel any hesitation or pauses. Thundersnow would react almost immediately on his thoughts. Thundersnow became more precise and smart. What made Tang Tian truly surprised was the familiarity of Thundersnow with the 3 types of martial techniques, Tan Tue, Great Monument Palm, and Scattering Vortex. What was even more surprising was that it could even execute the killing techniques. Could it be that when he used his spirit flame to cultivate Thundersnow, his understanding of these 3 types of martial techniques were also absorbed by Thundersnow? Tang Tian thought for a long while. Still uncertain, he simply asked Thundersnow directly, "Thundersnow, was it so, that?" "Yes, yes." An unfamiliar and rough voice rang in Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian's eyes instantly rounded. Stunned, it took him moments before he regained his senses, and was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. "Thundersnow, was that you? Was that you speaking just now?" "Yes." Thundersnow's voice was much clearer than before. "Tang Tian, I'm Thundersnow." Thundersnow's voice was like a shy little boy. "Wow, wow, wow. Thundersnow can speak now." Tang Tian almost jumped for joy, his eyes shining. "I'm going to get more spirit nuclei, Thundersnow, so you can become even stronger." "Please don't." Thundersnow's reply made Tang Tian stunned. "I have reached the limit that the Corvus Gold can endure, thus my martial spirit cannot be strengthened further." Realization then hit Tang Tian, and he was somewhat baffled. "Then I have to ask Sai Lei about this. Please make full use of this time to practice." Thundersnow reminded Tang Tian in his shy voice, "I'm not strong enough, so I only chose 3 of your martial spirit's martial techniques to learn. We still need other techniques. Please do not relax." "Little Thundersnow, you're right." Tang Tian said seriously, "There are still 3 days left to the main competition. We have to train hard. Thunder and Snow team, go go go." Thundersnow rebutted weakly, "Please don't do this. Snow is a female name.
Aya, little Thundersnow, don't be so rigid for a martial spirit.
After all, after this competition, I won't use it anymore. Tang Tian said without a care. But don't waste any more time. Practice. Tang Tian was immersed in his practice.
As time went by, he had a better understanding of mechanical weapons.
Mechanical weapons and treasures were totally different.
Treasures innately contain energy, and martial artists merely trigger the release of these energies. Whereas mechanical weapons by themselves possess no energy, and their use was to maximize the martial artist's power. The martial spirits of mechanical weapons and treasures had entirely different uses as well. The martial spirit of a mechanical weapon was the axis between the martial artist and mechanical weapon. It was used to filter the true power that the martial artist poured into the mechanical weapon, enhancing the true power before releasing it in the form of martial techniques. It acted like the brain of the mechanical weapon. On the other hand, the martial spirit of treasures was the core of the treasure. It would slowly absorb energy and store it in the treasure. This method was similar to the cultivation of a martial artist. But regardless of whether it was for mechanical weapons or treasures, the importance of martial spirits was needless to say.
These realizations and gains were extremely insightful for Tang Tian.
While Tang Tian and Thundersnow were absorbed in their training, suddenly, a loud commotion came from outside the door, and Sai Lei's angry roars could vaguely be heard.
Tang Tian stopped.
With a cold face, he controlled Thundersnow and rushed out.
Upon rushing to the entrance of the yard, Sai Lei's rants could be heard.
We have already rented this house, with the money paid and the contract signed.
What right do you have to demand us to give it up to you?
Upon hearing this, Tang Tian roughly understood what was going on as he walked out.
A number of mechanical weapons surrounded the door, and a weasel-looking fellow coldly snorted, "Contract? We have a copy of the contract too." "Paid? We have paid too." "Why?" "I want this land, give it up if you know what's good for you, or else, heh." The bickering between both parties attracted multiple onlookers. Most people recognized these fellows. They were the local leaders of Ink City, and the man who was speaking was Mo Lu. In the Ink City, those whose surnames were Mo would always have some connection with the Mo family, and Mo Lu was the local leader of this street. He would always get into dirty businesses, but since the Mo family left him unrestrained, he became the local tyrant. Close. Some kind-hearted people advised Sai Lei, "Little girl, take a step back. Don't stoop to the same level as these fellows." Sai Lei had never experienced such matters, and was almost at the point of bursting into tears. Mo Lu was extremely proud. He looked at Sai Lei, and his eyes flashed a look of greed. He licked his lips, "Open your eyes wide, this is my turf. But I see that you seemed rather good-looking, haha." Suddenly, a blue shadow flashed before the crowd. Bang! Mo Lu's words were stopped abruptly, and he flew straight out like a sandbag before falling heavily on the floor. Thundersnow's kick was extremely powerful that Mo Lu was knocked unconscious on the ground, bleeding at the corner of his mouth. Thundersnow appeared before the crowd. "How dare you stir trouble in front of my house? Are you tired of living?" Tang Tian's cold snorts came out from Thundersnow. "Such audacity!" A middle-aged man shouted severely, "How dare you make yourselves enemies with the Mo family?" Tang Tian could not be bothered to haggle with them, and directly said, "You want to fight or not? Don't think that because you have passed the grade a preliminary test." The middle-aged man was yet to complete his sentence when the blue figure before him flashed. His eyelid batted, and he quietly exclaimed in his heart as he retracted himself. He did not expect that the other party would be so cruel as to attack first. Did this fellow not see that he was outnumbered? Who? A blue-legged shadow dangerously scraped past his face. The middle-aged man relaxed slightly, and opened his mouth to bellow, "Since you were so unreasonable." Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his face was horror-stricken. The blue-legged shadow that he had just escaped from actually defied all science. It bent and retracted in mid-air, as though a spring-folding blade shot out of its sheath. A golden leg with a ray of dazzling blue blow struck him right smack in the middle of his mechanical weapon's chest. Tan 2A blade. Dang! The solidly thick mechanical weapon was unable to withstand this kick as well. It was as if his chest was pounded by a hammer, and he instantly threw up fresh blood. The gigantic mechanical weapon flew backwards through numerous yards. The Tan 2A blade executed by Thundersnow was shockingly powerful. The solid blue blade glow that came with it was actually longer than 1 meter, of a solid blue. Without waiting for this mechanical weapon to reach the ground, Tang Tian rushed to the middle of the remaining mechanical weapons. This group of people were not in the least mentally prepared. They knew that Tang Tian had passed the grade a preliminary test, so they brought enough people.
With 7 mechanical weapons in a row, even if it was the most powerful mechanical martial artist, he would have to be mindful.
Tang Tian did not greet them and directly got into action, making them stunned.
Their own companion was sent flying in one shot, which made them stunned again.
When Thundersnow appeared beside them, they were jolted awake, but by then, the dazzling blue blow was like a fountain erupting. Bang bang bang.
2 mechanical weapons were struck and were sent flying, their chests with an obvious dent. The mechanical weapons laid still on the ground. Obviously the mechanical martial artists inside were already knocked unconscious.
Tang Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent.
He had never initiated provocation, but once engaged in battle, he would never take a step back. The mechanical weapon was like a magnifier, its power decided by 3 points. First was its ability, next was the martial artist's power, and lastly the rapport between the mechanic weapon and the martial artist.
Among mechanical martial artists, Tang Tian's own abilities were definitely powerful.
The rapport between Tang Tian and Thundersnow had already reached a state of interlinked minds due to the cultivation of martial spirit. Although due to inherent constraints, Thundersnow was extremely lacking behind Sky Tiger, but its abilities far exceeded normal mechanic weapons, as Sai Lei wanted it to be a blockbuster.
Thundersnow showcased shocking battle powers. Aggressive blades came and went like lightning.
Tan Tue Blade, this level 5 martial technique, in Thundersnow's hands, were executed with alarming power. Thundersnow had no other moves, suddenly erupting, it appeared without warning before a mechanical weapon. The other party had no time to react, and a blue glow, from the bottom up, instantly obscured his vision. Blood shot out from amidst the blade glow. This mechanical weapon was split into 2. Thundersnow's Tan Tue Blade this time, actually split the other party's mechanical weapon from the middle. Someone's killed. Someone's killed. The remaining few were completely shocked out of their wits. They were only local hooligans. Usually they were still capable of scaring normal people, but when faced with such tough character, they were instantly shocked out of their wits and scattered. However, before Tang Tian, to expose one's back, was definitely the worst mistake ever. Needless to say, Tang Tian directly attacked.
Piak piak piak.
Several rays of blue blade glow scraped past the sky. Thundersnow was like a blue flash of lightning, scraping past behind the escaping mechanical weapons. The wildly running mechanical weapons instantly lost their control, crashed to the ground, and lay on the ground motionlessly. The place was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's aggressive and cruel moves. Even Sai Lei could only stare dazedly at the floor of mechanical weapons, shocked speechless. After moments, the crowd started bustling with whispers.
They're done for. How dare they provoke the Mo family? They are dead meat. Mo Lu's aunt is a direct family member of the Mo family. Mo family?
Tang Tian's eyes flashed coldly.
There was something odd about the visit of these people. Someone must have instigated it. What Tang Tian did next made everyone dumbfounded.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 247, Conspirations Everywhere. Chapter 247, Conspirations Everywhere. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. At the entrance of Tang Tian's courtyard, 7 sets of mechanical weapons were piled up into a small hill.
Beside it, on a wooden pole, hung 7 unconscious men.
While everyone pointed and looked, Tang Tian sat on the sidewall with Thundersnow standing quietly at his side. You're crazy. Sai Lei was extremely agitated, her feelings going out of control. Do you know where are we? This is Ink City. This is the Mo family's place. Doing this is beating the Mo family's face. Beating their faces in their territory. Are you tired of living? However, what caused Sai Lei to be dumbfounded was the fact that Tang Tian was not angry. He subconsciously grinned, making him look dumb and muddled. That is because they are the Mo family. What do you mean? Seeing Tang Tian's dumb act, Sai Lei was enraged, but she held back and expressed only suspicion and doubt. She knew that although Tang Tian usually looked dumb, he was actually extremely crafty. Acting naive was this guy's forte. Seeing all of those that got cheated by him, all of them were idiots who were entirely willing to help him fight and kill. Okay, not idiots, heroes. As she sadly recalled herself signing the martial spirit contract with him, she was still the first person to land into his demonic palms. Although this guy was extremely bad at math, but he was definitely a genius in swindling. Why does the Mo family organize all these competitions? Tang Tian, who was sitting on the wall, suddenly asked a completely irrelevant question. Sai Lei was stunned. She had never thought about that before, and she said, I think it is to maintain their influence in this area, and to see any valuable designs. Maybe it might give them some inspirations. Is that so?
Tang Tian looked puzzled. I am not too sure about that. That answer almost caused Sai Lei to vomit blood.
Was this guy entertaining himself?
But, I think, since they are a mechanic-related aristocratic family, they will definitely want Corvus Gold.
Tang Tian said honestly. You're planning to sell the Corvus Gold to the Mo family?
Sai Lei's eyes became larger, staring at Tang Tian in disbelief.
She had never thought that Tang Tian would think of aiming at the Mo family.
She had thought of using Thundersnow to shock everyone in the competition. After that, she would sell the Corvus Gold to other machine engineers.
Never did she imagine that Tang Tian would actually think even bigger, and sell the Corvus Gold to the Mo family.
Since they are a mechanic-related aristocratic family, they would definitely do business in mechanical weapons, and would have a large demand for the Corvus Gold.
And, they are very wealthy.
Tang Tian touched his head. Although we can earn more by selling to the other machine engineers, but after a long time, even if we have many helpers, it is not suitable for us.
Sai Lei was immediately attracted to Tang Tian's idea. Your thoughts are good, but why would the Mo family buy it? They don't even know of Corvus Gold. So we need to let them know about it.
Tang Tian explained, as long as we beat up a few sets of theirs, they would know.
You are the one who told me that this is their territory.
You just have to do another design plan of Thundersnow, and we can sell it.
Sell the Thundersnow design plan? Sai Lei's eyes widened. Why, you don't want to sell it? Tang Tian turned to ask, don't tell me you still think Thundersnow is a low-end trash? Please do not say that I am a low-end trash.
Thundersnow weakly showed his dissatisfaction.
Sai Lei then understood, what you're saying is that we should sell the low-end mechanical weapons designs, but we only do high-end mechanical weapons? Does a Grandmaster make low-end mechanical weapons? Tang Tian questioned her back. Sai Lei became excited, that's right. That's correct.
I still have a few low-end mechanical weapon designs, and at that time we can sell them together. Tang Tian looked at Sai Lei like an idiot, and shook his head desperately, only sell one at a time.
Wait until the ordinary Thundersnow comes out. There will definitely be people who will come inspect on it, and at that point of time then we will start selling the other designs.
Sai Lei pointed at Tang Tian and shrilled, you're so treacherous.
But I like that.
In Sai Lei's eyes, a brand new brilliance of light shone in her eyes as star coins flashed across. Tang Tian suddenly turned over and faced the streets, and excitedly say, business is coming, but...
A red mechanical weapon appeared on the other side of the street. Mozu looked at the pile of mechanical weapons and frowned. He was actually unwilling to come.
He knew how revolting Mo was, but he had no choice but to listen to his mother. After learning that Mo was tied up, his father ran to Mozu's elder sister, begging in tears.
Upon hearing that, Mozu's mother also became anxious.
Whenever any member of the Mo family was taken advantage of, without saying a word, she would want Mozu to go and settle the problem. Mozu was not willing when he heard that the person who exchanged moves with Mo was the one who broke the record of the grade of preliminary test and became the 99th seeded player, Thunder, who had unfathomable power. He also knew that the elders of the Mo family were secretly watching that seeded player. He did not even look at Mo who was tied up, but stared at the small hill of mechanical weapons. Every mechanical weapon was roughly 2 meters tall, with 7 sets piling into 3 layers. It was roughly 6 meters tall and was extremely striking. A demonic fire slowly crawled out of Mozu's heart. All the mechanical weapons were from the same series, the Mountain Devils, mechanical weapon set from the Mo family.
Thundersnow is so strong.
Even the Mountain Devils of the Mo family are not his opponents. Duh, Mountain Devils are just ordinary mechanical weapons.
How can they be compared to Snow? He just broke the record of the grade of preliminary test.
I have to say, Mountain Devils are just useless, cheap and useless trash. The discussions on the road could be heard by everyone, causing Mozu to squint his eyes, his expression becoming cold. Whether Mo was alive or dead, he did not care, but to humiliate the Mo family's mechanical weapons, even if it was the lowest-end Mountain Devil, it could absolutely not happen, but...
Mountain Devil was the Mo family's best-selling mechanical weapon.
Its range was for the 3rd level to 4th level martial artists.
The Mountain Devil's functions were extremely balanced.
Although it was just low-end mechanical weapon, but for the 3rd and 4th levels, it was extremely good to use, its functions outstanding.
Many people used it. The Mo family's reputation can absolutely not be trampled on. Mozu took a deep breath.
He had decided to teach Thunder a good lesson on understanding the difference between heaven and earth. He had actually promised his mother, so he was determined to win. Thundersnow's sudden appearance and completion of the grade of preliminary test in 7.6 seconds meant that he was definitely a true expert.
Mozu did not dare to be careless. He had personally tried the grade a preliminary test, and his best result was roughly 18 seconds. If it was based on the results, he was naturally far from Thundersnow. But since it was a battle, he had confidence in winning. Not only was it confidence in himself, but in his own mechanical weapon as well. His mechanical weapon was not the ordinary mechanical weapon of the Mountain Devil set, but it was Coral, that was specifically built according to his specifications. Coral was exceptionally eye-catching, its entire figure was fiery red. When Coral appeared on the road and walked towards Tang Tian's courtyard, it attracted the gazes of everyone. Those who have stayed in the Ink City for a period of time could tell with one look that it was Coral. Coral fish. The Mo family truly wants to take action now. It actually is Coral fish. There's a good show to watch. Mozu turned a deaf ear to them. He controlled Coral and slowly walked towards the small courtyard. Bang! A huge blue figure jumped out from the courtyard and landed heavily outside, causing a cloud of dust to arise. One red and one blue mechanical weapon standing opposite each other, neither of them with the intention to retreat. No one spoke. Mozu did not know what to say. Molu's matter was better undisclosed, and his family's mechanical weapons good and bad should be kept even more. Tang Tian felt that he did not need to speak. He was just thinking, if one came he would beat that one, if more came he would beat them all down, and use this truth to prove Thundersnow's power. The situation immediately became hostile and intense. On a high building at a distant place, a pair of eyes watched the two sets of mechanical weapons facing each other. Lu Yaji coldly said, "Mr. Zhang really has good tricks." A skinny middle-aged man holding a paper fan in his hands laughed, "The task this time is too important. The Mo family are well-known rich figures in the mechanical techniques domain and have countless means. If the Mo family became the representatives of our Blood Meridian's weapons, we would not have anything to worry about in the southern sky's 42 constellations." Lu Yaji's face did not show any signs of relief. "I feel that if we could defeat him in the competition, it could make everyone deeply appreciate the power of King Kong." Mr. Zhang waved his paper fan without a change in expression. "The elder group are afraid that the thing that happened the last time will happen again." Lu Yaji's pupils constricted as blood rushed to his brain. He turned around, his expression angry. "Mr. Zhang, so you despise me?" Mr. Zhang coughed lightly and gently said, "It is not that I despise you, but we cannot afford to make a mistake. You have to know, the Mo family pleaded with us to sell the manufacturing methods of Blood Meridian's weapons, but we cannot do that. For these kinds of rich and strong aristocratic families like the Mo family, do you know what they view as the most important?" Mr. Zhang did not look at Lu Yaji's pale face, and continued, "Face. Mechanical weapon aristocratic family are agents for other people's mechanical weapons, but are unable to manufacture it themselves. How are they willing to do it? Negotiations would already be deadlocked. We need you to sweep away all the opponents. With absolute dominance, break the Mo family's last chance, and not just simply making it spectacular. If you were in a deadlock with any opponents, that would not benefit us at all." Lu Yaji quieted down. "Passing the grade A test in 7.6 seconds, this kind of result, for you to achieve it, I have confidence in you. But this person is a formidable opponent, and this kind of opponent should not have appeared in the competition." Mr. Zhang said indifferently, glancing at Lu Yaji with one eye, "I hope you can take the organization's benefits into consideration, and put down your pride." Lu Yaji kept quiet for a long time, and suddenly said, "By sending the enemy to the Mo family, aren't you letting the Mo family understand him?" Mr. Zhang laughed out loud, "You still do not understand the rich families. I told you earlier, the aristocratic families all deem face to be of utmost importance, and what's more, this is the territory of the Mo family. How can they admit that their mechanical weapon is not stronger than other people's? If they admitted it, where would they hide their faces? Both sides are already angry at each other. Now all we have to do is wait for them to fight. To these people, throwing their reputations is worse than throwing away their lives. To the aristocratic families, you can use knives to cut them, and they can still take it. But if you use a fan to slap their face, they would rather die than let you do it." Lu Yaji kept quiet. He knew that Mr. Zhang was reasonable. Just enjoy the show. Let us see where did this Thundersnow came from. I am very curious about him. Mr. Zhang opened his paper fan, on it wrote 3 words, Fate River Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.